Insho could hardly take in the grandeur of the majestic merchant king's palace before him. With a sudden leap, he sprang from the opulent bed, his fists clenched in exhilaration. Once an ordinary office worker, Insho's life took a dramatic turn when one day he awakened to the presence of a villainous role-playing system. This system, heedless of his protests, forcibly transported him into various parallel worlds inspired by novels, films, and historical tales. By merely embodying the antagonist and fulfilling the narrative, he could reap substantial rewards. Having already conquered dozens of realms, he amassed a plethora of prizes. In terms of cultivation, he had ascended to the level of the primordial chaos, equivalent to the supreme heavenly Tao. As the primordial realm represented the pinnacle of all worlds, Insho now stood at the zenith of existence across every dimension. Furthermore, his mastery of formations, elixirs, and magical artifacts had reached staggering heights. Even attributes such as culinary skills, tea ceremony, singing prowess, and charisma were fully maxed out. Regrettably, while other systems typically empower their hosts to become fated protagonists and children of fortune, his system insisted that he could only portray the villain. Despite his terrifying strength, he was relegated to the role of a hapless character continually humiliated by the hero in various scenarios. It was utterly repugnant, especially in those scenarios where he played the role of the Dragon King's son-in-law. The protagonist's wit, the heroine's intellect, and the antagonist's cunning were all conspicuously absent. Yet, he found himself suppressing the urge to obliterate the world, instead groveling before the heroine, offering his face for the hero to strike. It was truly nauseating. But alas, there was no escape, because only by completing all the narratives could he return to the realm of reality. He would manifest these rewards, and at that moment, his boundaries would transcend the shackles of the heavenly path. He would ascend to the great Tao. Furthermore, there was an additional benefit. Upon completing all the scripts, he would have the freedom to traverse through various dungeons at will. He vowed that once he had fulfilled all his tasks, he would revisit each previous instance and triumph over the protagonists one by one, claiming the female leads in the process. Thus, Insho placed extraordinary importance on this final dungeon. However, what he never anticipated was that this last dungeon would be the investiture of the gods. Moreover, he was cast in the role of King Zhou. Insho's immediate reaction was, the system has finally shown its conscience and begun to offer rewards. Indeed, it is rather difficult to determine who the true protagonist of the investiture of the gods is. Is it Jiangxia, GFA, or perhaps the fated individuals like Neza and Yangjian? It seems to encompass all, yet none. While readers of the primordial chaos and keyboard historians may express sympathy for King Zhou, the reality is that in the original text of the investiture of the gods, King Zhou is unequivocally the archetypal villain. Flowing protagonist, but a steadfast King Zhou. In that moment, Insho was overwhelmed with excitement to the point of tears, for there was no greater joy than embodying such a formidable antagonist. First and foremost, as the quintessential villain, King Zhou stood apart from the countless internet narrative antagonists who often faced humiliation. King Zhou had rarely, if ever, been defeated. Although the Zhou army achieved consecutive victories, they were merely vanquishing the generals of King Zhou and the celestial beings of the Jijiao. King Zhou, in contrast, indulged in a life of unrestrained luxury within the confines of his palace. Moreover, his own martial exploits were nothing short of remarkable. He not only repelled Huang Feihu during the latter's rebellion, but also showcased his prowess when the Zhou army besieged the palace. With his blade akin to a soaring dragon, he dispatched foes and wounded soldiers with the ease of a summer's breeze, treating the feudal lords as mere playthings and causing great generals to tremble in terror. What is even more significant is that the antagonists in those tales of the pampered suitor were forever subservient to the heroine, unable to even brush against her hand until their demise. Even when the heroine rendered them unconscious, they languidly awaited the hero's arrival to redeem the narrative. Yet, King Zhou was an entirely different creature. He was, after all, a king among men. His wealth spanned the seas, his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards filled with beauty, numbering in the thousands. With numerous concubines and imperial consorts at his disposal, he reveled in the pleasures of his harem. What delighted him most was the presence of the unparalleled beauty, Daji. From the moment Daji entered the palace, King Zhou's narrative revolved around his daily indulgences with her. Inshou realized at this time he could no longer suppress his desires. He resolved to embellish his role-adding scenes of passion. Ha ha ha! Finally, I can perform in my true character. What bliss! And I am intimately familiar with the tale of the investiture of the gods. I cannot count how many times I have watched the television series and films or read the web novels of this saga. Portraying King Zhou will be a piece of cake. I am eternally grateful to you, system. Is this a reward for all the suffering I've endured before? Confronted with such a boon, Inshou's confidence soared as he eagerly continued to absorb the narrative unfolding in his mind. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered by any shortcomings in his portrayal. He yearned for a seamless journey from the beginning to the end. Why wouldn't he relish such an experience? This was yet another advantage of embodying King Zhou in Investiture of the Gods. The timeline of this tale spans a significant duration. From King Zhou's pilgrimage to Nuwa's palace to his eventual self-immolation, nearly 3 decades elapsed. Notably, Daji entered the palace in the 2nd year of his reign. This implies Inshou could indulge himself for an entire 29 years. My goodness, I must earnestly commit myself to this role. As he delved deeper into the narrative, Inshou discerned that this was not merely the storyline of Investiture of the Gods. Instead, it was an intricate amalgamation of the original text and numerous adaptations from mythical dramas, alongside a plethora of tales from the primordial realm. In essence, the fall of the Shang dynasty was not fated by destiny, but rather a scheme orchestrated by the forces of heaven. Furthermore, King Zhou's sacrilege against Nuwa was not a reflection of his innate character, but a consequence of being ensnared by the machinations of the sages. Yet, in Inshou's perspective, these were trivial matters. There was no fundamental distinction in his performance as King Zhou. Indeed, he would portray himself in his true colors. However, Inshou did possess a flicker of curiosity. If he was the principal antagonist of Investiture of the Gods, then who was the heroine? Certainly, Daji could not be the answer, as she was the female villain. Could it possibly be Nuwa? Or perhaps Queen Jiang? Or perhaps it was a harmonious fusion of the primordial earth, the Yao Qi, and the 3 celestial evenings? Inshou found himself perplexed. At that moment, a tender and dulcet voice called out from beside him. Your Majesty, you are awake. The maidservant is here to assist you with your attire. Startled, Inshou turned around. Good heavens! Even a palace maid possesses such youthful vitality. Truly, this is the grandeur of the primordial era, teeming with spiritual essence. Unlike those modern celebrities reliant on physical enhancements and chemical cosmetics, Inshou opened his arms, allowing the maidservant to dress him. Yet, as he observed, an inexplicable sensation began to wash over him. Today's narrative involves a pilgrimage to the Nuwa Palace. There remains half an hour before departure. There's still time. I vowed that in this narrative, I shall embellish my role. With this thought, Inshou, who had initially extended his hands, gradually found them resting upon the maidservants. Your Majesty, the maid instinctively gasped, but soon her surprise transformed into delight. Indeed, which woman would not yearn for the favor of the king? Moreover, the king is so strikingly handsome, especially considering the charm buff he acquired upon his reincarnation. Any woman would be unable to resist drooling at just a glance. Observing the maidservant's expression, the message was unmistakable. Inshou tossed aside the half-donned robe. He pulled the maidservant into the covers. Damn it, after the pilgrimage to the Nuwa Palace, they'll have to wait for Daji's arrival to indulge fully. Let's savor this moment first. How splendid it is to be a king. Alas, I regrettably did not spend the night with Queen Jiang, Concubine Huang, or Consort Yang. Otherwise, what was that saying again? Do you think you are the king? You can sleep with whomever you please. Indeed, that is precisely who I am. Ha ha! Time passed unmeasured as Inshou, enveloped in the warmth of fragrant silk and soft jade, succumbed to a deep slumber, only to be startled awake by a voice announcing, Your Majesty. It has been 2 hours since the appointed time for Your Majesty to lead the officials to the Nuwa Palace to pay respects. Prime Minister Shang sent me to inquire whether Your Majesty still intends to go today. Inshou jolted awake, his pupils dilating in alarm, cold sweat trickling down his body. Oh no, I was too excited and lost track of time. Oversleeping, Insho shouted urgently. Go! We must depart. Hurry up, be swift. Assist me in changing. He swiftly kicked the maidservant still in a daze beside him. The maid, suddenly roused, pouted and complained. Your Majesty, I have yet to don my own attire. I care not. As Insho urged the maid to help him dress, he inwardly chastised himself. Damn it, I was careless. What if I do not have time to compose a poem before Niwa returns? Chapter 2. Niwa. Who is speaking? My lord. My lord. Wait, it is I, your humble servant. On the grand avenue leading to the palace of Niwa. Insho raced ahead, utterly disregarding the pleas and cries of the officials behind him. Surely, the tale has not concluded before it has even begun? Anxiety coursed through him as he frantically lashed the horse's flank. According to the ceremonial rites of the Shang dynasty, such a grand sacrificial event ought to have the king carried in a palanquin, accompanied by 3,000 iron cavalry, 800 imperial guards, and the great general providing protection. With the entire court of civil and military officials in attendance, the procession should have been solemn and majestic. Yet now, it had devolved into Insho leading the charge alone, with Huang Feihu and his cavalry hot on his heels, while the imperial guards were thrown into disarray. Completely disconnected from the civil and military officials, the entire procession resembled a disordered mass. There was no choice. Insho could not afford to concern himself with formations. Though he understood that under such circumstances, the system would undoubtedly penalize him, he deemed the consequences manageable. As long as the plot did not collapse and his performance exceeded 80, the narrative would not reset. Were it not for his reluctance to showcase his prowess before these officials and the necessity of adhering to the ceremonial protocols, he would have simply employed a teleportation technique to arrive at the palace of Niwa in an instant. Eagerly, Insho leapt from his steed and entered the palace of Niwa. After a while, Huang Feihu and other robust warriors appeared behind him. Yet even these seasoned martial artists, after enduring such an intense march, were left panting and breathless. The guards and officials arrived one after another, filling the grand hall with a chorus of labored breaths. After a considerable interval, Prime Minister Shang Rong, using all his strength, crawled up the steps. He appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Great King. Wait, old minister. What kind of decorum is this? Overcome by exhaustion, Shang Rong fainted. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Several officials rushed over, fearing that Shang Rong might not regain consciousness. Today was meant for paying homage to Lady Niwa, not for conducting a funeral. Quick, awaken him. Een, filled with frustration, was so exasperated that he wished to slap Shang Rong awake himself. He had deliberately waited for Shang Rong, as they were to perform a scene together shortly. When he recited the poem, Shang Rong was supposed to dissuade him. Completing this act was crucial for his performance score. It is essential to note that the episode of offering incense at Niwa Palace and the desecration of Lady Niwa marked the inception of the entire Fengshen narrative. On this very day, King Zhou fell victim to Zhuanti's spell, succumbing to overwhelming lust. He developed an inappropriate desire for a statue of Lady Niwa, leaving behind lewd poetry after the act of desecration. Upon returning, Lady Niwa, furious at the sight, dispatched the nine-tailed fox to possess Daji's body, infiltrating the palace to ensnare King Zhou, thereby diminishing the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. Thus, the segment involving the poem at Niwa Palace was of paramount importance in advancing the storyline. Furthermore, only by achieving this could he lead an unrestrained life with Daji. What is Zhuanti waiting for outside? Hurry up. Why is there still no action? Insho, possessing the cultivation of the ninefold Hongyuan Daoyuo, surpassed the prowess of Zhuanti, and naturally sensed the presence of Zhuanti outside the Niwa Palace long ago. However, after standing within the palace for some time, he felt no unusual reactions within himself. Outside the Niwa Palace, Zhuanti, who had been waiting patiently, now gazed blankly at Insho inside, his face twitching uncontrollably. What is this king of humanity doing? Is he here to pay homage to the Niwa Palace? One might mistakenly think he intends to dismantle it. Suddenly, in this realm where vigilance was already heightened, Zhuanti sensed a familiar aura approaching from afar, instantly becoming alert. Has Niwa returned? Humph. Well, as long as King Zhou is present, that suffices. With the calamity imminent, the Western sect must repay the heavenly merits owed. I must advance the calamity. Zhuanti flicked his fingers, casting the method of joy, directing an invisible red light towards Insho, before swiftly retreating. In an instant, a fierce wind surged into the Niwa Palace, causing the curtains to billow. Simultaneously, Insho, who had deliberately lowered all defenses, finally felt a warmth in his heart, accompanied by a slight dryness in his throat. His brow furrowed. His physical form was, in fact, invulnerable to all methods. To perceive Zhuan Ti's joyous spell, he had focused his mind to sense it. Here it comes. Zhuan Ti's scheme has finally arrived. He quickly glanced at the sacred statue of Niwa, hoping for some reaction after being affected by the spell. Yet, he remained utterly indifferent. Inshou felt a tinge of disappointment. This situation was not favorable. After all, if he could perform while under the effects of the spell, it would surely be much more immersive. Alas, it mattered not. Regardless, Niwa would soon return, and he had to adhere to the established process. First, he would desecrate, then compose poetry. Inshou immediately immersed himself in the role, focusing all his attention on the stone statue of Niwa before him. He strived to envision the statue coming to life, his gaze gradually becoming entranced. Meanwhile, his restless hands began to wander. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared above the palace of Niwa. Clad in a crimson robe, she was ethereal and enchanting, possessing beauty that was both captivating and divine. Adorned with radiant colors that danced in the air, the newcomer was none other than Niwa herself. Having just returned from visiting her brother Fushi at the Palace of Fire Clouds, she was taken aback to find her palace surrounded by a throng of people. Could they be here to pay homage to me? A warm feeling surged within Niwa. Although she was the Holy Mother of humanity, since the calamity of the Witch and Demon War, she had grown disheartened and resolved not to contend for worldly matters, leading to a decline in the legends surrounding her. The offerings from humanity had gradually faded away. Thus, encountering such a large-scale worship procession brought her a sense of comfort. She could not help but descend closer to the palace to observe more clearly. Such a grand tribute must surely come from the royal family of the Shang dynasty. The current Shang king is quite considerate. Yet, why does this procession appear somewhat disorganized? Before she could ponder further, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Oh dear, I can't believe it. Even King Zhou seems like a major sycophant. Previously, the antagonist I portrayed would never stoop to making advances towards a mere statue. To what extent has this become absurd? This Niwa is quite foolish. How could a dignified king of humanity possibly develop an infatuation for her statue? Does she truly believe herself so captivating? A moment's reflection reveals that someone is scheming against her. Niwa's voluptuous form trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Who is it? Who dares to speak? Chapter 3. Niwa, can I hear Inshou's innermost thoughts? Niwa was utterly bewildered, her mind flooded with questions. What is happening? How dare someone audaciously discuss her in such a disrespectful manner? It is worth noting that even the other 5 saints of the heavenly Tao would not dare to speak of her in such a way. Instantly, a murderous intent surged within her. Her piercing gaze swept across the multitude of civil and military officials, yet she could not ascertain who was so brazenly discussing her. However, when her eyes fell upon Inshou at the forefront, her eyebrows shot up in indignation, and her face flushed crimson. That king was leering at her sacred image, and even daring to touch it. In an instant, Niwa comprehended the situation. It was him. His actions aligned with the voice she had just heard. Yet, his lips had not moved at all. Could it be I am hearing his heart's voice? Niwa was taken aback, her blood surging. Yet a multitude of questions erupted within her heart. This king, seemingly indifferent to the statue, why would he act in such a manner? Moreover, what did he mean by his insinuation of a scheme? At the moment when Niwa was filled with both anger and confusion, Yince's hand began to wander down the face of the stone statue. In an instant, Niwa lost her composure and inadvertently released a hint of her spiritual pressure. Yince, who had just been entirely engrossed in fantasy and performance, suddenly trembled, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He sensed this overwhelming aura. What the? Someone is approaching. This saintly pressure, is it Niwa? A glint of cold light flashed in Niwa's eyes as she brewed her murderous intent while being utterly astonished within. He can actually perceive my presence. Though his lips remained still, it was indeed his inner voice. As a pinnacle of primordial combat power, the saintly realm, logically. If she actively concealed her aura, no one should be able to detect her. Yet before Niwa could unleash her wrath, Inso transmitted another thought into her mind, leaving her both embarrassed and flustered. Upon sensing Niwa, Inso hastily released his divine sense to scan the surroundings of Niwa's palace. The image of a woman in a red robe suddenly emerged in his mind, rendering him utterly speechless. This was his first visit to the Fengshen world. He had only read depictions of Niwa in books, never having seen her visage. Consequently, his internal monologue became uncontrollable. What the such ethereal beauty? That figure. That waist. She embodies the intellect of a kind aunt, the charm of a mother-s friend, and the allure of the girl next door, all combined. Truly, the most beautiful woman of the primordial era. I retract my previous statement. As for Niwa, I can indeed Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. What outrageous thoughts could this ungrateful being be harboring? While she scolded him internally, her cheeks flushed crimson, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Strangely enough, the words of Yin Shou seemed to ignite a flicker of delight within her. What? How could Nuwa possibly be smiling? You witnessed me desecrating your statue. And yet you still smile. Nuwa, are you out of your mind? Enraged, Nuwa's fury ignited, her eyes blazing with indignation. You are the one who is deranged. I must have misjudged her earlier. She must truly be furious. Alas, I have arrived too late, allowing her to return. Surely, she would kill me on the spot. No need to panic. After all, I intend to provoke her into unleashing her wrath upon me. The live broadcast would undoubtedly enhance the spectacle. As Nuwa observed Yin Shou, who wore an expression of deep infatuation yet internally criticized himself. She couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Goosebumps prickled her skin. The scene was utterly bizarre. Could it be that this fellow was suffering from a split psyche? Nuwa felt a strange urge to laugh amidst her anger. What is his intention? Very well, it is time to compose a poem. Once the poem is complete, the scene will conclude. Then, Nuwa can send the nine-tailed fox to bewilder me and disrupt the fortunes of the great Shang. Dodgy, my dodgy, haha. Nuwa furrowed her brow, an inexplicable urge to summon the demon-subduing banner stirring within her. However, her intention was not to deceive Yin Shou with the allure of the nine-tailed fox. Rather, she sought to unleash a horde of demons upon him. Yet, the subsequent revelation from Yin Shou struck her heart like a bolt of divine thunder, leaving her utterly astounded. Did she not realize that her actions were, in fact, severing the connection of fate between herself and the human race? It was clear that King Zhou's actions had been orchestrated by the scheming of Junti. But alas, Nuwa seemed devoid of wisdom. For, as a saint possessing the intertwined destinies of both the demon and human realms, she was uniquely positioned to align with the path of humanity, rivaling the primordial sage Hongjun. How, then, could she find herself in such a predicament? She had aided the Zhou in their campaign against the Shang, leading to the downfall of the human monarch and the subjugation of humanity beneath the heavenly mandate, thereby jeopardizing a promising situation. Hongjun had been plotting against her since the calamity of the Wu and Yao, and yet she remained oblivious, foolishly referring to him as her teacher. Was this not the very definition of folly? The heavens rumbled ominously, and Nuwa felt as though she had been struck to her core. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Yin Shou's countenance, her heart racing with shock. What was this human monarch babbling about? What did he mean by severing his own fate? What was this about Junti's machinations? What did he imply by stating that she was the unparalleled candidate to embody the path of humanity, on par with Hongjun? What was this notion that the canonization was merely a scheme to reduce the human monarch to a mere emperor, allowing the heavenly mandate to suppress humanity? What did he mean when he claimed that Hongjun had been plotting against her since the calamity of the Wu and Yao? Though Nuwa found his words utterly nonsensical, yet, in her heart, she faintly felt that the words spoken by Yin Shou resonated with some of her past experiences and emotions. For instance, when she witnessed Yin Shou desecrating her statue, her instinctive reaction was indeed to send forth the demon clan to punish him. Moreover, upon further reflection, she sensed a certain karmic connection with humanity. Additionally, how could a mere mortal king possess knowledge of the cataclysm known only to the celestial sages? Could it be true, as he suggested, that this divine calamity was a scheme aimed at humanity? What other secrets did he harbor? Perhaps, the ability to hear his innermost thoughts was indeed a significant opportunity. Nuwa gazed intently at Yin Shou, who was fervently scribbling before the powdery wall. Gradually, her interest in this enigmatic man intensified. Chapter 4, Nuwa, servant of the king? Then I shall comply with your wishes. The magnificent phoenix and dragon canopy was adorned with intricate gold patterns. The distant mountains were painted in shades of green, and the flowing sleeves danced like the rosy clouds at dusk. Pear blossoms, adorned with raindrops, vied for beauty, while peonies enveloped in mist showcased their alluring charm. All to reclaim the long-lost servant of the king. Finished. Closing the script. This poem is truly difficult to memorize. It lacks any poetic essence and merely seems to flatter Nuwa. I nearly forgot it all. Shang Rong, are you awake? It's your turn to make an appearance, hurry and critique me, so I can conclude this narrative. Yin Shou completed his writing, feigning an expression of rapture as he admired his own masterpiece repeatedly, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, the veins on Nuwa's forehead were threatening to burst. Reclaim the long-lost servant of the king? Did you truly dare to covet my esteemed position, O king? Such audacity! Before the goddess Nuwa could unleash her wrath, a rotund elder suddenly stepped forward to offer counsel. It was none other than the current prime minister, Shang Rong. having endured a barrage of slaps from Huang Feihu. He finally regained his senses, his already plump visage now even more swollen. Your Majesty, Niwa is an ancient and revered deity, the benefactor of Chaga. I beseech you to incense and pray for blessings, that the populace may thrive, the rains may be timely, and peace may reign over war. Today, Your Majesty has composed a poem, an act that disrespects the sacred and shows a lack of reverence. This is a transgression against the divine, not the conduct befitting a sovereign's pilgrimage. I implore you to cleanse this matter with water, lest the common folk witness and spread rumors of a ruler lacking in virtue. Upon hearing Shangrong's words, the assembly of ministers echoed his sentiments. Your Majesty, do cleanse this matter. Do cleanse it. Cleanse? Here to wash the ground? And yet they suggest cleansing. Insho raged internally. Meanwhile, Niwa stood in stunned silence. Is this indeed the Shangrong he spoke of in his heart? He has indeed come to dissuade him. He possesses the foresight to know what will transpire in the future. Could it be that his previous remarks regarding me and the Taoist ancestor were not mere fabrications? Niwa furrowed her brow, her gaze toward Insho deepening with intensity. Meanwhile, Insho was still cultivating his emotions, feigning an expression utterly enamored with Niwa. I behold the visage of Niwa, a beauty unparalleled, and I compose verses in her honor. Is there any ulterior motive? Speak not, my lady. Besides, I am of noble birth, worthy of the people's admiration. It is but a testament to your extraordinary beauty. A legacy of my own. Although Niwa has perceived my sacrilege, the narrative must be fulfilled. I must compose a poem to leave behind evidence. The performance for today is complete. Now, I await Niwa to persuade the three demons of Xuanyuan's tomb. Uttering prophecies of the decline of Tang's fortune and the rise of the holy sovereign of the Western Zhou. Fate has been decreed, and destiny is at play. I shall allow her to enter the palace and entice me. Come forth, nine-tailed fox. My desires have grown insatiable. Niwa gazed upon Insho, her temples throbbing with indignation. And even her celestial essence entrusted to the heavenly way began to blur. This unfilial wretch has desecrated my domain and yet expects me to present him with beauties? Such audacity. Intrigued by Insho, Niwa ascended on clouds, following him back to Chaoga. Relaxed in his carriage, Insho squinted and discreetly glanced at the clouds above. Indeed, Niwa has followed me, unlike the original narrative where she found me in her palace out of fury. The plot has self-corrected. This woman possesses a certain foolishness. Before the conclusion of the divine calamity, Niwa still has a chance to alter her fate. However, after the conclusion of the divine calamity, Hongjuan's schemes will be fully realized. With the heavenly way suppressing both humanity and earth, ultimately mastering the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos has met its end. It can be said that Niwa has personally orchestrated its downfall. Thunderous roars reverberated in Niwa's heart, leaving her feeling utterly bewildered and disoriented. Is what Insho said truly credible? Why does he speak with such unwavering conviction? Could I truly be so naive? Has the Tao ancestor orchestrated so many tribulations around me without my awareness? Niwa could no longer contain herself. She swiftly activated her mystical powers, yearning to glimpse Insho's origins. Simultaneously, she sought to discern the fortune of the Shang dynasty through observing him, in hopes of ascertaining how much time remained to reverse the calamity of the Fengshen. Yet, the moment she channeled her powers to gaze upon Insho, she found herself inexplicably immobilized, as if sealed in place. Tears brimmed in Niwa's eyes, her lips trembled. Golden legend. What unfolded before her was the resplendent, golden aura emanating from within Insho. This magnificent fortune blazed like the sun's divine fire, scorching her eyes and causing tears to cascade uncontrollably. Why does Insho possess such overwhelming fortune? While the Shang dynasty's fate still languishes at a mere 28 years. No, it appears that the fortune of the Shang has been divided into two segments. One lasts 28 years, while the other remains devoid of an endpoint. Who exactly is Insho? Could it be that all he has said is indeed true? Has the Tao ancestor, through the calamity of Fengshen, thoroughly suppressed humanity and earthly paths, completely dominating the primordial chaos? What then should I do to break this impasse? Does Insho possess the knowledge to unravel this predicament? Yet, if he possesses the means to break the impasse, why does he consistently choose to navigate the intricate scheming of the heavenly decree? What, in truth, are his intentions? The more Niwa pondered, the deeper her bewilderment grew. It seemed as though her future, along with the fate of Insho, was shrouded in a myriad of secrets, igniting her insatiable curiosity and stirring her heart with an unquenchable desire to uncover the truth. Although Niwa had no aspirations for worldly power, this conviction was founded on her belief that Hongjun acted for the greater good of humanity in the entire primordial realm. However, it now appeared that Hongjun harbored ulterior motives. She and the very people she had created were, in fact, mere pawns in Hongjun's grand design. Nuo would not permit such a situation to transpire. Even if, as Insho suggested, they might now be left with but a final opportunity, she could not relinquish this last chance. She was determined to fight with all her might. Humph. Did you not claim that I possess a certain tenacity? I, Nuo, shall never yield. Nuo now believed that the sole hope for resolution likely resided within Insho. By remaining close to him and discreetly listening to his innermost thoughts, she could uncover the path to a solution. However, she soon realized that persistently shadowing Insho in order to eavesdrop on his sentiments would not be prudent. Such behavior could easily arouse his suspicions, and both Hongjun and the celestial sages would undoubtedly find it peculiar. It appeared that she needed to devise a plan that would enable her to maintain prolonged contact with Insho. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Nuo's mind, her gaze sparkling with both mischief and shyness as it settled upon Insho. Humph, did you not wish for me to enter the palace to serve the king? Then I shall do as you desire. Just as the vague notion and scheme began to coalesce in Nuo's mind, suddenly, a series of vivid images surged within her heart, interrupting her train of thought. It was a scene of a multitude of humans paying homage to her. Nuo felt a surge of curiosity. I have long since departed from the primordial chaos. For many years, no one has worshipped me. Why on this day? Do the humans seek to honor me? This cannot be mere coincidence. Following the direction of the incense, Nuo ventured westward. West Chi. Chapter 5. Nuo, the phoenix sings at Chishan? I shall command the phoenix to sing at Chaoga. In West Chi, the noble Ji Chong erected a stone statue of Nuo at the altar. The silver-haired Ji Chong, in preparation for this grand ceremony, not only summoned all the civil and military officials but also brought along his 24 consorts and 99 offspring. More significantly, he called upon the entire populace of West Chi to partake in the festivities. This display was undoubtedly far more sincere than that of Insho. Furthermore, his rituals and the grandeur of the occasion appeared infinitely more dignified than the haphazard formations of Insho, who seemed preoccupied with impending warfare. Ji Chong personally presided over the rites, leading the worship with a resonant voice. Lady Nuo, a deity of ancient lineage, embodies sacred virtues. In times past, the lord of the Gongon tribe struck the unyielding Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens to tilt northwest and the earth to sink southeast. The lady, having gathered multicolored stones, repaired the azure sky. Thus, she rendered great service to the people, who established this worship in gratitude. Now, as we honor this divine protector in West Chi, may the seasons be prosperous, the nation's lineage endure, the winds be gentle, and calamities fade away. This deity, a guardian of the nation and its people, deserves our veneration. As Ji Chong concluded the ceremony, he lifted his gaze, a sly smile playing upon his lips. He was thoroughly pleased with his performance. His actions were driven by the desire to win the favor of Nuo and to earn her benevolence. Over a decade ago, a celestial being suddenly appeared at his residence, proclaiming that Shichi was destined by heaven to ultimately overthrow the tyranny of the Yin and Shang dynasty. At that moment, Ji Chong was filled with uncontainable joy, for he harbored a deep-seated enmity against the Shang dynasty. Ji Chang's father, Ji Li, had presided over a period of remarkable expansion for the Zhou people. During Ji Li's reign, he engaged in numerous campaigns for over a decade, achieving nearly unparalleled success and establishing a formidable Zhou tribe. However, Ji Li's growing power aroused the suspicion of King Wending, the grandfather of Shou, who summoned Ji Li to the Shang capital, where he was imprisoned and subsequently executed, allowing Ji Chong to ascend to power. Upon taking the throne, Ji Chong endured humiliation and concealed his ambitions, diligently nurturing Shichi for years, ultimately achieving significant results, all in anticipation of an opportunity to supplant the Shang dynasty. Now, with the revelation from the celestial being that Shichi was indeed predestined by heaven, how could Ji Chong not be ecstatic? He even came to believe himself to be the chosen one of destiny. Just last month, the celestial being returned, informing him that the 15th day of the 3rd month marked the birthday of Nuo, a day when the Shang king would desecrate her name. If Ji Chong were to conduct the grandest of sacrificial ceremonies in her honor, he would surely win Nuo's favor and support. Moreover, Nuo, in her judgment, would send forth a phoenix to descend upon Chishan, thereby greatly enhancing the fortunes of Shichi while diminishing those of the Shang dynasty from that day forth. In this ebb and flow of fate, a few years hence would herald the rise of Shichi to replace the great Shang. Thus, Ji Chong had meticulously planned this sacrificial ceremony for the past month, all to earn the affection of the divine Nuo. Today, the moment had finally arrived. He deliberately scheduled the ceremony for the evening, intending for Inwa to witness the desecration committed by the Shang king in her palace before revealing the reverence that the Western Qi people hold for her. Ah, Inwa, you must have observed this scene. Come, bestow your favor upon us, the Western Qi. We are destined by the heavens. I, Jichang, am a ruler of benevolence, a child of divine mandate. Let the phoenix descend upon Western Qi. Ji Chang's inner turmoil starkly contrasted with his refined and amiable exterior. His performance rivaled even that of Yin Shou. Should Yin Shou have witnessed this, he would undoubtedly have praised him as a seasoned actor. At the altar, thousands bowed in unison under Ji Chang's leadership, creating a profoundly striking spectacle. Even Inwa, observing from the heavens, felt a stir of emotion. After all, humanity is a race she personally created, and their worship would bestow upon her immense merit. Yet, had it not been for Inwa's keen perception of the sinister smile that crept upon Ji Chang's lips during the ceremony, she might have been deceived by him. How revolting! Indeed, had Inwa not previously overheard Yin Shou's thoughts, she might have regarded Ji Chang with indifference. However, now, her brow furrowed as she recalled Yin Shou's words. Next, await Inwa to deceive the three demons of Xuanyuan's tomb with the proclamation that the fate of Changtang waits. And the world shall be lost. The phoenix sings upon Mount Qi, and the Western Zhou shall give rise to a sage ruler. The will of heaven is determined, and fate is inevitable. Let them enter the palace to ensnare me. Once again, Yin Shou's words proved prophetic. She now feels nothing but revulsion towards Ji Chang, perceiving him as yet another hypocrite, much like Yin Shou. Were it not for Yin Shou, she might have mistakenly regarded Ji Chang as virtuous and benevolent. Even feeling compelled to support the West Qi and summon the Qingyuan to manifest divine presence at Mount Qi, it appears that while Yin Shou is a true libertine, Ji Chang is merely a false paragon of virtue. It is no wonder that such a person would betray humanity for personal gain, recognizing the heavens as his father. If I were to lend him my support, would it not indeed lead to the degradation of the human king, as Yin Shou posited, reducing him to a mere vassal of the celestial order, utterly suppressed by the heavenly mandate? Ha! A cold, fierce smile graced Nua's lips. This matter is far from over. Initially, she felt powerless against Yin Shou's disrespect, which had already ignited a fury within her. Yet now she realizes that countless others have secretly conspired in this scheme. Do they truly take me, Nua, for a fool? According to Yin Shou, the Nua Palace is poised to intervene. But what of West Qi? Is it the Jiejin? Or perhaps the Heavenly Court? Or the primordial supreme being? Regardless of who it may be, I am determined to uncover the truth. With that, Nua exuded an aura of fierce determination, producing a golden gourd. She lifted the gourd's lid and pointed with her hand, revealing a beam of white light. Grand as a beam, towering over 4 to 5 zhang. Above this light, a banner emerged, radiating a spectrum of colors, illuminating 1,000 paths, aptly named, Summon the Monsters. This banner is indeed the Summon Monster banner, capable of commanding the myriad of creatures across the realm. In due time, a mournful wind howled, sinister mist enveloped the air, and ominous clouds gathered, as the myriad of demons converged before Nua, awaiting her decree. A sardonic smile graced Nua's lips as she inwardly seethed. Ah, did you not wish for me to summon the phoenix at Mount Qishan and dispatch the 3 demons of Xinyuanfen to beguile King Shang? Well, I shall do the contrary. I shall call forth the phoenix at Chaoga and send the 3 demons to ensnare the Western Qi instead. Chapter 6, Jichang. Where is my phoenix? Before long, the assembly of demons had finally gathered. Nua surveyed the congregation, astonished at how their malevolent aura had darkened the very clouds above. Following the calamity of the Witch-Demon War, the demon race faced annihilation. Some remnants aligned themselves with while others fled to the northern sea with the demon master Kuanping during the cataclysm. The remaining demons sought refuge under Nua as protection. Having once been her kin in the demon race, where she had held the esteemed title of one of the 4 demon emperors and the leader of the demon sect. Although Nua had long since lost interest in the demons' affairs due to their slaughter of humanity, she ultimately chose to protect these lesser demons, recalling her former ties. Thus, they heeded her summons through the demon banner, as she sought to lend them a glimmer of hope through her saintly renown. Never did she anticipate that today would present an opportunity to utilize their assistance. Nua's gaze turned contemplative as she focused on the location of the 3 demons of Xinyuanfen. If Yin Shou's sentiments were accurate, she had initially intended to dispatch the 3 demons to seduce Yin Shou. Yet, driven by a desire for vengeance, Nua now resolved to send them to enchant the Jichang family instead. Jichang, Boikeo, Jifa, each one of them. However, Nua soon realized that the 3 demons of Xinyuanfen possessed an extraordinary beauty, charming and alluring beyond compare. Suddenly, Nua felt that she could not allow the Jichang family to benefit so easily. With a stern expression, she commanded, "The Qinghuan and the 3 demons of Haibizao shall remain. The rest of the demon clan may disperse." Shortly thereafter, the multitude of demons scattered, leaving only the Qinghuan and the 3 demons of Haibizao by Niua's side. The Qinghuan was not a demon but a member of the Phoenix clan, serving as Niua's steed. The 3 demons of Haibizao were transformed from toads, catfish, and crickets that dwelled in a certain marsh. Their appearance was, to put it mildly, exceedingly grotesque. After observing them for a moment, Niua felt a wave of nausea rise within her. The 3 sisters of Haibizao, alongside the Qinghuan, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Long life, Your Majesty." Remarkably, despite their repulsive looks, their voices were quite melodious. Niua restrained her amusement and, with a piercing gaze, stated coldly, "Qinghuan and the 3 sisters of Haibizao, heed my command. The fortunes of the Shang dynasty have dimmed, yet the wise and valiant King Yin's fate should not be extinguished. Qinghuan, you must immediately summon your kin to the capital, Chaga, to manifest the true form of the phoenix as an omen of good fortune, to bless the great Shang and to unite the hearts of the people, thereby preserving the destiny of the Shang dynasty." The Qinghuan furrowed her brow, questioning, "Your Majesty, do you mean all of my kin?" Following the ancient calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the once mighty Phoenix clan, like the Dragon and Qilin clans, had completely withdrawn from the primal realm. However, remnants of the Phoenix clan had gradually gathered over the years at the Phoenix volcano. Most of them lived in hiding, too fearful to reappear in this primordial world. The Qinghuan, having found fortune in aligning herself with Niua, held considerable influence among the phoenixes. She simply did not comprehend why Niua acted in such a manner. Noticing that Niua remained unresponsive, Qinghuan promptly accepted the decree. Qinghuan obeys. Subsequently, she soared towards the direction of Phoenix Volcano. After her departure, Niua turned her gaze towards the 3 demons of Heibua Marsh. The phoenix's cry heralds the dawn, and mankind can indeed triumph over heaven. Yet, this Jichang of West Qi feigns benevolence while betraying his sovereign and undermining the state. You 3 demons may conceal your true forms and infiltrate the West Qi palace, sowing discord in the ruler's heart. Once you assist King Shang in restoring order, do not harm the common folk. Upon the successful completion of this task, you shall also reap your due rewards." The 3 demons exchanged glances, filled with delight, and promptly responded, "We obey." Although their true forms were rather grotesque, as demons, they possessed the ability to employ transformation techniques. After the 3 departed, Niua gazed at Ji Chang, who remained devotedly engaged in worship beneath the clouds, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At the West Qi ceremonial site, Ji Chang, originally brimming with confidence and envisioning himself leading an assault on Chaogu to slay Yin Shou, began to grow increasingly anxious. What is happening? What is going on? I have been praying for so long. Why has there been no sign of the phoenix's cry from Qishan? If only the phoenix would appear in West Qi, I could swiftly disseminate such news across the realm, thus garnering support for myself. At that moment, I would truly be the one destined by heaven, the focus of the people's hearts. But could it be that Lady Niua has not yet perceived my offerings from West Qi? Impossible. It cannot be. It has been ages since anyone has paid homage to her. She must have felt it. The already sagging skin of Ji Chang now bore the furrows of worry, resembling the texture of tree bark. Suddenly, his tightly knit brows unfurled, and his eyes sparkled with revelation. I understand. It must be that the goddess Niua believes the hour is too late, even if the phoenix cries out from Mount Qishan. The extraordinary phenomenon would be too subtle for the people to notice. She must be waiting for the light of day tomorrow for the phoenix to descend. However, before this thought could fully crystallize, a blinding radiance accompanied by a melodious call abruptly interrupted his train of thought. A surge of joy surged within Ji Chang. Was that the voice of the phoenix? Was the extraordinary event upon them? He hurriedly cast his gaze toward the western direction of Qishan. Yet all he beheld was a darkened mountain silhouette, devoid of any peculiarities. Then he noticed the gathered officials and common folk beginning to murmur excitedly, their heads tilting toward the east. Ji Chang promptly turned around to see streaks of shimmering rosy light illuminating the distant eastern sky. From all directions, it appeared as if long-tailed birds were soaring toward that radiant glow. The melodious calls emanated from these avian creatures, though the scene was too distant and the figures minuscule. Ji Chang instinctively recognized that was the phoenix. In an instant, Ji Chang grasped the gravity of an unfathomable reality. The direction from which the phoenix emerged was none other than toward Chaoga. How could this be? How was it even possible? A horse. Terrified sound escaped his throat as he trembled uncontrollably, his eyes bulging, pupils constricted in sheer disbelief. Should the phoenix not appear in my West Qi? Why has it manifested in Chaoga? Is the immortal deceiving me? Ji Chang gazed at the officials and the multitude bowing towards Chaoga, feeling a sharp pang in his chest. Darkness enveloping his vision, and his legs giving way beneath him. Ji Chang fainted. Father! Father! Observing this, Ji Fa and Bo Yikao, along with Ji Chang's other sons, hurriedly gathered around. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, the sky was adorned with vibrant hues and the melodious calls of phoenixes. A spectacle akin to the descent of a sage receiving divine merit. Insho had barely returned to the palace for rest when he beheld the celestial display outside his chamber. Suffering a spiritual shock no less profound than Ji Chang's initial distress, he stood there, bewildered. What in the world? Chapter 7. Niwa, to hasten to take a consort. Insho anxiously darted about the palace entrance. What is happening here? Is this not a phoenix? Why are there so many phoenixes? I have only heard of the phoenixes singing at Mount Qi, never of them singing in Chaoga. When Insho opened his eye of fortune, he discovered that the once waning and feeble golden dragon of fortune in the Shang dynasty had suddenly revitalized. The previously dim and sparse golden aura now radiated a rich golden hue. What on earth is this situation? This narrative is all wrong. Upon entering the world of the investiture of the gods, Insho uncovered a clever trick to monitor whether the storyline would unravel. It is through the observation of the fortune of the great Shang that one can discern the underlying currents of fate. This fortune is comprised of the populace of a nation and their recognition and trust in the dynasty. The emergence of auspicious signs instills greater loyalty among the people towards their rulers, consequently elevating the fortune of the realm. As the tyrannical King Zhou, his fate culminated in the downfall brought about by the Western Zhou. Prior to that, however, the fortune of the Shang was destined to dwindle to naught. Thus, one could liken the fortune of the Shang to a progress bar of a task. Of course, whether it might be reset prematurely due to unfinished plot points remains uncertain. Nonetheless, he could at least glean some understanding of his precarious situation by observing the fluctuations of fortune. Could it be the handiwork of Niwa? Indeed, it must be her. Niwa is accompanied by the Qingwan, a member of the Phoenix clan, and she could seek their assistance. Good heavens, with such an abundance of phoenixes. It seems she has summoned the remnants of the entire clan. What exactly does Niwa intend to achieve? I have clearly disrespected her with my poetry. And she witnessed it all, did she not? Why then does she allow such auspicious omens to manifest in Chaoga? Does this not directly result in the elevation of the Shang's fortune? Yet, the act of blaspheming against the mother of humanity should logically lead to a decline in their fortune. Yin, in his turmoil, pondered, could it be? She possesses a penchant for masochism? This cannot be allowed. Such a development would shatter the narrative. I am destined to portray King Zhou and bring about the demise of the Shang. Yin felt a surge of frustration, clutching his head and pacing in agitation. Someone, bring me a bow and arrow. He wished to bring down those bothersome birds. Insho, filled with determination, was about to rush out of the palace and into the courtyard to shoot the birds. However, the attendant beside him tightly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, think twice. These are phoenixes, symbols of auspiciousness." They, as mere mortals, had never witnessed such a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight, and were utterly enchanted. Why then? Did the king wish to shoot down these phoenixes? Naturally, the attendants could not hold back Insho, yet he feared that if he exerted too much force, he might inadvertently harm them. Helplessly, he gazed at the sky, his pupils reflecting the vibrant colors of the phoenixes, gradually calming himself. Could it be that Niwa, captivated by my handsome visage, wished to assist me? Is she silently observing me now? But I do not feel her presence. Shall I expand my consciousness to check? Insho closed his eyes, reaching out with his awareness. To his surprise, he did not sense Niwa's consciousness. However, he discovered that numerous powerful beings from the primordial era were focusing their attention on the area of Chaoga, the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Qilin, the Blood Sea, the Heavenly Court. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. His pupils trembled, and a light burst forth from them. Niwa was not here to assist me. Today, having witnessed me desecrating her sacred statue, she has only increased her resentment towards me. In the original narrative, she merely dispatched the nine-tailed fox to incite me from within. And now, she seeks to exploit this extraordinary phenomenon, provoking envy among the other factions of the primordial world towards the great Shang, enticing them to take action against us. Indeed, the most effective means of annihilating a person is not through oppression, but rather through the insidious flattery that leads to their downfall. Niwa, relying solely on her own strength, could only dispatch the three demons of Xinyuan Tomb to diminish the fortunes of the great Shang. Yet, should she manage to incite all the myriad races to join forces against us? Precisely. If Niwa truly refrained from punishing me, the narrative would have unraveled by now. This signifies that the storyline is still perceived by the system as salvageable. Therefore, the system is aware that the fortunes of the Great Shang are merely experiencing a transient ascent, but soon, a far more vehement decline shall ensue. Ha! Ha! How ruthless! Nuwa, you are indeed malevolent. As if it were not enough to incite internal strife among the human race, you wish to have all races partake in siphoning our fortunes? Are you concerned that the downfall of the Great Shang through the hands of Shiqi is progressing too slowly? Truly, you are a foolish woman. You have not disappointed me. Aha. Heh. I wonder if the fortunes of the Great Shang decline too rapidly, resulting in our premature demise, whether my early completion could be considered a successful endeavor. Regardless, as long as the system does not call for a halt, I shall continue to immerse myself wholeheartedly in this performance. This is the hallmark of a true actor as professionalism. Certainly, those young lads cannot compare. Nuwa, do as you wish. Just remember to bring the nine-tailed fox. As long as it does not disrupt the key plot. Haha. Insho burst into laughter, turning to enter the palace. Above Shiqi, Nuwa suddenly sneezed. A sage. Immortal and indestructible, how could they catch a cold? Damn it, is someone speaking ill of me? Nuwa's mood remained unaffected by the sneeze. The score was yet to be settled. Her gaze abruptly shifted to the west, Juanti, while I was in the Nuwa palace. I deduced the heavenly secrets and discovered that two forces of saints were concealing the mysteries of that realm. Do you think I cannot trace it back to you? Those two saintly powers, aside from the two western saints, who else could it be? Although Insho is not ensnared by your spell. Your attempts to scheme against me are undeniable. Therefore, do not blame me for being impolite. She never held grudges overnight. Grievances incurred today would be repaid today. With that, Nuwa, enveloped in a chilling aura of vengeance, soared towards the western Mount Shumi. Soon, amidst the radiant light of the sacred, wails echoed from the peak of Mount Shumi. The powerful beings of the primordial realm, who delighted in gossip, were exceedingly pleased tonight. Just after the magnificent performance of Fengming Chaoga, another battle among the saints was unfolding. What a glorious day it is! They released their divine consciousness to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yet, they were unaware of the reason behind Nuwa's sudden intent to strike Juanti. After a flurry of commotion, Nuwa emerged riding the clouds, prompting the powerful beings to swiftly retract their divine senses. The sage, indeed, is not to be trifled with. Nuwa, feeling quite satisfied, clapped her hands, rolled down her sleeves, and with an air of haughty pride, departed. Juanti, should I ever discover you plotting against me using the human race again? Once your senior brother emerges from his seclusion, I shall deal with both of you. After a while, Juanti, leaning on his cane and rubbing the swollen bruise on his face, staggered out. Shameless Nuwa, it was that human king who defiled you. Why do you take your ire out on me? Could it be that when Nuwa returned, she discovered my involvement? Yet, that human king has indeed transgressed, even composing verses that suggest you serve the monarch. I refuse to believe you can endure this. He calculated with his fingers and, to his astonishment, realized that it was no longer the phoenix crying at Shiqi, but rather the phoenix crying at Chaoga. Moreover, the fortune of the Shang dynasty had inexplicably increased. What could this mean? Has Nuwa gone mad? The depletion of the Shang's fortune is crucial to the conclusion of the investiture of the gods. The Western realms owe a great deal of merit to the heavenly Tao, and I must hasten the calamity to ensure the future prosperity of the West to repay this merit. The fortune of the Shang absolutely cannot rise. If one scheme fails, do not blame me for enacting another. Meanwhile, as Nuwa rode the clouds back to the celestial palace, she finally allowed a rare smile to grace her face. With her already stunning beauty, her smile added an enchanting allure. Since the great battle between the witches and the undead, she had never expressed such unrestrained joy. Ultimately, had it not been for Insho's revelation that Juanti orchestrated all of this, she would have found no justifiable reason to unleash her wrath upon him. In light of this, I must express my gratitude towards Insho. Nuwa's vexation towards Insho's poetic mockery of her has finally found a modicum of release. Of course, her affair with Insho is far from over. Hiki, did you not wish for this palace to serve the king? I wonder if your frail constitution can withstand the ministrations of this palace. Nuwa has made her intentions clear. She aims to utilize Insho to alter the course of the divine decree while simultaneously seeking retribution against him. Regardless, she shall not allow Insho any respite. I wonder how you would react upon discovering that the nine-tailed fox you have longed for has transformed into this palace. I imagine it would be quite amusing. Therefore, you ought to hasten in your quest to take a consort. Chapter 8. The infuriatingly devoted persona. I shall venture beyond the palace until Daji enters. Upon the grand bed, Insho, wishing to evade the cacophony of the raucous phoenixes outside, tossed and turned, yearning for solitude. Undoubtedly, he too desired to take a consort. Yet, he realized he was unable to do so. He even came to the disheartening realization that he could not even approach the consort he already possessed. Not only could he not touch his consort, but he was also forbidden from engaging with the palace maids. Alas, according to the original narrative of the divine decree. After his visit to Nuwa's palace, King Zhou was utterly captivated by Nuwa's beauty. He became ensnared in an devoted persona, to the extent that he forgot the passage of time and neglected both sustenance and rest. Upon observing the women within the third palace of the sixth court, one could only perceive them as insipid and unremarkable, utterly lacking allure. In other words, during this period, King Zhou could only exhibit such reactions towards the goddess Nuwa. Consequently, for over half a year, he did not favor the harem with his attention. This neglect ultimately led to the treacherous minister Fei Zhong advising King Zhou to conduct a nationwide selection of concubines. It was precisely due to this that the narrative of Daji entering the palace emerged. As Yin Shou meticulously reflected on the intricacies of the storyline, he suddenly felt a darkness envelop him, as if the world itself were crumbling around him. A chilling sensation coursed through his entire being, rendering him devoid of all sensation. How careless of him! However, an even more terrifying realization deepened Yin Shou's despair. There existed a significant divergence between the Fengshen side story and the previous narratives of urban dragon kings and their consorts. The temporal span of Fengshen is remarkably vast. Although the plot concerning King Zhou's infatuation with Nuwa is merely encapsulated in a brief passage in the original text, the time frame it encompasses stretches nearly a year. Moreover, within this extensive duration, there exists a wealth of narrative that requires personal interpretation and contribution. He had assumed that by embodying King Zhou, he could immediately indulge in a life devoid of restraint. Yet, he now comprehends that from the moment he entered Nuwa's palace until the arrival of Daji a year later, he would be utterly incapable of engaging with women, particularly in this Shang dynasty, where even a mere palace maid radiates both vitality and a wild spirit. Not to mention the esteemed Queen Jiang, the revered concubine Huang, and the enchanting concubine Yang. It is essential to recognize that while the palace walls may be high, they are certainly not impenetrable. Countless pairs of eyes are undoubtedly fixed upon the palace, while outside, throngs await the unfolding of events with bated breath. The slightest favoritism shown to a concubine becomes fodder for days of gossip in the taverns of Chaoga Street. Yin Shou turned his back, striving to avoid the gaze of the enchanting palace maid standing beside the grand bed. The king still sought my warmth by day, yet now, at night, he doesn't even spare me a glance. The maid's eyes, filled with both yearning and melancholy, remained locked onto Yin Shou, intensifying his discomfort. Though he could not see her, he could palpably feel the fervor of her gaze. In that moment, the phoenix outside continued its exuberant flight and song, while Yin Shou felt enveloped in a profound silence that rendered his world desolate. With his hands resting upon his chest, he peacefully closed his eyes. Only a year until Daji enters the palace. Must I endure this empty chamber for an entire year? This is a challenge that tests a man's limits. It cannot merely be resolved through pretense. I cannot even bear a single day of this. Enough, let it all come to ruin. Such a life within the palace, where one can see yet not partake, is exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yin Shou opened his eyes wide. They sparkled with newfound brilliance. Whether it was a fleeting moment of clarity or a resurrection from despair remained unclear. Indeed, life in the palace is arduous, but I have the option to leave. If I cannot evade the 15th, can I not escape the 1st? If I cannot elude the temple, can I not evade the monk? If I cannot confront, can I not find refuge? In the confines of the palace, one cannot pluck the blossoms of home. Yet, the wildflowers that flourish beyond its walls are ripe for the taking. Adhering to the principle that any reduction in loss, however modest, is worthwhile, Yin Shou swiftly devised a plan to escape from Chaoga. How fortuitous! According to the narrative of the investiture of the gods, King Zhou had scarcely ventured outside the palace in nearly 30 years. Such a confinement is untenable. Having finally arrived in the grand expanse of the primordial world, he must take the opportunity to revel in its breathtaking vistas. Perhaps he might even encounter a few enchanting celestial maidens along the way. Indeed, Yin Shou increasingly felt that, while awaiting the next chapter of the tale, he ought to indulge in some carefree escapades. After all, this period lies between two pivotal narrative junctures, allowing for a degree of creative freedom. As long as my actions do not alter the main storyline, there should be no repercussions. The women within the palace are off limits. However, seeking companionship outside should pose no issue. If I proclaim my intention to search for the goddess Enwa, I can cultivate a persona of deep affection while simultaneously enjoying some light-hearted diversions. What a splendid arrangement! Upon returning from my delightful adventures, I can seamlessly resume the storyline involving Daji. Out of the palace. Tomorrow, I shall make my exit. Truly, I am a genius. The following day, within the 9-hall Great Palace, Insho recited his lines with mechanical precision. Yesterday, after offering incense, I beheld the beauty of Enwa. And since then, my thoughts have been consumed by her. I have forgotten the passage of time, neglecting both sleep and sustenance. Now, upon gazing at the 3 palaces of the 6 courtyards, I find them as insipid as mere dust and ashes, unworthy of scrutiny. To prove my sincerity, I have resolved to embark on a journey to seek the true essence of the goddess Enwa. After Insho announced his intention to construct a palace and venture out of the royal confines, he set forth with fewer than 200 guards to survey the land. Although he termed this expedition a land inspection, his true destination lay not within the territories of the Great Shang, but rather among the renowned spiritual mountains and caves of the primordial wilderness. His aspiration was to encounter celestial maidens from the heavenly realm. Engaging with mortal women could easily lead to vulnerabilities in the spread of gossip. However, the celestial maidens not only possessed breathtaking beauty and grace, but were also characterized by their aloofness and independence. A celestial maiden would not dare to disrupt the mortal realm for the sake of her pride if she were to be seduced by a human. With such dreams, Insho reveled in the enchanting scenery of the primordial wilderness, which was indeed captivating, far surpassing the landscapes of the future Earth. The valleys crisscrossed, mountains stood majestically, rising into the clouds, as if every 10 paces revealed a mystical cave and every 5 paces unveiled a blessed land, unburdened by any narrative constraints. Insho's mood was exceptionally buoyant. In stark contrast, the other forces within the primordial realm did not share his jubilant spirit. In the heavenly court, amidst the 9th chapter, the imminent crisis of the celestial palace could be averted. In the lofty expanse of the 9 heavens, within the great Tao, golden rays cascaded like a myriad of crimson rainbows, while auspicious vapors spewed forth in violet mist. In the deep azure of exquisite glass adorned the scene, gleaming like precious jewels. This was indeed the supreme power center of the 3 realms, the heavenly court. The heavenly court comprised 36 palaces and 72 halls, with the illustrious Lingxue Hall serving as the main palace. Atop the exalted throne sat a figure of immense stature, the current celestial emperor, Hao Tian. At this moment, Hao Tian still lacked the regal majesty of the monarchs from the era of the journey to the west. Instead, he appeared somewhat immature. Correspondingly, although the heavenly court boasted magnificent palaces, it was eerily desolate, even somewhat forlorn. There was little to be done. The investiture of the gods had yet to conclude, and the heavenly court was still understaffed. This so-called heavenly emperor, Hao Tian, was merely a figurehead, with few who heeded his commands. As he observed the strange phenomena occurring in the mortal realm, his brow furrowed in irritation, revealing his growing impatience. The investiture calamity was a significant upheaval of the heavenly Tao. Taoist patriarch Hong Jun would fully merge with the heavenly Tao and would no longer emerge into the world. Meanwhile, Hao Tian was on the brink of transcending his former self. According to his scheme, he would not only enlist disciples of the 3 teachings into the heavenly court to serve him in the operation of the heavenly Tao, but he would also seize the opportunity to compel earthly emperors to pay him homage. Once he reached this stage, he would truly transform from a mere acolyte of Zishu Palace into the heavenly emperor of the 3 realms, the supreme one of the primordial chaos. From that point on, he would be the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. The so-called saints would no longer be able to look down upon him. What are the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao? It was time for you to exit the stage. Henceforth, in the vast primordial 3 realms, only Hao Tian would be acknowledged. Yet now, as Hao Tian peered into the Hao Tian mirror to monitor the fortunes of the Shang dynasty, his teeth ground in frustration. The ascent of Shang's fortunes would delay and even disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. Useless fools. Hao Tian glared at the unconscious Ji Chang in the Hao Tian mirror, slamming his throne in a fit of rage. It was just over a decade ago that he had dispatched individuals to the mortal realm to brainwash Ji Chang, hoping he would overthrow the Shang dynasty. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. An elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a feather duster, hurriedly approached. This individual was none other than the revered Taibai Jinxing, who could be regarded as the sole confidant of the celestial sovereign, Hao Tian. Hao Tian, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Is this what is referred to as the destined individual? If he cannot even manage such a trivial matter, how can I place my hopes upon him to overthrow the Shang dynasty? Even if such a person is willing to acknowledge heaven as his father, what purpose does it serve?" Taibai Jinxing let out a deep involuntary sigh, unable to restrain his critique of his master. Hao Tian, are you truly oblivious to the current state of the heavenly court? He lamented. It is already a remarkable feat to find a lord among mortals who possesses even a modicum of reverence for the heavens. Maintaining a facade of reassurance, Taibai Jingxing continued. Your Majesty, do not fret. I shall descend to the mortal realm shortly and assist Jichong in rejuvenating his spirit to serve our celestial mandate and topple the Shang. Hao Yin raised an eyebrow, his fury slightly abated. Do you truly have a plan? Taibai Jingxing solemnly bowed, affirming, I shall not fail in my duty. In truth, over the years, he had been subtly influencing Jichong and his family, thus gaining insight into Jichong's character. He possessed the means to persuade Jichong to join the ranks opposing the Shang. Taibai Jingxing added, Your Majesty, the matter concerning Jichong is but a minor issue. The pressing concern remains to ascertain why the goddess Enwa has suddenly proclaimed her presence in Chaoga. It is indeed perplexing. Hao Tian scoffed. Ha! That foolish woman, Enwa. Having been desecrated by the poetic musings of the Shang king, she still permits the Feng clan to manifest in Chaoga. Such a mindset certainly explains why she was deceived during the calamity of the Lich, leading to the annihilation of her clan and the loss of her brother. Niwa once allied with the demon race, which perished during the Great Disaster. Even her elder brother, Fushi, fell in that cataclysm, reincarnating as a member of the human race. Thus, it can be said that she experienced the devastation of her clan and the loss of her kin, rendering her family shattered and her life in ruins. Nevertheless, no matter her thoughts, they shall not impede my ascension as the sovereign of the three realms. Taibai Jingxing, listening to Hao Yin's youthful bravado, could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. Could such a mentality truly bear the weight of the heavenly court's esteemed position? Are you not aware of your own standing before the saints? Have you forgotten how they treated you? Taibai Jingxing hastily advised. The rise and fall of the mortal dynasties is governed by fate, inescapable as it is. Your Majesty should focus on enhancing both your own fortune and that of the heavenly court. Upon hearing Taibai Jingxing's words, Hao Yin's anger flared even more. How am I to elevate the heavenly court's fortune? Those saints are utterly insufferable, demanding that I send someone into the calamity. This decree of the divine calamity was predetermined to fortify my heavenly court. Why must I send someone to face the tribulation? The heavenly court is not a sect of the Tao, and I am but a solitary figure. This is nothing less than a blatant coercion for me to enter the calamity. Though I stand as the celestial emperor, during the tribulation, only the saints remain untouched by its grasp. How can I guarantee my survival through this trial? Should I truly meet my demise in this calamity, those several sages would undoubtedly rejoice. They have likely already determined which disciple shall succeed me as the celestial emperor. The more Hao Tian pondered, the more furious he became, nearly spewing flames in his ire. Taibai Jingxing silently shook his head within. Alas! How did I find myself aboard this wretched vessel? The reason Taibai Jingxing chose to join the sparsely populated and feeble heavenly court was due to his firm belief that this realm was supported by the ancestor Hongjun, destined to dominate the primordial chaos in the future. If he could assist Hao Tian at this juncture, becoming his trusted confidant and aiding him in ascending to the supreme position, then Taibai would be a minister of the dragon, a person of immense stature in the future. Yet, he increasingly felt that Hao Tian bore none of the gravitas befitting the sovereign of the three realms. A ruler should conceal their emotions, yet Hao Tian displayed his displeasure openly, cursing and berating in front of everyone. What kind of decorum is this? Unfortunately, it was too late to abandon ship now, for the sake of his future. Where he would stand just below 1 and above 10,000, he could only endure. Taibai Jingxing steadied his thoughts and spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, I possess a method that can alleviate the heavenly court's plight of thin fortunes, as well as the issue of having no one to enter the calamity. Hao Tian's eyes brightened at last, and his expression improved considerably. Oh, Taibai, do share. Taking a deep breath, Taibai Jingxing replied, the solution lies with the Yaoqi Empress. Chapter 10. It is said that the Yaoqi Empress often bathes in the Duango Spring. Yuqi, what has happened to the Jade Pool? The moment the words Jade Pool reached his ears, a fleeting expression of panic washed over Hao Tian's face, even causing a hint of crimson to rise upon his previously darkened complexion, which had been marred by anger. Taibai Jingxing observed this with an inward shake of his head. Alas, Hao Tian is utterly lacking in composure. Every thought is writ large upon his visage. Everyone in the celestial court can see that you harbor feelings for the Jade Pool. Indeed, at this juncture, Hao Yin and the Jade Pool remained merely colleagues, not yet united as husband and wife. Hao Tian and the Jade Pool were originally the gatekeeper and maidservant under the tutelage of the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, and one might even say they were childhood companions. As the years passed, the originally delicate and charming Jade Pool blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty. deepening Hao Yan's admiration for her. However, due to their long-standing relationship as siblings in the Taoist order and their current status as colleagues, Hao Yan found himself hesitant to take that bold step forward. Resisting the urge to comment, Bai Jingxing earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, the rise and fortune of the great Shang dynasty is attributed to the Shang army's resounding victory over the rebel forces of the North Sea. This triumph was made possible by the great Shang queen's strategic deployment of her kin, catching the North Sea forces off guard. Thus, it is evident that the governance of a nation requires the united efforts of both the emperor and the empress. Only through the harmonious balance of yin and yang can a nation thrive. If this holds true for earthly dynasties, it should be even more so for the celestial court." Hao Tian's gaze sharpened, and he inquired in confusion, "What exactly do you mean, my esteemed minister?" Bai Jingxing was on the verge of abandoning his post in exasperation. This Hao Tian was exceedingly dense. He believed he had been quite clear in his intentions. Bai Jingxing continued to hint, "My sovereign, do you not recall the ancient demon court? The demon emperor Dijun once married the moon goddess Shihi, thereby securing a celestial union, which led to a significant surge in the demon court's fortunes." A spark of realization ignited in Hao Tian's mind. He finally comprehended his minister's implication. Was he suggesting that I emulate the demon emperor Dijun and wed my junior sister from the Yaoqi? Bai Jingxing suddenly clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, that is precisely my intention." Goodness! This simpleton finally grasped the concept. Although Bai Jingxing had devised a plan, he recognized the delicate nature of the matter and hesitated to speak it outright. After much effort, Hao Tian finally understood. However, following a brief moment of exhilaration, he quickly retreated from the idea. No. My junior sister from Yaoqi is like a sibling to me. I have always regarded her as a sister. This is utterly out of the question." Bai Jingxing's frustration mounted, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. "Damn it, I provide you with an opportunity, and you prove utterly inept. Are not such relationships often born from the bond of siblings? Yet, Hao Tian dares not even pursue a woman. He clearly harbors feelings for Yaoqi, yet remains so cowardly. Were it not for my own future, I would truly reconsider my service to you." The celestial star of Bai flicked his dust whisk and patiently said, "Your Majesty, the Tao ancestor has appointed you as the heavenly emperor, while the Queen Mother is to be the lady of the Yao Pool. It is the will of the Tao ancestor for you and the lady of the Yao Pool to unite." Upon hearing these words, Hao Yan felt an immediate lightness in his heart. It made perfect sense. Although the titles of Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother denote positions, the Heavenly Emperor reigns over the celestial court, while the Queen Mother stands as the foremost among female immortals. These two roles, at first glance, seem to form a harmonious pair. If this truly is the intention of the Tao ancestor, what then is there to fear? After all, it is not that he harbors aversion towards the Yao Pool. Rather, he fears rejection from her. Yet, he has always been one to heed the words of Hongjun when it comes to the lady of the Yao Pool. If he approaches this from that angle, he can convince himself that his marriage to her is in obedience to Hongjun's command. This is not an imposition, but merely the fulfillment of the Tao ancestor's decree. Observing Hao Tian's expression, Bai knew he had successfully swayed the emperor's thoughts. Now, he needed to stoke the flames further. "Your Majesty, I have previously stated that you and the lady of the Yao Pool are destined to be together, a union ordained by heaven, as decreed by the Tao ancestor. Your union with her will undoubtedly elevate the fortune of the celestial court. However, this is merely the first of its benefits. The second benefit is that you shall be spared from the tribulations of calamity." Bai's words indeed rekindled Hao Tian's interest. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired. With a subtle smile, Bai replied, "Your Majesty, it is akin to the union of Emperor Jun and the Sun Goddess, who bore the 10 golden crows. His Majesty may also be blessed with an heir from the Queen of the Jade Pool. When the divine tribulation commences, it would suffice for His Majesty to send forth an heir to serve as an exemplar for the celestial court. I am confident that even the ever-discontented celestial saints of Upper Clarity and Jade Clarity will have no objections at that time." Upon hearing the names of the primordial Lord of Jade Clarity and the celestial master of Upper Clarity, Hao Yan felt a surge of indignation. One had refused to allow his 12 golden immortals to ascend the ranks, while the other questioned why none from his own sect had emerged from the celestial court. However, with the method proposed by the Grand White Star, Hao Yan finally felt justified in his aspirations. Splendid! Hao Tian was elated. Following the Grand White Star's suggestion, he not only stood to gain a wife but could also circumvent the perils of the impending tribulation. Marvelous! Yet, just as the exhilaration surged within him, he realized that a significant hurdle remained. the will of the Queen of the Jade Pool. Throughout the years of their companionship, Hao Yin had subtly expressed his affections, but they had all been deftly sidestepped by her. Thus, he found himself lacking in confidence regarding the prospect of marrying her. With this thought weighing on him, he hesitated and stammered, "My dear minister, but if the Queen of the Jade Pool does not wish to marry me, what then? I cannot possibly force her, can I? Even if the Tao ancestor desires our union, I am certain he would not compel the Queen." Indeed, it has come to pass. Taibai Jingxing had anticipated that Hao Yin would pose such a question. If she agrees, then it truly is a matter of the supernatural. Even a ghost can discern that the Yaoqi goddess harbors no affection for you. Alas, the scholarly officials of the heavenly court bear a heavy burden. Not only must they assist Hao Yin in revitalizing the heavenly realm, but they are also tasked with aiding him in matters of the heart. Could I possibly transition to a martial official? Suddenly, the daily routine of battle and strife seems rather simple and blissful. Hao Yin is utterly useless. Can he truly ascend to the position of heavenly emperor? Or will he become just another discarded pawn like the ancient Dong Wang Gong? Taibai Jingxing suppressed his inner grievances and forced a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, it matters not that the Yaoqi goddess currently holds no affection for you. I have heard that she frequently bathes in a pool known as Wagukwen in the mortal realm. All you need to do is feign a casual stroll, accidentally encounter her, and behold her form. Given your connection with the goddess, surely she will have no choice but to consider marrying you." Chapter 11. The Yaoqi Goddess Bathes. Yin receives a soak. Taibai Jingxing. How utterly shameless you are. Upon hearing Taibai Jingxing's words, Hao Yin was not filled with joy. Instead, he furiously pointed an accusatory finger at Taibai Jingxing, berating him. The customs of the heavenly realm were inherently conservative. A woman would only reveal her form to the one she holds dear. Taibai Jingxing's scheme indeed had the potential to corner the Yaoqi goddess into an unavoidable decision of marriage. However, I have shared a childhood bond with the esteemed Yaoqi sister. A bond unmarred by malice. I, Hao Yin, am a paragon of virtue. How could I possibly entertain such treachery against the Yaoqi sister? At that moment, the illustrious Taibai Jingxing truly contemplated departing. This Hao Yin, not only foolish but also overly sentimental. Those destined for greatness should not be confined by trivialities, nor should they be shackled by romantic entanglements. Yet, this Hao Yin embodies every flaw imaginable. Fortunately, this very flaw is also a virtue, his profound sense of affection. If I can indeed assist Hao Yin in securing his supreme position, I am certain he shall repay my efforts. With this thought, Taibai Jingxing continued to counsel, "Your Majesty, this is merely a matter of expediency. Moreover, Your Majesty and the Yaoqi goddess are destined to be together. It is only a matter of time. However, the Yaoqi goddess's emotional maturity is still akin to that of a young maiden. Once her heart matures, she will undoubtedly recognize the immense charm that Your Majesty possesses as a divine being. She will surely fall in love with you. Alas, the calamity of the function approaches, and we cannot afford to wait." Upon hearing Taibai Jingxing's words, Hao Yin was swiftly swayed. He mused to himself, "Indeed, I am so charming. I was born to be the sovereign of the three realms. Once the Yaoqi sister matures a little more and gains wisdom, she will certainly fall for me, the destined emperor." Yet, the situation remained unchanged. For the sake of the great endeavor of function, this is but a trifling matter. Hao Yin deeply agreed, nodding incessantly as he turned to Taibai Jingxing. "Taibai, you truly are the most trusted minister of mine. Once the deification concludes and I have firmly established my supreme position, I assure you, I shall not neglect your contributions." Taibai Jingxing finally exhaled in relief, as it seemed that Hao Yin had regained his confidence. "Your Majesty, I encountered the Yaoqi Empress descending to the mortal realm just as I entered the palace. I suspect she may seek to bathe once again, to avoid any unforeseen delays. Your Majesty must seize this opportunity." Hao Yin sprang to his feet from the throne. "Excellent. There is no time to lose. I shall embark immediately." He cast aside his previous disdain and indignation regarding the plan, and instead found himself envisioning the ethereal form of the Yaoqi Empress, partially veiled in the water. A faint blush adorned his cheeks. In the mortal realm, a graceful figure descended from the heavens, riding on clouds towards the vicinity of Pan Silk Ridge. Yaoqi leaped from the clouds, arriving at a pool enveloped in white mist. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with phoenix-like eyes and vermilion lips. A figure of exquisite beauty. Though her face and demeanor bore a hint of youthful innocence, her form remained undeniably enchanting. With a touch of purity, Yaoqi shed her azure feathered garment. Her delicate silhouette was perfectly obscured by the ethereal steam, rendering her utterly dreamlike and captivating. She lightly tapped the water's surface with her toes before gracefully submerging herself into the pool. In the moment when her entire being was enveloped by the warm water, a surge of vibrant energy washed away the shadows that lingered in her heart. This pool, known as the Cleansing Spring, was said to be transformed from the essence of the ancient demon prince of the Golden Crow. Thus, the water was imbued with an abundance of yang energy. Immersing oneself in this spring not only enhances one's cultivation but also dispels discontent and gloom from the heart, leaving one's spirits considerably brighter. In truth, yet she had no particularly sorrowful matters weighing upon her. However, ever since she ascended to the position of the Queen Mother, living alongside her senior brother Hao Yin in the vast, yet desolate heavenly court, she gradually began to feel a sense of loneliness. Deep within her soul, she found herself reminiscing about the days spent as a disciple in the Purple Cloud Palace. During that time, although she served Hongjun, he was mostly in seclusion, requiring little of her. Consequently, her days were largely unrestrained and free, unlike now when she is burdened with an array of trivial administrative duties in the heavenly court, which can be quite bothersome. Back then, her senior brother Hao Yin was also innocent and full of vigor. Yet now, upon arriving in the heavenly court, he was consumed with thoughts of revitalizing it, his temperament growing increasingly irritable. It even seemed as if he had begun to harbor other sentiments towards her. Yet she wistfully thought how wonderful it would be to return to the past. This was precisely why she preferred bathing here rather than in the waters of the river of heaven. The waters of the river were too cold, devoid of any warmth. They were chilling, much like her heart. Only the waters here could impart a semblance of warmth to her. With this thought, Yao Qi closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the soothing embrace of the spring, completely at ease. At this moment, at the other end of the spring, a group of people arrived beside the water. "My lord, there appears to be a pool ahead, and it seems to be a hot spring." "What? Let me see." In Shou leaped down from his carriage, excitedly pushing aside the guards to reach the front, his eyes brightening at the sight. "Damn it. After searching for so long, I finally found a place to bathe. You all step back 50 paces. I am about to take a bath." "Yes, indeed." In Shou journeyed through the wilderness and arrived at the cleansing spring. Once the guards withdrew, he began to loosen his garments, muttering to himself, "Damn it. I came out this time to vent my frustrations. I merely wanted to prevent news of my misdeeds towards maidens from reaching the palace, which would tarnish my carefully crafted reputation. Thus, I had no choice but to flee to these remote mountains. Yet, not only did I fail to encounter a celestial being, but there wasn't even a single fairy. It has been 2 months since I left, and I haven't even had a proper soak in warm water. Today, this is the hot spring of the wilderness. I must indulge myself. Let us see how it compares to the baths at the spa." Shou removed his last piece of clothing and leaped high into the air, plunging into the crystal clear water. Feeling the abundant yang energy of the spring, he felt a surge of joy and closed his eyes, propelling himself further into the depths. Like a swordfish, he began to swim effortlessly. He had no idea how many meters he swam, but suddenly, he collided with something flat. How could there be a wall in the pool? Yet, it felt surprisingly soft. Reaching out to touch, it feels quite smooth. Chapter 12. Unseen and Unwatched. Just moments ago, in the waters, as Shou began to sense the invigorating energy of the Zhuangou spring, propelling himself into a dive, Yao Qi, completely immersed in serene relaxation at the other end, suddenly detected an overwhelming presence. This aura emanated from the opposite side of the pool. After all, the Zhuangou spring was formed from the impact of the fallen golden crow, its expanse considerable. Coupled with the enveloping steam, it rendered visibility limited to just a few meters within the water, let alone across the expanse of the pool. Who dares to trespass upon my bathing sanctuary? Yao Qi's alertness heightened. Is it a creature of the demon clan? It is approaching me. Just as Yao Qi sensed the urgency of the situation and attempted to summon her garments from the shore to escape the water, she found herself utterly restrained by this formidable pressure. Not only was she unable to cast her spells, but she could scarcely move. She had become akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Soon, she perceived beneath the misty surface of the lake a golden light swiftly advancing towards her. The source of this oppressive force was indeed the golden entity beneath the water's surface. The surface churned violently in response to its rapid movement. Is it targeting me? Could it be that during my previous visits to bathe, it had already set its sights upon me? Yao Qi swiftly caught a whiff of impending doom. Confronted by the relentless approach of the golden figure, Yao Qi resolutely closed her eyes, unable to move an inch. Yet, as a second passed, she felt no overwhelming impact. Instead, a round object had collided with her abdomen. Then, something resembling a hand reached out. What on earth is this? Shou sensed that he had bumped into something. This object was quite flat, yet not overly hard. Unaccustomed to opening his eyes underwater, his first instinct was to reach out and touch it. Oddly, could there be such smooth stones in the river? Wait, why does this feel so much like? Suddenly, realizing that something was amiss, Insho abruptly lifted his head above the water. He opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld a face that was slightly terrified yet breathtakingly beautiful. Her gaze resembled undulating waves, tranquil and serene, innocent yet resolute. Her eyes were shaped like blooming lotus petals. Her complexion was as pure as snow, resembling jade, imbued with a delicate blush, as if radiating a luminous glow. My goodness, a fairy. Undoubtedly a fairy. I have truly found a fairy. Suddenly, visions of a show he had watched in his previous life, titled Xianjian Qi Xiajuan, flooded his mind. The person before him was a strikingly perfect replica of Zhao Linger. No, she was even purer than Zhao Linger, radiating an ethereal innocence. It was at this moment that Insho finally comprehended what he had just collided with. Instinctively, his eyes darted downward, and his face quickly flushed crimson. On the other side, Yao Qi was overwhelmed with indignation, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. This shameless scoundrel dares to humiliate me so. Apologies. Insho leapt from the water's surface onto the table, turning his back to Yao Qi. Yet, he could not resist the urge to glance back. As Yao Qi felt the oppressive aura surrounding her dissipate, she suddenly realized that this person might not have intended to harm her. However, the events that had just transpired remained vividly etched in her mind, rendering her mortified, her fair cheeks flushed with crimson. Are you still looking? Yao Qi exclaimed in anger, her voice ringing like silver bells. I won't look. I'm leaving. Insho quickly turned his head. Goodness, she truly is a celestial being. Moreover, I just saw everything while in the water. She is indeed beautiful. Her waist is so slender, though a bit flat. Yao Qi was so furious that she felt like she could drown herself in the water and never resurface. Not only was this person bullying her, but he was also mocking her. Why did he claim he wouldn't look, yet still humiliate her? Was he toying with her? Are you still talking? Yao Qi fumed. In truth, this was because Yao Qi could hear Insho's thoughts. However, since he had his back to her, she assumed he was deliberately speaking to mock her. What? I didn't say anything. Is this woman out of her mind? I didn't even move my lips. Surely, she must be hallucinating from her bath. Insho was somewhat bewildered. Yao Qi heard that voice again, her anger causing her to splash the water's surface. Are you speaking again? In her fury, Yao Qi felt utterly perplexed. This person speaks frivolously, yet has not even turned to glance at themselves. Is there any necessity for this? Is it merely to amuse themselves? How can one say one thing and do another? Yao Qi found herself utterly perplexed by this individual. She was uncertain whether this person was genuinely toying with her or if they were suffering from a split in their psyche. She understood that some cultivators, in their pursuit of power, could become ensnared by their own inner demons. These demons typically remain dormant, only surfacing when one finds themselves unable to control their desires. Could it be that this person has summoned their inner demon because of me? Insho felt helpless. Alas, they possess a fine appearance, but are plagued by paranoia. What a pity. Insho could only say I shall walk 50 paces ahead into the grove. Once you are dressed, call for me. Yao Qi was about to emerge, standing up slightly, but quickly retreated back into the water, clasping her arms tightly across her chest. Do you intend to lure me from the water, only to spy on me while I change? Insho felt exasperated, growing impatient. Did you not see me when you were in the water? Yao Qi's face flushed as she began to stammer. That was due to the mist in the water. You couldn't see clearly, so you want to trick me onto the shore. Enough. Come out or stay submerged for eternity. Insho waved his hand dismissively and walked into the woods. Damn it, they truly suffer from paranoia. Not every man in the world wishes to take advantage of you. I had no idea you were in the water. Yao Qi thought it was no longer worth worrying. Remaining submerged was not a solution, since the other party had truly departed. She hastily donned her clothes. Just as the other had mentioned, having already been seen in the water, what difference would it make to be seen once more? Yao Qi observed Insho walking into the woods and confirmed several times whether he had been peeking. Then, with the swiftness of a sudden gale, she emerged from the water and quickly dressed herself. Hey, are you ready? Insho squatted beneath a large tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk as he called out loudly. Having just heard the sound of someone surfacing, he assumed the woman must be nearly clothed. However, there was no reply from her. Had she left? Was she truly unable to take a joke? Not wanting to wait any longer, he declared, if there is no one here, I'm coming out. Insho rose to his feet, cautiously peeking around the tree trunk, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. A barrage of celestial spells was hurtling towards him. What they can ambush. Chapter 13. To think you would desecrate the goddess Nuwa. And now you dare to insult my Yaoqi junior sister? What the? You can't handle this. You're ambushing me. In Shou's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shock as the approaching spells reflected in his gaze. With no time to contemplate, instinct took over and he dodged swiftly. Upon his emergence beside her, the area where he had previously stood lay utterly desolate, reduced to mere rubble. Goodness! Such ruthlessness! In Shou could not help but mentally berate, though outwardly he maintained a facade of amiability. Fairy, I assure you, it was unintentional. Let us converse amicably. I am Yaoqi, in the midst of casting her spell. Furrowed her brow. She discerned that this individual had not uttered a word, yet she could still perceive his voice. What sorcery is this? Is it ventriloquism? Or can I hear his thoughts? However, consumed by her rage, Yaoqi had little inclination to ponder this anomaly. The singular thought occupying her mind was the elimination of this shameless man, for she had once vowed that if anyone dared to gaze upon her form, they would either marry her or face death. Faced with this person, the choice was clear. She must kill him, by extinguishing his life. There would be no witnesses to her humiliation. Enough of this idle chatter, you lecher. Prepare to meet your demise. With that declaration, Yaoqi unleashed a flurry of spells. In Shou spun, leaped, and closed his eyes, deftly evading each incantation. Fairy, you cannot be unreasonable. I merely stumbled upon the pool to bathe, unaware that you were also within. Moreover, even if I had known of your presence, what of it? This pool does not bear your name, nor does it proclaim that outsiders are forbidden entry. There are no stipulations against mixed bathing. Why must I be barred from entering? I assure you, I would take responsibility. I am. In Shou, pleading for mercy while evading. He realized that this fairy might possess the cultivation of a pinnacle de Luojingxian. Although he could easily crush her with a single hand, in order to convincingly portray the role of King Zhou, it would be prudent not to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi found some merit in his words. However, the subsequent sounds that reached her ears caused her to lose her composure once more. Damn it. I initially thought she was quite attractive and intended to flirt a little, but her aggressive demeanor is akin to that of a fierce tigress. Forget it. If I were to bring her back to the palace, not only would I be safe, but the royal residence would undoubtedly be demolished. Yaoqi now understood that she could indeed hear this person's thoughts. Otherwise, the disparity between the sounds emitted when he spoke and the words she heard in silence should not be so vast. Yet, at this moment, Yaoqi was far too preoccupied to ponder why she could hear his inner voice. Humph. A rogue. A duplicitous scoundrel. It is you who has violated me. Yet you show no remorse while attempting to justify your actions. You say this pool is not mine, but you never claimed others cannot enter. Very well. Allow me to declare, I am the lady of the Yaoqi in heaven. The realm above and below is my domain. Do you not agree that it is I who holds the authority here? With that, Yaoqi removed a hairpin from her coiffure and hurled it towards In Shou. At this moment, In Shou felt as though he were paralyzed. The silver hairpin was reflected in his pupils, shimmering with astonishment. He was not merely astonished by the power of the Yao Pool hairpin, but rather, what a disaster. It's over. This is a complete failure. The Yao Pool. She is actually from the Yao Pool. The Queen Mother. It's all over. What a catastrophe. I merely intended to seek a fairy for some light-hearted amusement. Never did I expect to encounter the Queen Mother herself. Everything is collapsing. The entire narrative is unraveling. I understand now. This pool must be the cleansing spring. No wonder the 7 fairies bathe here. It is a glorious tradition inherited from their mother. And that hairpin, it must be the very one she uses to carve the Milky Way. After a moment of astonishment, In Shou quickly regained his composure, narrowly avoiding the strike imbued with the power to cleave the galaxy. He gazed at the vast earth that had been forcibly divided behind him, involuntarily swallowing hard. No wonder this woman could ruthlessly use that hairpin to separate her granddaughter from her granddaughter's husband. How ruthless! The Yao Pool was initially stunned by the true strength of this individual. She could not discern the opponent's cultivation level, yet he consistently evaded her attacks. That last strike with the divine hairpin was her most formidable artifact, second only to the Western Cloud Realm's plain banner in terms of lethal power. However, the words she had just overheard shifted her focus from the intent to eliminate him to the content of his thoughts. What nonsense is this person spouting? What? Shall I use a divine hairpin to carve out a galaxy, solely to separate my granddaughter from her husband? Is this a deed within the realm of mortals? What In Shou did not realize was that Yaoqi had only recently ascended to the heavenly court and had not yet wed Haotian. At this moment, Yaoqi's temperament leaned towards the innocent and carefree nature of a young girl, filled with beautiful fantasies about love. In truth, her later transformation into the harsh and rigid figure often depicted in various literary and cinematic works stemmed from her experiences with the heavenly court's stringent rules and a failed marriage. Yao Qi's astonishment was far from over. Moreover, I am but a young maiden. Where do these 7 daughters emerge from? Have I even produced a granddaughter? This is nothing short of utter nonsense. Yao Qi's delicate brows furrowed in indignation as she exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Who are you truly?" In Shou, in a state of inner turmoil, recognized the formidable identity of the other party. She was none other than the Queen Mother. He had merely wished to indulge in a bit of freedom before Daji entered the palace, without entangling himself in any consequential matters with such a prominent figure. After all, the trajectory of future events remained uncertain. Thus, In Shou's immediate instinct was to conceal his identity. "I am from Shiqi." However, before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. "Impudent human king! To desecrate the goddess In was one thing, but to dare profane my junior sister Yao Qi is utterly intolerable." Chapter 14. In Shou, have the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sold their daughter to transcend tribulations? Impudent human king, you have desecrated the revered goddess En, and now you dare to dishonor my beloved sister from the Yao Qi. A resounding explosion echoed, and both In Shou and Yao Qi were momentarily struck with astonishment. Instinctively, they turned their gazes toward the horizon from whence the sound originated. There, they beheld a figure clad in imperial robes, emanating a resplendent golden light, approaching with an air of majesty. His eyes were filled with fury, as if he wielded the power to command the very heavens and earth. In Shou and Yao Qi simultaneously furrowed their brows, their expressions turning troubled. "Brother Haotian?" Haotian swiftly descended beside Yao Qi, his voice imbued with boundless tenderness and affection as he greeted her. Sister Yao Qi. Yao Qi, feeling awkward yet maintaining her decorum, managed to force a strained smile. She could not comprehend why Haotian appeared in this place. Meeting him was the last thing she desired at this moment. After all, she wished for no one to know of her predicament. The esteemed Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court, the sovereign of the 3 realms, had been desecrated by a mere mortal. Such a scandal would not only be her shame but also a mockery upon the Heavenly Court itself. If no outsiders were aware, she could simply eliminate the one who stood before her, and the matter would end there. However, now, according to Haotian, the one who had dishonored her was none other than the King of Humanity, even as the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court. To slay the King of Humanity would incur immense karmic retribution, even if there existed a causal link, with the king having first provoked her. Yao Qi found herself engulfed in hesitation. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yao Qi's demeanor, Haotian's gaze grew increasingly filled with resentment, even beginning to brew with a mixture of compassion and resolve. His arrival this time was predicated upon the wise counsel of the Taibai Jinxing, as he meticulously calculated the timing to catch a glimpse. Ahem. No. That is not quite right. Rather, he intended to serendipitously encounter the Yao Qi while she bathed. In a moment of unfortunate happenstance, he inadvertently beheld the Yao Qi's form. Consequently, he felt compelled to embody the sense of duty befitting an emperor and a man. He resolved to take responsibility for the Yao Qi. Thus, their union as Tao companions naturally ensued. Ultimately, the celestial fortune surged, and after bearing children, he acquired a tool to shield himself from calamities. Once he attained divinity, the world would be his domain, and beauty would be at his side. This primordial realm would bend to his will. It is essential to note that he had meticulously conducted numerous investigations and calculations to ensure he would appear at that fleeting and exquisite moment when the Yao Qi emerged from the waters. Yet unadorned, he had accounted for every detail, including the distance from the heavenly palace to the Zhuangho spring, the speed of the Yao Qi's teleportation, his own speed of escape, the wind velocity on that day, the density of the clouds, the visibility of the sky, as well as the bathing routine and duration of the Yao Qi, among countless other minutiae. All these particulars had been calculated with utmost precision by Haotian, all for the sake of that enchanting and sublime instant. Yet now, despite his careful timing, the Yao Qi had already donned her attire and was engaged in a confrontation with this human king. Moreover, she vehemently declared that this human king was a lecherous scoundrel. Thus, after a simple exercise in logical reasoning, the unwelcome conclusion that Haotian was reluctant to confront became painfully apparent. The Yao Qi must have previously been exposed to this lascivious human king. His painstakingly devised plans had been thwarted by none other than this mere human king. Upon arriving at the Yao Qi, it is evident that one's presence has not been met with any semblance of warmth. It appears that the Yao Qi junior sister is deeply humiliated and indignant due to the presence of this so-called king. Her demeanor reflects a lack of joy upon my arrival, which is utterly intolerable. This cannot be endured. The resentment within Hao Tian towards Yin Shou has intensified, and with a swift change in expression. He fixes a fierce gaze upon Yin Shou. Bold king, I have always presumed the worst malice of you. Yet, I never anticipated nor wished that you would descend to such depravity. Yin Shou feels as though 1,000 drums are resounding within him. What an unfortunate day, he laments. Encountering the Queen Mother is one thing, but even the Jade Emperor has graced this occasion. What does this mean? Are both spouses present? Am I to be accused of seducing someone else's wife, only to be caught red-handed by the husband? Upon hearing Yin Shou's inner thoughts, Yao Qi's anger nearly erupts. As if her nostrils might explode from the intensity of her fury. Her fists are clenched so tightly that her nails dig into her flesh. Yet she remains oblivious to the pain. What nonsensical words is this king uttering? What husband and wife nonsense is this? How could I possibly marry senior brother Hao Yan? I regard him merely as a brother. Yao Qi casts a sidelong glance at Hao Yan, only to discover that his expression remains unchanged, unaffected by Yin Shou's inner musings. Suddenly, a conjecture arises within her mind. Could it be that senior brother Hao Tian is unable to hear the thoughts of this king? Am I the only one who possesses this ability? Confronted by the formidable presence of the Yao Qi and the evidently deranged Hao Tian, Yin Shou frantically sought an escape route. He observed that both Hao Tian and Yao Qi appeared significantly younger than his recollection suggested. They embodied the vigor of youth. Yao Qi, in particular, resembled a maiden. This starkly contrasted with the portly, exaggerated depictions he had seen in the television adaptation of Journey to the West. The current manifestations of these two were anything but unrefined. Furthermore, Yin Shou noted the manner in which Hao Tian and Yao Qi addressed one another. Hao Tian Shixiao, Yao Qi Shimmy. A sudden realization struck him. It dawned upon him that these two had yet to be wed. Astonished, he thought to himself, I had not anticipated this. This moment marked the time before the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had united as partners. They were indeed fated companions. It made sense. Considering that the heavenly court had yet to bestow titles upon the deities, and the tribulations had not yet unfolded. He recalled that the heavenly court had produced a princess named Long Ji, who ascended the divine ranking. It was quite possible that the union of these two served as a means to shield the heavenly realm from calamities. Truly, one could not deny the familiar resemblance in their actions. These two, it seemed, would go so far as to place their own daughter upon the divine roster for their own benefit. No wonder they were perceived as the antagonists in later tales. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident that within the saga of the deities, Hao Tian lurked as the hidden protagonist and ultimate victor. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Akin to a narrative where the antagonist teases the heroine only to be confronted by the hero. I must resolutely avoid entangling myself with these two. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Faced with the imposing demeanor of the two, Yin Shou, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation, hastily attempted to defuse the tension with laughter. However, at that moment, the heart of Yao Qi was tumultuous, as if besieged by raging waves and resonating with the thunderous echoes of calamity. Chapter 15. Yin Shou, I never expected you, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes, to be such a lecher. Yao Qi felt her spirit wavering. She struggled to maintain her footing. The revelations imparted by Yin Shou were simply too overwhelming for her to fathom. Was she truly destined to be with Hao Tian? Moreover, Hao Tian would send their child to the list of deities, merely to avert catastrophe. How could the innocent, righteous, and kind-hearted Yao Qi accept such a reality? No. Impossible. This king must be spouting nonsense. Observing Yao Qi's pale countenance and the disarray in her spirit, Hao Tian concluded that Yin Shou had utterly distressed her. He swiftly unleashed a formidable imperial aura, rebuking Yin Shou with fury. Yin Shou, how could you, a king among men, stoop to such despicable depths? There is no need for your deceit. Just a month ago, you dared to desecrate the sacred image of Niwa. What further transgressions are you capable of? Do not presume that your title as king renders you immune to my wrath. I am the sovereign of the heavenly court, and if necessary, I shall bear the backlash of karmic retribution on behalf of the celestial domain. Furthermore, you are unworthy of the title of king. I act in accordance with the will of the heavens. Hao Yan, after all, resides at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, and his oppressive aura is certainly not to be underestimated. This incited a fierce indignation within Yin Shou, as it posed a significant inconvenience. To him, this mere quasi-saint pressure felt akin to a sheet of paper resting upon him. No, it was even less substantial than that. Merely a breath of air. He felt nothing at all. This meant he had to feign the struggle of being overwhelmed by the weight of the oppression. Damn it, isn't this just complicating my performance? Do not provoke me. I am now the King Zhou, and the King Zhou fears not the celestial deities. Even you all must return to my palace. Heavenly Emperor, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Having vented his frustrations, Insho obediently lowered his shoulders. Yet his spine remained defiantly erect. His knees did not bend. How could a king kneel before a celestial deity? He resolved that even if it meant breaking his own legs, he would not yield to Hao Yan's oppressive might. Alas, as my cultivation rises, portraying the role of a villain being humiliated becomes increasingly challenging. How authentic it was when I first commenced this journey, utterly powerless and easily overpowered. There was no other choice. According to the narrative, the King Zhou had never practiced sorcery. If he could defeat Hao Yan, the complications would cease. He would simply strike. Yao Qi, upon hearing Insho's thoughts, was profoundly astonished. Just moments ago, she had exerted all her strength yet could not land a blow on this king. She sensed that it was not merely luck on his part. Now, hearing his thoughts, she realized this king faced the pressure of a quasi-saint as if it were a gentle breeze. Moreover, he seemed utterly dismissive of Hao Yan's realm. But why does he pretend to be incapable of fighting back? What is his true intention? What does he mean by the instance he mentioned? Could it be akin to a miniature world? To him, is the primordial realm merely a small world he has traversed? Is he intimately familiar with the developments within this little realm? Were his previous assertions indeed truthful? This man is shrouded in too many enigmas. Just as Yao Qi's confusion deepened, Insho's inner voice resonated once more. Hao Yan, you dare to call me lewd? My arrival at the purification spring was purely coincidental. What brought you here? Why did you appear the moment Yao Qi initiated her attack on me? Had I not inadvertently collided with Yu Qi, prompting her to emerge from her bath prematurely? Was it not you who chanced upon Yao Qi bathing at this moment? Yao Qi's eyes widened. Insho's words indeed rekindled a lingering question in her mind. Why did Hao Yan suddenly materialize here? She had not sought his assistance, and she had never disclosed her descent to this place for a bath to anyone. In fact, she would conceal her presence each time she visited. She came here to escape the indifference and troubles of the heavenly court. This was her solitary secret. She wished for no one to know. So how could it be that Hao Yan appeared here by such fortuitous coincidence? As Insho feigned being pinned down by oppressive force, he internally lamented. It was unbearable to remain in such a position. Surely, he could not simply strike Hao Yan down in one blow, could he? Otherwise, who would assume the role of the heavenly emperor? Must he take on that mantle himself? Thus, Insho could only vent his frustrations through frenzied inner monologues. Haha, I see now. Hao Yan, who would have thought that you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, also harbored voyeuristic inclinations? The calamity is imminent. Yet you were coerced by those saints to bring disaster upon the heavenly court. So, you devised a plan to marry and bear children, intending to involve them in the calamity. And thus, you set your sights on the jade pool. You wish to gaze upon her bathing and then take responsibility for her. Haha, so that is how Princess Longji came into being. Goodness, you truly are something, Hao Yan. But it's no matter. After all, you are fated to be a couple. Yao Qi, observing the pretentious agony of Insho, could only think that this person was utterly deranged. How can one be so jubilant and self-satisfied in their mind while displaying such a tormented expression? Are your heart and body not aligned? Nevertheless, while Yao Qi found Insho repugnant, she now perceived Hao Yan in an even worse light. A person who could betray their own child was utterly unlikable to her. Not to mention that Hao Yan's intentions this time were also rather unsavory. Yao Qi initially thought there was nothing wrong with following the will of fate. However, deep within her heart, a seed was swiftly sprouting. Regardless of what is fated, the person I choose to marry shall be determined by me. At this moment, Hao Yan, believing he had a firm grasp on Insho, smugly proclaimed, King of humanity, all of this is your own doing. Insho was utterly bewildered. He had no desire to continue his performance. Heavenly Emperor, do not be so tyrannical. I assure you, I have seen nothing. I merely happened to pass by and decided to take a bath. I noticed the spring water was invigorating, and surely a soak would benefit my health. Moreover, I was swimming with my eyes closed. I thought I had collided with a wall, only to discover it was the Yao Qi maiden. Mid-explanation, Insho's voice abruptly faltered. It was over. He was in deep trouble. Suddenly, he realized his attempts to clarify only deepened his predicament. The Yao Qi maiden's face flushed crimson, as if her vital energy might burst forth. Meanwhile, Hao Yan's complexion shifted from red to black, darkening to the point of seeming to drip water. What is happening here? Not only did you look, but you also touched her. I grew up alongside you, Qi. We were childhood friends. I have never even brushed against her hand. You actually dared. How could you have the audacity? Die. The situation escalated. Hao Yan felt a wave of jealousy wash over him, and he completely lost his composure. Initially, he had only intended to chastise Insho in a fit of anger to win Yao Qi's favor. But now his heart was filled with murderous intent. You, the king of men, shall pay for your actions. Today, I shall uphold justice. Hao Tian summoned a long sword, and a brilliant, dazzling sword light erupted into the air, as if celestial beings were manifesting around him. This was the Hao Tian sword, a primordial weapon of destruction bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. If this sword were to strike, it would be akin to severing the stars beyond the heavens, causing the very void to tremble and the clouds at the horizon to collapse. At the moment when the utterly deranged Hao Tian unleashed this strike, a voice filled with shyness and resentment, yet as melodious as a silver bell, suddenly interrupted him. Stop. Chapter 16. In Shou, Hao Tian, if you are my brother, then come and strike me. Stop. The icy reprimand caused Hao Tian to momentarily falter in his swordplay. The brilliant radiance of his sword receded, becoming profound and shadowy. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would have been able to halt Hao Tian's actions. He is the current emperor of heaven, standing unrivaled within the vast wilderness, above all others. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of Hongjun and the saints from the realm. Yet, he would never heed the commands of another. His principles are his own. For him to submit to anyone else is more unbearable than the loss of his own life. However, the one who reprimanded him and commanded him to halt was none other than Yao Qi. A myriad of emotions, unwillingness, astonishment, confusion, and fury flashed across Hao Tian's face. After much hesitation, his lips finally moved to utter, Yao Qi, junior sister. Why? Yao Qi, junior sister. Hasn't this lecher defiled you? Aren't you filled with hatred for him? What is wrong with me teaching him a lesson? Moreover, you are the queen mother of our heavenly court. The defilement of a human king against you is a defilement of our heavenly court's sacred might. As the emperor of heaven, I must impose heavenly punishment upon him. A series of questions from Hao Tian left Yao Qi's complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and white. Indeed, she found herself at a loss as to why she suddenly felt compelled to prevent Hao Tian from punishing In Shou. While it was true that In Shou's heartfelt confessions contained many aspects that piqued her curiosity and astonishment, he had undoubtedly offended her. Furthermore, In Shou had not only erred but had also spoken nonsense that tarnished her reputation. Deep down, she harbored a wish for his demise. Yet, she realized that, aside from her disdain for In Shou, she now felt no fondness for Hao Tian either. They were clearly two of a kind. Yet Hao Tian presented himself with an air of righteousness. Thus, as a whirlwind of emotion surged within her, she instinctively shouted for him to cease. In truth, aside from Hao Tian and Yao Qi, In Shou was equally bewildered. He had previously been concerned about how to explain his survival after enduring such a formidable strike from Hao Tian, a peak quasi-saint. However, at the very moment Hao Tian was about to strike, a brilliant idea struck him. He could harness the national fortune of the Great Shang to shield himself. This not only would mitigate the force of Hao Tian's blow, providing a plausible explanation for his survival, but also weaken the national fortune of the Great Shang in the process. At that moment, the king of humans, practicing the emperor's qi cultivation method, could, to some extent, connect with the national fortune and draw upon part of it for his own benefit. It was truly a masterstroke, killing two birds with one stone. It is worth noting that In Shou was currently quite troubled by this national fortune, following Yua's unconventional intervention in Foming Chaoga and Queen Zhang's fortuitous alterations to the situation in the North Sea. The circumstances had dramatically shifted. The last time he utilized the Eye of Fortune to survey the national destiny of the Shang dynasty, it had inexplicably surged to 80 years. Goodness! It was merely 30 years short of annihilation before, and now, an unwarranted 50 years have materialized. How can one possibly navigate this quest now? Although In Shou is aware that the adverse repercussions of Fengming Chaoga will soon manifest, and that should he lose the battle of Shang and Zhou, the national fortune of the Shang will reset to zero, he is still apprehensive about the current momentum of the Shang. He fears that Ji Chang and GFA may be unable to contend with it. Thus, regarding the national fortune of the Shang as a metric for gauging the quest's completion, In Shou believes it prudent to maintain control within the theoretical time frame of 28 years whenever an opportunity arises. Therefore, he had been fervently hoping that Hao Tian would strike down that sword. That was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor, a blade imbued with the celestial fortune of the heavens. To wield such a sword against the national fortune of the Shang should ideally sever 50 years from it. He was just a moment away from embracing that sword. What on earth? Are you two out of your minds? In Shou was on the brink of despair. I've already removed my trousers, and yet you didn't cut it down. Truly deserving of being the comedic duo of the later Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. No wonder you're perpetually the ones getting slapped in the face. In In Shou's mind, both the Yao Qi and Hao Tian were complete fools. One was absurdly attempting to advocate for him, while the other was utterly oblivious to the situation. This fellow, once again, is rambling nonsensically in his mind. What a scoundrel. In the Yaoqi, Inshou once again perceived the voice of his heart, feeling an overwhelming irritation that made him grit his teeth. "What a ridiculous duo of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother," he exclaimed. "I shall never become such a person. I will forever remain a little fairy." Inshou's frantic inner monologue showed no signs of abating. "I beg you, Haotian, disregard this foolish woman. Quickly, use your Haotian sword to strike me. If you are my brother, then come and strike me. If you are my enemy, you should strike me even more. You coward. Whatever the woman demands, you simply comply. Lickspittle. Ugh. Since you lack the courage to act, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." Inshou could only provoke actively. Heh. Is this what they call the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother? Unable to discern right from wrong. Hastily jumping to conclusions without verification. How can you govern this realm effectively with such conduct? Come on. If you dare, strike me. I, the people of the Great Shang, shall not let you go. Neither will the billions of our human race. Humph. In truth, the water in this pool is exceedingly thick with mist. Nothing is discernible within. The object I touched was remarkably smooth and flat. It could very well be a stone from the river, not a relic of the Queen Mother. As these words left his lips, both the Yaoqi and Haotian were momentarily taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The already irate Haotian lost all semblance of rational thought upon hearing the last two statements. Incredibly, he dared to touch it. The radiance emanating from the Haotian sword in his grasp surged once more, escalating to an overwhelming intensity. Chapter 17, Niwa, Haotian. The Jade Pool forbids you from slaying the king for your own good. Come on, strike me. Inshou closed his eyes, opened his arms, and tilted his head back. As if basking in the warm embrace of sunlight, engulfed by the cataclysmic brilliance of the sword. Provocatively, he pointed with his right hand and mouthed to Haotian. Come, bring it down upon my head. In her heart, the Jade Pool rebuked Inshou 1,000 times. It was only when the tremors of the sword's energy shattered her focus that she panicked once more, urgently imploring, Haotian, I do not wish to repeat myself. I command you to cease. A jolt surged through Haotian, akin to a profound blow. Why would the king humiliate the Jade Pool? And yet she repeatedly intervened on his behalf? Could it be that junior sister Jade Pool harbored feelings for him? A thought flickered in Haotian's mind. He had indeed heard tales of Na'vi celestial maidens who, after enduring repeated harassment by demons, ultimately fell deeply in love with their tormentors. Succumbing to the allure of the demonic path, could it be that junior sister Jade Pool? No, I must protect my junior sister. Jade Pool, do not blame your elder brother for disregarding your words. I act solely for your benefit. This time, Haotian did not relent. He tightened his grip on the sword. Though his eyes remained closed, Inshou felt exhilarated by the imminent clash of sword energy. It's coming. It's finally here. Strike my head. It had been a long time since he had experienced a head therapy session, just as Inshou was prepared to indulge in the moment. He suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This presence was neither from the Yao Pool nor from Haotian, but rather, at the Yao Pool. Unable to intercept Haotian in time, his gaze filled with dread as he beheld the sword of Haotian already unsheathed. In that instant, a magnificent radiance, seemingly traversing the endless river of time, enveloped the realm. The sword momentum of Haotian, which had already been unleashed, astonishingly hung suspended, failing to strike towards Inshou. Instead, it lingered, caught in a state of suspension. In fact, all motion and the flow of time within this space had been frozen by this overwhelming pressure. Haotian and Yaoqi, save for their eyes that still flickered, were rendered utterly immobile. Their minds were shocked beyond comprehension. They were all too familiar with this aura. The Saint-Enoi. Haotian, do cease your actions at once. A mature yet enchanting voice echoed through the air. A woman clad in a striking red robe, ethereal and alluring, with beauty that could rival the heavens, gracefully descended upon this realm. The flow of time returned to normal, yet to Haotian and Yaoqi. That fleeting moment felt as if it had spanned countless eons. Moreover, the devastating sword momentum unleashed by Haotian did not strike towards Inshou, nor did it recoil back upon him, but rather, it collapsed into nothingness. Such is the power of a saint, disturbing the balance of yin and yang, reversing life and death. Released from the immense pressure, Haotian and Yaoqi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Their backs were now drenched. Gasping for breath, a voice exclaimed, Enoi. Both Yaoqi and Haotian cried out in unison. However, Inshou had actually sensed Enoi's presence even before Haotian and Yaoqi. His astonishment was no less than theirs. Amidst his shock, he suddenly remembered that he was, in fact, Enoi's devoted admirer. His journey had merely been a pretext to seek her out. Thus, in an instant, Inshou's expression transformed from one of despair to one of adoration and longing. Enoi, at last, I have found you. Did you come here today specifically to meet me? You finally deigned to see me. Do you have any idea how arduous my search for you has been? Today, I, in Shou, can finally behold your true form. I knew all along that you must have feelings for me as well. Am I correct? Come, let us return to the morning song together. In Shou's series of passionate yet commanding declarations sent shivers down the spines of the other three. Hao Tian and Yao Qi were especially taken aback. They could scarcely believe that such audacity existed within the primordial realm, daring to address Enhua in such a manner. Yao Qi, along with Enhua, could only respond with an incredulous gasp. Had it not been for their ability to hear In Shou's innermost thoughts, they might have been led to believe it. Enhua, what on earth? How could she possibly be here? This is truly bizarre. Why is it that every time I see her, images of my kind-hearted aunt, my mother's friend, and my female classmate from the neighborhood all simultaneously surface in my mind? Indeed, In Shou has begun to unleash a torrent of internal monologue. Yua rolled her eyes, perplexed by these fleeting images. The reason she found herself here was due to the aftermath of the Niwa Palace incident. She had been monitoring In Shou ever since. But as she discovered that he could sense her presence when she drew near, and that her tracking spells proved ineffective against him, Niwa refrained from approaching him too closely to eavesdrop on his thoughts. However, this time, when the Jade Pool took action against In Shou, their confrontation led to a release of energy, prompting Niwa to rush over. She had been patiently waiting for In Shou to take a concubine, intending to infiltrate the palace and extract information. How had In Shou suddenly become entangled with the Jade Pool? Nevertheless, her thoughts were not predominantly on him at this moment, for she could distinctly perceive Hao Tian's confusion. Upon encountering Niwa, Hao Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yet, his long-standing reverence for the saints restrained him from being as audacious as In Shou. Even in his mind, he dared not entertain reckless thoughts. Hao Tian performed a respectful bow to Niwa, his face etched with defiance, exclaiming, "Lady Niwa, why do you not permit me to take action against this human king? This king has once desecrated you. Could it be that you—" Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped him. He recalled how, following the Niwa Palace incident, she had not punished the human king. Coupled with this occurrence, could it be that both Niwa and the Jade Pool had developed a fondness for this debauched human king? Why? Why did the Jade Pool and the goddess Enhua align themselves with this lecherous scoundrel? Is it true that women are inherently drawn to such wicked men? In an instant, Enhua grasped the underlying message conveyed by Hao Tian. A fleeting blush graced her exquisite visage before she swiftly composed herself and remarked, "Hao Tian, you are truly obstinate. The Jade Pool's admonition to refrain from targeting the King of Humanity was meant for your own good." Chapter 18, The Bright Star of Venus. Has Hao Tian come to terms with this? For my benefit? Hao Tian found himself increasingly perplexed, suddenly perceiving these women as utterly unreasonable. To betray me is for my own good? What sort of logic is that? Enhua, disheartened, shook her head and sighed. Just moments ago, the King of Humanity invoked the national fortune of the great Shang of the human race to protect himself. Should you strike down with your sword? It would indeed injure him. However, it would also sever a significant portion of fortune. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, can you truly bear the immense karma and consequences that would befall both you and the heavenly court? Hao Tian's pupils constricted sharply, as if a slender ray of light pierced the area between his temples. Enhua's words resonated with profound wisdom. The human race represents the current protagonist of heaven and earth, embodying the essence of the primordial beings. They carry an abundance of fortune. Any endeavor that supports humanity may be rewarded with celestial merit, while any act that harms humanity will inevitably invite karma. The reason the demon race is abhorred by the heavens is precisely due to their atrocities against countless human lives, using the souls of humanity to forge the sword of slaughtering witches. Even now, despite Hao Tian's ascension to the role of the heavenly court sovereign, the operation of the celestial court and the effective governance of the mortal realm to ensure the flourishing of humanity is indeed one of his paramount responsibilities. It is no wonder that during the last incident, when the revered Niwa was defiled, she refrained from taking action against the human king. Had I acted impulsively and slain the human king, the ruler of the celestial court would undoubtedly have been replaced. Hao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He cast a cautious glance at Niwa, then at the Yao Qi, and a tender expression surfaced in his gaze. I knew it. Sister Yao Qi genuinely has my best interests at heart. All along, Sister Yao Qi harbors feelings for me. At that moment, the confusion within In Shou was also resolved. Good heavens! I was genuinely concerned that Niwa, with her proclamations and her interventions on my behalf, might have truly fallen for me. Indeed, her heart is as dark as it is ruthless. She is indeed my fateful adversary. What a stroke of misfortune. The current abundance of fortune for the Deshang is all due to her machinations. Why don't you just have Hao Tian strike me instead? When shall I wait for you to provoke the myriad races into action? And what of my nine-tailed fox? Have you made arrangements? Inshou's internal tirade left Niwa with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Inshou, what are you still doing out there? If you have the courage, return to Chaoga and take a concubine now. Watch how I enter the palace to torment you. Upon hearing Inshou's thoughts, Yaoqi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, she quickly realized that such a display was inappropriate and promptly adopted a serious demeanor, a mere change of countenance. Yet it was enough to evoke an involuntary blush. However, this display from Yaoqi had not escaped the keen observation of Niwa. What could have prompted Yaoqi to smile so suddenly? And why did she earlier intervene to prevent Haoyan from slaying Inshou? Could it be that she possesses some knowledge? Is it possible that she too? A bold notion began to take root in Niwa's mind. She felt compelled to engage Yaoqi in a private conversation. Meanwhile, Hao Tian was also attuned to Yaoqi's expressions. Yaoqi, my junior sister, is smiling. Is Yaoqi blushing? Surely. She must be embarrassed because the goddess Niwa has uncovered her thoughts. Indeed, she is genuinely concerned for my well-being. Niwa, sensing that the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion, adopted a tone akin to an elder admonishing a younger counterpart, addressing Inshou, king of humanity. Your debauchery and lack of virtue will ultimately deplete the fortunes of the Shang dynasty and the human race. When that time comes, you shall surely face divine retribution. I advise you to reflect upon your actions. Let today's events conclude here. I urge you to take heed. Inshou was taken aback. Why do these words sound so much like kind advice? Why do I feel as though she is urging me to be a better person? Impossible. Impossible. This vixen. Instantly, Inshou regained his passionate demeanor, ingratiatingly proclaiming, Rest assured, Goddess Niwa, I shall dedicate myself to the cause and lead humanity to resurgence. Striving to become a king worthy of your esteemed presence, I am determined to prove myself. The disgust I feel is not mine alone. Even Enwa and the Yao Pool are overwhelmed by an urge to retch, unable to endure any longer. Enwa shook her head and instantly transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing from sight. Yao Pool cast a lingering glance at me, gritting her teeth, before swiftly retreating as well. Wait, they just left like that? Aren't they going to say goodbye? Even Sister Yao Pool didn't wait for me? Haoyan found himself at a loss, glaring fiercely at me. Human king, you have escaped this time. Next time, I shall make you pay. Undaunted. I raised my chin defiantly. Heavenly Emperor, do not be cowardly. I await your challenge. Haoyan snorted coldly and hastily followed after Yao Pool. Sister Yao Pool, wait for me. At last, I was left alone at the Zwugwa spring. What a calamity. I let out a frustrated roar, then muttered to myself, how strange. I can't shake the feeling that Enwa's last words were urging me to be a good king. I merely wished to deplete the fortune of the Deshang to reach my conclusion. You fools. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the bright star of Venus circled around. Estimating that Hao Tian should have returned by now. If all went smoothly, he might visit the Taiwei Yuqing Palace and perhaps witness the playful banter between Hao Tian and Yao Pool, calling each other brother Hao Tian and sister Yao Pool. Upon reflecting on this, even the weary heart of the illustrious Tai Bai Jin Xing began to harbor a flicker of anticipation. The spirit of gossip knows no age. With great enthusiasm, he made his way toward the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, his mind swirling with various congratulatory phrases for Hao Tian and Yao Qi, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The heavenly court was already short-staffed, with various administrative palaces lacking personnel to attend to them, let alone the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, which was merely Hao Tian's private quarters, with no one on duty who would concern themselves with the Jade Emperor's abode. In this regard, Hao Tian's reign as the Jade Emperor seemed to be far less enviable than the life of a mortal king. As Tai Bai Jin Xing continued his inquiries, he ventured deeper into the palace. To his astonishment, he did not witness the anticipated scene of Hao Tian and Yao Qi together in blissful union. Instead, he found Hao Tian alone, crouched in a corner, facing the wall, with his knees hugged to his chest. His shoulders quivered slightly, as if he were weeping. Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jin Xing approached cautiously, his heart racing with trepidation. Could it be that Hao Tian has met with failure? Impossible. In my youth, before ascending to the heavenly court, I successfully wooed many junior sisters and female cultivators with this very technique. If Hao Tian did not succeed, it must surely be due to some flaw in his own charm. After all, in my younger days, I was known as the most passionate and romantic figure in the southern Jianbu continent, a feat not easily matched. Your Majesty? Tai Bai Jin Xing had now reached Hao Tian's back. Noticing that Hao Tian did not respond, he tentatively placed a gentle hand on Hao Tian's shoulder. Your Majesty, alas. The toil of the working class is truly exhausting. Not only must one assist the leader with strategic counsel, but also navigate the complexities of emotional dilemmas. At last, Hao Tian, feeling a presence behind him, turned around with tears streaming down his face. The moment he turned, he startled the revered Taibai Jingxing. The latter leapt in surprise, staggering backward 3 steps as he struggled to maintain his balance. There stood Hao Tian, his face awash with tears, his eyes squinted as though in laughter. Yet his mouth twisted in a semblance of sorrow. The entire musculature of his face contorted grotesquely, each feature seemingly engaged in a battle of expressions. Taibai. Wuwa. You've come. Wuwa. Taibai Jingxing, taken aback, was left in a state of disarray. What on earth? Is Hao Tian crying or laughing? That expression is utterly hideous. Chapter 19. Taibai Jingxing. Is Hao Tian the forsaken child of heaven? My lord. Good heavens, what has transpired? Taibai Jingxing was momentarily dumbfounded by Hao Tian's grotesque visage. He hastened towards him, striving to maintain a sincere gaze in Hao Tian's direction, yet the latter's countenance was obscured by his disarray. It was impossible. Hao Tian's current state was simply too unsightly. Upon seeing his sole confidant arrive, Hao Tian's emotions spiraled uncontrollably, further twisting his expression. Amidst tears and laughter, he exclaimed, I don't understand what is happening to me. I can't tell whether I should cry or laugh. Woo-woo. Within Taibai Jingxing's heart, a small figure was convulsing in frantic disbelief. He began to regret his decision to ascend to the heavenly court for the umpteenth time. Even if he were not to reach the heavenly court, he was once a wandering immortal thriving in the realm of cultivation. Initially, he felt that a life of perpetual drifting was unsustainable and sought to embrace the solid support of the heavenly court. Though its prospects were limited, it at least promised a stable livelihood. Little did he know that his master was such an eccentric character. It was simply too challenging to serve him. However, there was no choice. One must dutifully serve the master one has chosen, even if it meant kneeling. The planetary venerable Taibai patiently inquired, Your Majesty, please do not be hasty. Take your time. Did you not descend to the lower realm to visit the Zhuangho Spring, to seek out the Yaoqi Empress? Did you, as the old minister advised, happen to encounter the Yaoqi Empress? Upon hearing this, a visible sorrow flickered in Hao Tian's eyes. What saddened him to the brink of tears was indeed this matter. Taibai. Hao Tian clutched Taibai's robes tightly and soon recounted the events that transpired at the Zhuangho Spring in detail. After listening, Taibai's heart was filled with a cacophony of despair. In his view, Hao Tian was truly the most unfortunate of souls. Even a duck that had landed in his grasp could be snatched away by another. Such was his fortune. Was this truly the sovereign of the heavenly court, the embodiment of destiny? Why do I feel that fate is entirely aligned with that human king? Hao Tian is indeed the forsaken child of heaven. But is it really so dire? As the celestial emperor, he cannot even let go of a single woman. How utterly lacking in ambition. In Taibai's eyes, since such events had transpired between the Yaoqi and the human king, continuing to allow Hao Tian to wed Yaoqi, thereby placing Yaoqi in the position of the Queen Mother, is indeed quite inappropriate. The Queen of Heaven, in an entangled relationship with the ruler of the mortal realm? It must be noted that according to their plans, the ruler of the mortal realm is to claim the title of Son of Heaven. The ruler is Hao Tian's own son. How can it be acceptable for a son to have such ties with the Queen Mother? The expression on the face of the heavenly sage, Taibai Jingxing, immediately grew solemn. He lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty, a sovereign must not pursue a single course to the exclusion of all others. One must always be prepared with alternatives. Does Your Majesty comprehend the old minister's intent? Hao Tian, in a mixture of laughter and tears, shook his head in confusion. I do not understand. Alas. Is it too late to join the Chan sect? Taibai Jingxing suppressed the urge to turn away in frustration and spoke each word deliberately. What I mean is, one cannot hang oneself from a single tree. Since Yaoqi is not a viable option, I believe we should consider a change. No, absolutely not. Hao Tian's vehement exclamation cut off Taibai Jingxing. The heavenly sage, deeply engrossed in his earnest counsel, nearly found himself startled to death by Hao Tian's outburst. What on earth? Why such theatrics? Hao Tian continued to shake his head vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I shall never relinquish my beloved Yaoqi. She and I are a match made in heaven. After hearing Hao Tian's heartfelt declaration, the Taibai Jingxing bowed his head deeply, appearing profoundly moved. Yet, in truth, he was determined to conceal the murderous intent in his gaze directed at Hao Tian. Although he was utterly disillusioned with Hao Tian, such disappointment must remain hidden from him. Even though he often contemplated abandoning the heavenly court to join either the Chan or Jie sects when in a foul mood, he understood that, at this juncture, the heavenly court was the safest haven. As Hao Tian's sole confidant, he was privy to some of the esoteric secrets surrounding the impending calamity of the Fengshen. Given that this calamity manifested in the form of the Fengshen, those already within the heavenly court were inherently the most secure. As for the notion that the heavenly court must also sacrifice individuals to endure the tribulation, that referred to Hao Yan's own kin and disciples. He was a divine official of the heavenly court, not one of Hao Yan's disciples. However, the Taibai Jingxing feared that he might perish from frustration before the calamity could even unfold, for the wilderness was treacherous, where strength reigned supreme and cunning was paramount. It was not solely the tribulation that could claim lives. If Hao Yan continued to stagnate, the entire heavenly court risked being led to ruin by him. Alas, what manner of being is Hao Yan? A sovereign should not display their emotions. Yet Hao Yan has transcended mere emotional expression. He exhibits both joy and anger simultaneously. While others find themselves in a state of perplexity, he is both weeping and laughing. The Taibai Jingxing grew increasingly bewildered. In such circumstances, Hao Yan's tears should suffice. Why must he also laugh? Indeed, how can he still find joy amidst the calamity that has befallen the Yao Qi? Has he been so deeply affected that he has succumbed to madness? Indeed, before the esteemed Taibai Jingxing could pose a question, Hao Yan began to speak of his own accord. Despite the tears cascading down his face, an expression of bliss radiated from the corners of his eyes. Oh, Taibai, you cannot fathom. It is only today that I have come to realize that my beloved sister Yao Qi has quietly harbored feelings for me all along. Chapter 20. Your Majesty. This is indeed a splendid opportunity to propose to the goddess of Yao Qi. The notion that the goddess of Yao Qi harbors affection for his majesty sent a flurry of questions racing through Taibai Jingxing's mind. Instinctively, he leaned back, striving to suppress any look of incredulity. Your Majesty, I beseech you to elaborate further. Hao Yan, who was troubled by the absence of anyone with whom to share his elation, poured forth the tale of Sister Yao Qi's concern for his well-being, fearing that he might suffer repercussions for slaying the king of men. Thus, he recounted the events in detail, emphasizing that Sister Yao Qi had always cared for him in silence, her heart inclined towards him. At last, Hao Yan exhaled deeply. Having unburdened his emotions, his demeanor gradually returned to normal. He realized that his affection for Yao Qi surpassed her feelings of jealousy towards him. After all, what is a mere hint of envy? To navigate the celestial realm, one must occasionally bear a touch of green upon one's brow. As long as he could be with Yu Qi, he could certainly shoulder this small burden. Taibai Jingxing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His perspective diverged significantly from Hao Yan's. He began to grasp that Hao Yan was perhaps indulging in fanciful thoughts. The illustrious Taibai Jingxing was once renowned as the most passionate figure of the southern Jiangbu continent. He navigated through the myriad of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. His understanding of matters between men and women surpassed even that of the sages. Taibai Jingxing was certain that the lady of the Yao Qi did not deter Hao Yan out of concern for him. Rather, it stemmed from some other reason altogether. Ultimately, it was evident that the lady of the Yao Qi did not harbor affection for Hao Yan. Oh my heavens, how can this fellow be so foolish? Taibai Jingxing felt a renewed sense of disappointment in Hao Yan. However, he did not intend to expose the truth. On the contrary, he believed it prudent to subtly guide Hao Yan towards the next course of action. Ah, Your Majesty, you are indeed the only person I admire in these three realms. Since the lady of the Yao Qi holds affection for Your Majesty, and Your Majesty is deeply enamored with her in return, I believe it would be most opportune for you to propose to her. Upon hearing these words, Hao Yan sprang to his feet in excitement. Taibai Jingxing, do you truly mean what you say? For the first time, Hao Yan felt that there existed someone in this world who understood him so profoundly. He vowed that once he secured his position as the supreme deity of the three realms, he would not neglect Taibai Jingxing's contributions. Yet, he soon found himself wavering again. But Taibai, after all, the lady of the Yao Qi has just endured such turmoil. Would she even be inclined to accept my proposal? Taibai Jingxing chuckled. I believe this is precisely the moment to act. With a raised brow, Hao Yan inquired, what do you mean by that? Taibai Jingxing performed a respectful bow and replied, Your humble servant believes that the Yao Qi Empress, having endured such tribulations, is particularly concerned about her reputation and integrity at this moment. Should Your Majesty propose to the Yao Qi Empress now, it would not only demonstrate your imperial magnanimity and masculine fortitude, but also elevate your image and status in her eyes. Furthermore, it would convey your profound affection for her, deepening her admiration for you. Most importantly, it would provide the Yao Qi Empress, currently in a state of panic, with a sanctuary from the tempest. I am convinced that if Your Majesty extends your hand during this critical juncture, she will undoubtedly grasp it tightly. Taibai Jingxing's eloquent remarks were imbued with subtlety. His intention was to seize the opportunity while the Yao Qi Empress was at her most vulnerable. In such moments, a woman yearns for a pillar of support. Yet, he understood that Hao Yan's righteous demeanor and impetuous nature would likely lead him to reject such an idea. Hence he chose a more palatable expression. As anticipated, Hao Tian was immediately intrigued. Born from the primordial chaos, yet understood by Tai Bai, he exclaimed, "Ah, Tai Bai, you truly reside within my heart. Very well. I shall not tarry. I will seek out my Yao Qi junior sister at once. If this succeeds, I shall invite you to be our witness." Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly responded with courtesy, "Ah, Your Majesty. The marriage ceremony of His Majesty and the Queen Mother undoubtedly requires the esteemed Taoist ancestor to preside over it to meet the grand standards." Hao Tian was practically elevated to the heavens, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Tai Bai, you." The two, sovereign and subject, jested as they made their way to the palace where the Yao Qi resided. The abode of Yao Qi was a celestial pond, aptly named Yao Qi. She sat by the water's edge, gazing into the crystal-clear depths. Lost in contemplation of the mortal realm below, today had been overwhelming for her. Even now, her heart remained in disarray. After much effort, she had managed to temporarily set aside the turmoil caused by Yin Shou. Although it weighed heavily upon her, it was ultimately a matter of the past. What had transpired could not be altered. Even if she sought to confront Yin Shou, it would require careful deliberation. There was no need for haste. Yet, the present and the impending future filled Yao Qi with a profound sense of unease. This disquiet stemmed from the whispers of Yin Shou, echoing his visions for her future. Will I truly marry senior brother Hao Yin? Will our children become mere instruments for tribulations and the enforcement of celestial laws? If fate had not led her to encounter Yin Shou today, would she have already found herself entangled with senior brother Hao Yin? The mere thought ignited a nameless fury within her. However, the memories of their childhood companionship instilled a flicker of hope in Yao Qi. Perhaps all of this was merely a matter of coincidence. After all, the reason that scoundrel appeared before brother Hao Yin is merely conjecture. Brother Hao Yin may have just happened to pass nearby and sensed the aura of my battle, prompting him to come to my aid. He harbors no such intentions towards me. In truth, until today, Yao Qi had never considered her relationship with Hao Yin in that light. Firstly, they had grown up together, far too familiar with one another. Secondly, Hao Yin had always been exceedingly timid, never once overtly expressing his affection for Yao Qi over the years. Thus, Yao Qi still clung to a glimmer of hope. She wished that the whispers within Yin Shou's heart were merely the nonsensical ramblings of a rogue. After all, she is the revered Yao Qi of the heavenly court, while Yin Shou is merely a king among men. Their standings and powers are entirely different. Yes, that king must be speaking in folly. Yet, just as Yao Qi began to lull herself into self-deception, an unwelcome voice pierced through her thoughts. Junior sister Yao Qi. Chapter 21. Hao Yin confesses to Yao Qi. Yao Qi seeks Nuwa brother Hao Yin. Why has he arrived at this moment? Does he not realize that I am not in the mood at this time? Brother Hao Yin, I have already taken my rest. Yao Qi had just risen from the edge of the pool, intending to call out and dissuade Hao Yin from entering. However, as she turned, she was taken aback to see Hao Yin staggering through the entrance. Brother Hao Yin. Yao Qi's brow furrowed, and her expression instantly soured. Not only because Hao Yin intruded without his consent, but more importantly, Hao Yin was in a deplorable state. Yao Qi observed that after entering, Hao Yin's steps were somewhat unsteady, his gaze unfocused, and his nose and cheeks flushed. The scent of alcohol lingered around him. Senior brother Hao Yin, have you been drinking? Yao Qi's voice grew increasingly frigid. Junior sister Yao Qi. Hao Yin did not respond but affectionately called out to her. Indeed, he had indulged in drink. However, as a figure of considerable stature, what liquor could truly intoxicate him if he did not wish to be? It was merely his own desire to become inebriated. The act of drinking was suggested by the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. According to Tai Bai Jinxing, there was merely a thin veil separating him from Yao Qi. All that was required was for it to be pierced. Yet, due to Hao Yin's perpetual timidity, no, as per Tai Bai Jinxing's exact words, his excessive gentleness, Yao Qi had never sensed the depth of Hao Yin's affection for her. Thus, emboldened by liquor, Hao Yin needed to summon the courage to breach this barrier and win Yao Qi's heart. If Hao Yin dared to confess, the vulnerable Yao Qi would undoubtedly feel as though she had found solace. It was practically within his grasp. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, Yao Qi instinctively took 2 steps back, her divine hairpin gripped tightly in her hand. Senior brother Hao Yin, what are your intentions? Hao Yin waved his hand and leaned closer to Yao Qi. The effects of the alcohol were indeed potent, and he now felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Surely, Yao Qi was captivated by his charm. He was the master of destiny, who could evade his grasp. Hao Yin laughed heartily. Yao Qi, my dear junior sister, there is no need to feel anxious. In truth, I have always held deep affection for you. Although today you had that incident with the king of men, I do not mind it at all. I do not consider you tainted in the slightest. Yao Qi's expression darkened visibly, her eyes flashing with fierce intensity. What did you just say? Hao Tian hastily rephrased. No, no, no. In my heart, you will forever remain the purest of souls. I am willing to marry you at this very moment. Join me, dear Yu Qi. Let us together govern the heavenly court and preside over the myriad beings of the three realms. Upon finishing his declaration, he unexpectedly opened his arms and embraced Yao Qi. Yet, she swiftly evaded him, moving to the side. Hao Tian, please remain calm. Yao Qi's heart raced uncontrollably. She was nearly engulfed by despair, for she had finally realized that the heartfelt words spoken by Yin were indeed true. Hao Tian truly harbored feelings for her. They were destined to become the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Was her fate truly preordained? A surge of resistance welled up within Yao Qi. She was desperately contemplating how to extricate herself from Hao Tian's grasp. However, when she glanced at him, she found that Hao Tian showed no signs of pursuing further action. On the contrary, his expression seemed to reflect even greater terror than her own. Indeed, Hao Tian stood completely frozen in shock. Initially, he believed that by following the guidance of the Jade Emperor, Yao Qi would surely rush into his embrace. Yet, just moments ago, Yao Qi evaded him. You. The sound of Hao Tian's strained voice resembled that of a man whose throat had been constricted. How could you evade me? Do you not recognize that I am Hao Tian? I am the Celestial Emperor, having always basked in privilege and regarded himself as the sovereign of fate. He faced rejection for the first time, suffering an immense blow to his pride. The setback rendered him incapacitated, paralyzed by self-doubt, unable to confront himself. Were Taibai Jinxing to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly berate Hao Tian for his lack of resolve. Just act. Are you not a man? Do you lack even this modicum of experience? Continue to unleash your fervent advances, ignite the other's passion, and conquer completely. What are you waiting for? Yet, Hao Tian was not the deeply sentimental Taibai of the southern continent. He found himself momentarily ensnared in a state of self-doubt. Meanwhile, Yao Qi showed no signs of pity towards Hao Tian. On the contrary, she was consumed by fury. Hao Tian, do you even comprehend your actions? I can tell you right now, I do not harbor feelings for you. I will never be with you. Out of respect for our shared lineage, I shall refrain from reporting you to the ancestor this time. But I implore you to reflect on your behavior. Humph. Farewell. With that, Yao Qi executed a swift evasion technique and departed from the heavenly court. Although Hao Tian is straightforward, he has discerned Yao Qi's attitude towards him. He finds himself engulfed in profound frustration, sensing that his resolve is fracturing, leading to immense self-doubt. He feels utterly incapacitated, as if he has been transformed into a mere stone. Meanwhile, beyond the heavenly court, Yao Qi swiftly rides the clouds, distancing herself from the divine realm. In truth, she is uncertain of her destination. A tumult of anger, confusion, and fear pervades her being. She cannot fathom how events have spiraled to this point. Just as she grapples with her thoughts, the image of Nuwa suddenly surfaces in her mind. Among the 6 saints of heaven, Yao Qi shares the closest bond with Nuwa. Since the lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, where women are few, Yao Qi has often engaged in conversation with Nuwa. Over time, she has come to regard Nuwa as an elder sister. Why did Sister Nuwa appear during the confrontation between Hao Tian and the lecherous man? It seems that Nuwa herself had been offended by that same scoundrel before. Perhaps I should seek out Sister Nuwa for a discussion. The swiftly moving cloud in the sky altered its course, heading towards the palace of Nuwa. Chapter 22. A private conversation in Nuwa's chamber. In truth, Nuwa does not reside in the Nuwa Palace. Her true abode lies beyond the 33 heavens, in the Palace of Nuwa. The Nuwa Palace is merely one of the earthly manifestations of the Palace of Nuwa. At this moment, clad in a flowing red robe and possessing extraordinary beauty, Nuwa sits quietly in her palace, her enchanting eyes gently closed, as if awaiting something. Indeed, Nuwa's beauty could be regarded as the pinnacle among the myriad of female immortals in the primordial realm. Yet, she could not fathom why Sho harbored such disdain for her. Was it merely due to her age? That wretched Sho. Once I enter the palace, I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death, just as she prepared to unleash her wrath. Nuwa concealed her grimace upon sensing a familiar presence outside the Hua Huang Palace. Little Yu Qi? A subtle smile graced Nuwa's lips, revealing her enchanting demeanor. I was just contemplating how to seek you out, and here you are. Qingwan, please escort Yao Qi in. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Yao Qi was led into the Hua Huang Palace by Qingwan. With a playful glint in her eyes, Nuwa greeted her. Little Yao Qi, what brings you to my court? For a moment, Yao Qi's expression flickered, uncertain of how to respond. After considerable hesitation, she finally ventured. Sister Nuwa, you are a sage of the heavenly Tao. What do you perceive as destiny? A fleeting glimmer of insight flashed in Yua's gaze as her delicate lips parted. Destiny is the will of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao governs the fates of all beings. How could you, who has followed the Tao ancestor since childhood, not understand the essence of destiny? Yao Qi, filled with emotion, exclaimed, is it true that all aspects of existence are determined by the heavenly Tao? Even the fate of a sage like you, Sister Yua, is dictated by it? A momentary shadow of compassion crossed Yua's visage. She recalled the words previously spoken by Yin Shoshin. Indeed, even if she were a sage, and even if there were no need to worry about calamities, could she truly escape the fate governed by the heavenly Tao? Unbeknownst to her, she had already been ensnared by the machinations of the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, Enwa chuckled softly, saying, Little Yao Qi, this is natural. As a sage of the heavenly Tao, I too am under its dominion. However, the heavenly Tao is impartial. We need not be concerned. Enwa's words, of course, were merely pleasantries and insincere. She was not naive enough to openly criticize the heavenly Tao in front of others. Should she dare to do so? She feared that divine retribution would swiftly descend upon her. Yet, Yao Qi still felt a twinge of defiance. But, does the heavenly Tao also dictate with whom one associates? If a person does not harbor feelings for another, can they still be compelled to marry due to the heavenly Tao? Enwa raised an eyebrow, sensing that Yao Qi had uncovered something significant. She feigned ignorance, asking, Little Yao Qi, what do you mean? Yao Qi stammered, for instance. I mean, hypothetically speaking, if fate decreed that I and Brother Hao Yin were to become partners, but I do not wish to be with him, would that not contradict destiny? Enwa was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Yao Qi would articulate such a thought. For in her heart, like others in the realm of the mystics, it is unclear when the bond between Yao Qi and Hao Tian was forged. These two children seemed destined to be united from the moment Yua first laid eyes on them at the gates of the Zishu Palace. Yua perceived them as a pair crafted by the heavens themselves. Subsequently, with the establishment of the heavenly court, she, like everyone else, subconsciously regarded Hao Tian and Yao Qi as the heavenly emperor and the queen mother, convinced that they were already wed. However, today Yao Qi astonishingly confessed her lack of affection for Hao Yin. Hiss. Yua felt a chill run down her spine. Could this be the subtle influence of the heavenly Tao? It was akin to her own unawareness of how she had been ensnared in her current predicament. Suddenly, Yua realized that Yao Qi, like herself, had awakened a quiet defiance against the heavenly Tao for some unknown reason. This rebellious sentiment lay dormant unless someone prompted a realization, at which point an unsettling awareness would arise, an urge to resist. Thus, Yua became increasingly convinced that Yao Qi must have received some information from someone, and that individual was likely Insher. A playful glimmer sparked in Yua's eyes. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, Little Yao Qi, has something transpired between you and Hao Yin? Yao Qi, gazing into Yua's penetrating gaze, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as if all her secrets had been unveiled. After a brief moment of hesitation, she concluded that there was little reason to conceal the truth from Yua. She gently parted her lips, Sister Enwa, I merely regard Brother Hao Yin as an older brother, but he actually wishes to marry me. Enwa stifled a laugh, clearly amused. As her suspicions were confirmed, she quickly teased, Zai Yochi, do you truly not wish to wed Hao Yin? Of course not. Zai Yochi blurted out. Enwa's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then whom do you desire to be with? Could it be that you wish to be with that human king? Sister Enwa, Zai Yochi exclaimed in shock, her pure and beautiful eyes widening. Her entire face flushed crimson in an instant. What nonsense are you speaking, Sister Enwa? Enwa's teasing demeanor remained unchanged. When I visited you today, I overheard something. It seems there was an incident between you and that human king. Perhaps he has wronged you? Is it possible that this incident has stirred feelings for him in your heart? Zai Yochi's eyes flickered, and she felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. Yet suddenly, a thought struck her, and she regained her spirit, pouting defiantly. What are you saying, Sister Enwa? That human king has also desecrated your sacred image, has he not? And you did not punish him. Could it be that Sister Enwa has developed feelings for the human king as well? Enwa's expression faltered, her face quickly turning a deep shade of red. She had never anticipated that Zai Yochi would be so sharp-tongued. Little girl, you've grown up. All right. I shall cease my jesting. Yua was prepared to confront the jade pool regarding whether it could hear Insho's innermost thoughts. With a smile, she inquired, Little jade pool, can you hear Insho's heart's voice? Yet, as Yua anticipated the astonishment on the jade pool's face upon hearing her words, she felt as if she had been struck by an immense blow. Her entire being stiffened, for the voice she had just uttered had vanished entirely. Her voice was silenced by an invisible force. Chapter 23. Nuwa and the Jade Pool. Are our voices suppressed by the Great Tao? Nuwa's complexion shifted dramatically. She began to suspect that her heart had been tormented too severely by Yin Shou during this time, leading to hallucinations. Her voice had been eradicated. After all, she was a formidable saint of the heavenly Tao, who in this world possesses the power to obliterate her voice. At that moment, the Jade Pool shared Nuwa's bewilderment. She witnessed Nuwa opening her mouth, yet no sound escaped. Her first reaction was to think that her sister Nuwa was merely toying with her. However, upon observing Nuwa's expression, she understood that Nuwa was not pretending. Strangely, although the Jade Pool could not hear Nuwa's voice, she comprehended what Nuwa intended to convey. Overwhelmed with excitement, she promptly articulated the thought that emerged in her mind. Sister Nuwa, are you suggesting that you can hear Yin Shou's heart's voice? Boom. The moment those words escaped her lips, both the Jade Pool and the previously stunned Nuwa felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Her expression was frozen. Yet her beautiful eyes sparkled as they fixated on the figure of Nuwa across from her. Nuwa, initially taken aback by her own circumstances, now wore a similarly stunned expression as she locked gazes with Yuqi. A dual astonishment enveloped them, as both were caught in a moment of mutual shock. The last words spoken by Yao Qi had been shrouded in silence. No, rather than being merely silenced, they had been utterly erased. At this moment, both Nuwa and Yao Qi were certain that the words just uttered, now obliterated, were the very echoes of Yin Shou's innermost thoughts. The mere act of mentioning their ability to hear Yin Shou's voice would lead to its erasure. Yao Qi was the Queen Mother of Heaven, and Nuwa was a sage of the heavenly Tao, who in this world could possess the power to obliterate their voices directly. As the saying goes, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Therefore, could it be that the heavenly Tao itself had erased their voices? No, that did not seem plausible. Firstly, the words they wished to express did not pertain to the heavenly Tao. Secondly, as a sage of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa's essence was intertwined with it. If the heavenly Tao were to impose punishment upon her, she would surely feel its weight. Yet, she did not. Moreover, even if the heavenly Tao were to impose retribution, it would unfold over an extended period, accompanied by the rumblings of thunderous calamity. Such instantaneous obliteration had never occurred. If it were not the heavenly Tao, could it be the Great Tao? The secrets of heaven must not be revealed, and the greater mysteries even more so. Nuwa felt the likelihood of this scenario was exceedingly high. Otherwise, how could Yin Shou possess knowledge of the past, present, and future? Even among these sages of the heavenly Tao, while they could deduce heavenly secrets and predict the trajectories of all things, the impending calamity rendered the heavenly secrets a chaotic riddle. No one knew what the future held. Thus, only by transcending the celestial principles can one hope to glimpse, or even reverse, the mysteries of fate. Could it be that Yin Shou is indeed a chosen one by the Grand Tao? Nuwa's heart surged with excitement. This signifies that her investment in Yin Shou has the potential to yield even greater returns. This man might genuinely possess the ability to defy destiny. That man, unaware of the fortunate turn of fate that has led him to be chosen by the Tao, she mused. Yet, he should hasten to return and take a consort. What is he lingering for outside? Simultaneously, Nuwa harbored a perplexity. The inability to disclose to Yaodai that she could eavesdrop on Yin Shou's innermost thoughts might stem from the protective barrier of the Grand Tao surrounding him. However, if either she or Yaodai were to directly confess to Yin Shou about their ability to listen to his heart's voice, could they perhaps succeed? It is highly likely that Yin Shou could indeed hear them, for the Tao would not shield him from such revelations. Such crucial secrets must not be divulged. Yet if the individual is already aware of the grand secrets, it becomes inconsequential whether they are disclosed or not. Nuwa reflected that, given Yin Shou's stubborn disposition and poor impression of her, there would come a day when she must lay bare the truth to him, convincing him that they share the same allegiance. Although, at present, she was far from eager to do so. Nuwa gazed deeply at Yaodai, now certain that Yaodai could indeed hear Yin Shou's thoughts. In fact, she had harbored suspicions of this during her time at the cleansing springs. But it was only now that she had come to a definitive conclusion. Yet, Nuwa remained unaware of the underlying reason. What commonality existed between her and Yaodai? Was it simply because they were both celestial maidens? Sister Enhua, what is happening? Why is it like this? Yao Qi did not contemplate the profoundness of the Tao as Enhua did. She merely instinctively believed that Enhua, being a sage, undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than herself. As Enhua gazed at Yao Qi, a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Initially, she intended to enter the palace when Yin Shou took in his concubine, to gather intelligence. However, now that both she and Yao Qi could hear Yin Shou's thoughts, perhaps it would be prudent to have Yao Qi probe him first. It would be intriguing to see if Qi could extract some information from Yin Shou, for he harbored numerous secrets. Approaching him recklessly might lead to unfortunate consequences. Moreover, it would be quite unbecoming for a sage to enter the palace of a mortal king, should it be discovered. Not to mention, Insho was currently indulging in a life of leisure, showing no inclination to return to the palace for a concubine. Little Yuchi, do not blame your sister for being unyielding. I'm only doing this to help you grow, Inwa asserted, without being properly guided by Insho. How could you possibly alter your fate? Inwa restored an expression that suggested she had everything under control. Little Yuchi, it seems we can both uncover some deeply concealed information from that man. Yaoqi obediently nodded, pleased to hear what she had hoped Inwa would say. Although she felt flustered and uncertain about how to handle the ability to hear Insho's thoughts, knowing that Inwa shared her predicament gave her a sense of solace. Just then, however, Inwa's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of enchanting allure. The enchanting visage of Inwa caused even the jade pool to flutter with a quickened heartbeat. Noticing the shyness of the jade pool, Inwa gazed at her with a twinkle in her eye, leaning forward with a delicate hand supporting her chin. Her face drawing close to that of the jade pool. It has been quite some time since we last met. And I have just realized that little jade pool has blossomed into a charming young lady. The jade pool, bewildered and at a loss, could not fathom the reason behind Inwa's sudden demeanor. Her flustered cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Yet, Inwa unexpectedly extended a finger, lifting the jade pool's chin, wearing a rather mischievous expression. Oh my, even I, as a celestial maiden, find it hard to resist after gazing at you for so long. The jade pool, in a state of panic, felt as if tears might spill from her eyes. What on earth is Inwa's sister doing? Inwa playfully pinched the jade pool's cheek. No wonder that person, the king of humans, finds it difficult to maintain composure. The jade pool's hands fidgeted nervously, her little face nearly blushing to the point of bleeding. What exactly does Inwa's sister wish to convey? Withdrawing her hand, Inwa chuckled softly. What I mean is, since we can glean some information from Insho, and you do not wish to be with Haotian, why not attempt to draw closer to Insho? Perhaps you might find a solution through him. After all, you have already shared that with him, and he is so fond of you. The jade pool furrowed her delicate brows, displaying an uncommon firmness in front of Inwa. What exactly does Inwa's sister imply? Shall I sacrifice myself to draw near that scoundrel, merely to extract information? Absolutely not. I share no allegiance with that rogue. Sister Inwa, please do not misunderstand. I am not the same as you. The reason I do not permit Haotian to eliminate that scoundrel is that his life is one I intend to claim with my own hands. Chapter 24 Inwa, Yaoqi. I shall lend you the lotus lantern to interrogate Insho. His life is one I intend to claim with my own hands. Yaoqi's gaze was resolute, and her final declaration resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing through the halls of Inwa's palace. Yet, the more Yaoqi exhibited her disdain for Insho, the less Inwa was inclined to believe her. Ah, these young girls nowadays, she mused, they are so duplicitous. Nevertheless, Inwa did not wish to expose Yaoqi's facade. Very well, I understand. I do not intend for you to sacrifice yourself to approach Insho. I merely believe he possesses knowledge of matters we are unaware of. It is possible he has documented these insights in some form, even in the absence of records. They reside within his mind. Since you harbor such animosity towards him, why not be the one to confront him? Extract all the information before you eliminate him. Then, you may carry out your vengeance at your leisure. Am I truly to slay that scoundrel? The voice of Yaoqi was somewhat hesitant. Although her initial thought upon emerging from the pool was indeed to kill Insho, as she eavesdropped on his inner thoughts, she began to realize something she was perhaps unwilling to admit. If it truly came to the act of taking Insho's life, her heart harbored a certain reluctance. What? You are unwilling? Niwa continued to provoke her. No, I am not. How could that be? I would relish the opportunity to strike down that scoundrel this very moment. Yaoqi's tone was urgent. However, that man possesses the fortune of the human race. If I am to kill him, I must first gradually weaken the fortune that surrounds him. Niwa raised an eyebrow. This young girl was indeed responding with a level of composure. It was true that killing Insho would entail significant karmic backlash. But would Yaoqi truly devise a method to systematically strip Insho of his fortune? Niwa was skeptical. You make a valid point. However, you could seize the opportunity when he is unguarded. Infiltrate his resting quarters and see if there are any hidden secrets. Niwa's words sparked a thought in Yaoqi. She recalled Insho mentioning in his inner voice that she was to marry Haotian. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what other secrets Insho might hold. Very well, Sister Niwa. Tonight, I shall find a way to infiltrate Insho's resting place. Suddenly, Yaoqi remembered something, her expression darkening. Sister Niwa, today when I attempted to kill that scoundrel, I found that my spells consistently failed to strike him. I harbor concerns regarding his formidable prowess. I fear that my own strength may be insufficient to approach him. Yuan nodded slightly, fully in agreement. Even her own sacred methods of concealing her aura could not elude Yin Shou's perception. How much less likely would it be for a mere Deluo golden immortal like Yu Qi, were it not for her awareness of Yin Shou's elusive nature? She would have approached him herself long ago, leaving no room for Yao Qi. At present, Yao Qi likely remains oblivious to Yin Shou's probing abilities. Therefore, in essence, Yuan merely seeks to utilize Yao Qi as a means to gauge Yin Shou's depth. It is of no consequence, Yuan reassured. She could not afford to let this tool slip away. With a graceful motion of her right hand, a lamp materialized from her palm. This lamp stood 9 inches tall. Its surface pristine white, reminiscent of ice and snow. Its form resembled a blooming lotus, grand as a sea bowl, with the heart of the lotus serving as the lamp's wick. Upon seeing this lamp, Yao Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on this extraordinary artifact. The lotus lamp. As a celestial practitioner, how could one remain indifferent to such a treasure? Let alone a heavenly artifact like the lotus lamp, imbued with the essence of the universe. A smile graced Yuan's lips, for indeed, this was the lotus lamp, possessing an unparalleled benevolence and purity of power. It could unleash forces that astound the heavens and reverse the very fabric of existence. This lamp could also exert control over individuals, rendering them unconscious. Under its luminous glow, one could dominate another's consciousness, rendering them pliable to your will. I shall lend you the lotus lamp. With it, you will not only safeguard yourself, but also interrogate Yin Shou for information. Alas, dear Yu Qi, my intentions are not malicious. I am simply left with no other choice. The precious lotus lamp shall serve as your remuneration for labor. Take it. Use it as you wish. Yao Qi, filled with excitement and gratitude, reverently accepted the lotus lamp. Rogue. With the lotus lamp in my possession, I shall surely have you firmly in my grasp. By the way, this rogue always seems to exhibit an affection for Sister Yuan. I must utilize the lotus lamp to inquire about this rogue's true feelings for her. Hee. Meanwhile, Yin Shou discovered a cave near the Zhuagua spring. He commanded his troops to encamp outside while he prepared a bed within the cave to rest. Regardless of what transpired, sleep was imperative. He longed to depart from this tumultuous place. He could indeed traverse the skies or burrow through the earth like Yuan Yao Qi. Yet he was encumbered by a retinue of guards. Alas, these individuals were nothing but a burden. One wonders if this place might be the famed Pan-Si cave. At this moment, the emergence of a spider spirit to provide some thrill would not be unwelcome. What an unfortunate turn of events. Yin Shou retrieved a small notebook and began to reflect upon the day's occurrences. After numerous quests, he had accumulated many such notebooks, entitled The Self-Cultivation of Villains, Top 10 Fantasy Villains, and How to Avoid Winning the Heroine's Affection, among others. This habit had developed over his many adventures after each storyline. He would summarize his performance and the reactions of other characters, comparing them to the script for any discrepancies. What aspects require improvement? In which areas can one excel further? For instance, when portraying a villain, if one's performance surpasses the original narrative's depiction of malevolence, it could lead to an increase in system rewards. Even if this scenario does not belong to their storyline, they should analyze various background details absent from their character's script, akin to an actor immersing themselves in their role. Only through such thorough preparation can they effectively embody the required emotions and avert unforeseen incidents. Take today's events as an example, which have left Yin feeling profoundly unsettled. Although this does not align with the original plot of the investiture of the gods, theoretically, it should not impact him. However, the truth is that Hao Tian and Yao Da are pivotal figures within the investiture of the gods, despite their minimal narrative involvement. It is evident that Hao Tian is designed to pursue Yao Da today. Yet, his mere presence appears to disrupt Hao Tian's trajectory. What if this unforeseen twist prevents Yao Da from marrying Hao Tian? Have I inadvertently torn apart the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother? This could lead to monumental consequences. Setting aside the grand cosmic order, let us consider the implications within the investiture of the gods. If the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother do not unite, where would the Dragon Princess emerge from? The Dragon Princess is a significant character within the narrative. During the Battle of Shang and Zhou, the immortal Luo Xin of the Jie sect set fire to West Qi City. The Dragon Princess descended to aid Zhou in overthrowing Zhou, utilizing her water-based artifacts to vanquish Luo Xin and subsequently achieving numerous feats of valor. Without the Dragon Princess, many storylines would collapse. Therefore, this issue transcends mere performance accuracy. There is now a genuine risk that West Qi may not triumph over the Shang dynasty. Thus Yin Shou even felt it necessary to assist Hao Yin in winning over Yao Qi. Damn it. It's so unfortunate to be caught up in this plot while trying to enjoy a vacation. He was convinced that this quest was fundamentally flawed. Just as he was cursing, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emerging from outside the cave. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was the very essence he had encountered earlier that day. It was the aura of Yaoqi. What a predicament! What was this fierce woman doing here? Chapter 25. The Yaoqi Inspector Infiltrates. Unexpected kiss with Yin-Shou. Indeed, Yin-Shou's first impression of Yaoqi was one of ferocity. During their encounter at Zhuogua Spring, Yaoqi disregarded right and wrong entirely. The moment she emerged from the water and donned her attire, she seemed to forget everything and immediately unleashed a barrage of powerful spells upon Yin-Shou, leaving him no chance to explain himself. Now, this very Yaoqi had brazenly stormed into the cave without any prior reconnaissance. She showed no consideration for whether the occupants inside were awake. Fierce indeed. One could also describe her as obstinate, embodying a youthful stubbornness. In this regard, Yin-Shou found a hint of endearment in Yaoqi, yet his annoyance outweighed any appreciation. After all, he was an experienced man of the world, having encountered all types of women. Such a temperament, while possessing beauty as its sole merit, could easily derail the narrative. Yin-Shou hastily pretended to be asleep, even halting his inner thoughts. He was nearly holding his breath. There was no other choice. He truly did not understand the purpose of this jade pool. After all, you are the Queen Mother of Heaven. Shouldn't you embody the virtues of both heaven and earth? Yet, here you are, intruding upon the chambers of handsome, single men. Wait. Yin-Shou suddenly realized that he was now King Zhou. In fact, he was already married. Moreover, he had numerous concubines in his harem. Therefore, it might not be appropriate for you to recklessly invade the quarters of a married man who is away from home. The corners of Yin-Shou's mouth twitched. He found it utterly impossible to reconcile the image of this little tigress with that of the Queen Mother who is revered across the realms. The Queen Mothers from Journey to the West and the Lotus Lantern are undoubtedly shrewd and calculating. This is not the Queen Mother. This is more akin to a search officer. Ultimately, Yin-Shou decided it would be wiser to feign sleep for a while and observe the situation. Indeed, the jade pool, with all her bravado, flew in along the upper wall of the cave, completely oblivious to any sense of stealth. Even if she were a search officer, she would only be one from the Dao country. Her fierce demeanor was sufficient to deceive the mortal soldiers outside the cave. Suddenly, the jade pool halted, hovering in midair. As she realized that Yin-Shou lay below, this lecher, she cursed inwardly, suppressing her urge to confront him directly. After all, she was not here to silence him. She had come in search of something. Upon seeing Yin-Shou, the jade pool became cautious. Observing the deeply slumbering Yin-Shou, a slight smile graced her lips. According to Niwa, Yin-Shou should possess something that records thoughts. Lecher, since you have already seen my true form, as I peered into your mind, I was not mistaken. Beneath Yin-Shou's pillow, Yaoqi discovered a weathered tome, its pages tinged with age. Instantly, a spark ignited in her eyes. She levitated gracefully, controlling her descent with precision, and soon her hand was within reach of the book hidden beneath Yin-Shou's pillow. However, she suddenly realized that her descent had been rather abrupt. Now, her body hovered just above Yin-Shou, a mere few centimeters separating them, almost bringing their faces into intimate proximity. She could even sense the tranquility of his breath. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. How infuriating. She had miscalculated her descent. Yin-Shou, in turn, found himself in an even more excruciating predicament, for Yaoqi was now perilously close. He too could detect the sweet fragrance of her breath. His senses were overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent, and for a moment, he lost his composure. In an effort to regain his poise, he feigned a turn, directing his face away. Yet this very movement caused the book beneath his pillow to be fully revealed. The self-cultivation of villains? What in the world was this? Yaoqi was perplexed. Yet, she had no time to ponder. She needed to seize the opportunity and examine the tome. With determination, Yaoqi reached out to lift Yin-Shou's pillow, intent on extracting the self-cultivation of villains. Yin-Shou was incensed. He had hoped to ignore Yaoqi, to act as though he had not noticed her presence. But her audacity was beyond comprehension. This was akin to plucking fur from a tiger's back. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, revealing items not belonging to this world to its inhabitants would incur severe repercussions. Yin-Shou had no desire to face such consequences. In a swift motion, he rolled back, pinning Yaoqi's hand that had ventured beneath the pillow. However, what Yin-Shou did not anticipate was that his pressure caused Yaoqi to lose her balance entirely. She fell from her suspended position. And what left both of them in an abyss of astonishment was that she landed directly on top of Yin-Shou. The unexpected sensation of her lips against his startled him into wide-eyed awareness. He found himself staring into the exquisite visage of a pure and beautiful young lady. Her eyes widened even more than his. In their gazes, reflections of each other were captured, both astonished by the sight before them. simultaneously. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Oh no, this is inappropriate. Chapter 26. Yao Qi, at a loss for how to repay, could only what are you doing? In Shou exclaimed, suddenly pushing Yao Qi away. However, he miscalculated the force of his shove, sending her crashing against the cave wall several meters away. Immediately after, he instinctively wiped his mouth. With a thud, Yao Qi tumbled down from the wall, utterly shattered. She was broken, both physically and mentally. Yet, at that moment, she was oblivious to her own state. She barely registered the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her mind was consumed by the memory of that kiss, her very first kiss. Not only had she exposed herself to this man, but he had also stolen her initial kiss. Yao Qi's dazed eyes slowly began to focus with urgency. A dark mist began to coalesce, embodying pure malice. The Yao pool is on the verge of corruption. You vile scoundrel, I vow to slay you. With that declaration, Yao Pool summoned her magical powers. A tremendous pressure erupted from her hands, as if an unparalleled treasure was about to emerge. In Shou was utterly bewildered. Sister, it was you who stealthily intruded upon my resting cave. It was you who ambushed me. And furthermore, you were the one above just now, still spouting nonsense. A glint of cold fury flashed in Yao Pool's eyes. This fellow had indeed not been asleep. He must have been deliberately seeking an opportunity to take advantage of her. In that moment, Yao Pool cast aside all considerations of karma, causality, and intelligence gathering. Her singular thought was to annihilate Shou. Her resolve had been completely clouded. Soon, from her palm emerged a radiant lamp, standing 9 inches tall, pristine, and white as snow. It resembled a blooming lotus, grand like a sea bowl, with the heart of the lotus serving as the wick. Upon seeing this artifact, Shou instinctively formed a hypothesis, exclaiming in astonishment, "The lotus lantern." Yao Pool snorted disdainfully, "Humph. At least you possess some discernment. Today, with the power of the lotus lantern, I shall take your life." How infuriating. This woman is truly formidable. By the way, how did the lotus lantern come into her possession? Shouldn't this artifact currently be in Yua's hands? As Yao Pool noticed Shou's inner thoughts casting aspersions upon her and Yua, her rage intensified. As she was on the verge of unleashing the power of the lotus lantern, she suddenly realized that she had lost control over its might. The energy began to retaliate against her, and an ominous tendency towards explosion loomed. In that moment, Yao Qi recalled the words once spoken to her by Yua. If one possesses immeasurable benevolence and pure strength, one can summon powers that shake the heavens and reverse the cosmos. She had once been kind and compassionate, yet having recently tasted defeat, her heart surged with wrath. Consumed entirely by hatred, her thoughts became clouded. Yet hatred cannot harness the power of the lotus lantern. Rather, it would lead to an uncontrollable surge of energy. As the backlash from the power took its toll, Yao Qi's consciousness began to fade. The light reflected in her eyes swelled ominously. This was dire. The force contained within the lotus lantern could even gravely wound a quasi-saint. Not only would this scoundrel meet his demise, but all living beings within this mountain would perish as well. Was this truly the price of defying fate? Alas, what a troublesome little tiger girl. One should not attempt porcelain work without the proper tools. It seems I must intervene. On the brink of losing her senses, Yao Qi faintly heard a familiar voice, Shou's voice. Then, when Yao Qi awoke, it was already the following day. The next morning, she opened her eyes abruptly, finding herself before rugged cave walls. Was this the visage of the underworld? Uncertain of whether the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool, a figure revered in the celestial realm, would permit her return to the heavens, she gradually became aware of her surroundings. To her astonishment, this was the very cave she had encountered the previous day. How could it possibly remain unscathed? The sheer force of the Bao Lian lantern's eruption could obliterate not just a mere cave, but even a small realm. Awake? A man's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Shou ambled in, yawning and appearing lethargic. While resolving the chaos of the Bao Lian lantern was a trivial matter for him, his lack of rest was undeniable. "It's you. You're still alive." A whirlwind of shock, confusion, and disbelief swept across Yao Qi's face, draining her beauty of color. She abruptly realized that the spot where she lay was the very place he had occupied the day before. The blanket covering her was the same one he had used. The Bao Lian lantern possesses the ability to cloud one's mind and manipulate actions. If he had managed to avert its rampage, then, could it be? Had this rogue? Yao Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if on the verge of shedding tears. A resolute determination began to take form within her. With trepidation yet driven by a need for clarity, she lifted the blanket. To her surprise, the sight that greeted her transformed her despair into joy, leaving her astonished. She experienced an unexpected sense of survival. Within the blanket, she discovered that her garments remained intact and that she could still sense the presence of her virgin mark. This indicated that the man had not taken advantage of her unconscious state the previous night. How could I have wrongfully accused him all along? Yesterday, it was perhaps he who saved me. Scenes from the Zhuangho Spring replayed vividly in Yak's mind. She realized that she might have misjudged Yin Shou from the very beginning. It was her initial preconceived notions that had exacerbated her biases against him. Although Yin Shou harbored some mischievous thoughts, his actions portrayed him as a paragon of virtue. A blush spread across Yak's face, a hue born of shame, yet it also signified a nascent affection. Clutching the blanket tightly, she felt as if she were grasping happiness itself, oblivious to her own transformation in feelings towards Yin Shou, which had undergone a complete reversal. Meanwhile, Yin Shou furrowed his brow. What is she doing under the covers? Is she searching for something? Yak noted his confusion but felt no anger. Rather, she found his obliviousness somewhat endearing. A spark of realization ignited in Yin Shou. Could it be this? Are you looking for this? He opened his palm, revealing the Bao Lian Dang, which materialized before him. Here you go. He conjured the magical lamp and sent it towards her. However, as soon as he did, regret washed over him. Oh no, what if she intends to use it against me? It's futile, you foolish girl. How could a mere lamp possibly harm me? Alas, I should have left yesterday, but she was gravely injured and completely unconscious. I feared she might be devoured by a demon. This should be the Pan-Sea Cave, right? Uncertain of the emergence of the spider spirit, Yao Qi found solace in the heartfelt musings of Yin Shou. In that moment, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped her, even evoking a flicker of happiness. As the Queen Mother in the heavenly court, she commanded respect and courtesy from those around her, and few dared to speak the unvarnished truth in her presence. However, the candid words of Yin Shou, devoid of malice, intrigued her greatly. Moreover, the fact that Yin Shou was concerned for her safety, fearing she might be devoured by a monster, illustrated that he was indeed a man worthy of trust. Yao Qi gracefully rose to accept the treasured lotus lantern, an artifact belonging to her sister Yin Hua, which she felt compelled to return. Yet, her subsequent action startled Yin Shou. She unexpectedly bowed to him, expressing her gratitude for his life-saving intervention. I have no means to repay you, save for. Chapter 27. Hao Din's heroic rescue plan by heaven. What the hell? Yin Shou was so taken aback that he instinctively recoiled. Please do not resort to that antiquated trope of a damsel offering herself in gratitude. Yao Qi, feeling the weight of her indebtedness, resolved to assist the king with the task instead. Huh? Both Yin Shou and Yao Qi paused, momentarily taken aback. So it is not a matter of offering oneself? Was I thinking too much? Yet, Yao Qi's cheeks flushed with warmth. To offer oneself. Perhaps that is not entirely out of the question. No. What am I even contemplating? I am merely expressing my gratitude. Indeed, I am not particularly fond of this Yin Shou. Yin Shou gazed at the somewhat unusual Yao Qi, his brow furrowing in concern. Your Highness, you are being too courteous. After all, I am a king of my generation, traversing the vast wilderness. It is only natural to uphold righteousness and protect the weak. Yesterday, I awoke from my slumber to find you inexplicably unconscious in my cave. Seeing you severely injured and being but a woman, I feared you had fallen prey to some malevolent spirit. Thus, I lingered a while longer. It was merely a small act, not worthy of mention. I seek no reward. Now that you have awakened, let us leave the past behind us. In the coming year, we shall still welcome the blooming flowers. This matter is concluded. May we meet again in the realm of chivalry. Farewell. With that, Yin Shou turned to leave. Yao Qi felt a twinge of disappointment, instinctively reaching out as if to retain him. She had not anticipated this man's resolute demeanor. In the face of her goodwill, he remained utterly unmoved. Moreover, his words, of burying the past and bidding farewell to the chivalric world, were so captivating. How gallant! The thought deepened her sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, Yin Shou's unspoken thoughts echoed in her mind. Sigh. She is indeed strikingly beautiful. Her looks are truly exceptional. Especially her waist, dear heavens. It is so slender. What a pity. Her temperament is too fierce. I certainly do not wish to keep a tigress by my side. More importantly, her status must not falter. Yao Qi's heart blossomed with emotion. Humph. What do you mean by her temperament being too fierce? I, too, possess moments of gentleness. It merely depends on whom it is directed towards. I shall be more tender with you in the future. Yet, as Yao Qi, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot and realized the situation, she discovered that Yin Shou was already nearing the cave's entrance. She hurriedly called after him. Hey, wait for me. In the heavenly realm, within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, the air was thick with the echoes of heart-wrenching sobs, rendering the already desolate space even more eerie. Deep within the palace, Hao Tian sat on the ground, clutching the robes of the Tai Bai Jing Xing, weeping profusely. He used Tai Bai Jingxing's garments as a makeshift cloth to wipe away his tears and snot. Wah, Tai Bai. Yao Qi has rejected me. I am so heartbroken, so utterly distressed. With Hao Yan gripping his attire so tightly that he could barely straighten his back, Tai Bai Jingxing's lips twitched in confusion. He truly could not comprehend why wooing a lady was such a formidable task. If you have affection for a girl, simply confess your feelings. She will undoubtedly agree to be with you, he mused. I have never failed with this approach. Why does it falter for Hao Tian? Moreover, to weep so profusely over a woman, what an unseemly display for one destined to govern the three realms. Tai Bai Jingxing firmly helped Hao Yan to his feet. Your Majesty, you must muster your spirits. A momentary setback is insignificant. It is undoubtedly your current state that dissuades the Lady Yao Qi from desiring your company. Upon hearing these words, Hao Tian indeed ceased his tears, though he continued to sob uncontrollably. Is that true? What must I become for Sister Yao Qi to accept me? Tai Bai Jingxing sighed deeply. Your Majesty, you must embody the essence of a man, exuding strength and valor. How could any woman be drawn to someone who perpetually weeps? A man's essence? Hao Tian furrowed his brow. What should a man truly be like? Tai Bai Jingxing, feeling somewhat bewildered, replied, a man ought to be brave, fierce, and responsible. Brave, fierce, responsible. Hao Yan tightly knitted his brows, repeating the words Tai Bai Jingxing had just uttered. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. As if he had been awakened from a stupor. Tai Bai, I require your assistance with a matter. A sense of foreboding washed over Tai Bai Jingxing. Yet he maintained a facade of eagerness. Your Majesty, please command me. Hao Tian straightened his posture. You just mentioned that a man must be brave, fierce, and responsible. I wholeheartedly agree. However, ever since we came into being, Sister Yao Qi and I have been under the guidance of the Tao ancestor. And no one has ever dared to bully us. Consequently, Sister Yao Qi has never encountered any danger, and I too have lacked the opportunity to demonstrate my worth. Thus, I have been unable to manifest the valor and responsibility befitting a man. Just now, an impeccable plan dawned upon me. What on earth? No way. Surely not. Could this fool be contemplating that? It seemed that the Jade Emperor had grasped Hao Yan's intentions, yet he still probed with a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty means. At that moment, a wicked smile graced Hao Tian's lips, transforming his earlier despondency into an aura of renewed vitality. I wish to enact a heroic rescue. I hope you can assist me in gathering a few accomplices. Despite having been prepared for this, Tai Bai Jingxing was rendered speechless upon hearing it. Are you serious? This is what you call an impeccable plan. This cliché narrative has been thoroughly exhausted in earthly tales. My sovereign. Perhaps you should pay more attention to the people's livelihoods. Were Yin Shou to learn of Hao Yan's scheme, he would undoubtedly comment, how utterly pathetic. Chapter 28. Yao Qi. I need to relieve myself. Tai Bai Jingxing had become numb. At this point, nothing uttered by Hao Yan would astonish him. He simply could not fathom the workings of the mind of the celestial sovereign, who represents the orthodoxy of heaven. To undertake such endeavors, one must certainly entangle oneself with the malevolent and the unorthodox, even incurring debts of gratitude. Should this matter be exposed, he truly cannot fathom how the celestial court would continue to present itself as the rightful embodiment of the heavenly way. How could it govern the three realms under such circumstances? The teachings of the Chan and Jas sects have already expressed considerable discontent towards the celestial court of Hao Tian. Yet, in pursuit of his own desires, Hao Tian is willing to gamble the entire reputation of the celestial court. Suddenly, the star of Venus, Tai Bai, found himself devoid of motivation. Let Hao Tian do as he wishes. He no longer wished to concern himself with the revitalization of the celestial court. After all, in the end, the Tao ancestor Hongjun would provide cover for Hao Tian. With an impassive expression, Tai Bai remarked, Your Majesty, if you believe this will win back the affections of the goddess of Yao Qi, I shall spare no effort to fulfill your wishes. Hao Yan responded with satisfaction. Such matters cannot invoke the power of the celestial court. The goddess of Yao Qi, being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, is beyond the reach of ordinary beings. To instill a sense of threat, we must engage several experts of the great Luo level or higher. Tai Bai, do you know such individuals? It appears you are aware that we cannot employ members of the celestial court. Tai Bai curled his lips slightly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have cultivated an extensive network of acquaintances throughout the three realms prior to my ascent to the celestial court. Even after joining, I have frequently engaged in diplomatic endeavors. I can indeed locate several experts of the great Luo realm. You need not worry. The foundations will be entirely untainted. Once the task is accomplished, there shall be no connection to the celestial court. Excellent. Hao Yan clapped his hands in laughter. Tai Bai, You truly are a commendable minister. 2 days later, Hao Yin reclined on his throne, raising his right hand high as he poured a fine, crystalline wine into his mouth. Indeed, the mighty Emperor of Heaven sought solace in drink. Remarkably, this elixir proved effective. At that moment, a rosy hue adorned Hao Yin's cheeks as he hummed a gentle tune. Casting aside the anguish of being spurned by the jade pool, he had successfully lulled himself into a state of blissful oblivion. Once his plan of heroically rescuing the maiden succeeded, the jade pool would undoubtedly become his beloved. The image of the pure and exquisite countenance of the jade pool danced in Hao Yin's mind, intensifying the blush upon his face. Deep down, he sensed a profound connection to her, a mystical bond that signified divine destiny. They were meant to be together. He would happily wash her clothes, prepare her meals, and even draw her foot baths every single day, as long as he could be by her side. At that moment, the communication talisman from the bright star finally illuminated. Hao Yin hastily used his divine consciousness to decipher the message. Your Majesty, I have located the whereabouts of the jade pool. Based on her trajectory, she is expected to arrive at a small human settlement near the Wash and Gloom Spring by evening. The necessary arrangements have been made. I implore your Majesty to proceed as planned. Instantly revitalized, the previously languid Hao Yin straightened his attire and prepared to descend to the mortal realm. In the vicinity of the Pan Silk Ridge, a small village lay where Yin Shou had stationed the army at the outskirts. Dressed in casual attire, he ventured alone into the village in search of something to eat. However, his mood was exceedingly irritable at that moment. Hey, goddess of the jade pool, I have already told you that you can leave, so why do you persist in following me? The goddess had trailed him throughout. His demeanor had shifted from cordial to decidedly less accommodating. Damn it, you're as clingy as a piece of dogskin plaster. You remind me all too much of my overly attached girlfriend from my past life, impossible to shake off. The goddess of the jade pool showed no signs of restraint. With a lively and nimble gait, she followed Yin Shou, playfully and unabashedly declaring, King of humanity. I have already mentioned that I am the goddess of the jade pool from the heavenly court. I believe in repaying kindness. Until you articulate your wish, I shall not depart. Her repeated self-reference as this palace was delivered with an air of pompousness, yet her demeanor and tone were unmistakably that of an adorable young girl. This stark contrast was undeniably amusing. Nevertheless, Yin Shou found her anything but charming. Her presence was merely an annoyance to him. Suddenly, he spotted a noodle shop ahead. He approached the table and took a seat, then rapped on the table. Goddess, since you insist on helping me fulfill a wish, then please treat me to a bowl of noodles. The goddess was not one to hold back. She plopped down opposite him and rapped the table in turn. King of humanity, whom do you look down upon? I am the goddess of the jade pool from the heavenly court. This wish is far too trivial. It does not count. This matter must indeed push me to the limits of my abilities. Yin Shou felt utterly exasperated. Others could not touch the boundaries, yet you, for heaven's sake, must challenge the very limits. Exasperated, it is unacceptable to remain silent. A diminished wish is also unsatisfactory. What a tormenting little sprite you are. Despite being the Queen Mother of Heaven, how can you behave like a mere little imp? Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please. Yin Shou, feeling indifferent, decided to eat first before devising a way to shake off Yao Qi. He could not fathom that this Yao Qi would follow him back to the palace. Dear guest, your noodles are here. The boss presented 2 bowls of noodles, placing one in front of Yin Shou and the other directly before Yao Qi. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. The boss's gaze involuntarily wandered over Yao Qi's face and figure, his heart filled with envy towards Yin Shou, such a woman. Surely she can only be found in the heavens. Just as the boss intended to leave after serving the noodles, he was suddenly called back by Yin Shou. Boss, what are you doing? Why is this bowl of noodles for her? Both the boss and Yao Qi were taken aback, particularly Yao Qi, who had already picked up her chopsticks. Ready to indulge. Aren't there 2 bowls of noodles? The boss asked in confusion. Yin Shou swiftly snatched the noodles from in front of Yao Qi. Indeed, 2 bowls. Both are mine. I never said they were for her. Yao Qi and the boss were left in a state of bewilderment. Yin Shou's reasoning was valid after all. Who decreed that one person could not consume 2 bowls of noodles? Yao Qi, in a fit of anger, slammed her chopsticks onto the table. This man Wang is truly stingy. Humph. Since you won't treat me to noodles, I shall buy my own. Boss, I would like a bowl as well, Yao Qi declared with a hint of defiance. Of course, esteemed guest. The boss cast a disdainful glance at Yin Shou. How can one be so miserly as to deny a bowl of noodles to such a beautiful wife? Slurp. Yin Shou had already begun to devour his meal with fervor. As he ate, he couldn't resist mocking her. Heh, aren't you a celestial maiden? How can a celestial maiden indulge in food? If a celestial maiden were to eat, Would she not also need to relieve herself? Yao Qi's face contorted with evident anger. This Yin Shou is utterly revolting. Simply vulgar. Yet, Yin Shou secretly chuckled to himself. Heh, I wonder what compels you to accompany me. In any case, I intend to irritate you, make you unbearable, prompting you to take the initiative to leave me. After a while, Yao Qi's noodles were served. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she suddenly heard a voice calling to her. Yao Qi, come to the east side of the town. I shall await you here. Sister Nuwa. Reluctantly, Yao Qi had no choice but to go meet Nuwa. After all, yesterday she had conferred with Nuwa about borrowing the precious lotus lamp to gather information. Yao Qi stood up awkwardly, hesitating on how to delay Yin Shou. You continue with your noodles. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Yin Shou raised an eyebrow. What, not eating any more? Are you truly afraid of relieving yourself? He slurped his noodles, enjoying them immensely. How ridiculous. What is wrong with this person? How can one eat while uttering such repugnant words? What are you going to do? I will certainly wait for your return here. Hurry. Hurry. The moment you leave, I will seize the opportunity to slip away. Yao Qi was thoroughly disgusted by Yin Shou, turning to glare at him in anger. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to relieve myself. Chapter 29. Yin Shou eavesdrops on Nuwa and Yao Qi quarreling. To the east of the village, there lies a bustling marketplace teeming with people. Yao Qi immediately spotted a figure clad in a red robe amidst the crowd, along with the breathtaking visage of Nuwa. She was ethereal and enchanting, possessing a beauty that transcended the ordinary, radiant and captivating, a vision of grace and splendor. Where does such a woman come from? The village beauty suddenly pales in comparison. Heavens, is she a celestial being? Is she waiting for someone? I yearn to approach and strike up a conversation with her. Yet, I hesitate. The allure of Nuwa had already drawn a throng, leaving no room for escape. Look, look, another little fairy has arrived. Heavens, she is so pure. I have never encountered such a pristine girl. Do they seem to know each other? It is astonishing that these two exquisite beauties are together. Are they sisters? No. They bear no resemblance. Perhaps they are the esteemed lady and her young maiden from some distinguished family. How envious I am of that fortunate individual. The arrival of Yao Qi also sparked a wave of admiration. However, neither of the two paid much heed to the gazes of the common folk. Yao Qi strode directly towards Nuwa. Her gaze involuntarily drifted a few inches down the delicate visage of Nuwa, lingering at her ample form. Then she glanced down at her own similar attributes, unconsciously knitting her brows and pursing her lips. For reasons unknown, Yao Qi's past feelings towards Nuwa were predominantly those of envy. She had longed to grow into a beauty akin to that of the goddess. Yet, at some point, her sentiments had transformed into a mixture of jealousy and defensiveness upon seeing Nuwa, akin to the instinctive desire to safeguard her beloved from being taken away. Sister Nuwa. Yao Qi composed herself and approached to greet her. Nuwa, upon seeing Yao Qi, was momentarily taken aback. She sensed that this time, Yao Qi was different from before. Yao Qi had always been remarkably obedient in her presence. Why today? Did it seem as though there was a hint of hostility? Had she had another altercation with Yin Shou? With such thoughts, Nuwa inquired, Little Yao Qi, how are you? Did the treasure lantern I borrowed from you prove useful? As Yao Qi began to respond, her voice abruptly faltered, mirroring the stunned expression on Nuwa's face. For simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in their minds. Goodness. Just goodness. Indeed, it is Nuwa. I suspected as much when Yao Qi summoned the treasure lantern yesterday. She was surely sent by her. This Rin truly harbors ill intentions. No wonder Yao Qi has been so persistently clinging to me. It must have been arranged by Nuwa. Are you seeking an opportunity to diminish my luck? Yin Shou is nearby. Nuwa and Yao Qi immediately reacted, as soon as I mentioned my intention to leave. Yin Shou knew I was coming to see Sister Nuwa? Yao Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Nuwa's heart was even more shaken. She never anticipated that Yin Shou could sense her presence from such a distance. Previously, Nuwa had a simple method to determine whether she had been discovered by Yin Shou. If she could hear his thoughts, it meant she was indeed detected. After all, Yin Shou's inner musings were exceedingly vivid, often filled with banter. Thus, once he became aware of her, his mind would begin to express its criticisms, calling her an old woman or a venomous woman. However, this time, she had deliberately approached with caution, waiting a considerable amount of time to ensure that no thoughts from Yin Shou emerged before she chose to communicate with Yao Qi from afar. But to her astonishment, Yin Shou had sensed her presence long before. Just how formidable were his spiritual awareness and perceptive abilities? At this moment, Nuwa felt somewhat at a loss. She had originally intended to inquire whether Yao Qi had successfully manipulated Yin Shou with the lotus lantern to gather intelligence. After all, If she could leverage another's insights into Yin Shou's thoughts regarding the heavenly Tao and the arrangements for the canonization, there would be no need for her to descend personally into the mortal realm to be by Yin Shou's side. The notion of a dignified saint serving a king was a scandal that would render the Nuwa faction unable to hold their heads high before the other 5 saints for a long time. Yet now that Yin Shou had indeed arrived, she could not speak candidly. This Yin Shou is truly ruthless. How could she say she wanted to rid herself of me yet sneakily eavesdrop? Yaoti's teeth ground in frustration. Sister Nuwa, the Lotus Lantern has encountered an issue, and I am unable to control its power. Perhaps it would be best to return it to you. Nuwa's eyes sparkled with mischief as she contemplated an amusing thought. From Yin Shou's inner musings, it was evident that although he was aware of the grand design of the heavenly Tao and recognized its adverse implications for himself, he inexplicably did not wish to alter its course. Rather, he seemed intent on ensuring that the trajectory of the heavenly Tao remained unchanged. How would Yin Shou react if he were to discover that, due to his presence, Yaoti no longer wished to be with Hao Yin? A tantalizing smile curled at the corners of Nuwa's lips. Little Yaoti, do not be hasty in returning the Lotus Lantern. When I entrusted it to you, I made it clear that only a pure and compassionate heart could wield its power. Your heart must have been pure and kind. Now that you claim you cannot summon the lantern's strength, might it be that you have succumbed to selfish desires? Your heart is no longer pure. Oh my! This Nuwa! What audacity to utter such wolfish words! How dare she directly accuse the Queen of Heaven of lacking purity and harboring selfish intentions? Indeed, she is a sage after all, the most formidable of sages. Yaoti felt a surge of indignation. Even if Nuwa was her elder sister and a sage, how could she publicly declare that she lacked purity and was driven by selfish motives? Moreover, this outsider is someone she currently cherishes in her heart. Yaoqi, feeling somewhat indignant, declared, Sister Nuwa, you mustn't mock me. It is merely that my resolve has recently been shaken. After all, I have always regarded Brother Hao Yin as a sibling. Yet, he unexpectedly wishes for me to become his wife. This is truly too overwhelming to accept at once. Sister Nuwa, can you believe it? It is akin to Emperor Fuxi suddenly proposing to you. Buzzing. The minds of Nuwa and Yin Shou were engulfed in a deafening hum, leaving them utterly stunned. How audacious Yaoqi was. Nuwa instantly felt a wave of provocation wash over her, especially in the presence of outsiders. Oh my, I knew Yaoqi was no simple character. Does she comprehend the gravity of her words? Moreover, everyone knows that Fuxi is Nuwa's Achilles heel. The torment of losing her own brother Fuxi during the War of the Wraiths is a lifelong anguish for Nuwa. Yaoqi, I shall henceforth regard you as the bravest. Truly, you are the cunning Queen Mother, who later brewed numerous tragedies in the heavenly realm. This visit has not been in vain. Quickly, let the confrontation commence. I revel in watching women clash. Nuwa's expression had morphed, her gaze now radiating a chilling aura. As Yin Shou articulated, Fuxi indeed represented her lifeline. And for Yaoqi to jest about her and Fuxi was utterly outrageous. Since you show such disrespect toward me, she declared, do not blame me for bringing about your downfall. Somewhat infuriated, Nuwa resolved to continue her assault on the Yaoqi. Suppressing her anger, she feigned understanding and nodded, saying, little Yaoqi, I comprehend your plight. As she uttered Yaoqi's name, Nuwa lingered on the word little, emphasizing it with a slight pause, her gaze inadvertently drifting downwards to scrutinize Yaoqi's bosom. It baffled her how that fellow Hao Yin could ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor. She could not fathom it at all. He possesses not a single virtue, and yet dares to covet your hand in marriage. Mark my words, he is utterly unworthy of you. You would be far better off wedded to that human king. Chapter 30. Nuwa, Yaoqi, you're not involved with Yin Shou, are you? Yin Shou and Yaoqi exchanged glances. Their expressions contorted in disbelief. They regarded Nuwa with the same incredulous gaze one might afford to a madman, filled with self-doubt and existential questioning. Yin Shou's mind could not help but erupt in a torrent of sarcastic remarks. Is such a statement even permissible? What do you mean the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are ill-suited? What does it imply that the Queen Mother should wed a human king? Even if you are a sage, you cannot spout such nonsense. Please, do not implicate me in any association with Yaoqi. I hold no interest in her whatsoever. Nuwa's intellect, it seems, is decidedly questionable. Upon hearing Yin Shou's inner thoughts, Nuwa could scarcely contain her amusement. Until now, she had only been the subject of his mockery. Discovering that he too harbored no affection for Yaoqi brought her an unexpected sense of relief. Particularly, the identity of Yaoqi seems to have imposed a substantial burden upon Yin Shou. This revelation brings double the joy to Nuwa. Yin Shou harbors no affection for Yaoqi, which delights her. Yin Shou feels encumbered, and still, she rejoices. Yet, despite her lengthy criticisms of Yaoqi, Yin Shou ultimately does not refrain from calling her mindless. This infuriates In-hwa greatly. Normally, she would tolerate it since only she could hear such remarks. However, In-hwa is acutely aware that Yao-chi can also perceive In-sho's thoughts. This is akin to publicly berating her for her foolishness in front of Yao-chi. Yao-chi is, after all, a junior. Where then lies the dignity of a sage? At this moment, the audacity of In-sho to label In-hwa as lacking in intellect is not even the primary concern for Yao-chi. Although that statement has indeed left Yao-chi profoundly shaken. Her heart is in turmoil, particularly upon realizing that In-hwa has also heard In-sho express her indifference towards her. Yao-chi feels a deeper sense of discomfort. This thought intensifies her rebellious sentiments. Initially, she deemed In-hwa's suggestion that she would be better off marrying In-sho somewhat excessive. Yet now, Yao-chi resolves to embrace her fate. Echoing In-hwa's words, she asserts, "Sister In-hwa, I believe you are right. I am entirely unsuitable for senior brother Hao-yin. I would be better off marrying that mortal king." Humph. Having vented her frustrations, Yao-chi pouts, her cheeks puffed in a display of indignation. Oh no. Please don't. In-sho feels her heart thud with a resounding echo, and her surroundings darken momentarily. You are the queen mother. Please do not let your persona shatter. Not only In-sho. In truth, even In-hwa was taken aback by Yao-tai's reaction. Could it be that little Yao-tai has truly developed feelings for In-sho? Now, that would certainly be intriguing. In-hwa had long sought to extract information from In-sho. If Yao-tai indeed sided with him, the likelihood of obtaining such insights would diminish. Moreover, it was evident that Yao-tai harbored intentions to challenge her. Thus, it became increasingly difficult for In-hwa to utilize Yao-tai to her advantage. In-hwa's current scheme was to orchestrate Yao-tai's social demise while reveling in Yinsa's anxious response. Indulging her own wicked amusement. TSK, TSK, TSK. The esteemed In-hwa, a saint, was now clicking her tongue in astonishment. Who would have thought, dear little Yao-tai? In the span of a single night, what transpired between you and the human king? The last time, when the human king offended you at the Zhuangho Spring. You even contemplated his demise. But now, oh dear. In-hwa suddenly covered her mouth, feigning shock. Could it be that you and the human king? Oh my, what on earth? That? Which one? In-hwa, you must speak clearly. It is no wonder you now appear utterly infatuated with the human king. In-hwa placed a finger to her lips, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yao-tai's face was flushed as if it might bleed. She sought to seize this opportunity to abandon all restraint and express her affection for In-sho. The more liberated and agitated she appeared, the more likely In-sho would dismiss her words as mere expressions of anger, thus failing to take her sentiments seriously. In summary, there would be no losses. Yet, she could never have anticipated that In-hwa would tease her in such a manner. Moreover, last night, that was indeed her first kiss. Feeling bashful from the blow to her pride, Yao-chi could no longer maintain a facade of composure. Observing that her words had struck their mark, In-hwa smirked. The more Yao-chi blushed, the more distressed In-sho became, which only fueled her delight. In-hwa continued her playful assault. Little Yao-chi, you are the queen mother of heaven, destined to be paired with Hao-yin. To us, you and Hao-yin are already a married couple. So, if you were to be with In-sho, wouldn't that mean? In-sho has slept with Hao-yin's wife. The younger generation certainly knows how to have their fun. Alas, I can hardly keep up with the times. Buzzing in his head, In-sho, who was eavesdropping while leaning against the wall, suddenly felt as if he had become one with it. What the hell? I could just explode. Is In-hwa even speaking coherently? This isn't even nonsense. I was wrong. In-hwa isn't brainless. Rather, her mind is troubled, significantly troubled. It's worse than being mindless. What do you mean I slept with Hao-tian's wife? I did not sleep. I did not sleep. I merely pecked her on the lips. And it was passive. In-hwa's eyes sparkled with realization. So it was just a peck. Hee, little Yao-chi, I seem to have caught you in a compromising situation. At that moment, her flushed face felt as though it might burst. Yao-chi wished she could dig a hole straight down to the underworld and ask for a bowl of mangpo's soup. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She had merely intended to speak in jest, to let off some steam, yet somehow, she found herself ensnared. Although she had previously harbored feelings for In-sho, it was only out of gratitude that she had chosen to follow him, without any intention of confessing her affections. Why did it now feel as though she had been laid bare before him? Moreover, In-hwa was now aware of what had transpired between her and In-sho the previous night. In-hwa realized she had outmaneuvered Yao-chi. Furthermore, she had no intention of letting Yao-chi off the hook, especially after Yao-chi had dared to mock her. In-hwa continued, Oh dear. Little Yao-chi. It suddenly dawned on me. You are someone's wife. But In-sho is also someone's husband. Doesn't that mean? Hiki. Yao-chi was so mortified that she could barely lift her head. She desperately wished to dig a hole to the underworld, but this time not to drink Mangpo's soup, but to be reincarnated. She yearned to forget everything and start anew as a celestial being. Please, Your Majesty, do not say any more. Fortunately, the sound was muted for the mortals on the other side, for if they were to overhear how the celestial beings behaved, who would ever believe in them again? On that side, Insho also slapped his own face, covering it tightly with his hands. Then, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, exclaiming, "Oh, dear sister, I beseech you, I have offered my incense. Please do not speak carelessly. This is a fantasy instance, not an ethical one." Chapter 31. Nuwa and the Yaoqi. Has Hao Tian also arrived? As the verbal sparring at Yua's Yaoqi reached a fever pitch, an imperceptible beam of light descended upon a small hill beside the official road of Pansy Town. This figure, clad in splendid yellow and white garments, exuded an air of nobility. However, coupled with his appearance, he exuded an undeniable air of absurdity. "Your Majesty," the long-waiting Taibai Jinxing hastily bowed to Hao Tian, filled with hope and confidence regarding the forthcoming events. With his chin held high, Hao Tian was brimming with pride. This plan to rescue a damsel in distress was a brilliant scheme he had painstakingly devised. Surely, it would succeed without a doubt. Hao Tian arrogantly inquired, "Taibai, how are the preparations coming along?" Taibai promptly responded, "Your Majesty, the preparations are nearly complete. I have recruited several disciples from the Western teachings." Upon hearing this, Hao Tian's brow furrowed. "Western? Are they not the shameless, cough, cough, the disciples of the Saint of Complete Enlightenment?" Taibai's lips twitched involuntarily. "Hao Tian, even if you believe the two saints from the Western teachings to be shameless, you cannot voice it aloud. Moreover, if they were not shameless, would they agree to undertake such a task? In this vast wilderness, it is rare to find individuals willing to engage in such undertakings." Though he voiced his complaints, Taibai maintained a respectful demeanor. "Your Majesty, rest assured that these disciples possess ties to the demon clan and their powers exceed that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, they are newly accepted disciples of the two saints from the West and seldom visit our eastern lands. The Lady of the Jade Pool is unlikely to recognize them." It was at this moment that Hao Tian, deep in thought, nodded slightly. "Will the Lady of the Jade Pool pass through here shortly?" Taibai Jinxing replied, "Your Majesty, based on the previous trajectory of the Lady of the Jade Pool, she should indeed pass this way soon. Our men have already laid an ambush at the crossroads ahead." Suddenly, Hao Tian's excitement surged. "What are we waiting for? Let us charge in and feign an attack on the village. As long as we do not harm the mortals." Taibai Jinxing rolled his eyes in exasperation, his expression troubled. "Your Majesty, it is not yet the right time." With a flick of his sleeve, Hao Tian displayed his impatience. "Why not?" Taibai Jinxing, with a sense of resignation, responded, "The Lady Nuwa is also in that small town." To Hao Tian's astonishment, he stumbled back a step, disbelief etched across his face. "Why is the Lady Nuwa here? She cannot thwart my brilliant plan, can she?" With a heavy sigh, Taibai Jinxing reassured him, "Your Majesty, it is unlikely. The Lady Nuwa has merely recently arrived in Pansy Town, seemingly to discuss matters with the Lady of the Jade Pool." The old minister believed that after their conversation, the goddess Nuwa would take her leave. However, Taibai Jinxing hesitated, uncertain whether he should convey the forthcoming news to Hao Tian. "What is it? Do not beat around the bush," Hao Tian commanded sternly. "It is just that besides the goddess Nuwa, the human king is also in Pansy Town. It appears that he has been in the company of the Yaoqi goddess. They were just seen dining together." "What?" Hao Tian staggered, unable to suppress his retreat, his eyes widening in shock as he raised his hands as if to ward off an impending assault. Crack! He heard the sound of his own heart fracturing. Why? Why was the Yaoqi's sister with that human king after leaving the heavenly court yesterday? He fed her, and she fed him. No, no. What I mean to them? No. This must be a misunderstanding. A flicker of anger ignited on Hao Tian's face. Quick! Have someone keep a close watch on the human king and discern his true intentions. Taibai Jinxing promptly objected, "Your Majesty, the human king is currently too close to the goddess Nuwa. Approaching recklessly may alert her." Hao Tian, in a state of agitation, paced anxiously, resembling an ant on a hot stove. With the goddess Nuwa inside, he could not reveal his presence. Eureka! Elated, Hao Tian summoned a mirror. His own treasured artifact, the Hao Tian mirror. The Hao Tian mirror possesses the ability to observe all realms. As long as it does not scrutinize Nuwa, it is feasible to monitor Insho from such a close distance without detection. Soon, Hao Tian fixated on the reflection of Insho in the mirror with the intensity of a vengeful foe. In the eastern market of Panses and Insho, hiding behind a wall and eavesdropping on the conversation between Yaoqi and Yuwa, felt a sudden chill run through him. The pores of his skin instinctively tightened as he sensed a gaze directed towards him. With his remarkable capabilities, Insho was quick to identify the faint aura behind that gaze as belonging to Hao Tian, having previously encountered him and experienced his sword energy. Hao Tian. The aura is so faint that even a sage might struggle to perceive it. Could it be through a magical artifact? The Hao Tian mirror. Instantly, Insho projected a strand of divine awareness towards the source of the aura. To his astonishment, he discovered that hidden along the eastern thoroughfare were more than a dozen cultivators, including several formidable beings at the level of the Luo Jinxian. Insho, already overwhelmed by the interplay between Yao Qi and Yuhua, found his mind further bewildered. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, Yuhua continued to tease Yao Qi, playfully pinching her flushed cheeks with a regal demeanor. Oh dear Yao Qi, you look simply irresistible. What man could possibly resist such charm? Such an innocent wife is truly the dream of every man. The jade pool seemed to have completely surrendered, left only to whimper and plea. Sister Enhua, please do not speak further. I acknowledge my mistakes. Is that not enough? I am uncertain of what has transpired. I simply do not wish to be with Hao Tian. Yet, as Enhua continues, it feels as if I have become someone who can only marry Insho. Though, due to previous misunderstandings, I do harbor some affection for Insho. That does not mean I am bound to him. Sister Enhua, please do not misunderstand. I have no entanglements with that king of humans. Alas, must I not concede my errors? Enhua, with a gaze as enchanting as silk, replied, Oh, Jade Pool. You have committed no fault. You are entitled to reject Hao Tian if he does not captivate your heart. Although you are the mistress of the heavenly court, destiny does not dictate that you must be with Hao Tian, nor does it proclaim that you cannot be with the king of humans. I believe you should embrace courage. Even if marriage with the king of humans remains unattainable, you may still consummate your union. After all, you have already crossed that threshold. And this union is half-formed. Perhaps this romance between deities and mortals could become a cherished tale, to be passed down through millennia. Upon finishing, Enhua could hardly contain her delight, reveling in her heart. This Insho had previously disrespected her and harbored contempt in his heart. Yet, desiring to glean from him the secrets to reversing the deification and destiny, she found it challenging to confront him. Meanwhile, the jade pool had grown bolder, daring to retort against her. Thus, the more Enhua teased the two, the more engrossed she became. She paused for a moment, fully aware that her previous remarks would undoubtedly incite a torrent of inner monologue from Insho. She eagerly anticipated witnessing Insho's breakdown. Hiki, Insho, have I discovered your Achilles heel? You claimed I lack intelligence. Is this what you call lacking intelligence? Yet this time, Enhua waited for quite a while. Insho remained unresponsive. Strange. Could it be that Insho has fainted from anger? Just as Enhua sensed something amiss, Insho's thoughts finally echoed once more. What is Hao Tian doing here? And why has he brought so many people? Moreover, why is he fixating on me with the Hao Tian mirror? Why not gaze at your wife instead? You could at least use the mirror to check the color of your hair. If you heard what Enhua and Yao Qi just said, I fear you would shatter the mirror in a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, Enhua and Yao Qi exchanged a startled glance, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 32. Hao Tian, King of Humanity, perish before me. Enhua and Yao Qi instinctively turned their gazes toward Insho's direction. Hao Tian had arrived. Why was Hao Tian here? Yao Qi, who had previously felt humiliated by Enhua's jests, now found her emotions increasingly complicated. The one she least wished to encounter was Hao Tian. Meanwhile, Enhua raised an eyebrow. She focused her consciousness in the direction indicated by Insho, and indeed, not far to the east, Hao Tian's figure emerged. The celestial being Tai Bai Jin Xing stood beside the vast expanse of Hao Tian. Not far ahead, several formidable figures of the Deluo Jinxian realm lay in ambush, though she did not recognize these individuals. Their alignment with Hao Tian was abundantly clear from their poised demeanor. Enhua found the unfolding situation increasingly intriguing. Simultaneously, her curiosity regarding Insho's prowess deepened. It was noteworthy that the distance at which Hao Tian's entourage was concealed exceeded the passive perception range of a saint's divine consciousness. Moreover, they employed artifacts to mask their presence. It was only after Insho's subtle prompt that she consciously expanded her awareness to discern the existence of Hao Tian's group. Yet, how did Insho perceive them? Just how formidable was his divine consciousness? What realm did he inhabit? As for Insho, ever since he became aware of being observed by Hao Tian through the Hao Tian mirror, his focus shifted entirely to Hao Tian, rendering him oblivious to the conversation between Enhua and Yao Qi. His disinterest stemmed from a profound annoyance at Enhua's incessant prattle, which nearly drove him to exasperation. Initially, he felt a twinge of displeasure at Hao Tian's targeting of him. However, an epiphany struck him. The entire scenario could potentially be a ploy orchestrated by Nu Hua. Since the dawn of Fengming Chaogu, Inshou was convinced that Nu Hua aimed to incite various factions against the Deshang. And who, besides Shi Qi, could be the fated adversary of Deshang? While Shi Qi was the overt opponent, lurking in the shadows was the heavenly court, led by Hao Tian. Through the calamity of the Fengshan, Hao Tian sought to bolster the Zhou dynasty against the Shang. Following their victory, King Wu of Zhou submitted to the heavens, heralding an era devoid of a human monarch. The heavenly path now governs the mortal realm. Hao Tian has thus established the foundation for extending his grasp into the underworld and unifying the three realms. Consequently, the heavenly court, much like the Western Qi, ardently desires the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Meanwhile, Nu Hua has been distorting the truth, attempting to entangle Yao Qi and herself in a murky relationship. All of this is to incite Hao Tian, to draw out Hao Tian's animosity towards her. Indeed, otherwise, why would Nu Hua and Hao Tian appear simultaneously in this location? It is evident that Nu Hua has provided Hao Tian with intelligence. Upon realizing this, Inshou's eyes suddenly brightened. He was enlightened. How splendid. This presents a fortuitous opportunity. Now, there appears to be an undeniable trend that Yao Qi and Hao Tian are destined not to become a pair. Since Hao Tian is currently directing his hatred towards her, there lies a possibility for him to orchestrate a grand display, allowing Hao Tian to win Yao Qi's affection once more. This would restore the significant dynamic between the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother, while simultaneously diminishing Hao Tian's fortune in the Shang dynasty. A twofold benefit. Aha! Nu Hua, how clever you have become. Come forth, Hao Tian. Impose your scrutiny upon me. Target me. I shall not take any countermeasures. Though I am unaware of your precise plans, I will wholeheartedly assist you in regaining your image in Hunyu's heart. You must find happiness. Just as Inshou was indulging in his self-satisfaction, an unwelcome voice shattered his good mood. Oh, isn't that the king of humanity? Inshou abruptly turned his head, and what met his gaze was a visage that epitomized his myriad fantasies about women. To his astonishment, it was Nu Hua, who had somehow approached the corner, discovering his presence. Inshou could not help but feel his legs weaken in fear. Just moments ago, he had harbored unflattering thoughts about Nu Hua, and now she had come to confront him. How on earth was I found out? When did I expose myself? In a flurry of panic, Inshou found himself completely disoriented. His plans had not accounted for an encounter with Nu Hua. Nu Hua, my lady? He realized he was stammering, unable to articulate his thoughts. What was amiss? The formidable king of humanity appeared utterly flustered, his usual commanding presence nowhere to be found. Oh, Nu Hua elongated her words in a theatrical manner. I see now. You have been stalking our dear Yao Qi, haven't you? I heard that from the Zhuagua spring. You began to secretly observe her bathing. Last night, you even. I never imagined you would take such a liking to our little Yao Qi. Haha. You say you've come all this way, yet you can't bear to approach her, hiding away instead? I have been singing your praises for quite some time. Nu Hua continued her tirade, leaving no room for the embarrassed Inshou to respond. Upon finishing, she turned to call Yao Qi. Come quickly. Yao Qi, look who it is. Oh no. I beg you, be reasonable. Before Inshou could successfully slip away, Yao Qi, under the invitation of Nu Hua, approached with her head lowered and a shy demeanor. Initially, Yao Qi had wanted to greet Inshou, as she was genuinely afraid he might abandon her. However, after hearing all of Nu Hua's previous remarks, she found herself at a loss as to how to face Inshou. With a flushed face, she dared not raise her eyes and stammered, Are you looking for me? I thought you would leave me behind. Inshou gasped in surprise, thinking, What on earth, tiger girl, what are you being shy about? Don't overthink it. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly reverted to the affectionate yet domineering persona he adopted whenever he encountered Nu Hua, declaring, Lady Nu Hua has misunderstood. I am not here to seek Lady Yao Qi. Rather, I felt an inexplicable pull in my heart, as if my beloved were nearby. Wandering aimlessly, I found myself here. Indeed, I have spotted the figure of Lady Nu Hua. I know this is a divine sign. So, how about it, Lady Nu Hua, shall we return together? At that moment, a simultaneous wave of nausea washed over Inshou, Nu Hua, and Yao Qi. This display from Inshou was utterly jarring and repulsive. However, there was one individual who, upon witnessing this scene, was filled with rage. That person was Hao Tian, who was observing everything through the Hao Tian mirror. As Nu Hua and Yao Qi approached Inshou, he found himself witnessing the exchange between the three of them. To his astonishment, he never anticipated that Yao Qi, who was both bashful and proactive, would be met with Inshou's utter disregard. Moreover, Inshou declared that his heart belonged to another woman, the very Yao Qi, whom he cherished as a treasure. was deemed worthless in Yin Shou's eyes. Fortunately, Hao Tian had not lived in modern society and was oblivious to urban web literature. Otherwise, a singular term would undoubtedly echo in his mind. Simp. Furious, he struck the mirror reflecting Yin Shou's visage, nearly shattering it. King of men. Perish. Chapter 33. Yao Qi. Could it be that Yin Shou is a sage? Perish. 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 In a fit of rage, Hao Tian relentlessly battered the mirror, his fury reaching its zenith. Once an individual of great pride, he now confronted the bitter truth that what he held dear was considered trivial by another. The Yao Qi he ardently pursued was scorned by Yin Shou. Hao Tian felt a profound humiliation wash over him. He vowed in his heart that he would ensure Yin Shou faced a fate devoid of burial. Humph! King of men, your timing is impeccable. I shall tread upon your fallen form to demonstrate to Sister Yao Qi just how masculine I truly am. Just wait, if you dare to leave with Sister Yao Qi. Amidst his fury, Hao Tian suddenly realized that Yin Shou's presence could indeed be fortuitous. Once his allies had left Yin Shou in a state of disarray, he could emerge as the hero to rescue the damsel. In stark contrast, my own image will undoubtedly be elevated. At that time, Sister Yao Qi will surely see through everything and change her mind. Humph! King of men, ultimately you are but a sovereign of the mortal realm. Everything you possess is ultimately within my control. You cannot escape the mandate of heaven. I am, indeed, the decree of heaven. Tai Bai. Relay the command. All forces must remain vigilant. Once the goddess Nuwa departs, be prepared to strike. If that king of men travels alongside the goddess of Yao Qi, teach him a severe lesson first, and I shall make my entrance afterward. Tai Bai Jin Xing was oblivious to the happenings within the realm of Hao Tian and was unaware of the interactions between Yin Shou and Yao Qi. With a resigned shake of his head, he bowed and withdrew. Yes, your majesty. I shall personally deliver the orders to prevent the spiritual fluctuations of the Jade Talisman from being detected by the goddess Nuwa. As for Yin Shou and Nuwa Yao Qi, ever since Yin Shou was discovered by Nuwa, he had entered a mode of devoted servitude. He intended to maintain this subservient act until Daji entered the palace. Now, he had been ardently devoted to Nuwa for a full half hour. Nuwa could no longer endure this and decided to conclude their meeting, primarily because it was untenable. If she could not hear Yin Shou's true thoughts, his passionate performance might genuinely win her heart. Yet, his words were filled with flattery while his heart harbored harsh criticisms. Moreover, Nuwa understood that if she remained here, regardless of Hao Tian's intentions, his plans would be thwarted. After all, in the present chaos of the primordial world, no one has yet dared to brazenly confront the sage. Thus, even though she yearned to remain by the sides of Yin Shou and Yao Qi to witness the unfolding drama, Nuwa had no choice but to depart. Humph, human king. I hope you exercise caution. As for the affairs of Nuwa Palace, I shall certainly hold you accountable. However, human king, the vicinity is rife with malevolent creatures. And Yao Qi, being but a solitary woman who has recently sustained grave injuries, may be in peril. You, bearing the fate of humanity, can ward off evil and ensure her safety. Please escort Yao Qi away from this area. After uttering these words, Nuwa reluctantly took her leave. Leaving behind Yin Shou and Yao Qi as soon as Nuwa departed, Yin Shou felt an immense sense of relief, and a torrent of complaints surged within him. Good heavens! That foolish woman has finally left. If this continued, I would surely collapse. And in the end, she finally admitted it. She was indeed plotting against me. If she did not depart, how could Hao Tian commence his performance? Why must I be the one to escort Yao Qi? You, a sage, why do you not see her safely away? I never anticipated that Yao Qi had also become a pawn in Nuwa's game. Human king, will you escort me away from here? As Yin Shou was lost in thought, a delicate and tender voice suddenly graced his ears. He turned to see Yao Qi, her large eyes blinking shyly as she gazed at him. Yin Shou was willing to escort the lady Yao Qi away from this place. In a nonchalant manner, he replied, Oh, Lady Yao Qi, please do not misunderstand. I am merely following the command of Lady Nuwa. Of course, I shall escort you. Indeed, I will. I cannot accompany you. How can I collaborate with Hao Tian in the performance? All of Hao Tian's animosity currently rests upon me. Though I am uncertain of his intentions, I find myself rather intrigued, despite the disparity between Yin Shou's true sentiments and his spoken words. Yao Qi felt a warmth in her heart. After all, it is Yin Shou who is safeguarding her. Instinctively, Yao Qi leaned closer to Yin Shou, hesitating to grasp his sleeve, and said, Humph, king of men. I have already stated that I shall not depart until I assist you in realizing your desires. I am not yet inclined to return to the heavenly court. I wish to explore the eastern path. Please escort me along that route. Yin Shou's eyes brightened. Ah, indeed. That is the direction where Hao Tian lies in ambush. Very well, Your Majesty Yao Qi, I shall escort you personally. Once you have departed, I shall reconvene with my guards. As Yin Shou guided Yao Qi along the peculiar mountain paths, she took in the scenery, showing no inclination to employ any form of teleportation. As they walked, night fell swiftly. Soon, they ventured into the area where the disciples from the west lay in wait. Yin Shou, who had been diligently monitoring the movements of these individuals with his divine sense, quickly sensed something amiss. These people maintained a deliberate distance from Hao Tian. Judging by their trajectory, it appeared they intended to strike at both him and Yao Qi. Yet, Hao Tian seemed unhurried to make a move. Rather, it appeared as though he intended to arrive at the scene only after the confrontation had commenced. Yin Shou slightly raised an eyebrow, sensing that he had grasped the essence of Hao Tian's scheme. Oh my goodness! Is this really happening? If I am not mistaken, is Hao Tian attempting to stage a heroic rescue scenario? Surely not. You are the Heavenly Emperor. How could you resort to such a cliché tactic? But then again, if you could think of peeping while someone bathes, what could you not conceive? Well, how delightful. Upon realizing Hao Tian's intentions, Yin Shou felt increasingly at ease in his cooperation. Moreover, should the adversary choose to strike, he could effortlessly feign being assaulted, while subtly channeling the auspicious energies of the grand merchants to safeguard himself. Yao Qi, I perceive that the scenery in that small grove appears rather splendid. Perhaps even rare in the heavenly realm. Shall we venture over there? The direction Yin Shou indicated was, in fact, towards the gathering of the Daluo Jingxian among the ambushers. He had no choice. He feared that if the opponents were too feeble, Yao Qi might swiftly subdue them with her prowess. Listening to Yin Shou's thoughts and observing the desolation and withered branches ahead, Yao Qi could not help but twitch her lips. A small grove? Alas! I shall indulge Yin Shou's whims. I too wish to see if, as Yin Shou suggests, Brother Hao Tian would indeed employ such despicable means. As the King of Humans stated, Yin Shou soon guided Yao Qi closer to the Daluo Jingxian. Come quickly, come quickly. An exquisite position and an opportune moment await. Make your move. Unleash your full strength upon me. I am fully prepared. The only dilemma is, their realms are far too low. Only the great Luo Jingxian. How can I convincingly display the agony of being struck by them? This kind of intangible performance is most vexing. Alas, perhaps I should take the opportunity, while they are unobservant, to inflict a wound upon myself. At this moment, Yao Qi gradually came to a halt. Previously, she had been unable to perceive the ambushes hidden nearby. Yet now, even she could sense several formidable auras emanating from them. They were all powerful figures in the late stages of Great Luo Jingxian, even those capable of overturning the very fabric of reality. Despite being uninjured herself, escaping unscathed would prove difficult. Yet, this Yin Shou appeared so nonchalant, treating the Great Luo Jingxian as mere ants. It is important to note that even a quasi-saint would not dare belittle the Great Luo Jingxian in such a manner. The only beings worthy of regarding the Great Luo Jingxian as mere insects in this world are saints. As Yao Qi gazed at Yin Shou's figure, her eyes gradually deepened with contemplation. Chapter 34. I beg of you, strike me please. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Lady Yao Qi and the King of Humans have entered the grove. They have already reached the ambush zone of those Great Luo Jingxian disciples from the Western sect. Tai Jin rushed in with urgency, nearly losing his breath, fearing that the fluctuations of their spells might draw the attention of Nuwa. They had resorted to the most primitive means of communication during this time, namely, their legs. The burdensome role of the errand runner naturally fell upon Tai Bai. I am aware. No need for your words. I am currently observing. Hao Tian, through the Hao Tian mirror, gazed at the timid Yao Qi, who was cowering behind Yin Shou. Yao Qi's body pressed against him. Hao Tian's heart burned with jealousy. How he longed to be the towering figure capable of protecting Yao Qi. Immediately, he dispatched a message for them to take action. At the very least, they should severely incapacitate that king of men before I arrive at the scene. Having reached this point, Yao Qi no longer needed to feign ignorance regarding the situation. She hid behind Yin Shou, pretending to be frightened, clutching his garment, and cautiously saying, Yin Shou, perhaps we should not proceed forward? I sense danger ahead. It could be the nearby monsters. Yin Shou deliberately feigned ignorance. Oh? What danger? Fear not, Lady Yao Qi. With the fortune of the human race surrounding me, who would dare to harm me? He intentionally raised his voice for the last sentence, aiming to provoke those lurking in the shadows. As expected, no sooner had the words left his mouth than several streaks of light shot forth from the slope ahead. This path is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to traverse this road, leave your lives behind. We are the 7 demons of Ponzi Ridge. You are unfortunate to wander into my territory. Yin Shou was taken aback, his mind racing with incredulous thoughts. Goodness! The 7 demons of Ponzi Ridge. What is the name of this combination? It truly seems quite convincing. By the way, you can't possibly be the ancestors of spider spirits, can you? Are we merely experiencing the role of Tang Sing? Come on, come on. I too wish to portray the feeble Tang Sing. But I must be cautious not to falter and ruin the performance. Yao Qi's lips twitched. What Tang Sung? What spider spirits? In Shou was uttering terms she was unfamiliar with. However, what she found most perplexing was In Shou's peculiar desire to be beaten. The last time Hao Yin attempted to strike him, he was utterly thrilled. What sort of quirk is this? Should I perhaps adopt a more aggressive demeanor towards In Shou from now on? Reluctantly, Yao Qi resolved to indulge In Shou and enact a scene. Suddenly, she emerged from behind him, puffing out her chest and standing defiantly in front of him. Halt! I am the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool from the Heavenly Realm. And he's the Great Merchant King. You vile creatures, retreat at once. The few Western disciples masquerading as demons exchanged bewildered glances. When the Heavenly Marshal first summoned them, he merely stated that they were to cause some trouble for Yao Qi, assuring them that the Heavenly Realm would repay this favor in the future. Just moments ago, he had instructed them to prioritize their actions towards a certain man accompanying Yao Qi, yet they had never anticipated that this man, who stood alongside the Queen Mother, was indeed the human king. No wonder this fool had boasted of his immense human fortune. Now, they found themselves in quite a predicament. The human race stands as the protagonist of the present age, with the human king bearing the fate of his people. Should they take the life of In Shou? The repercussions would be insufferable. It is crucial to remember that upon the return of their master, the Taoist Zhuan Ti, he has been incessantly lamenting that even New Wa dares not contend with the human king. However, if it is merely a lesson they intend to impart, it might not pose a significant issue, right? What further perplexes them is, hissing, how is it that the queen of the Yao Pool is in the company of the human king? A solitary man and woman in such a desolate wilderness. It is evident that they are in a secluded area far from prying eyes. What on earth are these two plotting? Could it be a wild escapade? Cough. Cough. The group suddenly realizes they must not delve any further into such thoughts. Meanwhile, Hao Tian, observing their demeanor through the Hao Tian mirror, finds himself blushing with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Yao Qi would so openly reveal their identities. Scoundrels. Once these several bald donkeys return to the west, Zhuan Ti and Jieyin, those shameless rascals, will undoubtedly slander my heavenly court. They cannot be allowed to leave alive. Hao Yin promptly stows away the Hao Yin mirror, and a streak of light darts towards the scene. At that moment, the disciples of the Western sect resolve to first put on a show and teach In Shou a lesson. They believe that as long as they avoid the fate and do not endanger his life, it should not pose a significant problem, right? Haha. You claim to be the Queen Mother? Well, I am still the Jade Emperor, regardless of your status as Queen Mother or Human King on my territory. My word is law. I may spare your lives. However, with such beauty, is it not reasonable for the noble lady to indulge in some playful amusement with me? Quite adept at adapting and leaving an escape route. The lady of the Jade Pool was furious. Impudence. In Shou intervened. Poised to confront the lady of the Jade Pool, Your Highness, you are currently injured and should refrain from making a move. I promised Lady Nuwa to safeguard you. Allow me to handle these few insignificant pests. I am well trained for this. Such mere demonic entities, even without relying on the fortune of the human race. I could vanquish them with but a single finger. In Shou emphasized his intention not to draw upon the fortune of humanity, aiming to prevent his adversaries from hesitating. Just as he was preparing to endure a beating, a soft sound suddenly echoed nearby. In Shou turned in astonishment to find the lady of the Jade Pool gazing at him with a silent, yearning expression. In Shou, I never imagined you held me in such high regard. I knew you truly cared for me. In Shou. Though these individuals are all of the great Luo Golden Immortal tier or above, it matters not if you cannot defeat them. I, the lady of the Jade Pool, swear that if you were to perish here, I would follow you into the afterlife. Goodness. In Shou was taken aback, instinctively shrinking back. He felt a shiver run through him, his skin crawling with goosebumps. What on earth? What performance is this from the lady of the Jade Pool? A tale of unfulfilled human and ghostly affection. I had hoped to provoke her disdain through my own beating. It seems that being beaten does not hinder this at all. Hao Tian, come quickly. Your wife's persona has completely collapsed. Rest assured, I shall protect you at all costs. Should they wish to lay a finger on you, they must first tread over my lifeless body. Naturally, I do this to fulfill my vow to the goddess Nuwa. Even so, In Shou remained steadfast in his devoted demeanor. He cast a resolute glance towards the Yao Pool and bravely advanced. Come forth. Let us battle. In Shou charged towards a group of disciples from the Western sect. Yao Qi gazed dreamily at In Shou's retreating figure. Although she was aware that his earlier words were merely for show, she couldn't help but find him incredibly charming and undeniably masculine. On the side of the Western sect, the disciples found themselves momentarily daunted by Yin Shou's imposing presence, halting their advance. The leader of the group even retreated 2 steps. How could a mere human instill such overwhelming intimidation? In the midst of this Western disciple's astonishment, Yin Shou's fist came crashing down. The disciple staggered back 2 steps, dazedly touching the spot where he had been struck, blinking in confusion. He realized it didn't hurt at all. Goodness, he was merely a show. Brothers, let us strike back. Chapter 35. How Tian's heroic rescue plan fails. Let us strike. Gaining confidence, the disciples of the Western sect finally engaged in combat. Initially, they did not fight with lethal intent. Yet Yin Shou refrained from invoking the national fortune of the Deshang dynasty. The scene became somewhat chaotic for a moment. That was close. I almost flubbed it just now. As he rushed forward, he inadvertently released a hint of his oppressive aura, startling the children around him. Fortunately, a stroke of inspiration led him to restrain his energy and gently caress the face of his opponent. Hurry, strike swiftly. Such action scenes are the most exhausting. I believe the system ought to increase the compensation. Yin Shou maintained control over the situation. After feigning recklessness a few times, he swiftly found himself in a predicament. Pinned to the ground and being beaten. Despite the blows, he did not forget to hurl curses to provoke his assailants, all the while uttering some rather distasteful lines. Yao Qi, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Upon your return, inform Lady Nuwa that I, Yin Shou, have not disappointed her. Yao Qi merely crossed her arms and pouted, observing the chaos with a slight shake of her head. Occasionally, she would half-heartedly exclaim, "Oh dear, please stop hitting each other." Her voice lacked urgency, devoid of any real concern. Fortunately, Yin Shou was focused on ensuring that the Western disciples were not harmed, thus he paid little heed to how clumsy Yao Qi's performance was. As the various parties continued their fervent skirmish, a brilliant light imbued with holy majesty descended from the heavens, signaling the arrival of Hao Yin to the battlefield. He first glanced at Yin Shou, who was being brutally kicked by several individuals, and an exaggerated grin spread across his face. Witnessing the king being beaten was undeniably satisfying. He then turned his gaze towards Yao Qi, hoping to witness a flicker of panic or disappointment towards the human king on her face. However, to his astonishment, why did Yao Qi exhibit no signs of distress whatsoever? Instead, she appeared remarkably composed, her hands crossed over her chest, and there seemed to be a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Yao Qi, are you all right? Just as Hao Tian was about to express his concern, Yao Qi interrupted him. Senior brother Hao Tian, these monsters are trying to bully me. It is the human king who is shielding me. Hurry, save the human king. A surge of indignation welled up within Hao Tian. Why was it that upon my arrival, rather than rushing into my embrace, Yao Qi chose to mention the human king first? His fists clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, Yin Shou had also noticed Hao Tian's arrival. Oh no, Hao Tian has finally shown up. Did you deliberately take your time to enjoy watching me get beaten? Are you not afraid that I might lose control and unleash my protective aura, annihilating them all in an instant? Hurry up already. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Shou feigned fainting as a spell struck him. A few disciples from the Western sect, upon hearing Yao Qi's voice, immediately turned around. The leading disciple exchanged a glance with Hao Tian, and then quickly resumed his demeanor as the quintessential villainous lackey. Oh, just when we disposed of one useless fool, another one comes to meet their demise. Pathetic. No matter who you are, this girl shall be our plaything today. Upon concluding their words, they shrugged their shoulders and approached Yao Qi and Hao Tian with lewd smiles, exchanging glances with Hao Tian as they walked. Yao Qi observed all of this keenly. If previously she held even a fraction of doubt regarding Yin Shou's earlier conjectures, she could now be entirely certain that everything was indeed orchestrated by Hao Tian. Yao Qi, my dear disciple, stay behind me. I shall protect you. I will always safeguard you. Hao Tian positioned himself in front of Yao Qi, adopting a protective stance. Yet, as Yao Qi gazed at Hao Tian's silhouette, she found him utterly despicable and laughable. Soon, the two factions clashed violently. Although Hao Tian was a quasi-saint, the opposing side comprised several great Luo Jingxian. Moreover, they demonstrated remarkable teamwork and formation. The very space trembled under the ferocity of their confrontation. To showcase Hao Tian's valor and fearlessness, the plot arranged by the illustrious Taibai Jingxing was fraught with twists and turns. The individuals adeptly delivered their lines. Ah, this person is actually of quasi-saint level. How formidable! Far superior to that previous human waste. Humph! Now you shall understand my might. You harmed my dear disciple Yao Qi, and I shall ensure you pay the price. Yao Qi, I will forever protect you. Take this. Bang, 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 buzz. What? A formation. Ah. Our Pan-C Ling's 7 Demons Pan-C formation cannot be breached even by a quasi-saint. How infuriating. Alas, I still possess a trump card. Though this treasure is intrinsically linked to my very essence and should only be summoned in dire circumstances. Yet, for the sake of my dear sister Yao Qi, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled, sparks flying in every direction. Hao Yan even revealed the hidden card bestowed upon him by Hongjun, creating a spectacle of epic proportions. Even Yin Shou, feigning unconsciousness, could not resist the urge to peek with one eye. After all, he had never witnessed such a battle at the quasi-saint level in this primordial world. Good gracious. You lot are ruthless. I commend your valor. Soon, after a fierce exchange of blows, Hao Yan sent the disciples of the Western teachings fleeing in disarray. However, he himself sustained injuries deliberately inflicted to garner Yao Qi's sympathy. Yet, to a certain extent, these wounds also impaired Hao Yan's cultivation. It could be said that he truly invested heavily in this endeavor. With his hand pressed against his chest, feigning a stagger, Hao Yan returned to Yao Qi's side. Sister Yao Qi, are you unharmed? Oh, fret not for me. This minor wound is but a trifle. For your sake, all is worthwhile. As long as I am here, no one in this world can bring you harm. Ugh, who taught you those lines? It's utterly nauseating. Yin Shou could hardly bear to watch. Meanwhile, Hao Yan, having delivered the lines imparted to him by the Tai Bai Jinxing, deliberately avoided gazing at Yao Qi's face, instead tilting his head in a show of bravado, awaiting her response. Now, surely the sister from the Jade Pool must comprehend who in this world is capable of protecting her, right? Who embodies the valor and responsibility of a true man? It is I. The sister from the Jade Pool must be in utter awe of me by now. Oh. How long to see your gaze, those sparkling eyes fixed upon me. Why has she not called out to me yet? Is she so moved that words elude her? Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Hao Yan turned to observe the reaction of the Jade Pool. However, all he beheld was a graceful silhouette that swept past him without a glance. The Jade Pool disregarded him entirely, making her way towards the direction of the king. Chapter 36. Why not let the Jade Pool present me with a peach of immortality? Hao Yan's gaze was fixed intensely on the figure that had brushed past him, as if the Jade Pool was destined to forever traverse beyond his world. Why? Why is the sister from the Jade Pool so indifferent towards me? Could it be that she discerned my earlier pretense? Impossible. My primordial spirit has already sustained damage, and I have even lost decades of cultivation. The frigid silhouette of the Jade Pool and her indifferent expression ignited a surge of fury within Hao Yan. He had envisioned countless scenarios of the Jade Pool falling into his embrace, yet he never anticipated her to be so heartless. Sister from the Jade Pool. Hao Yan suddenly shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. Sister from the Jade Pool, I saved you. Yet that icy figure merely paused momentarily, not even turning her head. I did not ask for your rescue. With a frigid tone, Yao Qi continued her path towards Yin Shou. Her words pierced through the air like icy needles forged from eternal cold iron, deeply embedding themselves in Hao Yan's heart. Hao Yan's pupils constricted violently, and he staggered, a spurt of blood escaping his lips, exacerbating his injuries. Meanwhile, Yao Qi neared Yin Shou, who, witnessing the unfolding drama, hastily shut one eye, internally screaming, "Please, do not approach me. This is madness. Utterly absurd." Yin Shou began to question the very essence of his existence. Yao Qi's actions transcended mere indifference towards Hao Yan. Her disdain was vividly etched upon her countenance. As Yao Qi stood before Yin Shou, she gently prodded his seemingly unconscious form. Yin Shou, are you all right? Yin Shou kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to awaken. He was utterly perplexed about how to navigate the charade. Hey, sister, please, do not come looking for me. Hao Yan's gaze is akin to a death sentence. Humph. You think you can feign unconsciousness and leave me to confront Hao Yan alone? Yao Qi scoffed inwardly, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Oh, great king, you must not come to harm, if you suffer for my sake. How shall I ever explain it to Lady Yanhua? I shall extend your life with my own cultivation. Yao Qi gently supported Yin Shou's body, seating him upright, and prepared to transfer her spiritual energy. This caused Yin Shou's heart to convulse with trepidation, and he hastily regained consciousness. What happened? Did I faint? Yao Qi. I am perfectly fine. Goodness. You actually thought of transferring cultivation? Wouldn't it suffice to simply offer a few peaches? If I hadn't awakened, you would have resorted to artificial respiration instead, wouldn't you? Yao Qi was momentarily taken aback. Peaches. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Unfortunately, I did not bring any this time. I shall bring you two next time. And what is this artificial respiration you speak of? After a moment of bewilderment, Yao Qi immediately feigned overwhelming joy. It is wonderful that you are unharmed. In Shou, thank you for always watching over me. In Shou's throat tightened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of weeping. This is disastrous. Yao Qi's persona has completely shattered. The divine partnership of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother is on the brink of collapse. Goodness, could this also be a scheme of Nuwa's? Perhaps she incited Yao Qi to deliberately provoke Hao Yan. Now, all of Hao Yan's wrath will be directed towards me, let alone the possibility of him orchestrating droughts and floods to torment the Shang dynasty. He might even dispatch 100,000 heavenly soldiers to assault Shaoga. If that is indeed the case, then Nuwa is truly ruthless. However, upon observing the demeanor of the Jade Pool, it seemed rather incongruous. She stifled a laugh, nearly bursting with amusement. The imagination of this In Shou is truly boundless. Well, with Sister Nuwa to shoulder this burden for me, In Shou may be less resistant to my intentions. Indeed, this was precisely the scheme of the Jade Pool. She sought to dissuade Hao Tian through In Shou. Her feelings for Hao Tian had entirely dissipated. She no longer wished to hold the position of the Heavenly Queen. In Shou, I shall no longer gaze upon the mortal realm. Allow me to escort you back to your guards. Afterwards, I will return to the Heavenly Court to procure some elixirs for your recovery. Your Highness, I assure you, I am quite well. I shall recover in due time. Nonsense, nonsense. I shall support you. I truly am fine. The Jade Pool and In Shou continued to bicker as they departed from that place, not once casting a glance in Hao Yan's direction, completely disregarding his presence. Hao Tian stood there, trembling with rage. King of humanity. Why? Why am I the one who heroically saves the damsel, yet all the benefits are claimed by that king? At the guards' camp, 200 bewildered soldiers stared as In Shou and the Jade Pool stumbled into the command tent. They cast envious glances at In Shou. Oblivious to the true identity of the Jade Pool, all they perceived was that she resembled a celestial being, seemingly intent on repaying the king's kindness. Although the king did not succeed in locating the goddess Anhua on this journey, he fortuitously encountered a rare celestial maiden in the mortal realm, which certainly cannot be deemed a loss. Alas, I have stated that I am perfectly fine. Yao Qi, what is it that you desire? In Shou suddenly realized that Yao Qi had naturally followed him into his camp. Here they were, a solitary man and woman, in the presence of so many soldiers. While he had ventured out of the palace in search of wildflowers, he had indeed set forth under the pretense of seeking the goddess Anhua. With so many witnesses, how could he maintain his facade? Consequently, his tone grew somewhat harsher, even addressing Yu Qi by her name rather than as goddess. Yao Qi, taken aback, pouted her lips, her eyes shimmering with ethereal light. Oh no, please do not cry. I cannot bear to see a girl in tears. A warmth spread through Yao Qi's heart, stifling her laughter. This fellow indeed possesses a tender heart. The fleeting moment of Yao Qi's grievance vanished. In Shou, you have been injured for my sake. I shall certainly take full responsibility. Moreover, you have yet to express your wishes. This is far from over. You cannot continue to cling to me. I have come out here to vent my frustrations. Your presence will only exacerbate the flames. As In Shou observed Yao Qi's whimsical expression, a thought suddenly struck him. Yao Qi is the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother possesses one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the peaches of immortality. I recall that these peaches are forbidden to mortals. If only she could escort me to the heavenly court and bestow upon me a few peaches of immortality for healing, surely this would challenge her limits, would it not? Chapter 37 Your Majesty, may we offer a sacrifice to the celestial realm? What? You wish for me to escort you to the celestial realm and simultaneously provide you with several peaches for healing? Even though Yao Qi had previously overheard In Shou's heartfelt plea, she was still taken aback when he audaciously voiced such a request. Well, I often heard people say in my youth. In Shou feigned a bashful demeanor. The celestial realm possesses peaches that, once consumed, bestow longevity. Yao Qi, since I have sustained injuries in my endeavor to protect you, is it unreasonable for you to grant me a few peaches to aid in my recovery? Yao Qi regarded the pitiful expression on In Shou's face, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She was acutely aware that he was merely acting, yet she found herself softened by his plight. In truth, this request was indeed rather excessive. The peaches are not meant for mortals. The peaches are one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. A single peach tree can yield 3,600 peach trees. Divided as follows, the first 1,200 bear small flowers and fruits, maturing every 3,000 years, allowing those who consume them to ascend to immortality. The next 1,200 mature every 6,000 years, granting those who partake the ability to soar to the heavens and achieve eternal youth. The final 1,200 adorned with purple veins and fine cores, mature every 9,000 years, enabling those who consume them to share longevity with the cosmos, existing as long as the sun and moon. Thus, even the least of these peaches, which ripen every 3,000 years, can grant immortality. However, the Tao of Heaven is merciless. It does not wish for so many to ascend to immortality with such ease. Moreover, Insho is a mere mortal king. Since the birth of the ancient human emperor, due to the immense fortune bestowed upon the human race, the heavenly way and the myriad saints have increasingly prohibited the human emperor from cultivating immortality. Now that the human emperor is no more, the same standards apply to the human kings. This is indeed a taboo of the heavenly way. As the Queen Mother of the West and the possessor of the peach of immortality's spiritual roots, Yao Qi must be particularly cautious not to transgress this decree. Yao Qi hesitated, clearly embarrassed. Is it truly so difficult to gift a mere peach? She thought. You could simply refuse to eat it. How stingy, she exclaimed. With my cultivation, do I really need to consume a peach? Oh, and what about the promises you made to me before? Wasn't it that my desires must challenge your limits? A woman's words are but deceptive phantoms. Yao Qi, if you find it truly burdensome regarding the peaches, then let us forget about it. Just take me for a stroll at the gates of the heavenly court. I have long been captivated by the legends of the heavenly realm. I yearn to behold the splendor of the celestial court. Just a brief visit to the heavens will suffice to fulfill my wish. And then we shall part ways. Suddenly, Yao Qi shouted, unable to bear the slanderous thoughts of Insho, who had referred to her words as mere deceit. Indeed, gifting the peaches to a human king would breach heavenly regulations and could invite punishment. However, it is precisely this challenge that pushes one to exceed their limits. What punishment could be so dire that one could not endure it alone? Who could possibly obliterate her existence? A promise made must be honored. Moreover, her approach towards Insho was merely an endeavor to alter her own destiny, was it not? The concept of fate is indeed daunting, and one must adhere to the celestial laws. However, I must also abide by the regulations of my own Yao Qi. My rules are my own. Insho, I present you with a pan tao. Insho was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. What? Is it truly given away for nothing? Could it be that mortals are forbidden from consuming pan tao? Nevertheless, the previous batch of pan tao had already been exhausted, and the new harvest would not mature for another 2 days. You may stay here to recuperate. In 2 days, I shall take you on a tour of the heavenly realm, and then we shall procure some pan tao for you. Insho could not help but swallow hard. Although he did not require pan tao to enhance his longevity or cultivation, he had never tasted them before. Since the opportunity presented itself, it was certainly a flavor worth experiencing. By the way, it is said that the pan tao in the orchard resemble hearts. Does this gesture from Yao Qi imply she wishes to give me her heart? Alas, this is disastrous. This girl has completely lost her composure. Sigh. Once I return her to the heavenly court, I shall make my swift exit. What with Haotian, Taibai Jingxing, Lao Jun, and Hong Jun, once she returns? Can you truly confine her in the heavenly court? Let us hope she does not wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Upon hearing these words, Yao Qi's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth, inwardly muttering, what on earth is Insho always thinking about? She is merely repaying a kindness. And do you truly believe I will never leave the heavenly court again? Humph, how infuriating. In stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding Yao Qi and Insho, the heavens above were steeped in desolation. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Tian reclined languidly upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, raising a wine jug high and allowing the divine nectar to flow freely into his mouth. He lamented, calling out a name, Yao Qi, Yu Qi, my Yao Qi. Having endured a near destruction of the heavenly realm, Hao Tian now resembled a mere shadow of his former self. Only the intoxication of alcohol could offer him solace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The illustrious Taibai Jingxing had made several attempts to rouse Hao Tian from his stupor, yet all efforts were met with indifference. Prior to executing their heroic rescue plan, Taibai had already departed, convinced that Hao Tian's absurd scheme would surely lead to disaster. Little did he anticipate the extent of Hao Tian's failure. Taibai thought Hao Tian might not win Yao Qi's heart, but he never expected her reaction to be so cold. Observing Yao Qi's response, a thought began to take shape in Taibai's mind. There was no turning back. Since they had embarked on this treacherous journey, he had to find a way to revive Hao Tian's spirits. Taibai Jingxing feigned a deep sigh, stating, Your Majesty, there is no need to grieve excessively. The lady of Yao Qi is merely too naive. This remark successfully shifted the blame away from Hao Tian, finally capturing a glimmer of his attention. It was evident that Hao Tian, in his current state, could not fathom any reason for failure other than his own, which kept him trapped in despair. Although Hao Tian did not respond to Tai Bai Jinxing, his eyes, which had been closed, instinctively flickered open for a brief moment to glance at his companion. Tai Bai Jinxing, with his keen perception, immediately seized upon this opportunity to further entice him. Your Majesty. The Queen of Yaoqi fails to comprehend the formidable challenges the heavenly court faces during this calamity of deification. She mistakenly believes herself to be the sovereign matriarch of the heavenly court, under the assumption that with your Majesty's presence, no one would dare to challenge her. Thus, even in daylight, when the old ministers masquerade as malevolent demons, she remains unperturbed, convinced that it is only natural for your Majesty to vanquish these foes. In her heart, the heavenly court stands as the ultimate authority, entirely oblivious to the terrifying nature and vulnerability of this cataclysm. Tai Bai Jinxing's eloquent discourse was persuasive enough to sway Hao Yin, who, after a long interval, set aside his wine vessel, straightened his posture, and cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that my junior sister from Yaoqi is overly confident in me and the heavenly court, leading her to feel no gratitude toward me?" Tai Bai Jinxing's mouth fell agape, his eyes blinking in disbelief at Hao Yin's interpretation. "Well, your Majesty, your understanding is certainly one way to perceive it," he thought to himself. What a peculiar mindset Hao Yin possesses. Did my earlier statements imply that Yaoqi holds confidence in him? Nevertheless, he mused, it is perhaps better that he thinks this way. As the calamity of deification looms near, the heavenly court finds itself isolated and precariously vulnerable. If the lady of the Yao Pool could comprehend this, I am certain she would mature and shed her haughty demeanor. She must realize that only through unity with His Majesty can the heavenly court flourish. A flicker of joy finally crossed Hao Yin's eyes. "Do you have a solution, my dear minister?" Tai Bai Jinxing, somewhat apprehensive, replied, "If we wish for the lady of the Yao Pool to acknowledge the current lowly status of the heavenly court, I believe the only way is to sacrifice the heavenly court, allowing it to be besieged by outsiders." Chapter 38, Tai Bai Jinxing. I implore your Majesty to stab yourself a few times. Bang. Clang. Tai Bai Jinxing, do you realize what you're saying? Hao Yin, in a fit of rage, sprang to his feet and hurled the wine jug at Tai Bai Jinxing. Fortunately, Tai Bai Jinxing reacted swiftly and dodged it. It was instinctive, as a scoundrel, no, as the most sentimental figure of the southern Zhuan region. He had often been the target of wine jugs thrown by celestial maidens. Clearly, Hao Yin's fury was far from assuaged by the act of throwing the jug. He continued to berate Tai Bai Jinxing, pointing at him. Tai Bai Jinxing, I have always regarded you as my trusted confidant, a pillar of the heavenly court. I never expected you to harbor such treachery, disregarding the dignity of the heavenly court. The heavenly court is a sacred place, the very center that governs the three realms. How can we allow others to invade? Do you understand how the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao and the myriad races would mock us if such a calamity were to occur? Where do you wish to place me, Hao Yin? Where do you intend to position the heavenly court? Where shall the celestial principles reside? In a hurry. The morning star knelt down, pleading, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Allow this old minister to explain. Hao Yin, unable to contain his fury, turned his back on the morning star and declared, Considering your previous dedication to the heavenly court, I shall grant you a chance to elucidate. Should you fail to present a reasonable justification, tomorrow you shall descend to the mortal realm, never to return. The morning star's pupils constricted, and he hastily replied, Your Majesty. Do you recall why this calamity is referred to as the investiture of the gods? Hao Qian squinted, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. It is because the disciples of the 3 teachings disregarded the directives of the heavenly court and repeatedly defied us. I sought assistance from the Tao ancestor, who decreed that those celestial beings who perish in this calamity shall be enshrined as deities and serve within our heavenly court. The morning star promptly interjected, Indeed, Your Majesty. We must recognize the truth. It is the Tao ancestor who wields immense power, while our heavenly court remains feeble. Even the mighty ancient demon court, with the 4 sovereigns, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Niuhua, and Fuxi, could not escape annihilation. And now, as we attempt to reconstruct the heavenly court in the very territory of the ancient demon court, our strength pales in comparison. Both the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao and other primordial forces currently surpass us. How then shall we safeguard ourselves? Hao Tian was evidently displeased by such remarks. Does that mean we are on a path to destruction? Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head in response. No. This is precisely our advantage. The 6 saints of heaven have long been arrogant in the primordial chaos, and the Tao ancestor has increasingly grown intolerant of them. The more we present ourselves as vulnerable, the greater the likelihood of receiving assistance from the Tao ancestor. Hao Tian pondered for a moment before slowly turning around. But if humans were to seize the heavenly court, wouldn't that entail significant sacrifices? Tai Bai Jing hastily reassured him. Your Majesty, it is merely a performance. Those who aspire to great achievements need not concern themselves with such trifles. By staging this act, we can not only garner more support from the Dao ancestor, but also allow the Queen of the Yao Pool to recognize the true circumstances surrounding herself in the heavenly court. It is a double-edged sword. Why not embrace it? Hao Tian's gaze remained uncertain. Even if our heavenly court is currently weak, who would dare to assault it? Moreover, could this truly win the affection of the Yao Pool? Tai Bai Jing secretly exhaled in relief, knowing that Hao Tian's stance had completely shifted. Your Majesty, please listen to the specifics of my plan. Indeed, the other forces in the primordial chaos would not attack our heavenly court without cause. Furthermore, with the Dao ancestor standing behind us, no one would dare harm you or the Queen of the Yao Pool. However, the impending calamity looms. Our heavenly court's peaches of immortality can enhance both longevity and cultivation, particularly the rare and exquisite peaches of immortality, which ripen once every 9,000 years. Bestow upon those who consume them an extended lifespan, aligning their existence with that of heaven and earth, and synchronizing their essence with the sun and the moon. This extraordinary fruit would significantly enhance the likelihood of surviving the tribulations of the divine calamity. Consequently, I propose that arrangements be made to incite those with designs on the peaches to launch an assault on the heavenly court. Prior to this, Your Majesty could withdraw the guards of the heavenly court, rendering it vulnerable. Coincidentally, as Your Majesty has recently sustained injuries, the invasion of the heavenly court and Your Majesty's subsequent abduction would seem entirely plausible. The heavenly sovereign furrowed his brow and inquired, and then? What relevance does this have to Sister Yao Qi? The illustrious Tai Bai Jing offered a subtle smile and replied, Your Majesty has already been captured. When the goddess of Yao Qi returns, my associates can feign curiosity about the location of the peach's spiritual roots, thereby facilitating the abduction of both the goddess and Your Majesty. Furthermore, I shall ensure that both Your Majesty and the goddess of Yao Qi are confined together, creating opportunities for solitary interaction between you. Drawing from my experiences in the mortal realm prior to my ascension to the heavenly court, there is no circumstance more conducive to fostering affection than a solitary man and woman navigating a crisis together. In such scenarios, the woman, having endured abduction, captivity, and intimidation, finds her spirit profoundly vulnerable. Meanwhile, Your Majesty must exhibit resilience, unwavering strength, and a protective demeanor towards the goddess of Yao Qi. During this time, it would be prudent for Your Majesty to make some sacrifices, sustain injuries, and shed blood, yet steadfastly refuse to relinquish the peaches. Moreover, all provocations and punishments should be redirected towards oneself, fully showcasing the allure of masculine strength. Listening intently to the eloquent words of the celestial sage, the light in Hao Yan's eyes gradually intensified. His mind conjured vivid images in tandem with the sage's descriptions. The jade pool was imprisoned, and the heavenly court had been besieged. Furthermore, as the adversaries sought the peaches of immortality, they were unlikely to inflict any mortal harm. As long as no lives were endangered, even the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who was focused on the grand design of heaven, might remain oblivious to the situation. At this moment, who would come to her rescue? The jade pool would undoubtedly tremble with fear. But then, a robust silhouette emerged before her. A ray of light illuminated her darkened horizon. A courageous man stepped forth to shield her. How could the jade pool remain unmoved? How could her heart not flutter? Her grand plan of being heroically saved seemed thwarted by the brevity of their time together. The emotional buildup was insufficient. Yet, once this plan was executed, her perception of him would surely transform into that of a brave, clever, resilient, and responsible hero. What woman could resist such a man? Hao Yan was brimming with excitement when suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. Your Majesty, here, my old plan is not yet complete. In the end, I shall allow one of my men to feign a flaw, enabling Your Majesty to rescue the jade pool and avert the crisis. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Hao Yan could not help but applaud in delight. This added the finishing touch to the entire scheme. His final doubts evaporated. As long as he emerged as the savior of the jade pool and the heavenly court, becoming their heroes, it would matter little if they suffered some losses along the way. He found himself beginning to harbor some grievances against the celestial sage. Previously, there was a plan. Otherwise, he would not resort to such a dramatic act of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. Tai Bai, such a flawless scheme. Why did you not mention it sooner? Hao Tian approached Tai Bai Jing with palpable excitement, giving him an enthusiastic pat on the back. Tai Bai Jing nearly gasped in pain. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, this old minister has only just conceived of it not long ago. Moreover, Your Majesty, The success of this plan still relies heavily on you. At this moment, Hao Tian was brimming with confidence. Oh, what else must I do? Tabai Jinxing, with a hint of concern, replied, for the execution of this plan. Your Majesty need not worry about other matters. This old minister will manage everything. However, the authenticity of your Majesty's performance and whether it can earn the trust of the Yaoqi goddess is of utmost importance. Hao Tian suddenly understood. What you say is indeed wise. So, how should I proceed? Tabai Jinxing tentatively suggested. At the very least, there must be no flaws in your appearance. Your Majesty must sustain some injuries and shed a little blood. Your Majesty, perhaps you could use the Hao Tian sword to inflict a few wounds upon yourself. Chapter 39. Hao Tian's sword comes to strike himself. Wait. No, is it really necessary, Tabai? Must it be taken to such extremes? Is it essential for me to stab myself? Especially with the Hao Tian sword, a primordial weapon of attack. Tabai, are you jesting with me? Hao Tian instinctively leaned back, his face a portrait of disbelief. The gaze seemed to convey the message. There are always scheming individuals intent on my downfall. Tabai, devoid of any desire for jest with Hao Tian, recognized that at this moment, Hao Tian, lacking resolve within, could be subtly influenced to exhibit a firmer demeanor. Your Majesty, I assure you, I am not jesting. Your abduction will inevitably lead to interrogation. Only the most brutal of tortures can convince the Lady of Yaoqi of the truth. However, I am concerned for your well-being. For your Majesty is a person of immense value, having endured little hardship throughout your life. If I were to instruct someone to wound you, how would you manage your expressions in a moment of pain? A true man must remain unflinching in the face of calamity to demonstrate his composed allure. All of this necessitates exceptional control over one's facial expressions. I fear that in a moment of agony, your emotions may betray you, tarnishing your image in the eyes of the Lady of Yaoqi. Hao Tian furrowed his brows, listening intently while attempting to prod himself with the tip of the Hao Tian sword. Indeed. He recoiled in fright, unable to open his eyes, his expression contorting akin to the rugged bark of a tree. One could only imagine the extent of his horror should another inflict harm upon him. Alas, if that were the case, it would indeed portray him as cowardly. The last attempt to rescue the fair maiden failed, likely due to such overlooked details. This time, with a meticulously crafted plan to capture the heart of the Lady of Yaoqi, I cannot permit even the slightest misstep. No matter the cost, I shall go all in. Hao Tian hurled his sword, the Hao Tian sword, into the air, guiding it with his vital energy. He closed his eyes and bellowed, "Come, sword." With a swift whoosh, the Hao Tian sword sliced through the air, transforming into a beam of light that rushed towards him. Tabai Jinxing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time in all their years of acquaintance that he felt Hao Tian exuding a semblance of imperial majesty. Excellent. This is truly worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. However, a chilling scream echoed as the sword's light pierced through Hao Tian. He clutched the wound on his chest, staggering backward, taking 2 unsteady steps. Tabai Jinxing eagerly gazed at the spot where Hao Tian covered his injury, recognizing it as a symbol of a man's growth. Yet, when Hao Tian tremblingly moved his hands away, revealing the injury, Tabai Jinxing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It's merely a tear in his clothing. And not even a scratch on the skin. Your Highness, at this rate, it may not suffice. Tabai Jinxing was genuinely frustrated. Meanwhile, Hao Tian's face turned pale, his lips tinged with purple, his voice feeble. I understand the principle, but could I possibly use a different sword? The Hao Tian sword is rather too ruthless. Isn't it? Tabai Jinxing, with excitement, bowed deeply. Fear not, Your Majesty. Although I am a civil official, lacking in combat skills, I am well versed in the art of healing. I assure you, Your Majesty will not perish. He was keen to avoid prolonging this situation. Hurry up and strike. Stop dawdling and act like a man. He was aware that the Hao Tian sword was indeed excessive, but what alternative did they have? Given Hao Tian's timid nature, it is conceivable that only with a treasure of such formidable offensive power might he inflict harm in a single strike. Were he to wield a mere ordinary sword, the complications would be insurmountable. Your Majesty, please do not linger in indecision. At the very least, you must pierce yourself with 5 swords. The wounds must be profound. I have already prepared the medicinal concoction with anesthetic properties. Once the Lady of the Yaoqi and you are confined together, I shall discreetly administer it to you. Our people will merely need to make gentle contact with your current wounds. At that moment, you shall only bleed without the accompanying pain. Thus, your expression will not betray fear, and you shall maintain control. Yet Hao Tian remains apprehensive. Is it not feasible to provide me with the anesthetic now? Your Majesty, the Tabai Jinxing exclaimed loudly. The supply of anesthetic is limited. It must be reserved for the most critical moment. Come now, be brave. A splendid future with the lady of the Yaoqi and the ruler of the three realms awaits you. The fervor in Tai Bai Jingxing's voice stirred Hao Yin's emotions. He gazed upon the resplendent blade of the Hao Yin sword that lay beneath his feet. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes, and with a mighty shout, he called forth the Hao Yin sword. Return, O sword. The Hao Yin sword soared into the heavens, moving with great swiftness. Swish, swish, swish. The sword transformed into numerous streaks of light, darting around Hao Yin like shooting stars. Ah, hiss. Accompanied by a piercing scream and the sound of tearing flesh. Before my eyes, the imperial robe of Hao Yin was slashed open in several places, with fine streams of blood gushing forth like a fountain. Soon, the crimson liquid flowed forth abundantly. Ah, Hao Yin staggered, nearly losing his footing. His head bowed. His face shrouded in shadow, he revealed a somewhat ghastly grin, displaying a set of gleaming white teeth, while gasping and mockingly exclaimed, "Heh, who is the true man?" Observing Hao Yin's exaggerated display, the star of Tai Bai nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, he had earlier instructed Hao Yin to inflict the wounds upon himself. Such a dramatic performance, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, would surely attract disdain from the Jade Pool. Tai Bai approached to tend to Hao Yin's wounds, exerting considerable effort to staunch the bleeding. Suddenly, he found himself concerned that his own men might not even have the chance to inflict harm before Hao Yin's injuries began to bleed profusely. That would surely reveal their ruse. However, there was little time to dwell on such thoughts. As Tai Bai continued to dress the wounds, Hao Yin inquired, "Tai Bai, I have inflicted the wounds upon myself. But who do you intend to send to assault my heavenly court?" Tai Bai glanced at Hao Yin and resumed his ministrations, assuring him, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Every millennium, our heavenly court is responsible for confining those from the demonic realm who escape from the outer celestial demons into the heavenly prison. These demons, lacking in cultivation, can pass through the barriers. Moreover, they covet the peaches of immortality. As long as we quietly have our own people masquerade as traitors and release the demons to seize the peaches, all will be well." Hao Yin's eyes widened in realization, fully in agreement with the plan. Indeed, the demonic clan can serve as our pawns, yet, who shall oversee both myself and the Lady of Yaoqi? If I were to be interrogated by the demons, would that not spell my doom? Your Majesty, rest assured. The individuals tasked with guarding and interrogating Your Majesty and the Lady of Yaoqi will undoubtedly be our own. Hao Yin nodded. If that is the case, I shall be at ease. Suddenly, Hao Yin noticed that the celestial Emperor Tai Bai had ceased tending to his wounds. He observed Tai Bai intently examining his injuries. As if lost in thought, "Tai Bai, what troubles you?" Tai Bai slowly lifted his gaze. "Your Majesty, I have discerned that these wounds are merely physical afflictions and have not harmed the primordial spirit. The Lady of Yaoqi will certainly notice something amiss." "You." Hao Yin was on the verge of cursing. "Why did you not speak sooner? Did I not just mention it?" "You did not." "I certainly did." "But Your Majesty must have imbibed too much wine and forgotten." "You." Hao Yin inhaled deeply, his agitation causing his original wounds to reopen. Seeing Hao Yin falter, Tai Bai swiftly seized the opportunity, drawing the sword embedded in the ground. "Your Majesty, your limbs and energy circulation are impaired. Allow me to wield the sword on your behalf for the next few strikes." Ah, Tai Bai, are you plotting regicide?" In the lofty halls of Lingxiao Palace, the anguished cries of Hao Yin reverberated through the heavens. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Yaoqi began its journey towards the celestial court, accompanied by Yin Shou. Chapter 40. Yaoqi Tour Guide takes you to visit the 5A class scenic spot, Tai Bai Jingxing. I shall not let this go. Hao Yin's essence was battered, his limbs injured. He lay in a state of utter exhaustion upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, his breath so feeble that it seemed he teetered on the brink of death. "Your Majesty, please take a moment to rest. I shall promptly arrange for the assault on the heavenly court. Others will attend to your wounds. Do not move, Your Majesty." With that, Tai Bai Jingxing dashed out of Lingxiao Palace. The moment he crossed the threshold, he exhaled deeply, a smile of relief gracing his face. Ah, how exhilarating. I have longed to stab this Hao Yin a few times. Soon, I shall orchestrate the demon clan's invasion of the heavenly court and see if he can withstand this trial. Yes, I shall send Bian Zhuang to tend to him. That fellow is meticulous, has a cheerful demeanor, and is quite likable. In the lower realms, Yaoqi floated on clouds, carrying Yin Shou as they soared towards the heavenly court. Yin Shou stood behind Yaoqi, a look of bliss upon his face, for his hands were firmly clasped around her waist. This was the petite waist he had yearned for. Moreover, he held her waist with every right and no reservations. After all, King Zhou would not be soaring through the skies. to prevent himself from falling. Grasping Yaoqi's waist perfectly aligned with King Zhou's persona. A slender waist, truly admirable. In Zhou silently cheered within. At this moment, the crisp breeze caressed Yaoqi's face. Yet it could not temper the warmth that flushed her cheeks. Sensing the heat radiating from In Zhou's hands, Yaoqi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. I have never had anyone touch my waist before, she mused inwardly. How I wish the journey to the celestial realm could be a tad longer. Perhaps I should fly a bit slower, she considered, but I must not let him think I am deliberately dragging my pace. I need to find a topic to capture his attention. Hey, In Zhou, did you know? Bringing you to the celestial realm is, in fact, a grave transgression. Not just for mortals like you, but even for ascended immortals. Without the celestial realm's approval, they too lack the right to enter. Do you have any idea of the sacrifices I made to bring you here? The term check-in was, of course, something she learned from In Zhou. He rolled his eyes in response. Oh, please. In this era, which a mortal aspires to ascend and visit the celestial realm, isn't being carefree and unrestrained preferable? If immortals truly desired to visit your celestial realm, would this calamity have evolved into a divine tribulation? Thank you, Lady Yaoqi. The dream of visiting the celestial realm will undoubtedly remain etched in In Zhou's memory. Let us not even discuss it. I genuinely want to see what the celestial realm looks like. It must at least be a quad A-rated tourist destination, right? When I return to the modern world, I shall purchase an island and decorate it in the style of the celestial realm. Yaoqi could not help but stifle a laugh. What on earth does a quad A-rated tourist destination mean? The heartfelt sentiments expressed by In Zhou are truly captivating. However, what captures her attention even more is the fact that In Zhou possesses a clear understanding of the current state of the heavenly court, as well as the reasons behind the impending calamity that threatens to seal the gods. Indeed, In Zhou is no ordinary being. Meanwhile, the illustrious Taibai Jinxing has set in motion the invasion of the demon clan upon the heavenly court. The heavenly court, already lacking in defenses, has further diminished its strength, as he has utilized Hao Yin's decree to withdraw a significant number of celestial soldiers. The demon horde, eager and relentless, has surged towards the Peach Garden. Thus, Taibai Jinxing need not transform the heavenly court into a gruesome slaughterhouse. It suffices for it to remain as desolate and tranquil as it has always been. His entire focus must be on successfully ambushing within the Yaoqi. To this end, he plans to personally oversee the operation, situating the ambush along the crucial path leading from the southern heavenly gate to the Yaoqi Palace. As the Queen Mother of Yaoqi, she is bound to return to the heavenly court. While she may not seek an audience with Hao Yin, she is certain to return to her own domain. Therefore, this location for the ambush is undoubtedly strategic. Taibai Jinxing conceals himself within a palace that grants him a clear view of the surroundings, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, his communication jade talisman begins to glow. Lord Jinxing, the Yaoqi Queen Mother has appeared. Taibai Jinxing promptly issues his command. Prepare yourselves. The moment the Yaoqi Queen Mother manifests, incapacitate her with utmost haste and secure her in a sack for delivery to His Majesty in the Lingxiao Palace. However, an unexpected report disrupts Taibai Jinxing's meticulous plans. Hold on. Lord Jinxing, the Yaoqi Queen Mother is accompanied by another person. The celestial figure of the Great White Star felt his heart leap suddenly. Since entering the heavenly court, the Queen of the Yaoqi had predominantly traversed her path in solitude. The celestial maidens assigned to serve her in her palace had not accompanied her on this descent to the mortal realm. Who, then, could be returning with the Queen of the Yaoqi? The Great White Star was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a memory struck him. The goddess Nuwa had once graced the mortal town of Ponsi. Could it be Nuwa herself? Alas, mission cancelled, were the first 4 words that flashed into the Great White Star's mind. If Nuwa had indeed arrived, would it not mean the complete eradication of both the demon clan and his own people? Surely, such misfortune could not befall him. Moreover, there was no necessity for Nuwa to visit the heavenly court. What manner of individual could this be? In light of potential threats, the Great White Star resolved to observe for a while longer. If the situation grew dire, he would hastily alert his followers to eliminate the lower-tier demons. Fortunately, the information relayed through the Jade Talisman brought him a sigh of relief. Lord Venus, it is a man. A young man. A man? The Great White Star pondered. The Queen of the Yaoqi has brought a man? Historically, she had little interaction with any sage aside from Nuwa, rendering it improbable that he belonged to the other 5 sages. Then it is of no concern, he declared promptly. Continue to conceal and observe. Allow them entry through the southern heavenly gate. We shall strike on the path they must take to return to the Queen's palace. Understood. came the confident response from the Jade Talisman. The celestial prince Taibai remarked, "Indeed. Inform His Majesty that the Lady of the Jade Pool has arrived at the southern heavenly gate, and he should prepare himself accordingly." After arranging everything, an unexpected sense of anticipation to witness a spectacle arose within Taibai. "Oh, Hao Tian," he mused, "how disdainful you are. The Lady of the Jade Pool has come to the heavenly realm accompanied by a young man. I am most curious to discover who this man, who has placed a crown upon your head, truly is." Before long, Taibai's awaited figure finally appeared, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Goodness, I recognize this person. It is none other than that individual, the king. Could it be that the Lady of the Jade Pool is genuinely involved with him?" Chapter 41. My Lady. I wish to visit the Moon Palace to see Chang'e. Look, Inshou. The place we just passed is the southern heavenly gate. Isn't it magnificent and imposing? This southern heavenly gate serves as the celestial counterpart to the Purple Star and the Big Dipper, standing as both the entrance to the heavenly court and the gateway to the celestial realm. It is undoubtedly an essential passage and a must-see attraction for those visiting the heavenly court. The Lady of the Jade Pool, filled with exuberance, eagerly introduced the heavenly realm to Inshou. She herself was unaware of the joy swelling within her heart as she guided him through the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Inshou could not suppress the twitching at the corner of his mouth. Alas, the lady's current demeanor was remarkably reminiscent of a tour guide. "Look, Inshou. To our left lies the Qianyan Palace and the Pisha Palace, while to our right stands the Ming Palace and the Miaoyan Palace. Directly before us is the Lingxiao Hall. Is it not resplendent, adorned with countless rays of light and auspicious colors? Surely your paltry royal palace and Chaoga pales in comparison. However, let us not venture to the Lingxiao Hall just yet. Instead, we shall proceed directly to the Peach Garden. The Peach Garden falls under my purview, and since we have just arrived, no one has noticed our presence. I shall swiftly pilfer a few peaches for you. If we linger too long and attract attention, I fear the opportunity may vanish. What do you think?" Inshou could hardly endure Yaoqi's exuberance. It felt as though she was unreservedly sharing her past and her most cherished moments. "Hey, we haven't reached that level of intimacy yet." Inshou believed he must devise a means to distance himself from Yaoqi. With a glint in his eye, he concocted a plan. "Yaoqi, how about we refrain from visiting the Peach Garden for now? In truth, I have a personal motive for coming to the heavenly court, one I have hesitated to disclose to you." Yaoqi furrowed her brow, having discerned that Inshou intended to provoke her intentionally. Thus, she had no desire to listen further. "If you dare not speak, then refrain from doing so. Let us hasten our exploration of the heavenly court. The crowd is sparse at this hour, and should we be discovered, I would have no choice but to send you away." Inshou, despite having endured humiliation, boldly uttered, "Yaoqi Nyang. Yaoqi Nyang, in truth, I wish to visit the Guanghan Palace. During my time on Earth, I have always heard tales of the celestial beauty residing there." He emphasized the phrase "most beautiful." "Could you take me to meet her?" Upon hearing this, a vision of an enchanting figure, possessing unparalleled grace and beauty, materialized in Yaoqi's mind. Indeed, the woman Inshou spoke of, though lesser in status than herself in the heavenly realm, was undoubtedly her equal in beauty. This woman was none other than Chang'e. For reasons unknown, Yaoqi had never considered Chang'e a rival due to their differences in rank. Yet now, an unexpected sense of rivalry began to brew within her towards Chang'e. "Humph, you lecher. Inshou, I absolutely will not allow you to meet Chang'e." Yaoqi's fist clenched tightly, a storm of frustration brewing above her head. "Enough of this chatter. This is my domain. I shall determine the route. First, accompany me to the Peach Garden." With that, Yaoqi grasped Inshou by the collar and pulled him towards the direction of the Peach Garden. Meanwhile, behind a palace, the Silver Star, Taibai, observed the interaction between Yaoqi and Inshou with trepidation. Previously, while in the mortal realm, he had assumed that Yaoqi followed Inshou to seek revenge for the grievances at the Zhuanghua Spring. Yet now, he was astonished to see Yaoqi bringing Inshou to the heavenly court. Moreover, the expression on Yaoqi's face when she was with Inshou was entirely different from anything she had ever exhibited in the presence of Hao Yin. It was a smile that bloomed like a flower, with eyes that sparkled with youthful exuberance. Even when she was angered, she remained utterly endearing. Based on his profound experience with the deepest affections in Nanjian Buzhou, his judgment could not possibly be mistaken. This was clearly the manifestation of affection. Yaoqi harbored feelings for Inshou, and it was of the unrequited kind. Suddenly, Taibai Jingxing began to feel that Hao Tian's prospects were rather bleak. Initially, He had intended to use the planned siege of the Heavenly Court to foster a deeper connection between Yao Qi and Hao Tian by imprisoning them together. But now, Yao Qi's heart had evidently found another. Hao Tian's chances now seemed even more remote. After all, Hao Tian's acting skills had always been rather lacking. Lord Jinxing. It appears that Yao Qi and that man intend to visit the Peach Garden. We can capture Yao Qi, but the pressing question is how to deal with that other man. The Peach Garden? Taibai Jinxing analyzed calmly. Could it be that Yao Qi wishes to offer this man the peaches of immortality? Is it possible that Yao Qi intends for him to consume the peaches and ascend to divinity, thereby allowing her to be with him openly? How perplexing! Taibai Jinxing suddenly exclaimed. It is already a grave taboo to allow mortals to pilfer the peaches of immortality. To permit a mortal to partake of the peaches is the gravest of transgressions. How could Yao Qi be so oblivious to this principle? Is it truly the case that a woman in love becomes so utterly foolish? Yao Qi's actions not only harm Hao Tian, but also threaten to undermine the authority of the Heavenly Court. Absolutely must not allow her to succeed. Moreover, only by eliminating Yin Shou can the path for Yao Qi to fall in love with Hao Tian be cleared. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of Taibai Jinxing. Are you still asking how to deal with this man? Just kill him. Yes. As his subordinates were about to take their leave, Taibai Jinxing suddenly called them back. Wait, Lord Jinxing, what is it? Taibai Jinxing felt a pang of fear. He realized that he had just lost his composure, momentarily forgetting the significance of the human fortune tied to Yin Shou. No, we cannot allow our people to act against him. We cannot bear such karmic retribution. Even if I do not strike directly, with my cultivation, I cannot endure this consequence. Inform the demonic clan that someone is coming to apprehend them. We shall use the demons to eliminate this man. Understood, Lord Jinxing, I shall notify them at once. A faint smile crept onto Taibai Jinxing's lips. He was quite pleased with his plan. After all, the demons were unaware of Yin Shou's identity. And since they practiced the path of demonic cultivation rather than the heavenly way, they were indifferent to this karmic burden. Utilizing the demons to dispose of Yin Shou was indeed an opportune strategy. Meanwhile, Yin Shou was being dragged by Yao Qi towards the Peach Garden. Suddenly, he sensed several unusual auras. In fact, even before reaching the southern heaven gate, he had already detected that Taibai Jinxing's group was surveilling them. However, as he was unfamiliar with Taibai Jinxing and considered it quite normal to be watched by the deities upon arriving in the heavenly court, he paid it little mind. Thus, there was no immediate reaction. However, now he sensed an aura that was entirely distinct from those divine beings he had previously encountered. Yin Shou instinctively exerted his strength, causing Yu Qi to gradually realize that she could no longer keep pace with him. Even before the sealing of the gods. The heavenly court should not have been so desolate as to have not encountered a single guard along this entire journey, right? Could it be that the group from the Peach Garden has annihilated them? Upon hearing this, Yao Qi, who was already struggling to keep up with Yin Shou, furrowed her brows, her steps abruptly halting. Chapter 42. Utilizing the Lotus Lantern. My greatest virtue lies in my purity. Yin Shou remained oblivious to Yao Qi's unease, continuing to analyze the aura. The Nuwa, Hao Tian, and Yao Qi I encountered before, and those individuals I met in Ponzi Town. Although their auras varied in size and sensation, they could all be classified as of the same type. Yet, the auras from the Peach Garden are evidently different from those who have been tracking me. It feels as though their cultivation principles are fundamentally opposed. Who on earth are they? This was Yin Shou's first venture into the primordial world, and he had never seen the demon clan. Thus, he was unaware of their identities. Yet, his inner thoughts caused Yao Qi's heart to race. This time, she had brought Yin Shou to the heavenly court with utmost caution. However, just as Hao Tian had previously mused, how could they have traversed such a distance without encountering a single guard? It is true that the heavenly court is currently understaffed, but it is not devoid of inhabitants. Now, the celestial realm is left with only the supreme deity, yet the heavenly soldiers and fairies still number somewhat. Could it be that someone has deliberately summoned the heavenly soldiers away? What sends chills down Yao Qi's spine even more is Yin Shou's analysis regarding the unknown presence in the Peach Tree Garden, having previously experienced Yin Shou's perceptive abilities several times. Yao Qi has complete faith in his judgment this time. Although even Yin Shou himself is unaware of the origins of those individuals, Yao Qi, despite not sensing the energies he speaks of, can deduce from his description that the beings lurking in the Peach Tree Garden are of the demonic clan. Yao Qi's reasoning is based on Yin Shou's statement that their aura is contrary to that of herself and Hua, as well as others. As a former gatekeeper of Hongjun, Yao Qi possesses a profound understanding of the great tides of the primordial world. From the moment Hongjun triumphed over Luo Ho and the Tao governed the primordial realm. Following the 3 lectures at the Zixio Palace, All beings in the primordial world, whether innate or acquired, fundamentally learn the cultivation methods passed down by Hongjun, which are the ways of the immortals. This explains why Yin Shou remarks that in Hua, Haotian, in the aura she carries share a similar essence. Since that time, Hongjun's cultivation methods have essentially monopolized the primordial realm. Although there are indeed some who are overly proud or lack the fortune to practice the immortal path taught by Hongjun, it remains impossible for any beings of the great Luo Golden immortal rank or above, even among the demon clan, witch clan, dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and other myriad races, to possess an aura entirely contrary to their own. The only force in this world that could possibly stand in opposition to the celestial way is the demonic path cultivated by the demon lord Rahu. In the battle of the demonic path, Rahu was vanquished by Hongjun and, in a fit of rage, vowed to establish the extraterrestrial celestial demons, transforming himself into the realm of the formless. Every few millennia, demons breach the boundaries to invade the primordial wilderness. Due to the existence of the barriers, these demons typically attain no higher than the great Luo Golden immortal realm. The celestial forces are more than capable of countering them, either vanquishing them or imprisoning them within the heavenly dungeons. Could it be that there has been a lapse in the dungeon's oversight? The remnants of the demon race have surged into the peach garden to seize the divine peaches? The mere thought sent a chill of trepidation through Yao Qi. In previous confrontations with the demon race, her strength and that of Haotian had sufficed to combat them. Yet now, the heavenly court appeared woefully unprepared, and both she and Haotian had sustained injuries. Moreover, should the demons consume the divine peaches, their powers would swell tremendously. The heavenly court may not be able to withstand this impending crisis of invasion. A wave of self-reproach washed over Yao Qi. As the queen mother of the heavenly court and the rightful owner of the divine peach roots, as well as the steward of the peach garden, she bore an undeniable responsibility for this incursion. Regardless, this place is fraught with danger. Yin Shou is merely the human king and has no bearing on this matter. I shall first escort Yin Shou away, and then return to fiercely confront this band of demons. With this resolve, Yao Qi turned to Yin Shou and said, Yin Shou, I sense an invasion of demons in the peach garden. It would not be prudent to continue your tour of the heavenly court today. I will first escort you back to the human realm, and once I have resolved the situation here, I shall return with the divine peaches for you. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou was momentarily taken aback, his pupils contracting sharply. Goodness. So even Yao Qi has sensed those individuals? And they are from the demon clan. That explains everything. I wondered why their aura was in stark contrast to that of Yao Qi and her companions. Yet, Yao Qi claims she will confront these demons? Among them are several great Luo Golden immortals. Can she truly handle this? She's already injured. Yin Shou was deeply troubled. He realized he had once again stumbled into a narrative that, while not his own, could significantly impact the grand scheme of the Honghuang. The demon clan. This is truly the demon clan. If Yao Qi were to perish here, would that not mean the heavenly court would be without its queen mother? He resolved, no. I must ensure Yao Qi's safety. Confronting a demon should not interfere with my main storyline. There is no need for panic. After much internal conflict, Yin Shou finally determined that he could not remain passive in this situation. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Yao Qi, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered a single question. Lady Yao Qi, do you trust me? For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, the previously resolute Yao Qi felt her heart soften unexpectedly. She instinctively leaned back, seeking refuge in Yin Shou's presence, as if it were the safest haven in the entire world. Could he be about to reveal his true self? Yao Qi's heart surged with excitement, filled with immense anticipation. From their first encounter at the Zhuangho Spring, when she had launched an attack on him, she had sensed that Yin Shou's cultivation was anything but ordinary. Moreover, on that fateful night at the spider web cave, he quelled the chaotic power of the Balian lantern. And even after being confronted by several golden immortals, he remained unscathed. Yao He had long been speculating about Yin Shou's true cultivation level. Yet, Yin Shou had never revealed even a hint of it. Now, must he expose his strength for my sake? She pondered. If that is the case, perhaps it is time for me to confess to him as well. Can I truly hear his innermost thoughts? Although this matter would be obscured by the Tao if disclosed to a third party, if I were to directly confront Yin Shou, it should not be subjected to such obfuscation, right? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yao Yi's cheeks flushed, and in a tender, delicate voice, she expressed, Yin Shou, I trust you. Yet, the perils ahead are daunting, and with your strength, I fear. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yin Shou suddenly interrupted her. Do not misunderstand me. I am not suggesting that I can rely solely on my own power. In truth, I require your assistance with something. Yao He was taken aback. her carefully prepared emotions disrupted. Something? What is it? Inshou replied earnestly, the Balian lantern. The Balian lantern? Yao He exclaimed in astonishment. Inshou awkwardly cleared his throat twice. To be candid, I overheard a few words during your conversation with Lady Nuwa. Well, I only caught those two phrases. They were that with the power of compassion and purity, one could invoke a force that shakes the heavens and reverses the universe. To be frank, my greatest virtue is my untainted purity. Chapter 43. In the blink of an eye, Inshou annihilated the entire demon clan? You. Here. Yachi narrowed her eyes into a slant and cast a look of utter disdain towards Inshou. Am I not aware of your purity? I am capable of eavesdropping on your innermost thoughts, you know. You, my dear, are utterly filthy. Facing Yuchi's gaze, Inshou felt a twinge of guilt and rubbed the back of his head. Hey, what kind of expression is that? I haven't done anything to you, have I? Haven't those previous misunderstandings been resolved? What, does Yaoqi not trust me? Inshou inquired tentatively. Yaoqi could not help but snort disdainfully. To trust you would be a folly. Although those things you did to me were indeed misunderstandings, deep down, your thoughts are far from innocent. If it weren't for that so-called plot of yours, you would have let loose long ago, wouldn't you? Oh my, this woman actually huffed at me? Do I truly appear so impure? Inshou grew anxious. Does Yaoqi not remember? That day in the cave. It was I who rescued her from the explosion of the Baolian lamp. Yaoqi raised an eyebrow. He has finally admitted it. After their unexpected kiss that night, Yaoqi intended to use the Baolian lamp to eliminate Inshou. Yet, the lamp went awry, and when Yaoqi regained consciousness, she found herself unharmed. The events of that night remained obscured, as Inshou continuously claimed he merely found Yuqi and never laid a hand on her. Thus, the Yaoqi has always been shrouded in mystery. Yaoqi, with a cunning glint in her eye, remarked, Oh, sovereign of humanity. Did you not claim that on that day you merely discovered me unconscious in the cave? Inshou's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively covering his mouth. Oh no, I let it slip. It's obvious, isn't it? I was the one who saved you. Only someone of your intellect could be so easily deceived. Truly, you are akin to Nuwa, an utter simpleton of the primordial era. Do you really need the benevolent and pure power to handle a mere lotus lantern? What does purity matter? The greatest power of the lotus lantern can merely slay a quasi-saint at most. In the face of absolute strength, notions of kindness and purity are but fleeting clouds. In truth, from the very beginning, Inshou had been contemplating how to deal with the demons without revealing his identity. The lotus lantern was merely a ruse he devised to conceal himself. As for the battle, why would one rely on the lotus lantern? It would be his own strength that he would employ. He would simply attribute the victory to the power of the lotus lantern later on. Meanwhile, Yaoqi was stirred by Inshou's inner thoughts. The greatest power of the lotus lantern can merely slay a quasi-saint? Very well. I shall witness just how formidable you truly are. All right, Inshou. The heavenly realm is in a state of crisis. I have no choice but to place my trust in you. We shall fight side by side, and once we succeed, I shall advocate for your commendation. Oh no, please do not advocate for me. I have no desire for the favor of the heavenly Tao. Destiny has decreed the fall of the Shang and the rise of the Shou. Do you comprehend? Do not defy the heavens. I must ensure my performance is convincing. Given the intellect of the Yaoqi, she should not discern that the power does not originate from the Baolian lantern. There is no need for flattery. I, Inshou, prefer to do good deeds anonymously. Upon hearing Inshou's thoughts, Yaoqi hesitated for a moment while retrieving the Baolian lantern. You are already committed to this act. Yet you still harbor disdain in your heart. Humph. Ultimately, however, Yaoqi relinquished the Baolian lantern to Inshou, and the two hastened towards the peach blossom garden. Taibai Jingxing gazed in bewilderment at the retreating figures of the two. What had the Yaoqi just given that person? Was it the Baolian lantern? The protective artifact bestowed upon her by Nuwa? How could she entrust such a sacred relic to someone in such perilous circumstances? What a magnificent and selfless love this is. Hao Yan, you are doomed. This person must perish. Inform the demonic clans that the Yaoqi is leading a formidable ally against them. They must hold nothing back, even if it means harming the Yaoqi herself. Taibai Jingxing promptly commanded his subordinates to relay the message and then, accompanied by a few trusted confidants, followed closely behind. The situation here must remain firmly within his control, regardless of Hao Yan's affairs. Peach Blossom Garden, once lush and vibrant, the most life-infused and ethereal place in the heavenly realm, is now shrouded in a dense and ominous black aura. The lush foliage began to wither, and fallen peaches littered the ground. Particularly infuriating was the fact that these demons, without a hint of restraint, voraciously consumed the peaches while madly felling the peach trees, even digging deep into the earth. Their ambitions extended far beyond merely devouring the current harvest. Their aim was to obliterate the entire peach orchard and seize the celestial roots of the peaches, thus ensuring an inexhaustible supply for their kind. The leader of the demons stood atop the tallest peach tree, his eyes brimming with a ferocious blend of bloodlust and avarice. Let destruction reign. Let chaos ensue. The renowned peaches, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, shall belong to our demon clan. With this power, we shall not only enhance our own strength but also entice other forces of the primordial wilderness to join our ranks. Once we amass sufficient might to usurp the celestial realm, we shall welcome our master back from the otherworldly abyss. As the demon leader erupted into maniacal laughter, a thunderous voice suddenly resonated from outside the orchard. Demons, cease your actions at once. Halt the destruction of the peaches. You are surrounded. The movements of all the demons, who had been chopping trees and digging furiously, froze as if time had been suspended. They collectively lifted their gazes toward the entrance, where a man and a woman, appearing rather rushed, had just arrived at the orchard. The man wore a relaxed expression, seemingly unfazed, while the woman, slightly flustered, partially concealed herself behind him, creating an awkward atmosphere. The demonic beings exchanged glances, confirming the number of their companions, amounting to thousands. Then they cast their eyes towards the entrance, realizing that only 2 individuals stood before them. Who exactly was surrounding whom? Not far from Yaozi and Yinsho, Taibai Jinxing and several subordinates arrived, panting heavily, and concealed themselves behind a palace wall. They dashed away with remarkable speed. Did you hear what he just said? Taibai Jinxing gasped, struggling for breath. Lord Jinxing, he said, you are surrounded by me. Haha, that is simply hilarious. This human king is truly deranged. Just as Taibai Jinxing prepared to burst into laughter, a blinding white light, capable of engulfing the entire world, suddenly appeared before his eyes. The brilliance made him blink. As the radiance dissipated, his vision gradually returned. The scene that unfolded before him nearly caused his heart to leap from his throat. There stood Yinsho, ascending into the air, arms outstretched, with the sacred lotus lamp emanating a divine glow from his chest. He appeared utterly sanctified. This holy majesty rivaled the oppressive force of the celestial emperor of Haotian. No, it was akin to the might of a saint. Before him, the demonic beings were being reduced to mere dust, vanishing into the wind, their souls obliterated. In a single strike, they were all annihilated. The entire demonic army was wiped out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the demons were obliterated. Taibai Jinxing emitted a choking sound from his throat. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Yinsho suddenly turned around and gazed at the Taibai Jinxing. Chapter 44. Yinsho pursues Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing's worldview had been utterly shattered. In his scheme, even if he waited for the romance between Yaoqi and Haotian to blossom before secretly releasing Haotian, and simultaneously recalled the heavenly army previously dispatched to assist Haotian in battle, he believed he had a considerable chance of annihilating these demonic beings to silence them. Yet, in his imagination, that would still be a grueling struggle. However, before his very eyes, that emperor had effortlessly vanquished the entire demonic horde with a single strike. Just one strike. Not a trace remained. Wasn't the emperor of humanity merely at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal in terms of physical prowess? Even the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could only barely attain the status of quasi-saint through their immense merits. Why could this emperor of a decaying dynasty exhibit such terrifying power? At this moment, Taibai Jinxing's mind was wholly consumed by 2 words: danger. Especially when Yinsho abruptly turned and locked eyes with him. Taibai Jinxing then realized that Yinsho had been aware of his presence from the very beginning. Yinsho flashed a white-toothed grin, emanating a chilling smile that sent shivers down Taibai Jinxing's spine. Run. Quick, run. We must seek the emperor. Taibai Jinxing immediately scrambled to his feet, stumbling as he called to his companions, racing away in a frenzy. Observing the frantic escape of Taibai Jinxing and his entourage, Yinsho raised an eyebrow, confirming a suspicion he held within. However, he could not pursue them directly just yet, for he still had to contend with Yaoqi. He gathered the lotus lantern, allowing it to gently descend. Yaoqi's bright, sparkling eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth with her hands. Yinsho, feeling helpless, twitched his lips and inwardly cursed, a woman who has never seen the world. He then feigned an expression of profound shock, appearing utterly drained. Yaoqi, what just transpired? He pretended to be incredulous as he gazed at the lotus lantern in his hands. So this is the power of the lotus lantern? How terrifying. Indeed. I did not speak falsely. That brilliant light just now was indeed the power of the lotus lantern. I merely intended to use the lotus lantern as a cover, yet somehow it unleashed its power against the adversary according to my will. Yao Qi could not help but swallow hard. Was that power truly from the Lotus Lantern? The Lotus Lantern has recognized Yin Shou as its master, but only those with benevolence and purity can wield the Lotus Lantern. Could it be that the Lotus Lantern has succumbed to Yin Shou's tyrannical influence? Lotus Lantern, you have crossed the line. Yao Qi opened her mouth. Yes, yes. Congratulations. You indeed possess the benevolence and pure heart required to summon the power of the Lotus Lantern. As she spoke, she gazed longingly at Yin Shou, who was bathed in divine radiance. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively leaned toward him, even reaching out her hand to caress his face. Yao Qi, what are you doing? Yin Shou instinctively retreated a half-step, causing Yao Qi to realize her own lapse in composure. She swiftly clasped her hands as if jolted by electricity, her gaze flitting about in disarray as she stammered. I was merely concerned about the immense power of the Balian Lantern. I wanted to see if you were all right. It's unavoidable. The sacred radiance that emanates from the Balian Lantern tends to evoke a sense of intimacy. Moreover, within that glow, Yin Shou possesses an extraordinary allure. Hiki, this woman is indeed easily deceived. Yao Qi, I am fine. Please check if there are any survivors inside, and whether the peaches are unharmed. I shall return shortly. Yao Qi immediately grasped Yin Shou's robe, asking, where are you going? Yin Shou furrowed his brow. In truth, he intended to pursue the celestial silver star and his entourage, while using the Balian Lantern to attack the demon clan in the Peach Garden. He had unexpectedly detected a mingling of non-demonic auras among them, joining forces with those few who had followed him since his arrival in the Heavenly Court. He quickly realized that this was no mere coincidence. The recent demon attack on the Heavenly Court to seize the peaches might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Among those individuals, there could very well be the instigators of this incident. However, the true nature of the facts remained elusive to him. Therefore, he must apprehend those individuals for thorough interrogation. How shall I deceive her? I've got it. Yin Shou hurriedly continued. Yao Qi, when I employed the Balian Lantern just now, sensing the remnants of several demons in that direction, I shall go forth to vanquish them, leaving this place in your capable hands. Rest assured, I have nearly eradicated the demons within the Peach Blossom Garden, even if a few linger on. With the prowess of the Lady of the Yao Pool, she will undoubtedly manage to deal with them. The vital matter of the Peach Blossom Spirit Root calls for your immediate investigation, dear Lady of the Yao Pool. Her delicate brows furrowed in concern, for she was acutely aware that Yin Shou was concealing certain matters from her. Yet, as the possessor of the Peach Blossom Spirit Root, witnessing the devastation within the garden caused her profound anguish. Each peach tree had been lovingly planted and nurtured by her own hands. Eagerly, she yearned to ascertain whether the spirit root had suffered any damage. Very well, King of Humanity, go forth and take care to ensure your safety. The Lady of the Yao Pool grasped Yin Shou's hand with a gaze of deep affection, reminiscent of a woman reluctant to part from her beloved. Oh dear. This is too much. The romantic subplot has reached this stage yet, though the atmosphere does seem to lend itself to such sentiments. Fear not. Yin Shou replied helplessly, gently ruffling her hair in a gesture meant to soothe his startled darling. Sigh, let us indulge her in this performance. He then pursued the direction where the group led by the Star of Taibai had fled. The Lady of the Yao Pool watched the swiftly retreating figure with a gaze filled with longing, a faint smile gracing her lips. His recent caress was truly a sincere expression of concern for me. Though the Peach Blossom Garden lies in ruins, if its destruction can be exchanged for your genuine affection, then it is not in vain. On the vast and open main road of the Heavenly Court, the celestial being Taibai Jinxing, along with his subordinates, frantically alternated between various evasion techniques, resembling a flurry of activity. In truth, the most pressing matter at hand was to inform those guarding Haotian to alter their operational strategy. It was imperative for the subordinates there to collaborate with Haotian in staging a grand performance of breaking free from the confines of Lingxiao Hall, thereby obscuring the true origins of the turmoil within the Heavenly Court. Given that the demon clan had already perished, it would suffice to shift the blame entirely onto them. The truth of this incident must never be revealed, for doing so would incite a scandal of monumental proportions across the primordial realm. The ancestor of Tao could very well annihilate the entire Heavenly Court in a fit of rage. Yet, Taibai Jinxing found himself without the luxury of time to relay this crucial information. They were all too preoccupied with their own escape. Should they be apprehended, the entire narrative would unravel. The individuals surrounding him were all acquaintances from before his ascent to the Heavenly Court, either fellow disciples or wandering immortals. He had lured them into his fold under the pretext of the Fengshen calamity, promising to facilitate their entry into the Heavenly Court as officials. despite their considerable prowess. Each possessing realms above that of the Deluo Golden Immortal, Taibai Jingxing felt an acute sense of insecurity. Not only he, but even these so-called experts were engulfed in trepidation. The harrowing scenes they had just witnessed were etched vividly in their minds. After millennia of cultivation and traversing the vast primordial expanse, when had they ever encountered such a terrifying spectacle? In any case, their immediate objective was to escape the heavenly court and descend to the mortal realm. The southern heaven gate was now within sight. Taibai Jingxing's eyes widened in hope, for he had glimpsed a chance for survival. A powerful beam of radiant white light descended from the heavens, shattering all their means of escape. Chapter 45, Taibai Jingxing. Do you have any final words? The air resonated with a cacophony of explosions. Taibai Jingxing's vision was instantly engulfed in blinding white. A formidable aura washed over him, bending his knees and contorting his back. Soon, he found himself pressed against the ground like a mere sheet of paper, having relinquished all resistance, resigned to his fate. This overwhelming white light raged for what felt like an eternity. The physical pain was secondary. The true torment lay in the fact that Taibai Jingxing's spirit had been thoroughly disoriented, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. As for the others, they had long been crushed to death beneath the might of this force. Is this the true power of the Baoyan Lantern? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in the midst of his blinding vision, a striking figure clad in black gradually emerged. The figure bent down, drawing near, and Taibai Jingxing finally discerned the man's features. His silken black hair remained unruffled, and his piercing gaze exuded a lethal intensity. Even in his dark attire, his noble demeanor could not be concealed. He possessed an innate regal aura, his handsome features seemingly sculpted from marble, with sharp contours that inadvertently instilled a sense of pressure. Taibai Jingxing found himself momentarily entranced. This was the first time he had observed Yin Shou from such proximity. The visage and charisma of Yin Shou embodied the very image of a sovereign in Taibai Jingxing's mind. In comparison, Hao Yin's demeanor appeared utterly trivial. Run swiftly. Why have you stopped? After successfully subduing his opponent with the power lotus lamp, Yin Shou began to mock them mercilessly. Taibai Jingxing lay flat on the ground, nearly so frightened that he almost lost control. Spare us, my friend. Spare us. If you grant us this small mercy, we shall serve you faithfully, willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Yin Shou stroked his chin, meticulously observing the trembling figures before him. He had long been curious about their origins. Why were they following him? Initially, he perceived no peculiarities from the others, believing them to be mere rogue immortals from the Honghuang era, aiming to conspire with the demon clan to plunder the treasures of the heavenly court. However, as his gaze swept over Taibai Jingxing, an unexpected realization struck him. Is that official attire? Indeed. Taibai Jingxing had not anticipated the presence of others in the heavenly court during this mission. Thus, remaining in his formal garb as the orchestrator from behind the scenes, he had not changed his attire. A hypothesis formed within Yin Shou's mind as he cautiously inquired. Heavenly court civil officials? Taibai Jingxing's breath hitched, his lips pressed tightly together, rendering him utterly silent. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Shou voiced a name. Taibai Jingxing? At that moment, the kneeling Taibai Jingxing's pupils dilated, his face instantly contorted with horror. What? His foremost thought was to evade the situation, prioritizing his survival above all else. Meanwhile, it would be best to preserve the secrets of the celestial court. Although he had yet to devise an explanation for his true identity, he was resolutely unwilling to associate himself with the celestial court at this juncture. If he were merely a wandering immortal, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, should he tarnish the reputation of the celestial court, the Dao ancestor lurking behind it would not spare him. No, I am not. You have mistaken me, esteemed friend. Yet, how could this individual, Wang, who had never encountered him before, so swiftly discern his identity? Oh, is that not the case? Yin Shou cast a suspicious glance at the Star of Taibai. He too remained uncertain of the Star of Taibai's identity. Merely the thought of the celestial court's civil officials, particularly the sycophantic servants of the Jade Emperor, instinctively brought Taibai Xing to mind. Now, the flustered expression on Taibai Xing's face further solidified Yin Shou's suspicions. Denial would be of no consequence. It would compel you to speak the truth. With that, Yin Shou spread his 5 fingers, and the lotus of the Baoyan Lantern blossomed, emitting a dazzling white light that captivated the senses. No. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Taibai Xing attempted to resist. Before the terror could fully manifest on his face, a white ethereal glow emanated from his 7 orifices, and his primordial spirit was drawn forth, utterly devoid of self-awareness. This was another power of the Baoyan Lantern, capable of controlling one's thoughts and accessing the innermost desires of their heart. This was also the reason why Yuhua had instructed Yao Qi to utilize the Bao Lian lantern to extract the information Yin Shou possessed. I shall ask, you will answer. Simply respond with yes or no. Yin Shou declared. Yes. Tai Bai Xing nodded, resembling a wandering spirit. Are you the star of Tai Bai? Indeed. Ah, what a revelation. Was the invasion of the celestial realm orchestrated by you? A sudden realization dawned upon Yin Shou as his eyes widened. He had not previously contemplated this possibility. His intention was merely to eliminate the least likely scenario. Yet, he never imagined that this seemingly improbable notion was, in fact, the truth. The ethereal essence of the bright star of the Northern Dipper trembled. Why would you do such a thing? The union of His Majesty and the Lady of the Yao Pool is a matter of cosmic significance. Their union could elevate the fortunes of the celestial realm immensely. Moreover, once they bear offspring, their progeny could represent the celestial realm in times of calamity. However, the Lady of the Yao Pool harbors no affection for His Majesty. She holds herself in high regard and remains oblivious to the celestial realm's precarious position in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Thus, I sought to unleash the demonic forces to assault the celestial realm, compelling the Lady of the Yao Pool to recognize that the celestial realm is not without its vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, this invasion could serve to confine His Majesty and the Lady of the Yao Pool together, fostering their bond through adversity. With a swift motion, Yin Shou retracted his fingers, causing the lotus lantern to emit a brilliant white light before vanishing. The essence of the bright star of the Northern Dipper returned to his corporeal form, leaving him drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath. Though he was uncertain why he had spoken the truth, he vividly recalled the events that had transpired. Was this the power of the lotus lantern? The bright star of the Northern Dipper's visage turned ashen, exuding an aura of despair. Fear spread through his heart like a raging wildfire. So effortlessly, he divulged everything. Now, no one can protect him. No, there is still one person who can shield him, and that is the present Yin Shou. As long as Yin Shou pretends to be oblivious, he possesses the capacity to rectify the entire situation. My lord, I, your humble servant, am aware that you are the sovereign of humanity. If you agree to keep this matter confidential, I assure you that the celestial court shall forever safeguard the Grand Shang. I will also strive to facilitate your ascension to the heavenly realm as an immortal. At this moment, regardless of how the Tai Bai Jinxing pleads for mercy, Yin Shou remains unresponsive. His mind is a void, yet a flame is spreading within. The actions of Tai Bai Jinxing are utterly shameless. How could one disregard the prestige and reputation of the celestial court merely to assist Hao Tian in pursuing the Yao Pool? Those previous instances of heroically rescuing a damsel and peeping while bathing were also the misguided ideas of you, Tai Bai Jinxing, weren't they? With a strategist like you, Hao Tian can still fare well? More importantly, you show such a lack of respect for the Yao Pool. Do you truly believe these pitiful tactics will win a girl's heart? Have you made any effort to understand the Yao Pool? Do you comprehend the innermost thoughts of the Yao Pool? Have you ever shown respect for this girl? Enough is enough. The celestial court? It means nothing before me. Do you have any final words? The hollow gaze of Yin Shou suddenly turned to Tai Bai Jinxing, becoming icy and piercing. Chapter 46, Hao Tian. Did I foolishly stab myself with the Hao Yin sword? Final words. The words of Yin Shou caused a sudden halt in the heart of the celestial star, Tai Bai, enveloping him instantly in a chilling aura. You cannot kill me. I am a high-ranking official of the heavenly court. Suddenly, the jade talisman at Tai Bai's waist emitted a radiant light, signaling that someone was attempting to convey a message to him. With a glance, Yin Shou recognized that it was someone from Hao Tian inquiring about Tai Bai's plans. Reply to him. Action cancelled, Yin Shou instructed. Tai swallowed hard, adhering to Yin Shou's directive and responding with 4 words. From this instruction, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. For Yin Shou appeared to harbor no intention of exposing the matter. On the contrary, it seemed that Yin Shou wished to conceal it. Tai Bai believed that by following Yin Shou's words, he could ensure his survival. However, the subsequent words of Yin Shou extinguished any remaining hope. Consider those 4 words as your last will. Before Tai Bai could react, he was reduced to mere dust under an overwhelming pressure, leaving no trace of his form, nor any essence of his soul. In the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Tian was assisted by one of Tai Bai's appointed personnel in unwrapping the bandages that bound him. Having been pierced by several of Tai Bai's swords, he was now bound like a zongzi, drenched in his own blood. Quickly, my sister Yao Qi will arrive shortly. Everything must be prepared before her arrival. Hao Tian urged anxiously, his mind already envisioning a harmonious future with his sister Yao Qi. The enchanting visage of Yao Qi and her exquisite figure manifested before his eyes, causing his cheeks to flush with a deep crimson hue. He found himself unexpectedly grateful to the celestial elder, tyrant Jinxing, for having inflicted those few stabs upon him. Had it not been for the prior thrusts, he might have been utterly unprepared for the impending ordeal. The thought of Yaoqi arriving shortly to tenderly caress his wounds, soothing all his pain, filled him with a peculiar sense of comfort. To his astonishment, he felt a strange pleasure in the sensation of his injuries being attended to. Yet, when he discerned the identity of the one tending to him, he was met with the sight of a fair-skinned, slightly plump gentleman. This individual exhibited a gentle demeanor and remarkable patience. "Your Majesty, please do not be anxious. The sanctity of your body is paramount. It is wise to exercise caution to prevent your wounds from reopening, which would be most unfortunate." Hao Tian's lips twitched in distaste. Initially, he found the situation rather repugnant. After all, the visage of Yaoqi had suddenly transformed into that of a man who could possibly endure such a sight. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the meticulousness with which this individual operated. Most importantly, it was evident that this man genuinely cared for his well-being. A sense of fondness blossomed within Hao Tian. Not bad. What is your name?" As the man carefully unraveled the bandages, he replied, "In response to your Majesty, I am surnamed Bian, given name Zhuang." "Oh, you are affiliated with tyrant Jinxing?" "Indeed, Master Jinxing has shown me considerable favor." Hao Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. You shall serve directly under me from now on. As long as you perform your duties diligently, I assure you, I will elevate you to the position of Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River." Bian Zhuang's eyes sparkled with joy, and he promptly knelt in gratitude. "Bian Zhuang is deeply thankful for your Majesty's gracious favor, in a rare display of benevolence." Hao Yan raised his chin with a swell of vanity and declared, "Well, first assist me in unwrapping my bandages and arranging my attire. Prepare the surroundings as well. I notice your hands are quite dexterous, so you shall be the one to attend to me. Once I have secured the Yaoqi, I shall reward you with several celestial maidens." "Thank you, your Majesty." Upon hearing the mention of celestial maidens, Bian Zhuang felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, he suddenly sensed a flutter of unease within his heart, and upon glancing down, he realized the jade talisman had illuminated once more. "Your Majesty, please hold on. It seems Master Jinxing has sent another message. Allow me to peruse the instructions." Hao Yan, filled with anticipation, promptly replied, "Indeed." Yet, as Bian Zhuang deciphered the information within the jade talisman, his expression grew increasingly conflicted. He remained frozen in place for an extended moment, showing no inclination to report back to Hao Yan. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Bian Zhuang's eyes, Hao Tian's patience began to wane, and he inquired with mounting agitation, "What does tyrant Jinxing say? Have we captured the Yaoqi, and are they en route to us? Hurry, preparations must be made. The guests are approaching, and we are far from ready." Hao Yan tugged at the bandage on his left shoulder, feeling a sharp pang of pain. Blood was about to spill again. Yet, Bian Zhuang remained unresponsive, evoking a sense of foreboding in Hao Yan. His impatience escalated, his voice turning almost shrill. "What is the matter? Is it that the demon clan at the Peach Garden refuses to release them? Has Yaoqi encountered peril? A jest. A mere handful of formidable celestial beings dare to act with impunity in my heavenly court." Haughtily, Hao Yan rose to his feet, brandishing his bandaged arm as though it were a sword, exclaiming, "Ah, this is a fortuitous opportunity for a heroic rescue. Bring forth my Hao Yan sword. I shall strike with such ferocity that Yaoqi shall witness my unparalleled valor." "Your Majesty," Bian Zhuang's voice fell like a bucket of cold water upon Hao Yan. "There is no need for preparations here. You need not venture to the Peach Garden. Lord Jinxing has decreed. The operation is cancelled." "What?" Hao Yan's sword-wielding gesture was abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. He stood frozen, his lips quivering, and his eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. "Ahem." Bian Zhuang, somewhat embarrassed, continued, "Your Majesty, Lord Jinxing just informed us that our mission has been rescinded." Hao Yan leapt into a fit of rage. "I have endured so many wounds. How can you simply declare a cancellation? Have my injuries been for naught? You incompetent fools. How is it that so many of you cannot retrieve even a wounded Yaoqi? Quickly, contact tyrant Jinxing. If you cannot reach him, then you shall all leave at once and bring him back to me. I demand to confront him personally." Hao Tian was seething with fury, yet these individuals remained indifferent, offering him not a shred of attention, especially Bai Zhuang, who had just been particularly gentle with himself, although still smiling, certainly had no intention of taking action. In truth, This was merely because these individuals had yet to ascend to the heavenly realm. They believed it best to heed the direct commands of the Tai Bai Jinxing. How infuriating for Hao Tian. Even these insignificant beings dared to disregard his authority. The duality of his rage caused his wounds to rupture entirely. With a spurt of blood, Hao Tian, depleted of energy, collapsed backward onto the throne of the heavenly emperor. Once Bai Zhuang had tended to Hao Tian's injuries. He did not wait for him to awaken but led the group awkwardly out of the Lingxiao Hall. The others were still somewhat perplexed. Bai Zhuang, are we not going to wake the heavenly emperor or wait for Lord Jinxing's return? Bai Zhuang sighed, casting a lingering glance back as if bidding farewell to his military rank and the celestial maidens. It is rare for us to be unable to contact Lord Jinxing. I sense a change in this situation. It would be prudent for us to depart the heavenly realm swiftly. Another voiced confusion. Could it be that there are troubles on the demon side? Shouldn't we remain to protect the heavenly emperor and guard the heavenly realm? Bai Zhuang shot an incredulous glance at the speaker, caressing his ample belly. What are you risking your life for, considering the few hundred spirit stones a month? His words astonished the crowd. Just moments ago, Bai Zhuang had been the one most eager to curry favor with the heavenly emperor. However, they quickly nodded in agreement, finding great wisdom in Bai Zhuang's statement. Let us not speak of their lack of status as celestial beings, even if they were indeed part of the heavenly court. What promising future could they possibly envision under the rule of such a petty and unsophisticated Jade Emperor? It is better to withdraw. Holding a position in this celestial bureaucracy is hardly worth the trouble. In the Pan Tao garden, Yin Shou returned, burdened with heavy thoughts. He gazed at the beautiful Yao Qi, who was meticulously tending to the peach trees within. He found himself at a loss for how to convey the truth of the situation to this enchanting girl. Her cherished Pan Tao garden had been devastated by someone from within their own ranks. Such a melodramatic turn of events was difficult to articulate. Chapter 47. Do you wish for me to possess the spiritual roots of the Pan Tao? Do you intend for the merchants of Dashang to ascend to immortality? Yin Shou's emotions were in turmoil. He realized that the pair, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, who had left a profound impression on him since childhood, might now be forever separated. This unfortunate circumstance was likely a consequence of his own existence. Although the suggestions put forth by the Tai Bai Jinxing, such as peeking at the emperor while bathing, rescuing beautiful maidens, and conquering the heavenly court, were undeniably distasteful, upon reflection, he recognized that had he not succumbed to the temptations of the palace's alluring denizens and fled, he would never have encountered Yao Qi at the Zhuge Spring, thus thwarting the plans of Tai Bai Jinxing and Hao Tian. Perhaps Yu Qi had already been united with Hao Tian. Therefore, despite his momentary rage that led him to eliminate Tai Bai Jinxing, he could only blame himself. This instance was indeed more complex than he had initially perceived. Yin Shou began to contemplate whether Yao Qi's transformation might influence his ability to fulfill his role within the system. Yao Qi's presence in the tale of Fengshen was negligible at best. The only scenes featuring her are manifested through her daughter, Princess Longji, and Hao Tian. However, it appears that Hao Tian and Yao Qi are unlikely to be together any longer. This implies the potential disappearance of Princess Longji. How will her storyline be replaced or altered? Alas, I hope the system deems Princess Longji's narrative to be of lesser significance in the grand scheme of Fengshen. Currently, the system has not prompted me to restart the storyline. Yet, I dread the thought of being notified to reopen the chapter once the time for Princess Longji's scenes arrives. That would be unbearable. I recall that when Princess Longji descended from the mountain, it was already the 29th year of King Zhou. The conclusion of Fengshen is approaching, my friend. To ask me to restart just as the finale is nearing? Surely the system would not be so cruel. Yin Shou finds himself in a predicament from which he cannot escape. Sigh, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. There is still ample time. Perhaps a turning point lies ahead. With these thoughts, Yin Shou made his way towards Yao Qi. He could not help but acknowledge that Yao Qi, amidst the peach tree garden, embodied her most exquisite form. Even though the once vibrant peach tree garden now lay in ruins, the colorful blossoms within adorned Yao Qi, revealing an astonishing allure that contrasted with her typically understated attire. She is the kind of woman who can command attention regardless of how lavishly she is adorned. A true matriarch of the heavenly court, radiating opulence. Upon noticing Yin Shou's arrival, the sorrow etched on Yao Qi's brow vanished in an instant. Yin Shou. She promptly rose and joyfully bounded towards him. A girl's instinctive reactions most vividly reflect her thoughts. Yin Shou couldn't help but support her forehead. This is it. Not only can she not become the Queen Mother, it seems she is destined to become a female antagonist, defying fate alongside me. Yao Qi felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Yin Shou suddenly expressed such sentiments. Tentatively, She inquired. "In Shou, did you capture those individuals just now?" "Yes." In Shou was reluctant to elaborate. "Who were they? Are they truly of the demon clan?" Indeed, they were merely a few escaped demons." In Shou stammered, striving to conceal the truth. "Surely, I cannot divulge this. Those individuals were from the heavenly court, weren't they? The leader was the Star of the White Emperor, who conspired with Hao Yin to orchestrate the entire incident. They released the demons, even at the expense of the Peach Garden and the heavenly court. Their intention was to confine you with Hao Yin, to make you aware of the current plight of the heavenly court while fostering affection between you and Hao Yin." "What?" Yao Qi struggled to maintain her composure, yet a tempest raged within her heart. "Is this all instigated by senior brother Hao Yin?" Her fists trembled from being clenched so tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood seeping through her fingers. The destroyed roots of the peaches and the felled trees loomed before her. Yet, astonishingly, all of this was orchestrated by Hao Yin, and merely for his own selfish gains. Only a handful of individuals, including Yao Qi and Hao Yin, truly understood the profound significance of the peaches to the heavenly court. The heavenly court sought to use this calamity as a means to achieve divinity. However, how shall one manage the multitude of deities in the days to come? The Pan Tao, or Peach of Immortality, stands as a crucial means in this endeavor. The celestial beings who have ascended to the heavenly realm can no longer cultivate their powers, and their abilities remain stagnant. Nevertheless, these deities must still confront the tribulations of the 3 calamities and 5 disasters at regular intervals. Yet, by partaking of the Pan Tao, they can surmount one such tribulation. It can be said that the Pan Tao serves as the very foundation for the future governance of the heavenly court over the myriad gods. The Pan Tao is, indeed, the sustenance of the divine beings. And now, the heavenly emperor does not deserve to hold such a title. He is unworthy of possessing the essence of the Pan Tao. In Shou observed that the expression on the face of the goddess of the Yao pool darkened to such an extent that one might imagine water could drip from it. Believing she still harbored animosity towards the demon clan. "Fear not, goddess Yao pool. I have harnessed the power of the magic lotus lantern to vanquish them," he reassured her. "By the way, I have returned the magic lotus lantern to you." As In Shou spread his fingers, the lantern appeared in his hand, resembling a blossoming white lotus. The pure radiance cast upon the face of the Yao pool goddess dispelled the resentment within her heart. She reached out with her delicate hand to touch the lantern, finally realizing that hatred resolves nothing. Since the heavenly emperor and the heavenly court are unworthy of possessing the essence of the Pan Tao, I shall bestow it upon one who is deserving. The goddess Yao pool too extended her fingers, and before her materialized a branch bearing peaches in her palm. Here was the lotus, and there was the peach blossom. The 2 flowers complemented each other beautifully. A faint blush graced Yao pool's cheeks, rendering the scene reminiscent of lovers exchanging tokens of affection. In Shou raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Goddess Yao pool, what do you mean by this?" Yao Qi surveyed the peaches of Immortality Garden and smiled radiantly, saying, "All the peaches here have either been consumed or damaged. I have no peaches left to bestow upon you. To compensate for my promise to you, allow me to gift you this peach spirit root." In, startled as if struck by lightning, instinctively withdrew his hand and retreated 3 steps in fright. "What? Sister, what are you thinking? Bestowing upon me a peach is already quite excessive. And now you offer me the entire peach spirit root? What does this mean? Do you wish for me to cultivate a peach garden within the palace? Am I to ascend to immortality as a merchant of Dashang?" Chapter 48. Indeed, I could construct a Nuwa palace within the royal court. "Yao Qi, you would grant me the peach root?" "Absolutely not. This peach spirit root is exceedingly precious, not an ordinary item. It must not manifest in our mortal realm." In vehemently shook his head in refusal, reminiscent of how one might decline a relative's red envelope during the new year. Yao Qi gazed at him with tender eyes and said, "As you can see, the heavenly court lacks the ability to safeguard the peach spirit root. Conversely, your Dashang possesses abundant fortune, capable of nurturing it. Moreover, this peach spirit root survived solely because of you. Please do not continue to decline." This. In found Yao Qi's reasoning compelling. Momentarily at a loss for how to counter her argument, he reluctantly accepted. "Yao Qi, Empress, in that case, I shall take this Pan Tao spirit root back to the Wang Palace in Chaoga for nurturing. Once the opportune moment arrives, I will return it to you." Hee. "That moment will be 30 years from now when I ascend the Fengshen list and enter the heavenly court. At that time, I shall surely return the Pan Tao in its original form. Will In Shou also ascend to the heavenly court in 30 years? A glimmer of light flickered in Yao Qi's eyes, and she felt an overwhelming joy. If Yin Shou could transcend the mortal cycle and become a deity, as opposed to other mortals who succumb to reincarnation upon the end of their lifespan, she would not mind waiting for him in the heavenly realm. 30 years. To these eternal beings is but a fleeting moment. Previously perplexed by the chasm between mortals and deities, Yaoqi suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope for her celestial existence. 30 years, you say? I shall await you. Yin Shou took the Pan Tao spirit root, while Yaoqi accepted the Bao Lian lantern. This gesture felt akin to exchanging rings at a wedding. It was undeniably peculiar. Very well, let us depart. Yaoqi joyfully hopped to Yin Shou's side, seemingly intent on linking arms with him as they left the heavenly court. Depart. Yin Shou steadied himself and asked in confusion, where to? Yaoqi's smile was radiant. Of course, we are going to the mortal realm. You wish to nurture the Pan Tao spirit root, do you not? How could a rough man like you possibly tend to flowers and vegetables? How to nurture it, I shall teach you. Yin Shou instinctively retreated 2 steps. There's truly no need for that. In my palace, there are indeed numerous gardeners. It is sufficient to entrust the task to them. Yaoqi, with a mischievous glint, remarked, hee. How could those mere mortals nurture the Pan Tao spirit roots? It is imperative that I personally guide you. Oh no, she intends to cling to me relentlessly. This Yaoqi is definitely losing it. She is about to transform into a female antagonist. Yin Shou regarded Yaoqi with the wariness one reserves for a wolf. Hey, Lady Yaoqi, you do not wish to accompany me back to the palace, do you? Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Only Nuwa may enter my palace. Humph. Yaoqi pouted, her irritation palpable. What status does Sister Nuwa hold? She is a current sage. By what right does she? Spare me your delusions. Can your dilapidated palace even accommodate Sister Nuwa? Have you constructed a palace for her? There is not an ounce of sincerity in your offer. Moreover, I have no intention of entering your crumbling palace. Yin Shou found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by Yaoqi's barrage of words. Goodness, this little tigress. So this is how fierce she can be when confronting someone. After you've cast aside Hao Yin, who would dare marry you in the future? While Yin Shou silently scoffed at her, he retorted defiantly, Humph, what is so remarkable about it? It is merely a palace of Nuwa. I could easily construct one. Suddenly, Yin Shou felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. A numbing sensation instantaneously coursed through his entire being. His eyes, wide with terror, fixated on the distance, casting an eerie aura that even the jade pool found unsettling. Yin Shou, what has befallen you? At that moment, Yin Shou's mind was akin to the discovery of a new continent. Ah, indeed, this fierce girl has reminded me. I had always believed that Nuwa would dispatch the 9-tailed fox to the palace to ensnare the original narrative. But the plot has shifted. Foaming Qishan has transformed into foaming Chaoga. Moreover, Nuwa has been scheming against me all along. If her method of retaliation has altered, morphing into inciting the myriad clans against me, as well as plotting against me herself. Yet she did not anticipate how to send the 9-tailed fox to the palace to ensnare me. Does this not mean that the narrative of the investiture of the gods has derailed before it even set on its intended course? Yin Shou felt utterly paralyzed, engulfed in sheer bewilderment. He began to comprehend the depths of his folly, realizing he had overlooked this critical aspect. No, even if the jade pool crumbles, I can endure that, but the main plot concerning Daji must not falter. I must compel Nuwa in her wrath to send the 9-tailed fox to the palace to ensnare me. I must instill in Nuwa the notion encapsulated in that poem regarding serving the sovereign. And the mention of Nuwa's palace by the jade pool is indeed a splendid strategy. An array of exaggerated expressions flickered across the face of the jade pool. Her curiosity regarding Yin Shou's thought process was insatiable. What on earth was this fellow contemplating day by day? Yin Shou, engrossed in his thoughts, failed to notice the peculiar expression on Yaoqi's face. His mind was racing with possibilities. Indeed, after establishing the Nuwa palace, I could announce it to the world and invite Nuwa to reside there. Is there any precedent for the Nuwa palace being situated within a royal palace? Wouldn't such an act merely declare to the world that I, Yin Shou, regard Nuwa as nothing more than one of my consorts? Could Nuwa tolerate such indignity? If I were Nuwa, I would find it intolerable as well. Thus, not only would Nuwa undoubtedly be infuriated, more critically, this vengeful woman would surely turn his own schemes against him, intensifying the insinuations regarding the allure of enticing spirits. Yes, that's the plan. Suddenly, Yaoqi, having attentively listened to Yin Shou's audacious musings, erupted into laughter, spraying him with her unexpected outburst. Chapter 49. Despair of Hao Yin. Seeking aid from Hongjun, why did you spray me? Yin Shou exclaimed, wiping the saliva from his face, bewildered as he gazed at Yaoqi. She quickly covered her mouth. I apologize. I just sneezed. Do even deities sneeze? This is utterly perplexing. Yao Qi stifled her laughter with great difficulty. In truth, she wholeheartedly agreed with Yin Shou's earlier analysis. Although Nuwa had endured for many years prior to the calamity of the witch and demon, she was known for her tit-for-tat demeanor. Now, with Nuwa taking frequent actions, she seemed to be regaining her ancient majesty. Thus, regardless of whether Nuwa had previously entertained the thought of inviting spirits into the palace, however, if Yin Shouxio were to repair the Enhua palace, it is indeed possible for Enhua to fulfill Yin Shou's request for a hammer, which entails sending a spirit into the palace to torment him. After all, Yao Shan is aware that Enhua has been devising ways to extract the information dwelling within Yin Shou's mind. Previously, Enhua even attempted to employ the Lotus Lantern to interrogate him. Should I apply to Sister Enhua to undertake this formidable task? Yet, it seems she has recently harbored some doubts about me. Moreover, who would be willing to enter the palace and serve as a concubine to such a boorish fellow? What am I thinking? I must not entertain such thoughts. Yao Shan felt a wave of shame wash over her for her own musings, when suddenly, Yin Shou's inner voice echoed once more. However, this operation presents a certain degree of difficulty. To openly repair the Enhua palace would be a breach of decorum, undoubtedly provoking opposition from all the ministers of the court, thus hindering any progress. Therefore, I could initially claim it to be a palace constructed for the veneration of the heroic spirits of humankind, and ultimately beseech Enhua for a sacred effigy during the festival. I shall reveal my true intentions only at the last moment. At that time, everyone will surely understand. The outcome will be the same. I am truly a genius at hypnosis and suggestion. Haha. With this thought, Yin Shou redirected his gaze back to Yao Shan's face, causing her to momentarily fluster. The magnitude of Yin Shou's inner musings had been so overwhelming that she struggled to mask her expression. She feared that Yin Shou might perceive something amiss. Fortunately, the subsequent echoes of Yin Shou's thoughts brought her a sense of relief. Ah, indeed. It seems that the little tigress from the Yao Qi was initially sent by Nuwa to draw near to me. Although she now appears to be on the verge of a breakdown, at least she maintains a close connection with Nuwa. I could seize an opportunity, perhaps while speaking in my sleep or under the influence of spirits, to inadvertently reveal to Yao Qi that the temple I constructed for sacrifices is, in fact, Nuwa's palace. Given their relationship, Yao Qi would undoubtedly relay this to Nuwa. Alas, it is necessary to add this layer of precaution. I fear that foolish Nuwa may simply fail to discern my true intentions. It appears that the little tigress still holds some value in remaining by my side. Yin Shou remarked to Yao Qi, Your Highness, Yao Qi speaks wisely. I should indeed learn more from you about nurturing the spiritual roots of the Pan Tao. However, I do not intend to return to Chaoga just yet. I plan to continue my travels for a while longer. Might I invite your highness to accompany me on this journey and teach me the methods of nurturing these spiritual roots along the way? A faint blush appeared on Yao Qi's cheeks as she softly murmured in response, Yes, I would be delighted. Yin Shou's lips twitched slightly. How does it feel as though we are newlyweds on a honeymoon? Nonetheless, the affairs regarding Yua's palace can be communicated back to Shangrong for oversight. This will likely take a few months. I shall continue to wander for the time being. However, I wonder if I can shake off this little tigress. With her around, what chance do I have for romantic encounters? Why can't we have a few celestial maidens completely unrelated to Nuwa? Even a female demon would suffice. Upon hearing Yin Shou's remarks, Yao Qi stamped her foot in frustration. Humph. You wish to seek out female demons? I insist on staying by your side. Yao Qi forced a disingenuous smile. Yin Shou, shall we return? The heavenly realm possesses many enchanting places beyond the heavenly court. Allow me to show you. Yin Shou's brows twitched. Where else? You wouldn't be suggesting we visit the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain or the Purple Cloud Palace, would you? Clearing his throat, Yin Shou inquired, Are we leaving just like this? Is there anything else? Yao Qi responded, The heavenly court has just endured a grave calamity. No one is around. Aren't you going to search for the heavenly emperor? Am I to go? This woman is utterly heartless. Even if you are not husband and wife at present, you are still colleagues. What if Hao Yin has perished in battle? Will you not care? Yet, upon mentioning Hao Yin, Yao Qi's expression darkened rapidly. She strode towards the southern heavenly gate, declaring, Did you not eradicate the demon clan? There is no need to worry about him. Let us go. Hey. Yin Shou attempted to reach out and stop Yao Qi, but she was already a distance away. He sighed deeply, alas. Perhaps this is for the best. If Yao Qi were to witness Hao Yin being bound by several individuals, I fear her disappointment in him and the heavenly court would only deepen. Soon, Yin Shou followed suit. Days passed, though their number was uncertain. Hao Tian gradually stirred from a daze atop the Heavenly Emperor's throne. To his astonishment, he found himself reclining on the throne, while beneath him lay a vast pool of dried blood. The Lingxiao Palace stood desolate and devoid of life. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Tai Bai. Hao Tian attempted to call out, but his hoarse voice echoed in the emptiness, met only with silence. It was worth noting that even the heavenly court guards who had previously been on duty had been reassigned days prior by Tai Bai jinxing, under the pretense of a military exercise. And now, Tai Bai. Thus, these individuals were unable to return at his command. Hao Tian realized the frailty of his body. After a moment of calculation, he discovered he had been unconscious for a fortnight. Memories of Tai Bai jinxing and the moment he had pierced himself with the Hao Tian sword flooded back to him, igniting a tempest of pain and anger in his mind. Where is Tai Bai jinxing? Why was the operation abruptly halted? How could you leave me here, unconscious for so many days? Do you think I cannot find you if you vanish? Come back to me this instant. Hao Tian gripped the arms of the throne, attempting to rise, only to be met with a searing pain as his skin tore. The dried blood adhered to both the throne and his wound. Damn it! Hao Tian erupted in fury. Yet a wave of sorrow washed over him. The plight of the Heavenly Emperor was indeed dire. Surely, no other Heavenly Emperor had endured such a lamentable fate. With a painful roar, Hao Tian tore away the dried blood that clung to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, finally managing to rise to his feet. Struggling to summon his still recovering magical power, he invoked the Haotian Mirror. With the Haotian Mirror at his disposal, he had no doubt in locating the star of Tai Bai. Yet, to Haotian's astonishment, despite scouring the vast expanse of the primordial realm, he could not find a trace of Tai Bai jinxing. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed back onto the Heavenly Emperor's throne. A terrifying thought invaded his mind. Tai Bai jinxing was gone. What had transpired on that fateful day? Why had Tai Bai jinxing vanished? Why had no one in the Heavenly Court discovered his unconscious state after all this time? And what of his beloved Yaoqi? It must be said that Haotian's affection for Yaoqi ran deep, even in such dire circumstances. He could not help but think of her well-being. Without hesitation, Haotian activated the Haotian realm once more, swiftly locating Yaoqi's whereabouts. However, the scene that unfolded within the Haotian mirror shattered his heart and sent him into another faint. The mirror revealed Yaoqi entwined with Yin Shou, exploring the primordial realm together. Haotian staggered, momentarily dazed, but the surge of unbridled fury jolted him back to consciousness. The king of humans. Once radiating an aura of righteousness from the fortunes of the heavenly court, Haotian's demeanor had now turned dark and ominous. His expression was twisted, blood seeping from his clenched jaw, as his eyes fixated fiercely on Yin Shou's face within the Haotian mirror. He understood. Now, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, there exists but one individual capable of aiding him in reclaiming the Yaoqi and reversing the decline of the heavenly court, the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Chapter 50, Hongjun. What an abundance of variables has emerged in this primordial realm. The immense chaos lay silent and desolate, while the magnificent purple cloud palace stood resolutely amidst the void. The ethereal rhythms of the Tao drifted serenely in this space, accentuating the ancient and vast aura of the purple cloud palace. Hao Tian, bearing a basin of foot-washing water, staggered along his path. Despite the instability brought on by 2 sword wounds in his legs, he exerted every ounce of his strength to prevent the water from spilling. This basin held the sacred water intended for the reverence of Hongjun. Originally, Hao Tian was an entity born of chaotic stone. Until the onset of the Fengshen calamity, he had served as a mere gatekeeper at the Purple Cloud Palace, which he regarded as his first home, a place imbued with countless cherished memories shared with Yaoqi. As a young attendant, his daily duties naturally involved serving Hongjun, and his greatest proficiency lay in preparing footbaths for him. This time, he traveled a great distance from the heavenly court to the Purple Cloud Palace, seeking Hongjun's assistance, and thus he aimed to showcase his exceptional skills. The journey to the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace was unhindered until Hao Tian finally beheld the figure of the Taoist robed in purple, seated amidst the chaos. Intertwined with the boundless laws of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun. Esteemed master, I, Hao Tian, humbly pay my respects. Hao Tian steadied the basin and bowed deeply. Even the Emperor of Heaven, who wielded unparalleled might within the 3 realms, could only refer to himself in such a humble manner before Hongjun. Slowly, Hongjun opened his eyes, as if the very laws of the heavenly Tao were being unveiled in his presence. When Hongjun caught sight of the foot basin in Haotian's hands, his heart skipped a beat, yet he swiftly masked his reaction. Hao Tian, are you injured? Since the conclusion of the Lich War, Hongjun had entrusted Hao Tian and Yaoqi with the responsibility of overseeing the heavenly court. urging them to hasten their alignment with the heavenly Tao. He had instructed them not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. However, Hongjun soon noticed that Hao Yian's vitality appeared remarkably diminished, and he bore no fewer than 7 wounds upon his body. Hao Yan was the celestial emperor he had personally appointed. To harm Hao Tian was to challenge his authority and that of the heavenly Tao itself. Hao Yan coughed awkwardly twice, his expression revealing discomfort. "My lord, it is nothing." He explained that he had merely injured himself during his cultivation. Surely, he could not admit to having been harmed by the deliberate actions of the bright star, could he? Hongjuan's gaze, composed of the fabric of rules, flickered slightly before settling on the foot basin nestled at Hao Yan's waist. "Hao Tian, what brings you to the Zixiao Palace this time?" Upon hearing this, Hao Yan immediately knelt before him. Due to his pre-existing leg injury, the motion was stiff and far from graceful, causing him considerable pain. Yet, despite the discomfort, he managed to hold the foot basin steady, not a single droplet spilling. "My lord, you must advocate for me." Hongjun shook his head, disappointment evident in his demeanor. "Hao Tian, you are now the celestial emperor. Even before me, you need not kneel at every turn." Hao Yan replied earnestly, "Hao Yan shall forever be your disciple. I beseech you to allow me to wash your feet." Sighing softly, he remained steadfast in his devotion. Hongjun let out a deep sigh. In the next moment, his figure appeared before Hao Yan, and without knowing when, he had conjured a chair for himself to sit upon. "Come," he beckoned. Hao Yan, filled with excitement, swiftly and skillfully removed Hongjuan's shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and prepared a basin for washing feet, placing Hongjuan's feet into the basin to begin kneading. A soft hum escaped Hongjun as he closed his eyes in comfort. After a considerable time, he finally spoke again. "Hao Tian, what is the purpose of your visit today?" A glimmer of light flashed in Hao Yan's eyes as he increased the pressure of his kneading and massage, hesitatingly stating, "Master, though the heavenly court is established, it remains feeble. And with the impending calamity of the conferred gods, I have been contemplating a strategy to endure the tribulation. As the Emperor of Heaven." Hao Yan considered marrying his junior sister from the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother, to strengthen the heavenly court's fortunes and ensure progeny, thereby representing the court during the tribulation. Hongjun nodded in agreement as he listened, noting that Hao Yan's thoughts aligned with the grand design he had set for the heavenly way. "Your ability to conceive such thoughts indicates your growth. Are you here to request that I officiate your union?" Hao Yan's actions abruptly halted, his entire being radiating discomfort. After a prolonged silence, he mustered the courage to reveal his true intention for this visit. "Master, while I have the desire, my junior sister from Yaoqi does not harbor feelings for me. She has repeatedly rejected my advances and has been absent from the heavenly court for quite some time." "Indeed. I shall officiate your wedding." What did you say?" Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes wide. The words uttered by Hao Tian were incongruent with the grand design of the heavenly Tao. "My lord, Hao Tian was about to repeat himself, but he realized that Hongjun had already begun to deduce the heavenly mysteries. Indeed, Hongjun instinctively started to unravel the threads of fate. As he conducted this analysis, he became aware that, according to the predetermined trajectory of the heavenly Tao, Hao Tian and Yaoqi should have already been wed for some time. These two were undeniably a pair ordained by heaven. This was precisely why Hongjun had designated them as the Emperor and the Queen Mother. Yet, how could it be that Yaoqi harbored such disdain for Hao Tian at this moment? The heavenly rules of the Zixiao Palace began to operate immediately. Hongjun endeavored to deduce the reasons behind this unforeseen development. However, to his astonishment, he found not a single explanation. It was as though all traces pertaining to this matter had been obliterated by an unknown force. Even more alarming was the realization that Hongjun, upon further investigation, discovered that the primordial realm had undergone a multitude of unpredictable changes unbeknownst to him. He abruptly rose from his seat in disbelief. How could this be? The grand momentum of the primordial realm was immutable, albeit minor fluctuations could be altered. Yet now, an amalgamation of so many variables threatened to disrupt the very essence of the primordial realm. Furthermore, with his esteemed position intertwined with the heavenly Tao, and as the foremost figure of the primordial realm, he was unable to ascertain the origins of these variables. This cannot stand. Hongjuan's gaze deepened with gravity. From the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, he had already begun to scheme against the primal chaos. Now that the era of the witch and the zombie is past, the conferral of deities is merely the final step in his grand design. There can be absolutely no mistakes at this juncture. Regardless of who seeks to sow discord from the shadows, such efforts are futile. The union of Hao Yan and Yaoqi is a mandate of the heavenly order, and I shall ensure that this matter proceeds smoothly. Although Hongjuan's heart was in turmoil, His exterior remained as calm as a tranquil pond. With a profound tone, he proclaimed, "The heavenly order is not to be trifled with. Hao Tian, your union with Yao Qi is destined. I shall summon Yao Qi back and gather the 6 saints as witnesses to bestow upon you this marriage." Chapter 51. Yao Qi. If Sister Nuwa does not enter the palace, what if I do? Marriage bestowed? Upon hearing these words from Hongjun, Hao Yian's spirit was instantly invigorated. His depleted vitality seemed to rejuvenate in an instant, and even his wounds no longer ached. "Master, is this truly the case?" Hongjun cast a disappointed glance at the lackluster Hao Yan. "You are to be the Emperor of Heaven, tasked with governing the 3 realms. How can you make such a fuss over a single woman?" Hongjun remarked with a hint of melancholy. "I have already stated that you and Yao Qi are a pair ordained by heaven. Your union is a manifestation of the celestial order. I am merely acting in accordance with heavenly will." Hongjun now found himself in a delicate position. He could indeed be regarded as the embodiment of the heavenly order. Yet he consistently emphasized that such matters were the will of heaven in order to maintain the appearance of impartiality. At last, the burdens weighing upon Hao Tian's heart were lifted. "Thank you, Master," exclaimed Hao Tian, filled with gratitude. "Master, let us not rush. Allow me to finish washing your feet first, even if Hongjun is reluctant." Hao Tian believes this matter is already settled, as he has spoken. In his excitement, he disregards Hongjun's feelings and directly seizes Hongjun's foot, placing it into the foot basin. "Hao Tian, there is no need for such actions." Just as Hongjun attempts to decline, a pleasurable hum escapes him. Whether Hao Tian can fulfill the role of the heavenly emperor is uncertain, yet his technique in foot washing is truly commendable. In the mortal realm, there exists a tranquil place adorned with clear mountains and flowing waters, where peach blossoms flourish. Inshou and Yao Qi sit cross-legged on cushions. Yao Qi conjures a small table with her magic, upon which rest several exquisite dishes. Dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow are treasures not found in the human world. Inshou feels a fleeting pang of sympathy for the dragon and phoenix clans, yet he indulges without hesitation. To his surprise, the flavors are remarkably authentic. The phoenix claws possess more texture than boneless chicken feet, and the dragon meat is more delectable than snake flesh. "Inshou, allow me to toast you. Thank you for your repeated rescues of both myself and the heavenly court." Yao Qi pours a cup of wine, shielding it with her sleeve, and tilts her head back to drink. As Inshou gazes at Yao Qi, her enchanting fragrance wafts gently into his nostrils. He too consumes a cup of wine, and soon finds himself feeling pleasantly tipsy. In this inebriated state, Inshou realizes that the woman he once deemed merely beautiful, lacking in allure, now possesses an enticing charm under the influence of the wine. He had not previously noticed, but now it dawns upon him. Should Yao Qi continue to mature and be nurtured, she would undoubtedly become the epitome of pure desire in the world. It is not difficult for a woman to exude charm. However, maintaining an air of innocence while enhancing that charm proves to be a formidable challenge. Inshou realized that his gaze had become somewhat revealing, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Not long ago, this place was a barren wasteland, transformed into a picturesque locale with blooming peach blossoms by the divine intervention of the queen of the Yao Qi using the mystical roots of the peach tree. Is this the remarkable effect of the peach tree's roots? The queen had just heard Inshou's innermost thoughts with perfect clarity. From the cleansing spring to the silk cave, her feelings for him had been steadily intensifying. Following the events in the heavenly peach garden, she had secretly harbored feelings for Inshou, believing only someone like him could safeguard the mystical roots of the peach tree. Furthermore, only such a person would be worthy of her affections. Yet, she was aware that Inshou would not remain wandering indefinitely. When he eventually returned, it would be quite unbecoming for her to shamelessly request to accompany him back to the palace. Thus, with the limited time remaining, she must devise a means to win him over. A subtle smile graced Yao Qi's lips. "Inshou, you were quite right. However, the wonders of the peach tree's roots extend far beyond what you have mentioned. Come, allow me to guide you through it." Seizing the moment, Yao Qi leaned closer, presenting the peach tree's roots into Inshou's hands while gently clasping his hand. Such an intimate gesture. Instinctively, Inshou sought to withdraw. Yet the primal urges of a man halted him midway, compelling him to savor the moment. "Oh no, Yao Qi, you mustn't play with fire. Do not presume that just because you embody the pinnacle of innocence, I am unable to resist." In order to complete the script and ascend the path of promotion, Yao Qi noticed that Inshou was on the verge of collapse and intensified her advances. "Inshou, when you drink, do you prefer your lover sitting opposite you or beside you?" Under Yao Qi's relentless pursuit, Inshou gradually leaned backward. "I like them to sit around me." "You." Yao Qi bit her lip in playful anger. What a fickle-hearted rogue. However, he is the king of men, accustomed to 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Perhaps he has long grown used to it. But my man can only love me. Once I have him in my grasp, I shall train him well. I will sever his ties with other women. In show, let us have another drink. Yaoqi's eyes were hazy, her lips flushed with a hue reminiscent of orchids, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Good heavens! Could she be planning to get me drunk and take advantage of me? But you are a woman. Beneath that innocent facade lies a heart of a tigress. In that case, I shall play along. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to reveal my intention to humiliate Nuwa in her palace. I shall feign inebriation to convey this to you. You must remember to inform Nuwa. With such thoughts, Insho surrendered to Yaoqi's pressure, slowly reclining onto the ground, presenting a posture of Yaoqi nestled in his embrace. Yaoqi's gaze was disoriented, her delicate face drawing ever closer to Insho's. Meanwhile, Insho's movements began to deviate from propriety. Alas, I, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of all worlds, have been taken advantage of by you. You have truly profited immensely. For the sake of my grand scheme regarding Daji, I shall make this sacrifice. The two clinked their glasses, each harboring ulterior motives. After a short while, Insho pretended to be thoroughly intoxicated and remarked, Yaoqi, you have no idea how deeply I adore Nuwa. Yet, when I composed poetry for her to serve the king, she barely acknowledged my existence. This time, I plan to construct a palace for her within the royal court. On the day the palace is completed, I shall declare my love for her before the entire world and invite her to descend and take residence. Such heartfelt intentions must surely suffice. Insho, filled with excitement, raised his cup high, then closed his eyes, tossed the cup away, and tilted his head, succumbing to complete drunkenness. In the process, he turned and flung Yaoqi aside, snoring as he fell asleep. Hoo-hoo hee-hee. Though I sacrificed a bit of my charm, I have finally completed my act. Insho, Yaoqi lay on the ground, painfully rubbing her waist, which had been injured from being cast aside by Insho. The ambience had been perfectly set. Only one final step remained, and this Insho had the audacity to feign death. Gritting her teeth, Yaoqi rose, stretching her limbs and cracking her knuckles. You wish to play dead, do you? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. With the ferocity of a hungry tiger, Yaoqi lunged towards Insho. Yet, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Yaoqi's eyes widened in shock, her expression freezing instantly. The entire action came to a standstill. That voice belonged to the Dao ancestor. Hongjun conveyed that she was to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. The expression on Yaoqi's face quickly transformed into one of sorrow and resolve. Although Hongjun had not specified the purpose of her journey to the Purple Cloud Palace, she sensed that this trip might make it exceedingly difficult to see Insho again. With a somewhat dazed gait, Yaoqi slowly approached Insho and gently crouched behind him. She gazed quietly at his handsome visage, and on her sorrowful face, a tender smile emerged. Insho, I must return to the heavenly realm for a while. I am grateful for your companionship during this time. I hope to see you again soon. She bent down and bestowed a soft kiss on his face before departing on a cloud. A delightful thought bubbled up within her, bringing her a sense of secret joy. Insho, I shall never reveal your plans to Sister Nuwa. As compensation, you wish for Sister Nuwa to descend and reside in the Nuwa Palace on the day you attain your cultivation there, do you not? What if she chooses not to enter the palace that day? What if I were to enter instead? Chapter 52. The Six Saints press for marriage. Yaoqi's resistance. Oh no. She is coming for me. Oh no. She kissed me. How has she left? After enduring a tumultuous inner struggle and confirming that Yaoqi had indeed departed, Insho finally sat up slowly. He touched the lingering sweetness left on his face by Yaoqi's kiss. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a profound emptiness within, as though something vital was missing. Could it be? Am I developing feelings for this spirited girl? Insho vigorously shook his head, dismissing the notion as impossible. It must be the influence of alcohol. Besides, who am I? Once I flawlessly embody the persona of King Zhou and navigate through the tale of the investiture of the gods, I shall attain the realm of the great Tao. At that juncture, even the heavenly emperor and Hongjun will be but mere ants before me. What woman could I not have? If need be, I could seize the jade pool. What I must do now is to adhere to the original trajectory of the investiture of the gods. It is prudent to return to the palace at once. There is no need to seek encounters. Though the wildflowers outside are fragrant, they can also be quite prickly. Moreover, this particular quest undoubtedly harbors some complications. The system must be scheming against me. If I can encounter the Queen Mother of the West while bathing, will I not also be able to meet Yunsha with just a cloud? Or stumble upon Huda while climbing a mountain? With my looks, surely they would fall for me at first glance. Having been out for over half a year, the time for Daji's entrance into the palace is drawing near. It is best not to complicate matters further. After much contemplation, Insho resolved to return to the palace. However, before doing so, he must first seek out the two guards he had brought along. In the Zixiao Palace, the Jade Pool and Hao Yin stood at opposite corners. The expression on Jade Pool's face was quite grim, as she deliberately positioned herself away from Hao Yin. Meanwhile, Hao Yin kept his head lowered, occasionally stealing glances at Jade Pool. His face adorned with a smile that suggested he awaited something with anticipation. In contrast to the two individuals, the six figures standing in the center of the Purple Cloud Palace exude an undeniable weightiness. They are the Grand Supreme Elder, the Primordial Lord, the Celestial Master, the Holy Mother Nuwa, the Guide of Enlightenment, and the Taoist Zhuan-Ti, the six Saints of Heaven's Path, the most formidable assembly in the annals of the primordial era, have gathered here. The last occasion they convened was during the initial discussions concerning the investiture of the God's calamity. At this moment, despite their immense power and unfathomable Taoist essence, they present themselves as mere students in this setting. Within this group, the dynamics are rather delicate. In summary, the four saints express disdain towards the Western two saints, who, in turn, seek to ingratiate themselves with the three pure ones. The Western two saints harbor animosity toward Nuwa, while all five saints regard her with peculiar glances. After all, Nuwa's recent actions have left them utterly perplexed. The animosity of the Western two saints towards Nuwa stems from her recent public confrontation with Zhuan-Ti on Mount Shumi, where she delivered a thorough beating. Upon catching a glimpse of Nuwa, Zhuan-Ti instinctively recoiled behind the Guide of Enlightenment, still feeling the sting of her gaze. To alleviate the awkwardness, the Guide of Enlightenment took the initiative to inquire, "Esteemed ones, why has the Tao ancestor summoned us six saints today? Has some significant event transpired?" Although Hongjun is regarded as the foremost figure in the primordial era, he has seldom emerged since the calamity of the Witch and Demon War. All matters concerning the primordial realm have been entrusted to the six saints. In truth, even the six saints have rarely made public appearances since that cataclysm. Thus, when they are summoned, it signifies that a momentous event is indeed afoot in the primordial realm. The celestial teacher cast a sidelong glance at Hao Yin in the corner. Could it be that Master is concerned about the tribulations of the heavenly court? Hao Yin clenched his fists in silence. It was previously the celestial teacher's discontent with the heavenly court that led him to insist vehemently that they too should send disciples to face the tribulations. The primordial heavenly venerable nodded in agreement, stating, "What Tong Tian says holds some merit. Is it possible that Master intends to exclude the heavenly court from this impending calamity?" Upon hearing this, Jian and Zhuan-Ti immediately fanned the flames. How can this be? Why should the rest of us send disciples into the tribulation while the heavenly court escapes unscathed? Their remarks instantly drew the disdain of others. Nuwa, with a sarcastic tone, retorted, "Zhuan-Ti, Jian, by your logic, shouldn't you in the West also send disciples into the tribulation?" "You," Zhuan-Ti exclaimed, pushing Jian aside and charging forward. "What a venomous woman. Nuwa, you know very well. Our Western realm suffered damage to its spiritual veins during the battle against the demonic path, and now it is in a state of desolation. Even the Tao ancestor has specifically allowed this tribulation to spare the West. What, pray tell, do you mean by your earlier words?" Nuwa shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, your West is desolate, and you blame me. You." Zhuan-Yi was poised to lunge at Nuwa, but a fierce glare from her sent him retreating behind Jian. "Senior brother." He felt the familiar sting in his face once more. Observing this group of mocking saints, Hao Yin ground his teeth in frustration. In the eyes of these saints, it seemed as though his heavenly court was merely a plaything. He vowed that one day he would trample those saints beneath his feet. Yaoshi observed this with a heavy heart, feeling quite distressed, though not as furious as Hao Yin. Enough of the quarrels. A deep voice resounded as a surge of purple energy manifested within the Purple Cloud Palace. The figure of Hongjun emerged from the purple mist. "Master, Tao ancestor, Lord." The assembled individuals simultaneously bowed in reverence. Hongjun wasted no time and stated plainly, "I have summoned you today to discuss the matter of the heavenly tribulation." The attendees, taken aback by Hongjun's forthrightness, exchanged glances of surprise. Without allowing them the opportunity to respond, Hongjun continued, "The calamity approaches, and as the rightful embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly court ought to send someone to serve as a model during this tribulation. However, this particular calamity is the conferred deity's tribulation, and the heavenly court currently lacks sufficient personnel. The mandate of destiny indicates that Hao Tian and Yaoshi should wed and bear a son to represent the heavenly court in this tribulation. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing these words, the six saints displayed expressions of astonishment. Some were surprised at the existence of such a method of tribulation. Zhuan-Ti even mused that if the Tao ancestor were to allocate him a wife to bear a child representing the West in the tribulation, he would gladly accept. Others, like Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, were astonished to learn that Yao Shi and Hao Yin were not yet married. Having watched these two youngsters grow up, now one as the heavenly emperor and the other as the queen mother, they had assumed they were already a couple. Tong Tian cast a sly glance at Hao Tian, inwardly mocking him. You are quite inadequate, young one. Only Nuwa, with a furrowed brow, glanced at Yao Qi and mused, little Yao Qi. You must be feeling quite heartbroken at this moment, aren't you? Soon, the saints engaged in a heated debate. Why should Hao Yin enjoy such ease? Is it permissible for him to transcend calamity merely by marrying? The Tao ancestors' actions were merely in accordance with the heavenly mandate. In my view, Hao Yin and Yao Qi indeed seem well matched. Nonsense. He is fit only for a rock. The heavenly court should not be so easily placated. Hongjun convened the six saints to deliberate on this matter, naturally seeking to avoid appearing autocratic. He was on the verge of merging with the Tao, and should he succeed entirely, the Tao would become synonymous with his own will. Thus, at this critical juncture, he felt compelled to feign benevolence. Yet, who among them would dare to truly oppose him? It was merely a charade. Yao Qi stood alone in the shadowy corner, silently listening to the saints' discourse, her heart growing cold. Their arguments were solely for their own benefit, with not a single soul considering her perspective. No one cared for her thoughts, nor did anyone inquire whether she was willing to marry Hao Yin. Is this what the heavenly realm is like? Is this the essence of divinity? It pales in comparison to the joy she once shared with Yin Shou. At last, Yao Qi stepped out of the shadows, advancing toward the bickering assembly. Her presence bewildered not only the six saints and Hao Yin but also Hongjun himself. Her face flushed with crimson, she clenched her fists tightly, her shoulders trembling. After a brief silence, she finally summoned the courage to exclaim, I refuse to marry Hao Yin. Chapter 53. The Marriage Pact at Yao Tai. Yin Shou returns to Chaoga. I refuse to marry Hao Yin. Yao Tai's declaration was resounding and forceful. Her voice echoed throughout the Zishu Palace, resonating in the hearts of all those present. The most formidable figures of the primordial world stared at her in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. In Yao Tai, they seemed to perceive a power unprecedented in the annals of the primordial realm. A cold glint flickered in Hongjuan's eyes. No one in the primordial world had ever dared to defy him. This gathering of the six sages to discuss the marriage between Hao Tian and Yao Tai was merely a formality. He could not fathom that any sage would dare oppose his decree regarding the heavenly court's intervention in such a manner. Yet, this Yao Tai had the audacity to stand forth and declare her unwillingness. He had summoned Yao Tai and Hao Yin to await his judgment, not to solicit their preferences. Meanwhile, among the six sages, Laozi's expression was inscrutable, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Yuan Shi Tianzuan seethed with anger, while Tongdian Jiaozhu secretly felt a sense of admiration for Yao Tai. In contrast, Nuwa's heart surged with emotion. Her enchanting eyes reflected Yu Tai's visage, gradually illuminating with brilliance. This was the first time someone had dared to openly rebel against Hongjun. If little Yao Tai could be so bold, what of me, Nuwa? She finally felt a glimmer of confidence in defying destiny. As for Hao Yin, he felt as though he had been struck across the face. How could Yao Tai boldly proclaim her refusal to marry him in front of the Tao ancestor and all the saints? After this, where will my face be placed? In the presence of Hao Tian? Yao Qi, you possess immense audacity. Your union with Hao Yin is a decree of heaven. Do you wish to defy the celestial order? As soon as Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed the unusual countenance of Hongjun, he began to scold Yao Qi vehemently. He had always prided himself as the spokesperson of the Tao, and he could never tolerate any defiance against the heavenly will or against Hongjun himself. Hongjun, however, remained silent. What stature did he hold? Was it necessary for him to intervene personally in matters concerning the primordial chaos? He believed that the sages would grasp his intentions perfectly well. Was Yuan Shi Tianzun not quite astute in this regard? As Hongjun contemplated this, Nuwa hurriedly approached, grasping Yao Qi's shoulders with both hands, and earnestly implored, Yao Qi, one must not contravene the heavenly mandate. You are now the queen mother of the heavenly court. The master has decreed your marriage to Hao Yin for your own benefit. Look, Nuwa has begun to take action as well. Isn't Nuwa quite perceptive? Hongjun felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he failed to notice that while Nuwa was advising Yao Qi, she was also subtly signaling her from a concealed angle, conveying the message, it is futile, Yao Qi. Do not directly oppose the Tao ancestor. You must learn to endure and seek an opportunity. Oh, Yao Qi, perplexed, was unsure how to collaborate with Nuwa. Niuhua winked at Yao Qi and addressed Hong Jun and the others. Master, I believe Yao Qi is merely unprepared at this moment. After all, girls often feel a bit anxious when it comes to marriage. Today, I propose we merely establish an engagement, allowing Yu Qi and Haotian some time to acclimate before the wedding. Yao Qi quickly grasped Niuhua's intent. She believed that by resisting Hong Jun, she would be afforded a chance, perhaps even to delay time and wait for a miracle to unfold. And that miracle was Yin Shou. Perhaps if she continued to prolong matters, her destined one would eventually come to her rescue. Is that so, Yao Qi? Hong Jun inquired coldly. Yao Qi immediately feigned nervousness and shyness. Why, yes. If only you could grant me a little more time to prepare. Hong Jun narrowed his eyes. The calamity of the Fengshen is imminent. Time is no longer on the side of the heavenly court. I shall allow you 3 months to adjust. A surge of joy welled up within Yao Qi. 3 months. Yin Shou's palace should be completed by now. If I respond to Yin Shou's invitation before heaven and earth, surely even the Lord will hesitate to compel me to marry Haotian. Yet, the subsequent words from Hong Jun plunged her into profound despair. During these 3 months, you and Haotian shall reside in my Zixiao palace. You both grew up here together. This is your familial home. With the wedding approaching, it is best to stay here for a while to foster your relationship. In that instant, Yao Qi felt as if she had turned to stone, a chill coursing through her. If she were in Zixiao Palace, she would have no opportunity to roam freely. Why yes, Lord, Yao Qi and Haotian replied in unison. Niuhua gazed at the jade pool with a complex expression. Little jade pool, what thoughts occupy your mind? She inquired. Please, do not let despair take hold of you. I can assist you only to this extent. After all, in my current state, I am powerless against Hong Jun. In the royal palace of Chaoga, Yin Shou had meandered outside for another fortnight before finally returning to the palace. At last, I am home. Fortunately, little tiger girl did not seize the opportunity to ambush me. I wonder how she has fared during this time. Yin Shou collapsed onto the grand bed. Ah, this feels delightful. Although I am still unable to sleep with the palace maids, resting on this bed poses no issue. Shang Rong mentioned that the palace would be repaired in just over a month. Once the palace is restored, I shall extend an invitation to Niuhua. Then I can select a consort and allow Daji to enter the palace. The women within the palace, though strikingly beautiful, cannot sway my resolve. Surely, I can endure for more than a month without faltering. At that moment, a proclamation echoed from outside the hall. Your Majesty. Empress Jiang requests an audience with her 2 princes. Chapter 54, The Moon Goddess, Empress Jiang, reincarnated? Empress Jiang. Yin Shou immediately sprang up from the bed. Although he had deliberately avoided the palace consorts since his arrival in this world, particularly the likes of Empress Jiang, concubine Huang, and concubine Yang, he had not even laid eyes on them since fleeing the palace the day after visiting Niuhua. It has been nearly a year, and he has yet to encounter any of these principal consorts. However, now that he has returned from his prolonged journey, it is entirely reasonable for Queen Jiang to come and pay her respects as the queen. He may choose not to meet with the other concubines, but he cannot afford to overlook Queen Jiang. Besides being the queen, she is also the mother of Princes Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, particularly since Yin Jiao is the crown prince. Regardless of his public declarations of favoring Niuhua and disinterest in the harem after such an extended absence, it is only fitting that he meets with his own heir. Otherwise, the ministers will perceive that he neglects the very foundation of the nation. With this thought, Yin Shou adjusted his hairstyle and spoke in a deep voice. The front hall has been prepared for a banquet. I wish to revel with the princes. Before long, Yin Shou arrived at the front hall. This humble servant greets the king. Your son greets the esteemed father. Queen Jiang, accompanied by Princes Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, came forward to pay their respects. Instantly, Yin Shou's gaze brightened. He had not focused on his 2 stepsons, but rather, his attention was fixed on Queen Jiang from the very beginning. This was his first encounter with her, and the descriptions of her appearance in the text were scant. He could hardly have anticipated that her beauty and grace would be so exceptional. Clad in resplendent white garments, she was a beauty whose elegance seemed innate. Her complexion was pale, her features strikingly vivid, yet her expression was as serene and frosty as freshly fallen snow. More importantly, this woman, one could hardly see her toes when she bowed. No need for formalities. Yin Shou's ardent gaze was directed towards Queen Jiang, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted in a subtle smile. Yet, it was this barely perceptible smile that spoke volumes. However, this left Queen Jiang momentarily startled, her delicate form trembling slightly, and her fair visage tinged with a hint of crimson. In truth, although King Zhou and Queen Jiang were wed, their union was primarily a political arrangement. devoid of genuine affection. Queen Jiang was the daughter of the esteemed Duke Jiang Hangchu of the Eastern Bo, while King Zhou was not the firstborn of the former king. Thus, when the late king decided to bequeath the throne to King Zhou, he required the support of the feudal lords, which culminated in this marriage. After begetting two princes to stabilize the realm, King Zhou ceased all intimacy with Queen Jiang. Over the years, he had scarcely even smiled at her. Initially, Queen Jiang harbored deep admiration for King Zhou, but after years of neglect, the last flicker of her affection gradually extinguished. Upon learning of King Zhou's poetic tribute to Nuwa today, her heart felt utterly desolate. She had only come to pay her respects with her two children, adhering to protocol. Yet, the fervent gaze of Yin Shou rekindled the long-dormant embers within her soul. She quivered in surprise, casting a bewildered glance at Yin Shou. This was the first time in many years that the king had smiled at her. Realizing his expression was inappropriate, Yin Shou inhaled sharply, quickly adopting a stern demeanor as he coldly instructed, "Please, take your seat." Oh. Queen Jiang cautiously settled beside Yin Shou. "Your Majesty, what is the occasion today? Did he just smile at me? What is the meaning of the flames and tenderness in his gaze? Is this merely a figment of my imagination?" Seated with a sense of resignation, Queen Jiang cast a glance at Yin Shou, only to find him utterly indifferent to her presence, his expression as perpetually frigid as ice. With no other option, she could only muster a bitter smile. The words of her trusted maidservant had indeed proven true. The king exhibited not the slightest trace of affection for her. In fact, he was likely enamored with the goddess Nuwa. According to the maid, the king had been completely captivated merely by the sight of Nuwa's statue. Did this not imply that she, a regal queen, a living, breathing woman, was deemed inferior to a mere stone? Such a reality was an indescribable humiliation for her. Once, she had been the most exquisite beauty of the Shang dynasty. Even now, though married, she was confident that her allure surpassed that of her youth. Yet, this king preferred to bestow his affections upon a stone rather than indulge in her company. Her heart was shattered. She felt utterly dead inside. However, he was still the king, and divorce was not an option. She understood that this was the royal palace, yet for her, the days ahead would be no different from residing in a cold chamber. Suddenly, a flicker of change crossed Queen Jiang's countenance as she faintly detected a familiar voice. What the hell? Is this really Queen Jiang? Truly, she embodies the goddess of the moon. Her skin is astonishingly fair, and not the kind of pale that suggests one has been deceased for 3 days. It radiates a luminous whiteness, a true moonlight, forever shining. Damn it! The beautiful Queen Jiang. How could I pretend to be enamored with Nuwa and refrain from approaching her for an entire year? I simply cannot comprehend what sets Queen Jiang apart from Nuwa. In Chapter 55, could it be that Queen Jiang has been possessed by a nine-tailed fox? Indeed. The moment she gracefully sat beside Yin Shou, he feigned indifference yet was instantly captivated by a delicate fragrance that enveloped him, rendering him utterly entranced. This startled him, intensifying his internal conflict. He had once believed that Yao Qi was unparalleled, but he now realized that Queen Jiang surpassed even that realm, at least in terms of her figure. Moreover, the most significant distinction between Queen Jiang and Yue Yao Qi is that while Yue Yao Qi must never be approached, Queen Jiang is, in fact, his wife. If the timing is right, intimacy is entirely possible. Thus, Yin Shou's wariness towards Queen Jiang diminishes considerably, allowing him to accept her more readily. Furthermore, Queen Jiang's status is not necessarily inferior to that of Yue Yao Qi. After the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, she was granted the title of Goddess of the Moon, a position that echoes the ancient Empress Shihi. Yin Shou even harbors substantial reason to suspect that Queen Jiang is the reincarnation of Shihi, come to undergo tribulation. However, at this moment, he cannot help but ponder. Daji has yet to enter the palace. He is still unable to indulge in his desires. Currently, he is ensnared in the role of a melancholic romantic. Before Daji arrives at the palace, he can only react to Nuwa. Yin Shou feels as though he is faring worse than a minotaur. Meanwhile, Queen Jiang is profoundly shaken within her own heart. Her entire body suddenly stiffened, her fingertips subtly trembling. She could distinctly discern that the voice that had just echoed in her mind belonged to Yin Shou. After all, she was intimately familiar with Yin Shou's voice. Empress Jiang's clear eyes fixated on Yin Shou, yet she found him silent. It quickly dawned upon her that the voice she had just heard was indeed Yin Shou's innermost thoughts. Can it be that I am capable of hearing the king's heart? This is simply astonishing. Yet, as all of this unfolded before her, she found herself compelled to believe it. Could it be that my love for the king has moved the heavens? Thus, the heavens have bestowed upon me the ability to eavesdrop on the king's thoughts. Yes, it must be so. In that fleeting moment, A profound transformation occurred within Empress Jiang. Am I truly beautiful? Am I not inferior to the goddess Enhua? The flickering flame within her heart reignited. This spark swiftly engulfed her entire being. Her body and heart quivered with exhilaration. Is this truly the king's genuine perception of her? The man who had never bestowed upon her a kind glance since her arrival in the palace, and who had not smiled at her even after the birth of their 2 children, harbored such a high regard for her in his heart. She had thought the king was completely indifferent to her. Yet, it turns out, all of that was merely an illusion. The king's heartfelt sentiments are the truth. Today, I feel as though this entire world is awry. Enhua's amiss. The jade pool is amiss. Thankfully, the Empress Jiang in my palace remains normal. Although the Queen Jiang possesses unparalleled beauty, she has always maintained a certain aloofness towards me. Were she to exhibit even a modicum of warmth, I fear I might truly falter. Wait, did I just perceive that correctly? What is this gaze you possess, my queen? Why does it seem as though there is a fire igniting in your eyes? In the past, when I neglected you, you were perpetually frigid towards me. Why this sudden fervor in your gaze? Goodness, I implore you, have you perhaps lost your senses akin to Enhua? With a chuckle, I could no longer contain myself at Yin Shou's frenzied lamentations, which only served to exacerbate his bewilderment. The queen has always been perceived as a figure of icy composure, lacking in approachability. Yet, that smile she just bestowed was like the thawing of a glacier, rendering her even more enchanting. What has prompted this sudden smile? She radiates beauty when she smiles. Her demeanor transforms into one of gentleness and playfulness, and it is utterly overwhelming. In her heart, the queen rejoiced secretly. So, the king favors me in this manner? Why did you not express this before? My king, it is worth noting that, though she is the daughter of a noble and was raised with strict decorum, she too was once a young girl, possessing her own charming and playful traits. However, the failures of her past marriage within the confines of the palace walls have somewhat dulled her spirit. Queen, what brings about this smile? Yin Shaoxi could no longer contain himself and tentatively inquired. He was genuinely concerned, not for his own well-being under the influence of the Empress Jiang, but rather for the potential collapse of her carefully constructed persona. It is imperative to understand that the Empress Jiang is not merely an individual. She embodies the significant political force of the esteemed Dongbo Marquis Jiang Hongqiu, along with the 200 minor lords under his dominion. The fracturing of the Great Shang dynasty can largely be attributed to the pivotal event of the Empress Jiang's demise, which incited a rebellion among 400 lords. The circumstances surrounding her death were a direct consequence of the treachery instigated by Daji's arrival at court. This highlights the critical importance of Daji's presence in sustaining the original narrative. Such a key figure in this grand storyline cannot be allowed to falter, otherwise it could lead to a complete upheaval and necessitate a restart. At this moment, however, the Empress Jiang was radiant with joy, her affectionate gaze fixed upon Yin Shaoxi. As she sweetly remarked, "Your Majesty, I am not smiling for any particular reason. I am simply delighted at the thought of serving you during your meal. As a queen, she ought to maintain a semblance of decorum." Reluctantly, Yin Shaoxi feigned indifference and resolved to invoke the name of Enhua, hoping to dissuade the empress from harboring any further affections for him. "My queen, there is no need to attend to me during meals today. Upon seeing the sacred image of Lady Enhua, I now find all food to be mere dust and ashes, devoid of any appetite." A chill instinctively washed over the Empress Jiang, and she felt a twinge of humiliation at the mention of Enhua. How audacious for the king to broach such a topic. Fortunately, she was also privy to Yin Shaoxi's innermost thoughts. Yin Shou felt considerably relieved after expressing his thoughts. How absurd. How could one still yearn for Enhua to the point of becoming despondent? That foolish woman, does she even deserve such admiration? How old is she? Does she wish for an eagle to swoop down on a chick? The Queen Jiang, with her exceptional talents, gentle demeanor, and breathtaking beauty, is undoubtedly the ideal choice for a wife. Yin Shou felt a deep disdain for his previous performance. He realized he still had to maintain this heartfelt persona for another half-year. Although it was far better than the role of a lovesick fool in a contemporary urban drama, he was still vexed. How frustrating. Just a bit more patience. Once Daji enters the palace, life will surely improve. Yes, after Daji's arrival, I shall break free from this wretched state of melancholy and devise a way to deal with the Queen Jiang. With that thought, Yin Shou cast a triumphant glance at the Queen Jiang, hoping to witness her disheartened expression. However, as he lowered his gaze, he was taken aback to find the Queen Jiang's icy eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, radiating an exquisite charm. Moreover, the corners of her lips curled into an enchanting smile. Her entire demeanor became increasingly alluring, and the contrast with her previous frigid aura only heightened her allure. Yin Shou was utterly mesmerized. How could anyone withstand such a test? Is this the Queen Jiang or a seductive enchantress? Could this nine-tailed fox have already entered the palace and possessed the Queen Jiang? Chapter 56, Queen Jiang. Continue the music. Continue the dancing. Shou felt utterly bewildered. It seemed that the world he had traversed into, the world of deities, was rather peculiar. Niwa, the Yiqi, and Queen Jiang, why did their personas appear to deviate from his understanding? According to the established character dynamics, after I had rebuffed Queen Jiang, she should have been indifferent, sulking, and ignoring me. Yet, curiously, her enthusiasm appeared to have intensified. Was this truly the gaze of cold indifference? It resembled that of a fierce tigress fixating on her prey. Could it be that my earlier demeanor was not sufficiently explicit, and she failed to grasp my intent? Shou cleared his throat and emphasized, "Your Majesty, I have stated." "The king, I understand." The melodious voice of Queen Jiang chimed in. "You visited the Niwa Palace today and deemed that only the celestial being Niwa is worthy of you. A humble and ordinary person like me could never capture your discerning eye. I am well aware." To his astonishment, before Shou could finish his statement, Queen Jiang had anticipated and articulated the latter part of his thought. No, it was not merely the latter part. She had practically vocalized all of his unspoken sentiments. It was essential to note that while her words echoed Shou's intended meaning, he felt too embarrassed to express it so overtly, especially in the presence of numerous palace maids and attendants. Although, as an emperor, finding favor with a particular woman to include in his harem was not unusual, theoretically. Even the queen could not object too vehemently. However, merely for an elusive immortal, perhaps a mere figment of imagination, one would demean a queen of a grand nation to this insignificant state. This is utterly incomprehensible. Goodness, this Queen Jiang is remarkably perceptive. Damn it. This has made me feel quite embarrassed. Furthermore, Queen Jiang's words were uttered with notable volume, such that everyone in the palace, except for the two princes who were engrossed in their meals, heard her clearly. Shou swiftly sensed that the atmosphere within the hall was rather peculiar. Even the maidens performing the song and dance had noticeably halted in their movements, although they dared not directly turn their heads towards this side. It was evident that their eyes were brazenly glancing over. In front of so many people, what position does this leave me in? Forget it. Let it all be destroyed. After all, the persona of King Zhou is nothing short of ridiculous. Shou could only suppress his profound dissatisfaction with the unfolding narrative and proclaimed loudly, "Queen, it is sufficient that you are aware. Please be mindful of your boundaries. Even a scoundrel has his limits. It is akin to declaring in the real world in front of one's girlfriend, 'You are unworthy of me. I do not fancy you.' Only the ladies of the two-dimensional realm can capture my heart." Indeed, once Shou's words were set free, the attention of everyone in the palace gravitated towards this direction. Several maidens and guards, positioned in the blind spot between Shou and Queen Jiang, boldly turned their heads to observe the unfolding scene. There was no helping it. The instinct to eavesdrop is ingrained in human DNA. They were all filled with curiosity about what would unfold next. Could Queen Jiang endure any longer? Would the king and the queen engage in a fierce quarrel? Would the queen face punishment? Meanwhile, the maidens brought by Queen Jiang were gritting their teeth in frustration. They were infuriated. Having witnessed such circumstances numerous times, they felt that their mistress had been subjected to immense injustice. Today, King Zhou had the audacity to tarnish their queen's reputation for the sake of someone who might not even exist. This king was truly insufferable. In their hearts, they all hoped that their mistress, Queen Jiang, would stand her ground and confront the king. After all, it was the king who was in the wrong. Could the queen not endure any longer? However, what transpired next left everyone astonished. Queen Jiang, in the face of such humiliation, appeared utterly unfazed. Instead, a captivating smile graced her face as she sweetly addressed the king. "I acknowledge my fault, Your Majesty. Yet, I believe only a celestial beauty like Niwa deserves your attention. Since you have no appetite for a meal, allow me to serve you a few sips of wine. The banquet has commenced, and both Jiao and Hong have yet to be satisfied. We must wait until they have finished before concluding the feast. Furthermore, I am willing to serve alongside Lady Niwa." With that, Queen Jiang cast a flirtatious glance, lifted a cup of wine, and leaned closer to Shou. Shou was utterly bewildered, as were all those present. Shou felt as if his very worldview was beginning to unravel. This sensation is akin to her real-world girlfriend willingly serving him alongside an animated maiden. "What have I done wrong? You are not at fault. It is I who erred. What is it about me that you find appealing? I can change. If that is what you desire. You are a ruler, after all. You ought to embody grace and virtue. How can you permit a grandmotherly figure to share your royal affections? Shouldn't you have received a noble education from a young age? Where are your manners? Your principles? I implore you, do not lose composure. though the jade pool may be fierce. She too dares not be overly assertive. At this rate, I fear even a seductress would find it hard to compete with you. Do not let the seductress perish under your hand. Sniffle, sniffle. Queen Jiang stifled a laugh. Eavesdropping on the king's innermost thoughts was utterly delightful. In truth, her nature was not so vexing. Rather, she was inclined towards a more dignified demeanor. However, having overheard Yin Shou's sentiments, she realized that he might indeed favor the alluring and captivating type. Thus, she resolved to muster her courage and alter her style. Since fate had granted her the chance to overhear Yin Shou's heart, offering her a renewed opportunity to reclaim his affection, she ought to make a genuine effort, shouldn't she? Under the allure of her advances, Queen Jiang successfully coaxed a sip of wine into Yin Shou's mouth. Naturally, much of it spilled. For although he did not resist her feeding, he also did not fully open his mouth to drink. He remained in a state of numbness and bewilderment. Allowing Queen Jiang to feed him wine, letting it flow down the corners of his mouth, he resembled a vegetable being spoon-fed. Your Majesty, allow me to wipe it for you, the palace maid gently offered. At that moment, the palace maids, dancers, attendants, and guards were all frozen as if time had come to a standstill. Everyone remained rigid, turning their heads with wide eyes to observe the unfolding scene. Queen Jiang tenderly wiped away the spilled wine from Yin Shou. She glanced at the astonished crowd and softly said, "Why are you all in a daze? Continue to play music, continue to dance." Chapter 57. Your Majesty, please refrain from such behavior in front of the children. Yes, yes. Continue to play music, continue to dance. Upon hearing Queen Jiang's command, the curious palace maids quickly turned their heads back. Did we seek death by meddling in the affairs of the gossipy queen? How dare we? What are you staring at? Do not gaze indiscriminately. Be careful not to lose your heads. Thankfully, Queen Jiang reminded us. We should just focus on our own duties. Soon, the palace was once more filled with enchanting melodies, and graceful dances resumed, as if nothing had transpired. Oh, Your Majesty. Your wine has spilled again. Queen Jiang exclaimed with a feigned surprise, preparing to wipe it once more. Yin Shou awkwardly stopped her, insisting, Your Majesty, it's fine. I can do it myself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yin Shou realized that what had spilled was not wine, but rather his own drool. Completely numb, he sought to evade Queen Jiang's gaze, lowering his head to avoid looking at her face. As I lowered my head, I beheld the magnificent sight of Queen Jiang's. Placed upon the table, it is essential to note that in the Shang dynasty, tables as we know them did not exist. The people of the Shang would place their dining utensils upon a flat surface, while they themselves knelt on the ground, maintaining an upright posture as they dined. Thus, the distance between their upper bodies and the surface was notably greater than that of modern individuals seated at a table. Yet, Queen Jiang merely tilted her body slightly. And her was set upon that surface. Goodness, is this not excessively large? It is resting on the table. Hey, you placed it there. Consequently, Yin Shou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he could not help but salivate uncontrollably. In truth, it was quite remarkable that he did not experience a nosebleed. Queen Jiang, perplexed, wondered what had been placed upon the table until she followed Yin Shou's gaze downwards. Upon discovering what lay before her, her face flushed a vibrant crimson in an instant. I never imagined you to be such a king. Following a brief moment of shyness, a sense of clandestine joy enveloped her. Indeed, the king still harbors affection for me. Suddenly, a glimmer of seduction sparkled in her eyes as a bashful idea took root in her mind. Were you intending to resist me? Let us see how you shall resist now. Queen Jiang poured another cup of wine, offering it to Yin Shou. This time, however, her body leaned in much closer than before, nearly settling into his embrace. Buzzing with anticipation, the once stilled mind of Yin Shou was instantly awakened by the ethereal sensation he encountered. He felt as though his brain and nasal passages were on the verge of bursting with blood, his gaze filled with disbelief. Fixated intensely on the exaggerated curvature that had deformed violently upon impact with his chest, Yin Shou's pupils dilated dramatically in response. Goodness, I can't take it anymore. This is truly unbearable. In front of so many people, and in front of the children. What on earth are you doing? In truth, at the moment her body made contact with Yin Shou's, Empress Jiang herself felt a tumult within, nearly losing her composure. Although she had borne 2 children with him, and one would presume she had experienced everything, those moments had occurred in the dead of night, devoid of any allure. Yet now, in the grand hall, with their 2 children present below, it was all too inappropriate. Having been raised under the strict etiquette of nobility, Empress Jiang felt a twinge of shame for her recent actions. However, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, after all. If she could hear his heart's voice and ascertain his enjoyment of her advances, why not seize the moment? If If you won't let me place it on the table, I'll place it on you instead. Surely that will suffice. Feigning ignorance of the unusual circumstances, Empress Jiang continued to offer wine to Yin Shou. Yet, he could no longer endure it and reached out to stop her. No, there's no need. Lonely, I suddenly feel a craving for something. Queen Jiang smiled charmingly. Your Majesty, do you have an appetite now? I do. I have quite the appetite. But what I desire is not food. What I wish to consume is ahem. Yin Shou could only continue to feign indifference, saying, I have no appetite. I merely find drinking alone rather dull. I would like some side dishes. Then allow me to serve you. Queen Jiang smoothly approached him once more. Help me. Is there anyone to save me? If I cannot resist and act on my impulses, the plot will surely collapse. Your Majesty, please maintain your decorum. Yin Shou exclaimed, suppressing his desires with great effort. He found himself utterly unable to withstand the queen's advances. Thus, he attempted to divert the attention of those in the hall, hoping the queen would cease her actions. Yet, the tone of his words betrayed a hint of insecurity. Moreover, although the palace maids and guards had an inkling of what was transpiring, they all pretended to be oblivious, not even daring to cast a glance in their direction. The king and the queen were engaged in flirtations. Who would dare to look? The queen had previously warned them. Did they wish to court death? Unless the king directly commanded them to intervene and escort the queen away, they would remain silent. Consequently, no one reacted to Yin Shou's words. What a calamity! Once those foolish children, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, finish eating, let's conclude this swiftly. Yin Shou thought, exasperated. Goodness, how can these two eat so much? Just as he was preparing to resign himself to his fate, a voice from outside the hall interrupted. Your Majesty, Dr. Fei requests an audience, claiming he has a military report from the Northern Sea to present. Dr. Fei? Fei Zhong, the treacherous minister. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou felt a surge of hope. He swiftly extricated himself from the encirclement of Queen Jiang, quickly summoned him. Meanwhile, Queen Jiang displayed a countenance of disappointment and lingering resentment. The arrival of Fei Zhong was most inopportune. Before long, a wiry man with shifty eyes and a thin mustache entered. It was none other than the notorious minister, Fei Zhong. Although he held the modest title of senior doctor, his influence was bolstered by King Zhou's favor, making him the intermediary for vital communications like military reports, as officials often relied on him for such matters. After all, the king was not always inclined to meet with others. Your humble servant, Fei Zhong, pays his respects to your Majesty and the queen. Yin Shou raised his hand. No need for formalities. Fei Zhong, who had initially entered with a beaming countenance, suddenly felt a chilling gaze piercing through him as he lifted his head. It was as if he were being scrutinized to his very core. This oppressive aura did not emanate from the king's imperial authority, but rather what? Is it the queen who is fixating on me? What is the meaning of this? Why does the queen harbor such intense animosity towards me today? Although the queen has never favored me, she has typically remained indifferent to court affairs. She has never treated me in this manner. Fei Zhong cast a glance at Yin Shou and was gratified to see that the king regarded him with a gaze filled with trust and expectation. Fear not, he continued. It appears that the king still holds me in high favor. I had thought that I had been caught in some wrongdoing, regardless of my transgressions. Even if the entire world deems me in the wrong, as long as the king believes I am right, then I, Fei Zhong, shall never be mistaken. Yin Shou fixed his gaze upon Fei Zhong, inwardly scoffing. Ha! I am not favoring you. You treacherous minister are merely a vital pawn in my narrative and a tool for my reign of folly. The queen, Jiang, grew increasingly perplexed. So, the king has always been aware that Fei Zhong is a treacherous minister? Why then, does the king choose to play the fool? Originally shivering at the thought, Fei Zhong rallied his spirits once more. He forced a sycophantic smile at Yin Shou, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Oh, my king, I bear good news. Yin Shou, ever cooperative, responded, Oh, Fei Aiqing, what is this good news that compels you to come to the palace and share it with me? What a relief. This truly alleviates my predicament. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to proceed. I can hardly contain myself, do you know? Fei Zhong continued with his signature obsequious grin. My king, Beihai's Yuan Fudong has surrendered. He is extending an invitation for Grand Tutor when to come to his city to accept his capitulation. As soon as these words were uttered, Yin Shou furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling air. Chapter 58. The turmoil of Beihai presents a peculiar issue. Something feels amiss. It is indeed very strange. Commander when only dispatched troops to subdue Yuan Fudong of Beihai in February of this year. It is now merely mid-March. How could Yuan Fudong suddenly surrender? Even the German blitzkrieg against Bolin was not this swift. In Shou realized that the events unfolding between him and Fei Zhong were elements omitted from the script. This indicated that the scenario was a complete world, with individuals who were vividly alive. Although his role in the script was limited, the time and events in between those moments were experiences he had to endure himself. However, these did not influence the main storyline and fell outside the system's scoring criteria. In Shou had long since acclimated to this and had discerned the system's rules. In such moments, he was able to improvise based on the preceding and succeeding narratives. He began to meticulously recall the tale of the investiture of the gods. Regarding Commander Wen's campaign against Beihai, although it was merely mentioned in 2 sentences in the original text, In Shou was well aware of the details. Commander Wen launched his campaign in the 2nd month of King Zhou's 7th year, yet he did not return to court until the 20th year. After a grueling 13 years of warfare, it was indeed a bitter struggle. It was precisely because Beihai had detained Commander Wen for so long that Daji was able to wreak havoc upon the Shang dynasty for such an extended period. One must understand that King Zhou himself feared Wen Zhong greatly. If Wen Zhong were present, even Daji would not dare to act rashly. Therefore, the military intelligence reported by Fei Zhong was utterly implausible. How could it be that the conflict with Beihai had only just commenced and the enemy had already surrendered? There must be deceit involved. I suspect that those lords from Beihai are likely feigning surrender. The Beihai rebels comprise 72 factions. Even if some truly wish to capitulate, it is uncertain whether other lords will exploit them for their own schemes. Indeed, it could be that King Zhou's decision to allow Master Wen to accept this feigned surrender has led to the army's weakening and prolonged the conflict. My king, do you sense any issues? Fei Zhong inquired, noticing In Shou's fluctuating expression. In Shou concluded his deductions and turned to Fei Zhong. What is your perspective on this matter? Minister Fei? Fei Zhong suddenly bowed towards the heavens. Master Wen is a masterful strategist, having subdued the likes of Yuan Fudong within a mere month. He is truly a pillar of the Shang dynasty. In my humble opinion, the king should command Master Wen to proceed with the surrender. This will prevent prolonged uncertainties that may arouse Yuan Fudong's suspicions. We must swiftly quell this insurrection in Beihai. Fei Zhong's eloquent arguments were undoubtedly laced with personal ambition. As a favored minister of King Zhou, he naturally wished to consistently deliver favorable tidings. This would ensure that the king held him in high regard, perceiving him as a harbinger of good fortune, thereby increasing his favor. Conversely, if he were to bring ill news, Fei Zhong would prefer to avoid the royal court at such late hours, lest he disturb the king's mood and incur his wrath. Moreover, by offering advice aligned with the prevailing circumstances, he might even garner a share of military merit. Hence, Fei Zhong was resolutely inclined to advocate for King Zhou to instruct Master Wen to accept the surrender. A subtle smile graced In Shou's lips as he thought, "You truly are remarkable. This message is evidently conveyed to you by the military faction within the court," he remarked. "Yet, you do not share their opinions with me, but rather urge me to make a decision in haste." Although In Shou was not intimidated by Wen Zhong, he harbored no desire for the conflict in the North Sea to reach a swift conclusion. After all, the prolonged nature of warfare would only prove detrimental to the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. Furthermore, such an extension would align more closely with the original narrative, enhancing his role within it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. How wise it is to avoid prolonged uncertainties. With the valor of Grand Master Wen and the intellect of Minister Fei, we are assured of the Shang dynasty's security. In Shou exclaimed exuberantly, reveling in his own praise. Let us proceed as Minister Fei has advised. Surely, this must be the consensus within the court. Of course, there existed dissenting opinions within the court, as others too wished for Fei Zhong to relay their thoughts to In Shou. However, Fei Zhong's mind was far from such matters at that moment. Meanwhile, Queen Jiang, having overheard In Shou's innermost thoughts, was engulfed by a tempest of turmoil within her heart. Though she could not comprehend the specifics of the original text, script, or plot, she discerned that Yuan Fudong from the North Sea was feigning surrender. Should Grand Master Wen fall for this ruse, not only would the soldiers suffer, but the northern front of the Shang dynasty would find itself in perilous straits. Setting aside the prior affections between him and King Zhou, she was, after all, the queen of the Shang. How could she permit such a travesty to unfold? Moreover, having eavesdropped on In Shou's secret feelings, she knew he harbored an affection for her. Thus, she could not allow such an occurrence to transpire. Your Majesty, I have a differing opinion. A sudden and jarring voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Fei Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned toward the source, a surge of indignation igniting within him. At last, an opportunity to earn military merit and enhance his standing in the king's eyes had presented itself. The king was on the verge of making a decisive judgment. Who dared to disrupt my advantageous scheme? Yet, when Fei Zhong's wolfish expression, one that seemed ready to devour, fell upon the speaker, the Queen Jiang, he immediately wilted, transforming from a proud man into a mere old hound. What business does this Queen Jiang have meddling in affairs of state? In Shou, equally bewildered, cast a perplexed glance at Queen Jiang. Today's Queen Jiang bore little resemblance to the dignified matron he had come to know. In his mind, she was merely a somewhat stately homemaker. Yet today, she was both teasing him and engaging in court politics. By heavens, this woman must be up to something. Unfortunately, In Shou could not emulate the outraged critiques often seen in the palace dramas he watched in reality, where queens were admonished for involving themselves in governance. For in the Shang dynasty, the status of women was notably elevated. The queen's position was especially extraordinary. There existed a historical period during the reign of King Wu Ding, where he, with the support of his queen, Fu Hao, led armies into battle to uphold his rule. Not only that, but Fu Hao also presided over sacrificial rites. In the eyes of the people, her stature was even considered superior to that of Wu Ding himself. Though Queen Jiang was not Fu Hao, her position still commanded respect. Thus, In Shou could not forcibly suppress her opinions. He could only seek reasons to counter her. Your Majesty, what is your intent? Fei Zhong's arguments hold merit. The rebel forces led by Yuan Fudong from Beihai may merely be frightened into submission for the moment, as their internal opinions are far from unanimous. Should we delay in accepting their surrender, it is highly probable that they might retract their decision. This would squander our opportunity to decisively quell the rebellion in Beihai. Queen Jiang, suddenly feeling somewhat apprehensive, realized she possessed no particularly strong opinions herself. Although she could eavesdrop on In Shou's innermost thoughts, she could hardly disclose that she foresaw the war in Beihai lasting for 13 years. Such a revelation would undeniably expose her ability to listen in on In Shou's musings. She certainly did not wish to reveal herself so soon. If discovered, the king would undoubtedly become wary of her, perhaps even denying her any future opportunities to approach him. The thought of living without seeing the king was utterly unbearable. Moreover, she found great intrigue in the act of eavesdropping, yearning to further comprehend just how deeply the king cherished her. Ultimately, the astute Queen Jiang endeavored to recall In Shou's thoughts, attempting to deduce a clever response from them while simultaneously seeking further intelligence. Setting aside other matters, the king would find it difficult to counter, thereby risking his own dignity. Then I shall use Fei Zhong as my weapon. Chapter 59. Look, my queen, this is the kingdom I have sacrificed for you. Fei Zhong, how audacious you are. The decision to target Fei Zhong prompted Queen Jiang to suddenly exclaim, sending a tremor through the hearts of everyone present in the palace. By my mother, after serving the king and queen for so long, this is the first time I have witnessed Queen Jiang's fury. The queen consort Jiang typically exudes grace and dignity. Even when faced with life's adversities, she endures in silence. However, when she is provoked, her wrath is truly formidable. In fact, even In Shou instinctively took a step back. The usually timid Fei Zhong, at this moment, collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. I do not comprehend the nature of my transgression. Queen consort Jiang let out a cold snort. You have erred by obscuring the emperor's perception. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he hastily knelt towards In Shou, imploring him for salvation. I am wronged. Before In Shou could interject, the queen consort continued. You entered the palace to report news from Beihai, yet you disregarded the counsel of other ministers, solely focused on your own ambition for glory. I presume not all ministers support the surrender, do they? Instantly, Fei Zhong's teeth began to chatter. The truth is, a small faction, including figures like Huang Feihu and Bai Gan, harbored doubts regarding Yuan Fudong's surrender. However, the overwhelming majority believed that capitulation should proceed swiftly. His urgency stemmed primarily from a desire to monopolize the accolades. Regarding your Majesty. Fei Zhong attempted to defend himself, but panic rendered him incoherent. Even In Shou felt a pang of anxiety for him. How could Fei Zhong, who normally holds his own against Huang Feihu and Shang Rong's, suddenly find himself at a loss for words when confronted by Queen Consort Jiang? Without waiting for Fei Zhong's response, the Queen Consort continued. My king. In February, Yuan Fudong mobilized 72 warlords to revolt, creating a web of intricate alliances and rivalries. Meanwhile, our esteemed Grand Master One, leading a solitary expedition, ventured deep into enemy territory. Even though Master One wields military prowess akin to divine intervention, it is bound to be a protracted struggle. Moreover, no significant victories have been reported from the front. Why then do the rebellious forces suddenly capitulate? In my humble opinion, there is likely treachery afoot. Queen Jiang asserted her views with unwavering certainty, articulating the innermost thoughts of Yin Shou in a different manner, leaving Fei Zhong speechless. Yin Shou, eager to find an excuse to argue, found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, even if there were individuals among the rebels desiring to surrender, the enemy's composition is far too complex, and consensus is difficult to achieve. The risks are immense. Yet Fei Zhong insists on persuading the king to accept the surrender without thorough investigation. What could his true intentions be? Ah, I am wronged. I am wronged. Spare me, your majesty. Spare me, your highness. Fei Zhong cried out, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Good heavens! What a revelation! How does Queen Jiang know of these matters? Why do I feel her thoughts resonate with my own? Your majesty, do you possess any evidence for your claims? Yin Shou, recovering from the shock of Queen Jiang's commanding presence, tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Queen Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety. She certainly did not wish to be discovered as someone who could eavesdrop on the thoughts of that man. Immediately, Queen Jiang transitioned from the fierce reprimand of Fei Zhong to an image of graceful composure, her voice softening as she addressed, "My king." The utterance of "my king" sent a shiver through Yin Shou, who had yet to recover from the earlier onslaught of her anger. This contrast is simply too great. Is this a change of face? I cannot bear it, truly cannot. Indeed, the gentleness of certain women is often reserved solely for the men they cherish. A secret smile played upon Queen Jiang's lips as she continued, "To be candid with you, my king. My cousin Jiang Wenhuan has been patrolling the northwestern border of Dongjin in recent years. Since the rebellion in the North Sea began, he has been vigilant, occasionally dispatching spies to gather intelligence on the insurgents. In his correspondence with me, he has mentioned this matter from time to time. My ignorance led me to draw some hasty conclusions. I beseech your forgiveness." Gasping in shock, Yin Shou leaned back, stunned. "Cousin? Jiang Wenhuan? My brother-in-law? He is indeed a formidable general. Could it be that Jiang Wenhuan is the source of her information? That seems plausible. Yet, why must I be so unfortunate? What ill fortune? Truly ill fortune. Why must Queen Jiang always oppose me? Minister Wen must not return prematurely." Meanwhile, Queen Jiang inwardly reveled in her triumph. Ive successfully deceived him, although she was uncertain whether this man feared Minister Wen so greatly that he wished for his absence. She resolutely vowed to protect the fortune of the Deshang dynasty at all costs. Nevertheless, Yin Shou was still racking his brains to find a way to advance the decision to surrender through Master Wen. Suddenly, an idea struck him. However, this was merely a conjecture. If the rebels were indeed sincere in their desire to surrender, would our refusal not squander an opportunity to quell the rebellion preemptively? Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong finally lifted his head and nodded fervently. Indeed, indeed. Observing Fei Zhong's enthusiastic cooperation, Yin Shou felt that the situation was settled, and satisfaction washed over him. Yet, being the king, he still had to feign concern for Master Wen and the army. Alas, if only we could dispatch a contingent from Chaogu as a backup to secretly protect Master Wen during the surrender. Should the enemy indeed be deceitful, we could execute a counter-encirclement. Unfortunately, Master Wen has been gone for 2 months, having taken most of our main forces with him, and the new troops have yet to be recruited. The remaining main forces must guard Chaogu. Thus, this plan is unfeasible. Therefore, we can only allow Master Wen to take this risk. However, I believe it poses little problem, for the enemy must be genuinely compelled by our great Shang's might to surrender sincerely. Ha! Look, your majesty. This is the kingdom I have sacrificed for you. Even if your persona encounters issues, it cannot hinder my plans. Just then, a voice that Yin Shou did not wish to hear resounded once more. Queen Jiang, however, proposed a suggestion that Yin Shou found utterly impossible to refuse. Then, "May I request the king to grant me the favor of serving him for a month in succession?" Queen Jiang softly murmured and performed a courtesy. The king's recent words were indeed astute and strategic. He truly embodies wisdom and valor. Should this plan succeed, if the rebel forces intend to feign surrender and lay a trap, they would instead fall into the king's cleverly devised snare, caught unawares and utterly vanquished. Simultaneously, the king's words have enlightened me. I possess a method that can achieve the king's strategy without deploying the troops of Chaogu. A smile graced Queen Jiang's lips, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. This land is one that the king has fought for. How could I bear to see it fall into ruin? Oh, this man is indeed contradictory, quite amusing. As queen, I must offer him my unwavering support. I cannot allow him to act recklessly. Here we go again. What more do you want? Yin Shou was rendered speechless, yet he could not silence Queen Jiang. Indeed, our Chaogu lacks the strength to dispatch further military aid. However, my eastern county can assist. Fortuitously, my younger brother, Jiang Wenhui, is leading troops nearby. He shares a close bond with me and possesses a fervent desire to serve the nation. I can persuade Jiang Wenhui to mobilize his forces and follow the strategy devised by Grandmaster 1. Upon hearing this, In Shou's pupils dilated in shock. A wave of panic coursing through him. This is disastrous. I've truly been outmaneuvered by this Queen Jiang. In truth, the Shang dynasty was merely a confederation of tribes. And most of these vassal states only held the obligation to tribute the Shang king, with no true duty to send troops. During the zenith of the Shang dynasty, one might have garnered followers, yet 6 centuries have elapsed, and the spirit of the people has long since dissipated. Who would still rally to the cause of the Shan? Each insurrection depicted an investiture of the gods saw the central forces dispatched by King Zhou to confront the rebellion. In truth, the myriad lords of the Northern Sea should have been under the dominion of the Northern Marquis Chou Hohu. Logically, it would have been his responsibility to quell the unrest. However, even he refrained from intervening. As for the other lords, their assistance was even less likely. Thus, if Queen Jiang could indeed persuade Jiang Wenhuan to mobilize troops, then In Shou would have no grounds for refusal. In times past, he could have cited the prohibition against lords sending forces into the royal domain of the Shang as a pretext for his refusal. Yet now, with the Northern Sea having seceded from the Shang, what could possibly hinder them? In Shou, feeling exasperated, clenched his teeth and remarked, "Then I shall rely on the queen. Alas, I am done with this. I can only hope that Jiang Wenhuan either refuses to deploy or is delayed in his response." In Shou muttered to himself in frustration. Meanwhile, Queen Jiang stifled a smirk, thinking, Wenhuan will undoubtedly march forth, not out of unwavering loyalty to the Shang, but he is always eager for battle. This mission marks the first occasion for him to command troops in a patrol for experience. Yet he cannot even capture a mere petty thief. It must be driving him mad. Therefore, given this opportunity, he will certainly go. In Shou observed the queen's expression, which radiated satisfaction. He could not fathom the source of her delight, nor did he wish to dwell on it. He merely longed to conclude the banquet swiftly. He then cast a glance at Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. He discovered that these two fellows were still indulging themselves in gluttony. Goodness, are they akin to mythical creatures? Eternally insatiable? The temper of Yin Shou flared up instantly as he shouted, "Yin Jiao, Yin Hong, cease eating. It is unwise for children to overindulge. It can lead to obesity." Yin Jiao and Yin Hong were taken aback, a flicker of reluctance and resentment crossing their eyes as they halted their hands and mouths. Nearby, the palace maid appeared to clear away their food. The two pitiful children, with tears brimming in their eyes, looked on the verge of weeping. Queen Jiang cast a glance at the two children and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, overeating is not good. I didn't expect the king to be so concerned about the children. Let us conclude here for today. It is time for the queen to return to the palace. However, Queen Jiang stood proudly in place, showing no intention of departing. She regarded King Zhou, and a hint of playful allure sparkled in her gaze. In Shou felt an unsettling chill in his heart. What does this woman intend to do? He pondered. "Your Majesty, do you have any further matters to discuss?" he inquired. Queen Jiang smiled gently, narrowing her eyes as she spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. "My king, if the Northern Sea rebels merely pretended to surrender, and if Jiang Wenhui indeed aided our Shang army in achieving remarkable success, shouldn't I be rewarded for this clever stratagem?" Indeed, she makes a valid point. For the first time in his role as king, he felt somewhat uneasy, reluctant to appear unappreciative before Fei Zhong and so many others. After all, as he played the role of King Zhou, he needed to excel in his portrayal to receive higher acclaim. Thus, In Shou places great emphasis on these details. It is precisely these small nuances that forge magnificent characters. In Shou promptly remarked, "Haha, your Majesty is jesting. I had intended to bestow a grand reward upon you upon receiving good news, to surprise you. Since you have broached the subject, why not tell me what reward you desire? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly fulfill your wishes." Queen Jiang, secretly delighted, thought to herself, "You little man of contradictory words and thoughts. Is it truly within your power to grant all my desires?" At this thought, a sudden flush graced Queen Jiang's alabaster cheeks, reminiscent of a ripened apple. Observing this, In Shou was struck by an ominous premonition. What on earth? Why are you blushing? What is that expression? What shameful thoughts are swirling in your mind, in front of so many outsiders and children? Instinctively, In Shou felt the urge to retract his words. However, before he could utter a sound, Queen Jiang had already spoken. "If my strategy indeed proves successful, may your Majesty reward me with a month-long stay in my palace." With that proclamation, every gaze in the hall converged upon them. The attendants could hardly contain their amused expressions, while the maidens blushed intensely, their eyes sparkling as they hastened their tasks. Fei Zhong, kneeling with his face buried in the ground, could not help but sneak a glance. To his astonishment, the once fearsome Queen Jiang appeared so bashful yet fervently passionate. Even Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, having heard their mother's words due to the absence of food, exchanged naive smiles of vague understanding. Only Yin Shou felt a tightening in his waist and a weakness in his legs, involuntarily retreating a few steps. What on earth? A whole month? Is this meant to drain me dry? Chapter 61. I would not mind serving the great king alongside Lady Nuwa. I have always regarded Queen Jiang with the utmost suspicion. Yet, I never anticipated, nor desired, that she would covet my body to such an extent. Far more intense than the Yao Qi. Though, I too yearn for her form. But, no, absolutely not. Not before Daji's departure, under any circumstances. Yin Shou swiftly donned a fade of icy indifference. Your Majesty, I implore you to maintain your dignity. As for the conflict in Beihai, I shall beseech Lady Nuwa for her protection. I am confident that with her blessing, even in the absence of your strategies, Master Wen shall successfully quell the rebellion. Look at that. Is this even human speech? In front of so many, Yin Shou once again addressed Queen Jiang with the coldness of Nuwa. At this moment, even his own personal attendants and palace maids began to internally criticize Yin Shou as a cad. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Queen Jiang remained unperturbed. With an air of nonchalance, she boldly articulated her thoughts. It seems that the king is indeed unable to let go of the goddess Enhua. However, there is no cause for concern. As long as the king is fond of her, I can certainly enshrine a statue of the goddess Enhua at the head of my bed in my own palace. As long as the king is willing to visit often. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the palace, accompanied by the clattering of utensils as the palace maids, taken aback by the revelation, inadvertently created chaos. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. It was simply too shocking. The queen was willing to place the statue of the goddess Enhua at her bedside to keep the king. Was this not equivalent to allowing the goddess to witness the king's intimacy with her? How utterly disgraceful. It was an overwhelming sense of shame. Who would have imagined that beneath the queen's composed and graceful exterior lurked such audacity? Queen, do not overstep your bounds. Yin Shou was incensed, raising his hand as if to strike Queen Jiang. This was nothing short of an affront to a man's dignity. How could a wife permit her husband to hang a portrait of his mistress beside their bed? Such a scenario would be unthinkable in any ethical narrative of any nation. Could it truly be that the customs of the Shang dynasty were this liberal? Yet, within her heart, Queen Jiang reveled in her audacity. She dared to speak thusly because she was aware that Yin Shou did not truly harbor feelings for Enhua. She feigned a pitiful and aggrieved demeanor, saying, "What now? I have complied with your Majesty's wishes, and yet you still wish to strike me? Even if you do choose to chastise me, I implore you, do visit my palace often." Queen Jiang closed her eyes, straightened her chest, and approached him, bringing her face closer, as if to invite Yin Shou to strike her. How utterly infuriating. I have never encountered someone so provoking. What must I do for you to leave me be? Yin Shou felt a surge of irritation, rolling up his sleeves as the impulse to retaliate arose. Upon noticing his reaction, Queen Jiang squinted, her brow furrowing in immediate concern. Instinctively, she recoiled, yet gritted her teeth, presenting her face once more. However, as Yin Shou gazed at her expression, which betrayed her fear while still leaning forward, he finally let out a long sigh. He lowered his hands and relaxed his posture. Damn it, such a beautiful woman. How could I possibly bring myself to strike her? Queen Jiang felt a sweet thrill at his unspoken thoughts. She squinted her eyes, stealing a glance at him. The tension in her features, previously drawn tight with fear, began to ease, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a subtle smile. Yet, she was not yet finished. Once more, she closed her eyes, continuing her charade of fear, leaning closer until she was directly before him. Yin Shou was enveloped by a refreshing fragrance. Come now, Your Majesty. If you harbor any grievances against me, why not take it out on me directly? Fei Zhong and the surrounding palace maids could not help but swallow hard. Though they had not dined earlier, they were now satiated, nourished by the metaphorical dog food. Yin Shou keenly observed that he was seemingly ensconced in a spectacle, the very fruit of which he embodied. A fleeting glance at the reactions of those around him revealed that even Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, those mischievous young ones, were incredulous at the notion of him striking the queen, their faces adorned with smiles. What an ordeal! He resigned himself to the notion that for today, this would suffice. Since the queen's only demand was thus, when the reports from Beihai arrived, he would ensure that the queen would not be wronged. With an air of cold indifference, Yin Shou flicked his robes and made his way toward the inner palace. His only hope now rested on Jiang Wenhuan's reluctance to mobilize troops, or perhaps even if he did, that he would do so a moment too late. A few days later, as Yin Shou languidly napped within the palace, he was suddenly roused by the announcement of Fei Zhong's visit. A tightness gripped his heart. During this period, in his endeavor to embody the melancholic persona of Yin Hua's devoted admirer, he had refrained from attending court. Thus, only Fei Zhong was left to convey tidings to him. At this moment, the news was likely to pertain to the reports from Beihai. Announce it, Yin Shou urged, eager to discern the unfolding narrative. Yet, a subsequent proclamation swiftly plunged him into despair. Your Majesty, the Queen requests an audience. He cursed inwardly, sensing an unsettling alignment between Fei Zhong and the Queen's arrival. Instantly, he contemplated feigning illness to avoid meeting her. However, it was unreasonable to meet with Fei Zhong while shunning the Queen. Anxiously, Yin Shou acquiesced to the Queen's request for an audience. Before long, Queen Jiang and Fei Zhong indeed entered together. Moreover, the two were engaged in light-hearted banter. Yin Shou's ominous premonitions deepened. What on earth is Fei Zhong doing? Why do I have the impression that Fei Zhong has become Queen Jiang's sycophant? Your servant pays respects to the king. I too pay respects to the king. After permitting the two to forego their formalities, Yin Shou observed Fei Zhong casting a glance at Queen Jiang, receiving a nod of approval. Before stepping forward with a beaming smile and declaring, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Chapter 62. Queen, are you staging a surprise attack? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Fei Zhong, entirely oblivious to Yin Shou's expression, animatedly began to recount his tale. Your Majesty, that Yuan Futong from Beihai has indeed feigned surrender. Although there are indeed two factions of lords wishing to submit to our great Shang, Yuan Futong used this ruse to entice Grand Master Wen to advance alone. Though Grand Master Wen commanded a formidable army, he was ill-prepared for battle as he approached to accept surrender, and thus fell into the ambush of 72 rival lords. Fortunately, General Zhang's cavalry arrived just in time, catching the enemy off guard. With an alliance between Grand Master Wen and General Jiang, they utterly decimated that motley crew of 72 lords. Only a handful managed to flee back to the heart of Beihai, hoping to regroup. According to Grand Master Wen's own words, following this engagement, the turmoil in Beihai can be quelled within a year. Thunderous applause erupted. Even though Yin Shou had already prepared himself for the shock upon witnessing the interaction between Fei Zhong and Queen Jiang, a sense of foreboding loomed within him. However, when Fei Zhong vividly recounted the events of the North Sea battlefield with the flair of a storyteller, Yin Shou felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. The realization that his spirit was becoming increasingly numb and his fighting spirit waning washed over him. Was the chaos of the North Sea to be quelled within a year? Did that mean that when Taisher could potentially return to Chaoga as soon as Daji entered the palace? What would happen to the plot then? He had believed that this final quest was a boon from the system, yet it seemed to present an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the current predicament suggested that Daji might not even have the opportunity to enter the palace. Just as this thought took root in Yin Shou's mind, Fei Zhong's words confirmed his apprehension. Your Majesty, the victory at the North Sea is also attributed to the Queen's contributions. Queen Jiang, covering her mouth in modesty, wore a radiant smile, exuding an enchanting allure as she replied, "Hee hee, Lord Fei is jesting. All of this is truly the result of His Majesty's blessings." Fei Zhong promptly congratulated both Queen Jiang and Yin Shou, proclaiming, "Your Majesty's strategies are unparalleled. The Queen possesses both virtue and talent. The harmony between Your Majesty and the Queen is a treasure for our Shang dynasty for generations to come." Having lavished his praises, Fei Zhong exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously, in Yin Shou's palace, he had distinctly sensed the formidable nature of Queen Jiang, leaving him with a psychological shadow, having been utterly conquered by her presence. More importantly, Fei Zhong had gleaned a crucial insight from that encounter. Indeed, the king holds a profound affection for Queen Jiang. The bond between the couple is exceptionally harmonious. It is precisely this rapport that emboldened him to utter such words, despite the risk of inciting the king's ire. After all, while the king's wrath may be feigned, Queen Jiang's anger is genuine. It is this very statement from Fei Zhong that caused Yin Shou to feel as though the world was spinning beneath him, nearly collapsing under the weight of his emotions. Despair. Let it all be obliterated. The narrative has unraveled completely. Indeed, Fei Zhong's words led Yin Shou to believe that this world had come to an end. His prior reluctance to acquiesce to Queen Jiang's request for a month of her affection was not born from a lack of desire for her, nor from disdain towards her. No, it stemmed from the fear of losing control. During their previous banquet, surrounded by so many, he had already struggled to maintain his composure. How could he endure a continuous month of intimacy with her? If he were to share a bed with Queen Jiang for an entire month, would he not shatter his carefully crafted emo persona, which only responded to Niwa. How could he continue to feign depression? And how could he incite the plot of Daji entering the palace? If Daji does not enter the palace, what fate awaits the great Shang? Can this narrative still have a conclusion? Moreover, the original storyline dictated that Fei Zhong would discover his infatuation with Niwa, leading to his melancholy. Yet now, the harmonious union of dragon and phoenix? Are we not destined to be together? Even Fei Zhong feels as though he and Queen Jiang are merely feeding the audience with their romance. How can this possibly unfold? Shall we not simply restart? In Shou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his form swaying unsteadily. "My king!" exclaimed both Queen Jiang and Fei Zhong in alarm. Initially, it was Fei Zhong who, with swift actions, caught In Shou first. However, upon witnessing the lethal expression on the face of the Empress Jiang, he was instantly struck with fear, releasing his grasp and thrusting In Shou into her embrace. Fei Zhong was thoroughly alarmed. The Empress's countenance seemed to convey a clear message. "Fei Zhong, do you dare to compete for a man with me?" His response was immediate and fervent. "I would not. My lady, I dare not." In Shou merely felt himself being caught by someone, only to be gently pushed into another warm embrace. He found solace in the hold of this person, a comfort that felt incredibly familiar. Wait, this sensation. Could it be? With a sudden jolt, In Shou opened his eyes, realizing he was indeed nestled in the arms of Empress Jiang. Oh, the misfortune. He pinched the bridge of his nose to regain his composure, reluctantly extricating himself from her warm grasp. It felt akin to waking up on a winter morning, ensconced in blankets, wishing to remain enveloped in warmth, yet having to forsake it for the obligations of school or work. In the face of In Shou's indifferent demeanor, Empress Jiang remained unfazed. She had just overheard his innermost thoughts. With a subtle twist of her exquisitely shaped figure into an alluring curve, she raised her delicate fingers to her cherry lips and spoke. "My king, I have accomplished a significant feat this time. Should you not honor your promise by staying in my chamber for an entire month?" She continued, "My king, I have already brought the military report. I shall take my leave now." A series of delighted chuckles escaped Fei Zhong as he hastily excused himself. Upon finishing his words, Fei Zhong vanished in a flash. "Hey, are you just going to run away like that? Have you misunderstood something? Stop overthinking." In Shou smacked his forehead. He cast a lingering gaze at the seemingly composed and dignified Queen Jiang, whose heart, however, resembled that of a mischievous imp. Silently, he mustered his resolve. "It's all right. In Shou, you can do this. It is merely a month. Sharing a bed, but not crossing any lines. You are no ordinary official. What trial could possibly overwhelm you?" Queen Jiang absorbed In Shou's inner thoughts, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. "We are already sharing a bed. Do you intend to bring 2 beds to prevent me from touching you? Do you wish to resist me? What do you have to resist with?" Yet, what Queen Jiang did not anticipate was that In Shou indeed moved out 2 separate blankets. That night, as Queen Jiang looked at herself and In Shou, both ensconced in their own blankets like rice dumplings, she found herself caught between laughter and tears. Moreover, In Shou had fashioned one blanket into a barrier, establishing a clear line of separation. This division firmly kept Queen Jiang and himself apart. He repeatedly instructed Queen Jiang not to overstep their boundaries. However, immersed in the fragrance of the body, In Shou found himself sleepless throughout the night. Though his cultivation was profound and inscrutable, akin to the Tao of the primordial world, it did not belong to the celestial realm. He still required the basic human necessities of food, drink, and rest. Thus, although he was unable to sleep, he found himself in a state of discomfort. Suddenly, he felt a draft emanating from a small opening near his calf beneath the blanket. Then, a slight itch began to manifest on his leg. "What is that sensation, as if something is scratching my leg? Could it be a mosquito? No way. How could a mosquito possibly enter when I am so tightly wrapped? This sensation is..." In Shou trembled all over, his eyes snapping open in an instant, fully awake. "What the hell, Queen? Are you launching a surprise attack?" Chapter 63, 30 Days of Serving the Bed? Unable to endure on the first day in the deep of night, the moonlight flowed like water. The bright moon hung outside the palace window, its presence magnified by the proximity to the earthly realm. The moon of the Shang dynasty appeared unusually grand, casting a silvery sheen over the entire palace, creating an exquisite ambience. Sensing something amiss, In Shou abruptly opened his eyes. His immediate instinct was to turn and gaze at the side where Queen Jiang lay. In the moonlight, her pure, unblemished visage radiated an ethereal sanctity. The moonlight harmonized flawlessly with her complexion, rendering her face even more luminous than the moon itself. For a moment, In Shou was entranced. He pondered whether the moonlight descended from the moon to illuminate Queen Jiang's face, or if it was her own radiance that outshone the moon. Could she truly be the goddess of the moon? Queen Jiang, however, remained undisturbed by Yin Shou's astonishment. She slept peacefully, her breathing calm, and her long eyelashes appeared particularly endearing. Is she asleep? Could it be that she was the one scratching me just now? Yin Shou became acutely aware of the distance between himself and Queen Jiang, who lay at the opposite end of the bed. With no other choice, he reached down to grasp. What is this? The sensation was certainly not that of an insect, nor could it be a mouse, which would typically be furry. Instead, this was something soft and bouncy. As he examined it closely, he suddenly realized these were 5 plump, rounded toes, merely through touch. He could vividly imagine how endearing these toes must be. At that moment, a soft moan unexpectedly emanated from the other side of the bed, and instantly, Yin Shou turned his head, clearly aware that Queen Jiang had been tickled. Yet, she merely furrowed her brow for a fleeting moment before returning to her expressionless slumber. However, the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Yin Shou quickly lifted his blanket to peer inside, and was instantly struck as if by a bolt of lightning, his body involuntarily jerking. He beheld a long, supple, and perfectly proportioned leg emerging from the edge of the blanket. Even the delicate foot seemed to silently extend an invitation. Instinctively, he withdrew his head from beneath the covers. Confirming that Queen Jiang's head had not moved, she remained asleep at the opposite end of the bed. He measured the distance between himself and the queen with his eyes, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Goodness, can it really reach this far? That leg is astonishingly long, from your neck down. It's all leg. It is evident that she possesses a prominent figure. Your physique is entirely comprised of legs, isn't it? Queen Jiang, please do not embellish your role. Such scenes are unfit for broadcast. Your Majesty, I implore you to maintain your decorum and remove your soiled feet. Yin Shou spoke sternly in a hushed tone, fearing that if she did not withdraw, the narrative would reach its climax prematurely. Yet, Queen Jiang remained unresponsive, even turning her head away to conceal the tumultuous expression on her face. Simultaneously, her long leg audaciously ventured further upward, shifting provocatively. Madam, you are toying with fire. Yin Shou swiftly comprehended her intentions. Queen Jiang was feigning slumber. Did she believe that by pretending to be asleep, she could evade responsibility for her actions? Her toes slithered like a lethal serpent, inching up from her calf to his waist, eliciting a tumultuous blend of joy and agony within him. He felt as though he were on the verge of fragmentation, torn between the persona of a devoted admirer and the instincts of a straight man. Help? What on earth are you doing? Surely, there cannot be such a headstrong queen. Do not approach me? Very well. Since you show no mercy, do not expect compassion in return. Yin Shou inhaled deeply, seizing the advancing jade foot with one hand, resolutely anchoring it in place. Then, with his other hand, he began to tickle. Initially, Queen Jiang merely turned her head away, her body taut as she stifled her reactions. Within mere seconds, Queen Jiang could no longer maintain her composure. Cold sweat began to beat on her forehead as her body started to writhe. Eventually, she could no longer endure it and began to cry out. Oh dear. Ha ha. Woo-woo. My king. Ha ha. I acknowledge my folly. Ha ha. Spare me. I beg you. I am tickled to death. Please, my king. Outside, the palace maids, who had already begun to doze off, were suddenly jolted awake by the sounds of the queen's frantic wails and laughter, along with the evocative pleas for mercy. Their faces flushed crimson, and they shyly lowered their heads, whispering enviously, even at this late hour, she is so spirited. The king's health is truly remarkable, and he is quite handsome as well. Inside, the surrendering Queen Jiang finally turned her face, crying and laughing, as she looked at Yin Shou, pleading for mercy. After a moment of vigorous punishment, Yin Shou, feigning anger, flung her feet away, exclaiming, Enough of your pretense. Keep your stinky feet to yourself. In the fleeting moment of triumph, Yin Shou quickly resumed a serious demeanor. Now free from the charade, Queen Jiang finally adopted a charmingly playful and alluring expression. She escalated her teasing, saying, Oh, my king, do my feet smell? I assure you, I take great care to cleanse and maintain them with fragrant spices every day. They smell delightful. Why not have another whiff? Naturally, Yin Shou had no intention of approaching her feet. Yet, he unconsciously brought the hand that had touched the feet of Empress Jiang to his nose, inhaling the scent. Surprisingly, it is rather fragrant. Wait, what am I doing? How could I actually smell it? Yin Shou hastily flung his hand away as if struck by lightning, wildly waving it about as if he could rid himself of that scent. No, rather, that odor. Witnessing Yin Shou's reaction, Empress Jiang could not help but stifle a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. She realized that since their last encounter, The most frequent action she had taken in front of Yin Shou was to cover her mouth and chuckle. It was unavoidable. Her dear king, so contradictory in nature, was simply too endearing. Your Majesty, do not overreach. If this continues, I shall no longer visit you for slumber. Yin Shou was genuinely incensed this time. After all, his previous actions had indeed been somewhat embarrassing. Empress Jiang, sensing the moment, decided to relent. Very well, Your Majesty, I shall not tease you further. Please rest well. Hee. There is plenty of time ahead. A month remains. I refuse to believe that you can endure, Your Majesty. With that, Empress Jiang tucked herself under the covers, obediently lying down to sleep, leaving Yin Shou in a daze on the bed. Teasing me? How could a grown man like me be teased by you? His lips twitched as he cast a helpless glance at the peacefully sleeping Empress Jiang. After confirming that she would not return for another round, he, utterly exhausted, lay down. Indeed, he had accomplished nothing tonight, yet felt more fatigued than after an entire night of labor. As dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moon, the entire heavens descended into a profound darkness. Yin Shou, with his hands clasped behind his head, gazed into the abyssal expanse above, sensing an ominous void regarding his future. Tonight, I have finally upheld the boundary of my role. Yet, this is merely the first day. There remain 29 days. What am I to do? Chapter 64. The Niwa Palace is restored a month later. Yin Shou emerged from the quarters of Queen Jiang, his visage marred by dark circles, hair in disarray, and his spirit diminished. The past month had been an arduous ordeal. To the unknowing observer, one might presume he had undergone some harrowing experience. However, the reality was far less indulgent. He had been internally stifled, resulting in a fiery turmoil within. Despite being a practitioner of the heavenly path, one would expect him to be immune to ailments, pure and unblemished. Yet, his face bore the marks of this repression, manifesting as unsightly blemishes. Indeed, this exemplifies the professional caliber expected of an actor. Even aware of the detrimental effects on his health, he willingly sacrificed everything to fulfill his role, much like the male actors in the land of the rising sun, who, despite facing daunting circumstances, throw caution to the wind. Yet, the trials he faced were far more formidable than theirs. Queen Jiang was certainly not a force that could be resisted merely by sheer willpower. Yin Shou sincerely believed that those young talents should earnestly reflect upon his performance. Besides professional integrity, his determination to conquer this final challenge was equally paramount. He had no desire to let a momentary lapse lead to a complete rehash of the narrative. He is now acutely aware of the torment that this final scenario entails. It is not as he had imagined. That merely portraying the tyrant Zhou would allow him to live a life devoid of shame and restraint. This is certainly not a welfare bureau. At this juncture, he might not even manage to surpass the first level. The extensive voids between the various plot points in this scenario demand his own ingenuity. A moment's carelessness could result in utter failure. No one can prevent me from returning to the realm of reality. Fortunately, he only needs to endure a few more months. And then brighter days will dawn. Yin Shou has resolved to summon all the concubines for a grand revelry once Daji enters the palace. Particularly the Queen Jiang. The flames ignited by Queen Jiang over the past month must be thoroughly repaid. My lord, remember to visit often behind him. Queen Jiang waves cheerfully in farewell. Although her voice sounds jubilant and her demeanor appears to hint at unfulfilled desires, a closer inspection reveals a subtle trace of melancholy upon her countenance. An entire month, the king has not even dared to touch her. Moreover, they have been sharing the same bed. For any woman, this would be an immense blow to her self-esteem. Were it not for Queen Jiang's ability to hear Yin Shou's innermost thoughts and grasp the depth of his suffering, she might even contemplate despairing actions. You may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. If it does not work this time, there will be another chance. I refuse to believe that you can endure indefinitely. Face your true feelings, man. Ahem. As Yin Shou stepped out of the palace gates, he suddenly cleared his throat. Ever since I beheld the beauty of Niwa, my thoughts have been consumed day and night, with the seasons lost on me, and both rest and nourishment forsaken. Every encounter within the 6 courtyards and 3 palaces feels as insipid as mere dust and dirt, unworthy of the emperor's gaze. Queen, I harbor no desire to hurt you. Yet I implore you to refrain from further self-indulgent affections. Having delivered his harsh words, Yin Shou scurried away, tail tucked between his legs. However, scarcely had he departed when a cascade of melodious laughter erupted from within the queen's chambers, as her maidens could no longer contain themselves. They had heard the nightly pleas of their mistress. Now, the king had deliberately spoken contrary to his heart. Did he deem them deaf? The king's coyness was indeed utterly charming. The first matter on Yin Shou's mind upon hastening back to his own quarters was sleep. For an entire month, restful slumber had eluded him. Just as he prepared to enter his inner chamber, the voice of the attending official announced the arrival of Fei Zhong. Fei Zhong? What business could he possibly have at this hour? Regardless, he was a pivotal instrument in Daji's entrance into the palace. This was a perfect opportunity to emphasize how profoundly I long for Nuwa and the agony that accompanies my yearning. Yin Shou gathered his emotions and swiftly assumed a fitting demeanor. Speak, Fei Zhong. Fei Zhong bowed, and after Yin Shou dismissed the formalities, he took the initiative to inquire. My dear minister, what pressing matter brings you to the palace at this time? No matter what he says, I shall feign disinterest, proclaiming my lack of concern for state affairs. He is bound to be concerned and inquire about my well-being. At that moment, I would express that ever since I beheld the beauty of Nuwa, my thoughts have been consumed day and night, oblivious to the passage of seasons, neglecting both sustenance and rest. Each visit to the 6 courtyards and 3 palaces feels as insipid as a meal of dust and dirt, unworthy of imperial attention. Then, he would undoubtedly propose the counsel of taking a concubine. With that, a nationwide search could easily summon Daji. Very well, let it be so. At this juncture, Fei Zhong had already declared, Your Majesty, I have entered the palace not for any pressing matters, but to present you with a gift. Very well, Master Fei. I am currently preoccupied with state affairs. Yin Shou was closing his eyes, shaking his head, and pinching his brow in a feigned display of melancholy. Just as he prepared to continue his lines, he suddenly sensed an incongruity in the dialogue he was hearing. What? He abruptly opened his eyes to discover that Fei Zhong had produced a delicately crafted wooden box from an unknown source. With a jovial smile, he unveiled the box, revealing a colossal ginseng root within. Fei Zhong maintained his sycophantic demeanor, declaring, Your Majesty, I have heard that in the past month, you and the Queen have shared an extraordinary bond. This is a millennium-old ginseng from Kunlun Mountain that I procured at great expense, renowned for its exceptional benefits in nourishing the kidneys and invigorating vitality. I humbly present it for your acceptance. Observing the knowing expression on Fei Zhong's face, a tempest of alarm surged within Yin Shou, instinctively causing his body to lean back as he inhaled sharply. Good heavens! So this was his intention all along. In that instant, Yin Shou comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the walls of the palace are not impervious to sound. It is perplexing how news of my relationship with Empress Jiang has spread and has been distorted to suggest that I lavish her with affection. Why has this occurred? Such a situation should not have come to pass. Upon reflection, Yin Shou considered the possibility that the palace maids outside the chambers merely heard voices and misconstrued the context. This is indeed plausible. After all, without visual context, the events that transpire within the inner sanctum can easily lead to rampant speculation. Furthermore, it is conceivable that Empress Jiang herself may have deliberately circulated this information to assert her dominance. The palace is hardly a soundproof fortress. The specifics of how this transpired are now of little consequence. The critical matter lies in the outcome. The outside world has already come to believe that I, Yin Shou, have singularly favored the Empress. Clearly, Fei Zhong harbors the same belief. Previously, he had shown an inclination to ally with Empress Jiang, and now, with this latest debacle, how could he possibly assist me in acquiring a concubine? Moreover, in the original narrative, it was Fei Zhong's desire for revenge against Su Hu for neglecting to present him with gifts that led him to inform King Zhou of Su Hu's beautiful daughter. Now, can Daji still arrive? Yin Shou felt utterly bewildered. He was thoroughly disoriented. Fei Zhong's character has indeed unraveled. Fei Zhong, you are my favored minister, not the Empress's confidant. However, upon further contemplation, Yin Shou realized that it is precisely because Fei Zhong is my favored minister that he seeks to curry favor with Empress Jiang. In his eyes, I and the Empress are now united in purpose. Has the narrative truly collapsed? Where shall I seek Daji now? One cannot possibly summon Su to escort his daughter to me. In the depths of despair, Yin Shou was suddenly alerted by a resounding announcement. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Shang Rong seeks an audience. Yin Shou's spirit was instantly lifted. Shang Rong? Given King Zhou's favoritism towards Fei Zhong and Yuhan, it is uncommon for Shang Rong to approach the palace seeking an audience, only to be met with dismissal. His request for an audience must signify either a matter of great importance or something favored by the king. As Yin Shou's brow gradually unfurled, he began to surmise the purpose of Shang Rong's visit. The Nuwa Palace has been completed. Chapter 65, the brainwashing Nuwa project underway. Shang Rong, as the Prime Minister, also bore the responsibility for ceremonial matters. Thus, while Yin Shou was traveling, he had entrusted Shang Rong with the construction of this palace. At that time, he had not yet named it. He merely instructed Shang Rong to build a temple to honor the ancestors and deities. Yet, in his heart, Yin Shou had always referred to this edifice as the Niwa Palace. Make haste. Shortly thereafter, a plump and jovial elder entered. Old Minister Shang Rong pays his respects to your majesty. Yin Shou promptly assisted Shang Rong to his feet, unable to conceal his anticipation. Prime Minister, has the palace been completed? Upon witnessing Yin Shou's expression, Shang Rong's own heart swelled with excitement. Your Majesty, the main structure and interior of the palace entrusted to this old minister are nearly finished. It will be completed in 10 days. Excellent. Wonderful, Yin Shou exclaimed, repeating the words with fervor. This prompted Fei Zhong, who stood nearby, to purse his lips, feeling a pang of envy. When did the king and Shang Rong's relationship become so amicable? Has the king's favor for me waned? At this moment, Yin Shou had no thoughts of anything else. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. As long as he could subtly hint to Enhua during the ritual at the Enhua Palace to send the nine-tailed fox into the palace to bewitch him, he could continue to advance the narrative of obtaining a consort. Once Daji arrived, everything would fall into place. Although he could have forcibly expedited the plot earlier, the consequences would have resulted in a lack of authenticity in his role. Moreover, if Daji had not been possessed by the nine-tailed fox, she would have no inclination to disrupt the fate of the Shang dynasty, thus hindering the progression of the story in Investiture of the Gods. Therefore, it was indeed better to imply to Enhua about the entrance into the palace. What he was doing now, although absent in the original text, was permissible given that this time frame was a blank period not addressed by the original narrative. He could exercise his creativity as long as it did not disrupt the storyline. Furthermore, his actions were ultimately aimed at rectifying the original plot. Excellent. Minister Shang, your efforts are commendable. I hereby decree that, 10 days hence, all civil and military officials shall be summoned to the palace for the inauguration ceremony and rituals. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Shang Rong's face. Your Majesty, is the ceremony to be held so soon? Many of the formalities have yet to be prepared. Yin Shou raised a hand to halt them, signaling for silence. The great matters of the Minister of Shang pertain to sacrifice and warfare. I have long been eager. As for the rituals of sacrifice, I entrust that to you. Please exert yourself a bit more in the coming days, and I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shang Rong felt a mix of confusion and joy. Ever since King Zhou ascended to the throne, he had never conferred any rewards upon him. However, Shang Rong increasingly sensed an unsettling disquiet. Despite this, the main deity statue dedicated in the palace remained unprepared. To be frank with you, Chancellor, I have long arranged for the preparation of the deity statue. You need only focus on the construction of the main building and the ceremonial matters, he stated. Shang Rong's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, Your Majesty, what name shall this palace bear? This palace shall be called the Sacred Palace of Humanity, he declared, intending to name it after Niwa but swiftly halted his words. Revealing his true intentions at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke Shang Rong's resistance. Clearing his throat, he asserted with gravity. This palace is primarily dedicated to the veneration of our ancestral spirits and the heroic souls of humanity. Upon hearing this, Shang Rong narrowed his eyes, detecting a hint of something amiss. Your Majesty, does this palace solely honor the ancestors and heroic spirits of our kind? When Yin Shou had sent word, he had merely indicated a general directive for Shang Rong to construct a sacrificial palace, without specifying which deity would be worshipped. What Yin Shou tasked him with was the renovation of the main structure and its embellishments. At that time, the Shang dynasty had no established sects, primarily venerating celestial entities, the mysterious bird, and their ancestors. Thus, leaving the main deity statue unadorned was not particularly concerning, as other aspects would align. Yet, Shang Rong remained in the dark about the identity of the main deity statue and the palace's designation, which heightened his unease. Especially since Yin Shou had only mentioned the veneration of ancestral spirits and heroic souls, which further fueled his suspicions. Due to the extensive scheming of the celestial realm and the immortals over many years by the time of the late Shang dynasty, the people of Shang had developed an increasingly profound reverence for the heavens, earth, and spirits. Shang Rong, the minister previously in charge of rituals, held traditional beliefs and naturally disapproved of Yin Shou's exclusive veneration of the ancestors and heroic spirits of humanity. With an enthusiastic pat on Shang Rong's back, Yin Shou exclaimed, Minister Shang, do not overthink it. There are indeed deities to honor. On the day of the ceremony, you shall discover which deity I intend to offer my devotion to. As Yin Shou chatted amiably while guiding Shang Rong out of the palace, Fei Zhong observed this display of camaraderie and felt his eyes welling with tears. I have fallen from grace, he lamented. It seems only the queen can rescue me now. 10 days later, at the Holy Palace of Humanity, the atmosphere was vibrant with the sounds of gongs and drums, magical instruments resonating, black banners fluttering. And a sea of people gathered. Radiating with joy, Inshou ascended to the Holy Palace, while below, Shang Rong wore a somber expression, filled with unease. He understood that even on the day of the consecration ceremony, the main divine seat within that palace remained vacant. Which deity would the king ultimately honor? Meanwhile, Inshou reveled in his own satisfaction, for the main divine seat within the Holy Palace was intentionally left unoccupied. He intended to proclaim to the heavens and earth, inviting Nuwa herself to bestow the divine statue for residence. Simultaneously, in the Zixiao Palace, a basin of foot-washing water reflected a mirror-like surface, revealing the fortunes of the great Shang. The auspicious golden dragon has become even more vibrant than before. With a sharp motion, Haoyan angrily hurled the foot towel into the foot basin, shattering the image within. This ability allows him to project the powers of the Haotian mirror onto other mediums. But it comes with the limitation of monitoring only a restricted range of events. How infuriating. The fortune of the Shang dynasty has surged once more. How long must Ji Chang wait to extinguish the Shang? Surely he cannot have many years left. Ever since the Phoenix's cry in Chaoga, Ji Chang has fallen gravely ill, his complexion deteriorating day by day. Had it not been for the timely counsel of the benevolent Tai Bai Jin Xing, he might have succumbed long ago. Haotian clenched his teeth. The recent rise in the Shang's fortune is attributed to the Northern Sea's decisive victory over the rebellious forces, reclaiming lost territories. The Northern Sea's triumph is largely due to the machinations of Queen Jiang, who cleverly utilized the strength of her clansmen, catching the Northern Sea off guard. Indeed, governing a nation necessitates the collaborative efforts of both the emperor and the empress. Only through the harmony of yin and yang can a nation flourish. If governing a realm is so intricate, how much more so is it for me, who oversees the heavenly court? Contemplating this, a hint of sorrow subtly grazed Haotian's countenance. He has resided in the Zixiao Palace for quite some time. It is said that the matters of the heavenly court have been entrusted to an experienced and capable aide arranged by the Dao ancestor, allowing him to focus solely on nurturing his relationship within the Zixiao Palace and the Yaoqi. Once the heavenly marriage is celebrated, he shall return to assume his rightful position in the heavenly court. He understood the reasoning behind it. Hongjun had pure intentions. However, over the course of the past month, he had not even caught a glimpse of Yaoqi. She remained ensconced within her palace, scarcely emerging, as if deliberately evading him. Haotian cast another glance at his footbath, slapping his cheeks vigorously. No, I must invigorate myself. The Lord has bestowed upon me such a splendid opportunity. As a man, I ought to take the initiative. With this self-encouragement, Haotian's mood lightened considerably, and his confidence was restored. Humph. Regardless, the marriage has been settled. Yaoqi, my junior sister, is already mine. What issue could arise from my proactive approach to visit my own wife? Indeed, Yaoqi must harbor some misunderstandings towards me. As a man, it is my duty to take the initiative to unravel these misconceptions, no matter how Yaoqi perceives me now. As long as I consistently shower her with my tenderness and thoughtfulness, melting her icy heart, she will ultimately come to love me. Only I am her destined match. Haotian lifted the basin of foot water and made his way towards the palace where Yaoqi resided, confidence radiating from his visage. Halt. As Haotian approached the entrance of Yaoqi's palace, he was intercepted by a maid standing guard at the door. After establishing Haotian and Yaoqi as the celestial emperor and the queen mother, Hongjun had also enlightened several young boys and girls. However, due to his subsequent dedication to the Tao, and the fact that these young attendants lacked the remarkable qualities of Haotian and the Yaoqi, their cultivation and status remained rather modest. The maid before him was specifically assigned by Hongjun to serve and keep watch over the Yaoqi. How dare she obstruct him? Haotian's anger flared instantly. Although the heavenly court was sparsely populated, there were times when even the palace gates lacked a guard. Yet, within the heavenly court, he walked with an air of authority. When had anyone ever dared to impede his path? If he were not concerned about spilling the footbath water he held, he would have unleashed his fury on the spot. I am Haotian, the heavenly emperor. I demand to see my fiancée. With one hand firmly grasping the elegant basin, he pointed at his own face to emphasize his authority. Little did he know, the maid, unaware of his identity, displayed an expression of utter disdain upon hearing the name Haotian. Ugh, you were the one who tried to sneak a glance at the Yaoqi empress while she bathed. What? Haotian could hardly fathom such a reaction upon revealing his identity. He questioned whether she had mistaken him for someone else, leaning closer to her and insisting. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor. The maid rolled her eyes, stepping back in disgust. Of course, it's you, the lewd Heavenly Emperor. The worthless one who couldn't even protect the peach garden of the Heavenly Court. Hiss. Hao Tian inhaled sharply, the temperature within the Zixia Palace plummeting dramatically. He was jolted backward as if struck by lightning, his entire being petrified, splitting apart at the center. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head, so intense that it could cool the water in the footbath. He simply could not comprehend how such a mere maid dared to speak to him in that manner. Moreover, she was aware of his clandestine observation during her bath and the embarrassment surrounding the destruction of the peach blossom garden. This could only imply one thing. The jade pool had divulged this information to her. Indeed, the maid's attitude towards Hao Tian was undoubtedly influenced by the jade pool. The children of the Purple Sky Palace, enlightened as they were, did not regard Hao Tian with indifference. Since their transformation, they had been oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, their minds pure. However, during this interval, the jade pool had recounted Hao Tian's previous lewd behaviors to these maids, leaving them astonished at the existence of such a despicable and ineffectual man. Consequently, their empathy towards the jade pool fostered a sense of aversion towards Hao Tian. They resolutely adhered to the course of action prescribed by the jade pool. Faced with the wide-eyed maid glaring at him, Hao Tian found himself at a loss for how to respond. What could he do? She was merely a child. He could not possibly harm this child or force his way inside. Furthermore, she was also a disciple of Hongjun. After a prolonged bout of trembling, Hao Tian endeavored to take a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. It is all right. I am the Celestial Emperor. My heart must be expansive. All of this is merely the tribulation I must endure to ascend to the position of the Supreme Celestial Being. Indeed, it is all a trial of fate. This is a test from the Heavenly Tao. All of this is for the sake of winning over Sister Yao Qi. All of this is to take charge of the Heavenly Tao. When the day arrives that I truly govern the three realms, I shall make all those who once looked down upon me kneel before me. Hao Tian repeatedly recited the words imparted by Hongjun to stabilize his mind. After Hongjun bestowed upon him the marriage contract, Hao Tian had sought counsel from Hongjun regarding what to do if Sister Yao Qi continued to ignore him. He also inquired about how to handle the disdain of those saints who regarded him with contempt, dismissing the heavenly court. Hongjun reassured him that destiny is governed by a higher order. Hao Tian is destined to ascend to that supreme position, and all the trials faced thus far are merely tribulations. After reciting these affirmations countless times, Hao Tian discovered that his state of mind had indeed settled, truly worthy of the title master. In just a few brief words, he has helped me stabilize my resolve. With the support of my master behind me, there is nothing to fear. Clearing his throat, Hao Tian maintained an upright posture, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, even while holding a footbath. I shall simply step inside to greet Sister Yao Qi and shall return promptly. The maid remained expressionless. No. What if I enter through the main gate and converse with Sister Yao Qi from across the wall in the courtyard? Is that permissible? No. Hao Tian continued to smile. I am merely concerned for Sister Yao Qi. I understand her mood is poor and she wishes to avoid company. So I prepared a basin of footbath water for her to alleviate her pre-wedding anxiety. This is Hao Tian's specialty. Even Hongjun can be conquered. Thus, Hao Tian firmly believes that he too can win over the Yao Qi with this strategy. However, the attitude of the maid infuriates him. No. The Yao Qi goddess has already decreed that aside from you, anyone else may enter the Zixia Palace to visit her. Thud. A resounding echo reverberates within Hao Tian's heart. He had thought that the Yao Qi was merely in a foul mood and did not wish to see anyone. Anyone but him could visit her. Why is she so intent on targeting me? Chapter 67. Hongjun, have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are the Celestial Emperor? Hao Tian feels a profound malice. His confidence is ruthlessly shattered once more. No matter. Remain calm. I am the Celestial Emperor. One must possess a broad heart. All of this is merely tribulation. One day, Yao Qi will undoubtedly be moved by my sincerity. After yet another round of mental solace, Hao Tian lets out a long sigh and forces a charming smile at the maid who has been obstructing him. Heh, it matters not that I do not enter this time. Please inform Yao Qi that I shall never give up on her. With that, Hao Tian feigns nonchalance and turns to depart. The maid watches Hao Tian's self-satisfied figure with disdain. Yet, just a few steps away, a voice suddenly pierces through the air, startling both him and the maid. Let him in. Hongjun. A surge of joy fills Hao Tian's heart, while a look of disbelief crosses the maid's face. Master. Hao Tian immediately turns around, echoing the maid's exclamation. There stands Hongjun, a serious expression upon his face. As he addresses the maid, do you not know that Hao Tian and Yao Qi have already been betrothed? Why did you expel Hao Tian? The maidservant appeared visibly flustered, and Hong Juan's words were laced with interrogation. "Return to the master. Please do not be angry. This is not a mere whim of mine. It was Sister Yao Qi who instructed me. Anyone but him is permitted to visit her." Hong Juan's eyes twitched noticeably. He had just emerged from the state of unity and wanted to observe the depth of feelings between Hao Tian and Yao Qi. However, shortly after arriving at the palace where Yao Qi resided, he overheard that Hao Tian had been dismissed by the maid. He had not heard the preceding conversation. Upon learning the truth of the matter, he was nearly consumed by fury. Impertinence! This is sheer folly. How can it be that anyone but Hao Tian is allowed to see her? How could Yao Qi so blatantly target Hao Tian? Is she disregarding the engagement established between them? Since when has Yao Qi dared to defy me so openly? Furthermore, Hao Tian is the tool through which I plan to wield the heavenly mandate and govern the three realms after achieving complete unity with the way of heaven. He is the means by which I intend to abolish the current 6 saints of the primordial chaos. If word of this reaches others, will it not utterly undermine Hao Tian's imperial authority? Would not the 6 saints of the way of heaven mock him behind his back? Who would still regard Hao Tian with any respect? Such an occurrence must not be allowed. I must inform you today that Hao Tian and Yao Qi are bound by an engagement. Hao Tian's visit to Yao Qi is entirely justified. Henceforth, you shall not obstruct them. Hong Jun delivered a stern reprimand. The maid pouted, clearly displeased. Unbeknownst to him, whether Hao Tian appeared as a jest to the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao was still uncertain. However, in the eyes of the youthful attendants of the Zishu Palace, he was undeniably a figure of ridicule. His lascivious deeds had long since circulated throughout the palace. The maid felt a sense of injustice for Yao Qi. Why should such a beautiful woman be wed to such a lecherous man? Ugh, men are truly terrifying. I would rather remain a maid in the Zishu Palace for eternity than venture out to marry. What are you still standing there for? Come here. Seeing that the maid seemed to recognize her error, Hong Jun cast a sidelong glance at the frozen Hao Tian ahead. His tone was tinged with ire. He was furious at Hao Tian's lack of ambition, resembling a fool. In truth, Hong Jun seldom experienced anger. Yet, this did not imply that his temperament was amiable. The reason he appeared inscrutable and unruffled among the myriad beings of the Honghuang was that, following the great war of the demon path, everything had fallen under his dominion. His plans had commenced along their intended trajectory, leaving little room for vexation. Moreover, since the inception of lecturing in the Zishu Palace, if one were to command the awe of the beings of Honghuang, one must feign an air of maturity, composure, and omniscience. In the days when the great war of the demon path raged on, Hong Jun had been a figure of fiery temper when confronting Luo Hu. Now, after countless eons, his rare display of anger stemmed from the recent shifts in the trajectory of Honghuang that had begun to elude his grasp. He found himself somewhat perturbed. The calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the catastrophe of the Lich, the moment he had meticulously planned for had finally arrived. Once the divine calamity had passed, it could be said that no one would be able to obstruct him any longer. The marriage of Hao Tian and Yao Qi, presiding over the heavenly court, was a crucial element of destiny. During the divine calamity, they were required to conceive an offspring to enter the tribulation. In the subsequent trials, their collaboration would be of utmost significance. Yet, at such a critical juncture, Hao Tian had failed him, despite the forced marriage. How could it be that Hao Tian had yet to even lay eyes on Yao Qi? How utterly pathetic. How could Hong Jun not feel a surge of frustration at such incompetence? Daozu called for me? Hao Tian, who had long been waiting for Hong Jun to summon him, was now trembling with excitement. As expected, the master was still aiding him. In the entirety of the primordial realm, only the master could recognize his talents and extraordinary qualities. He would soon meet his junior sister, Yao Qi. He swiftly dashed back, lifting his chin high in a display of arrogance, eager to boast to the maidservants. Yet, the maidservants found Hao Tian increasingly repugnant. Hastily averting their eyes from Hong Jun and feigning a gesture of disgust, with a self-satisfied snort, Hao Tian smiled nonchalantly at Hong Jun and remarked, "Master, why have you emerged from seclusion again?" Hong Jun's lips twitched slightly. "Why? Is it not for your troublesome affairs? During this period, I have been quite unsettled, nearly cast out by the will of heaven. Indeed, you have once again botched things up." However, Hong Jun concealed all of this within his heart. "It's nothing. Just a stroll to stretch my legs and perhaps catch a glimpse of you and Yao Qi." Hao Tian patted his chest. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall harmonize with the Tao. The matters concerning me and junior sister Yao Qi are but trifling issues. I merely fear that she is yet to adjust her mood, and I wish to offer her a foot bath to help her relax. Since she does not wish to see me today, I shall come again another time." Upon hearing this, the maid could not help but stifle a laugh. This Hao Tian is not only lewd but also exceedingly vain. Such hypocrisy. Hao Yin cast a glance at the maid, who was bowing her head and trembling slightly, mistakenly believing her shivering was due to fear. A sudden realization struck him. This was an opportunity to showcase his celestial grandeur before Hongjun. He hurriedly bowed to Hongjun. My lord, these servants are merely acting on Yaoqi's orders. I believe they are quite diligent. Please, grant me this favor and do not punish them this time. At these words, both Hongjun and the maid shuddered. Hongjun began to internally scoff. What pretense is this? Servants, their origins are no different from yours. They are all but enlightened children I have nurtured. You truly see yourself as the celestial emperor. Chapter 68. Hongjun takes Hao Yin to meet Yaoqi. Hongjun felt a compelling urge to rub his temples. He needed to regain his composure. Facing the denizens of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hao Tian regarded them as mere subordinates. Should he ascend to the esteemed position of the great heavenly sovereign of the three realms, would he truly perceive himself as the paramount being in this primal chaos? Viewing all sentient beings as insignificant insects, Hongjun's intention was to diminish the influence of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao within the primordial realm. Entrusting Hao Yin with the governance of the three realms, not to allow him to bask in his elevated status whilst wielding power arbitrarily. It seems that Tong Tian and Yuanshi have long harbored disdain for Hao Yin, and their sentiments are indeed justified. Hao Yin's disposition undoubtedly requires further refinement. Hongjun stifled the impulse to reprimand Hao Yin in front of others, particularly in the presence of an attendant responsible for serving in the Yaoqi. He could not allow Hao Yin to suffer embarrassment before someone close to Yaoqi. After contemplation, Hongjun resolved to align with Hao Yin's sentiments and offer praise. Hao Yin, commendable indeed. Such magnanimity is worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Thus, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. I will not punish her. Hao Tian trembled with exhilaration, as the humiliations he had previously endured surged vividly in his mind. Not only had the attendant recently denied him entry, but the 12 golden immortals had also defied his celestial authority. Yuanshi Tianzuan had forcibly barred the 12 golden immortals from the heavenly court, while Tong Tian insisted that his own celestial domain must dispatch individuals to face tribulations. Additionally, the disdain exhibited by the human king during the incident at the Zhuag was Spring and Yaoqi's indifference to him in favor of the human king during a heroic rescue. All these humiliations seemed trivial now, for Hongjun had recognized his merits. Even if only Hongjun and the entire primordial realm could perceive his true essence, that sufficed. Even if the entirety of the primordial realm stood against him, as long as Hongjun remained by his side, there was naught to fear. In the primordial chaos, beneath the saints, all are but ants. And beneath Hongjun, even the saints are mere insects. The 12 golden immortals. They shall serve me like cattle and horses. Yuanshi Tianzun, I shall make you aware of who the true representative of the Tao is. Tong Tian Zhaoshu? My heavenly court will not permit the existence of a second myriad of immortals in the primordial realm. That singular presence can only be from my heavenly court, and that great merchant Wang. In due time, you shall not even be worthy to be my subordinate. Furthermore, there is Yaoqi. You will surely be utterly devoted to me. My lord, you flatter me. I must strive even harder to live up to the heavy responsibilities bestowed upon me. Though Hao Tian feigns humility, the corners of his mouth subtly rise after a struggle to contain his expression. Hongjun could only avert his gaze from Hao Tian's face, instead focusing on the basin of foot-washing water in Hao Tian's hands. Since you are so intent, I cannot allow your journey to be in vain. I shall take you inside to meet Yaoqi. The purpose of your stay in Zishu Palace is to foster your relationship. The betrothal has already been established. How could she be so unreasonable? It is as if I am invisible. A circle of formation glowed on the ground, and Hongjun directly transported Hao Tian to the entrance of the Yaoqi courtyard. He refrained from transporting Hao Yin directly to Yaoqi out of concern for her privacy. Alas, alas, alas. Unprepared, Hao Tian swayed, exclaiming, My lord, please slow down. The method of escape at the chaos level nearly caused me to lose my balance. He feared spilling the water from the foot-washing basin. Hongjun could hardly bear to watch. It was one thing for Hao Yin to have a lewd character, but his cultivation had not progressed at all. It is merely a form of evasion, yet one feels compelled to indulge in self-praise. Let us set aside these matters for now. I have brought you to the designated place. You may knock on the door yourself. Hao Yin responded with an affirmation, raising his right hand to knock. Yet, the door before him suddenly loomed large, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. He hesitated, for he feared another rejection from Yaoqi. The prospect of enduring failure once more weighed heavily upon him. Strangely, during their childhood companionship, he had never experienced such feelings. Back then, Yao Qi seemed to him an easily attainable presence, devoid of any psychological burdens. However, after several unsuccessful pursuits, Hao Tian found himself increasingly enamored with Yao Qi. The once equal and seemingly accessible Yao Qi now appeared ever more grand and perfect, compelling him to look up in admiration. Hao Tian rationalized his emotions as genuine affection. Indeed, were Yin Shou to be aware of this, he would undoubtedly bestow upon Hao Tian the moniker, the Licking Emperor, a quintessential example of an unrequited admirer. When the object of one's affection shows disinterest, yet one still presents their warmth to a cold shoulder, believing themselves unworthy of reciprocation, the more one is belittled, the stronger the conviction that they cannot live without the other. Is this not the very definition of an unrequited admirer? Yet, one cannot wholly blame Hao Tian. After all, he and Yao Qi are destined to be together. There exists an inherent, subtle affinity between them. Alas, this fated connection has been severed by the emergence of Yin Shou. Hongjun observed Hao Tian's hesitant hand and lack of confidence reflected in his expression. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke, "Hao Tian, there is no need for concern. You two have already established a betrothal. In name, she is your wife. What pressure could there be in meeting your own wife? Instead, it is Yao Dai who repeatedly defies the heavenly mandate. This time, I must deliver a stern warning to her." Beyond his disappointment in Hao Tian, Hongjun felt a deeper ire towards Yao Dai. Hao Tian's demeanor merely suggested ineptitude, yet at least his actions aimed to propel the destiny forward. Conversely, Yao Dai's blatant disregard for Hao Tian was troubling. Even if she did not harbor affection for him, such overt displays of disdain were an open rebellion against fate. Not only did it undermine Hao Tian, but it also struck a blow to Hongjun's dignity. Had Yao Dai's path diverged to such an extent? Yet, the variables surrounding her destiny remained elusive to him. Thus, spurred by Hongjun, Hao Tian knocked nervously on Yao Dai's door. He stood uneasily, fidgeting, his eyes darting about in a flurry. How should I greet Sister Yao Dai when she opens the door to seem natural and win her favor? He pondered. Should I adopt a more aloof demeanor or a warmer one? What kind of attire will Sister Yao Dai wear when she emerges? Each time I have seen her, she has appeared increasingly radiant. It has been quite a while since I last encountered Sister Yao Qi. I wonder how much more beautiful she has become. Just as Hao Tian was engulfed in his own tumultuous thoughts, a melodious voice, as crisp as silver bells, echoed, "Who is it?" The door swung open. Meanwhile, in the lower realm of Chaoga, the intricate sacrificial rites were drawing to a close. And Yin Shou was finally set to ascend the stage to deliver the long-prepared speech to heaven and earth. Chapter 69. Yao Qi. Only Yin Shou may touch my little feet. Yin Shou's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating an irrepressible smile as he confidently ascended the steps. With each stride, he stepped into the heart of Shangrong, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Shangrong realized that this construction ceremony, which was also a sacrifice, felt profoundly amiss. Even now, he remained oblivious to the identity of the deity within the grand hall, for the pedestal of the main deity still stood vacant. Shangrong's lips and legs began to tremble. As the chancellor, he was responsible for the rituals, and more importantly, he held a deep respect for the divine. Should any mishap occur during the sacrifice, he would not only fail the ancestors of the great Shang but also betray the myriad gods of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, what exactly is your intention? On the other side, in the Zixio Palace, who is it? The door to Yao Qi's chamber opened. Hao Tian beheld a visage both pure and exquisitely beautiful, captivating his gaze. Though devoid of makeup, her face resembled that of a peach blossom. In an instant, Hao Tian was utterly enchanted. Yao Qi had just awakened, and her demeanor still bore traces of drowsiness. She mistakenly believed it was the maid from outside calling for her. Thus she remained unguarded, still rubbing her sleepy eyes. Of course, as a celestial being, Yao Qi did not require sleep. Her behavior was a reflection of her time spent with Yin Shou. Whenever she had clung to him, he would grow impatient and cover his head with a blanket. As if a mere bedspread could create a barrier to escape all worries. Sleep was Yin Shou's means of alleviating anxiety. This time, upon returning to Zixio Palace, Yao Qi's heart was anything but tranquil. Consequently, she endeavored to adopt this method. Surprisingly, it proved effective. After all, celestial beings do not need sleep. But that does not mean they cannot find rest. Hao Yin was utterly mesmerized. He had only witnessed those who secluded themselves in meditation, portraying the aloofness of profound celestial beings. He had never encountered Yao Qi's natural and adorable demeanor. Hao Yin became further entranced, even stuttering due to his nervousness. It's me, Yao Qi junior sister. Yao Qi, originally with her eyes still closed, immediately woke up upon hearing Hao Tian's voice. It was Hao Tian. A chill swept over her entire body in an instant. Yao Qi's eyes widened. Just as she was about to dismiss him, she noticed another figure behind Hao Yin. Hongjun. Master? What brings you here? Do you not need to merge with the Tao? Every moment is of utmost importance to you. Upon seeing Hongjun, Yao Qi completely disregarded Hao Yin, addressing Hongjun through him. The corners of Hongjun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. When did this girl become so straightforward? Every moment is of utmost importance to me, is it not? Are you eager for me to leave? I am fully aware that every second counts. However, it is equally crucial for those outside to follow their destined paths. And how can you so blatantly disregard Hao Yin? You treat him as if he were invisible. Hongjun's expression darkened as he addressed Yao Qi with a cold tone. What is your intention, Yao Qi? Why have you instructed the maidens to obstruct Hao Yin? He anticipated Yao Qi's retort, hoping to leverage her disrespect towards him to pressure her. Yet, to his surprise, Yao Qi's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. What are you implying, my lord? I am merely following your directives. Did you not arrange a betrothal between me and brother Hao Yin? Thus, it is customary that the bride and groom do not meet before the wedding, is it not? This is a prevalent custom among the human race, is it not? I, Yao Qi, can still be considered an unwed maiden. Naturally, I must not meet him. Nonsense! Hongjun exclaimed sharply. He was utterly perplexed. When did Yao Qi become so adept at argumentation? Whatever happened to the obedient and understanding little one she used to be? It must be the unpredictable variables beyond his calculations that led to this. No, he could not allow Yao Qi to stray from the path. Where did these rules originate? We are celestial beings, not mortals. Do not deliberately misconstrue my intentions. I have made myself clear before. I urged you to remain at the Zixiao Palace prior to the wedding to foster your relationship. You and Hao Yin have grown up together since your transformation. Why do such trivial matters still concern you? Upon hearing these words, Hao Yin lowered his head shyly, his cheeks flushed, and responded, Indeed, Yao Dai. What do we have to do with each other? Witnessing Hao Yin's demeanor, Yao Dai felt an increasing sense of aversion. Since soft persuasion had proven ineffective with Hongjun, she resorted to a more forceful approach. With a hurried tone, she declared, Master, you assert that Hao Yin and I are destined to be a pair. Yet, I harbor no affection for Hao Yin at all. Could it be that fate is aired? Or perhaps the time for destiny has yet to arrive? A thunderous shock reverberated within the hearts of Hongjun and Hao Yin. A flicker of dread arose in Hao Yin's heart. Yao Dai, you possess an audacity most extraordinary. How dare you question the decree of destiny? Hongjun erupted in fury. Yao Dai's behavior today had deeply disappointed him. The unpredictable variables had already caused him considerable unease. Yet the one person he had nurtured since childhood, Yao Dai, seemed to be leaning towards rebellion. Who could possibly be conspiring against him? Fortunately, it was merely Yao Dai for now. If the other saints he had supported alongside the heavenly Tao were to oppose him as well, his grand ambitions might truly be thwarted. It was not that Hongjun was incapable of defeating those saints. Rather, what would it matter if he annihilated them all? Even if he were to bring destruction upon the entirety of the Hong Wang, what would it ultimately achieve? What he desired was far from this outcome. Thus, he must ensure that Yao Qi does not act recklessly. He must commence with Yao Qi, purging those uncertainties. Yao Qi, it has been far too long since I have overseen you. I never anticipated that you would have fallen so low. Do not forget, it was through my guidance that you were able to take form. Should you wish to defy the heavenly mandate, I trust you understand the consequences that await. Yao Qi's eyes widened in shock. Hongjun did not unleash any oppressive force. Yet, merely this utterance instilled within her a profound terror. Her lips quivered, yearning to voice her fate, but no sound emerged. Even Hao Yin was taken aback by Hongjun's presence. He genuinely held affection for Yao Qi and could not bear the thought of her in peril. Elder, Yao Qi was not implying such a thing. How could she dare to defy the elder or the heavenly path? She merely needed more time to prepare herself. Yao Qi, my purpose in coming here is simply to offer you a foot soak. When your feet are pampered, your spirits will lift, and many matters will become clearer. This emotion, too, is akin to warm water. If it is too hot, it will scald. Yet, once it cools, it becomes entirely tepid. Only then did Yao Qi notice the basin of foot-soaking water that Hao Yin had been clutching in his left hand. Her stomach churned violently. Wash my feet. This is utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, how could I allow you to touch my feet? Only Yin Shou is permitted to do so. Chapter 70. Hao Tian. Who can hold their head high before a sage? Yin Shou. I can lift too. The demeanor of Hao Tian caused even Hongjun to involuntarily flinch. Although Hongjun had never experienced matters of love and was indifferent towards women, he could distinctly perceive Hao Tian's lewdness and humility before the Yao Qi. What are you doing, Hao Tian? You are the heavenly emperor. Is this how a heavenly emperor should behave? However, Hongjun refrained from reprimanding Hao Yin in front of Yao Qi. Instead, he chose to support Hao Yin's words, saying, Yao Qi, see how considerate Hao Yin is, how well he treats you. You may harbor some misunderstandings about him, but you are destined to be a pair. I believe that if you give Hao Tian time and engage with him more, the misunderstandings between you will surely unravel. Hao Tian has even brought his foot bath. You should take this opportunity to soak your feet and have a chat with him. Hongjun cleared his throat awkwardly, adding, After all, Hao Yin's foot-washing technique is quite commendable. Just as Yao Qi was about to decline, Hongjun immediately interrupted her. Yu Qi, I have warned you time and again. Do not let me down. Yao Qi was instantly taken aback, her eyes reddening, pouting in a visibly aggrieved manner. Hongjun glanced at Hao Yin, signaling him to enter swiftly. Hao Yin, understanding Hongjun's intent, took a step forward but was abruptly knocked back by a doorframe, causing his nose to be flattened. Yao Qi actually dared to reject Hao Tian right in front of Hongjun. This was clearly a direct affront to Hongjun. Since the dawn of Pangu, aside from Luohu, no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. It seems that today, a lesson must be imparted to Yao Dai. With a furious glare, Hongjun was poised to unleash his wrath. However, Yao Dai's voice immediately resonated from within the chamber. Master, I promise to have a good conversation with Brother Hao Yin to clear up any misunderstandings. But Brother Hao Yin is not allowed to enter. He must remain at the door. I will speak with him through the wall. Hongjun's anger had not yet subsided, yet he found himself at a loss for how to direct it. Although Yao Dai was clearly still reluctant, this concession could be seen as a softening of her stance. Furthermore, she had cleverly exploited a loophole in his previous command. He found himself in quite a predicament. Master, junior sister Yao Dai has agreed to alleviate the misunderstanding. Please rest assured. I believe conversing with junior sister Yao Dai through the wall is quite agreeable. Some things are better expressed without being face-to-face. This adds an air of romance to the encounter. Hongjun twitched his lips in irritation. Since Hao Yin could accept even this arrangement, he decided to let it be. After all, it was an improvement over the previous situation. At least they could communicate normally now. Hongjun felt he could not linger any longer. Remaining would only serve to dampen his mood for unification. Very well. You may converse at your leisure. A formation lighted up, and Hongjun appeared outside the palace where Yao Dai was residing. He addressed the maid at the entrance, saying, Please step aside for a moment and allow them some time alone together. Oh. The maid, somewhat reluctant, wore a look of concern for Yao Dai. He was not particularly concerned that someone like Hao Yin would dare to do anything to Yao Hai. However, the thought of being alone with Hao Tian was utterly repugnant. At last, only Yao Hai and Hao Yin remained in the palace. Longing felt akin to a basin of tepid foot water. One stood inside, while the other lingered outside. For a moment, Hao Yin found himself at a loss for words, silently placing down the basin. Meanwhile, Yao Hai's mood grew increasingly melancholic. This time, Hongjun's stance had become exceedingly clear. Hongjun was not one to bestow a marriage contract and then turn a blind eye. On the contrary, he took this matter very seriously. Should she obstinately defy the heavenly decree, Hongjun would not show mercy. What was to be done? Could she rely on Insho to rescue her? Yet, she had not yet managed to earn his affection. Yao Hai, my junior sister, are you still there? After enduring for a long while, Hao Yin finally spoke up. He feared that once Yao Hai had dealt with Hongjun, she would retreat into her chamber. I am here, came Yao Hai's cold voice. Senior brother Hao Yin. If you have something to say, please do. Once you've finished, I kindly ask you to leave. I wish to be alone. In response to Yao Hai's frosty demeanor, Hao Tian felt a warmth in his heart. After all, Yao Hai was speaking to him. Junior sister Yao Hai. I merely wish to inform you that the incident in the Heavenly Peach Garden was merely an accident. As the Heavenly Emperor, I shall certainly safeguard the spiritual roots of the peaches. Hao Tian had always believed that Yao Hai blamed him for the destruction of the Peach Garden by the Demon Clan. He has continually lamented his folly in heeding the ill-fated counsel of Tai Bai jinxing. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Yao Qi does not blame him for the inadequate protection of the Peach Garden. Yao Qi is fully aware that the chaos was a result of his deliberate invitation to the demonic forces. Thus, upon hearing Hao Tian mention the peach spirit, Yao Qi's ire surged uncontrollably. Naturally, she refrained from disclosing this to Hao Tian, as her own peach spirit root had already been bestowed upon Insho. With a disdainful scoff, Yao Qi retorted, Brother Hao Yin, your confidence is misplaced. The heavenly court cannot even fend off a handful of escaping demons. Before the saints, it is utterly powerless. Should our Lord choose to withdraw from the realm entirely, our heavenly court would lose all standing. In my view, it would be far wiser to offer the Yao Qi spirit root to one of the saints, thereby ensuring our heavenly court's complete allegiance. Hao Tian was taken aback by the severity of Yao Qi's words. Sister Yu Qi, such remarks are uncalled for. Once I accomplish the great investiture of gods and fortify the heavenly court, what fear shall the saints hold? Yet at this moment, in the entirety of Hong Wang, aside from our Lord, who else can stand tall before the saints? Before Hao Tian could finish his thought, a voice resonated within the minds of both him and Yao Qi. A voice that instantly delivered Hao Tian a stinging rebuke while illuminating Yao Qi's eyes with brilliance. Lonely Inshou, the 31st sovereign of the Great Shang, the present ruler of humanity, hereby proclaims to heaven and earth. Today, within the palace of the Great Shang, I establish this holy palace for the human race. To safeguard our fate and ensure the prosperity and tranquility of our people, the voice of the esteemed King Inshou resonated, invoking the divine presence of Nuwa, the mother of humanity, to bestow her sacred embodiment upon the human academy, safeguarding our kind. It dawned upon Hao Tian that, apart from Hongjun, there existed a figure unafraid of the saints, none other than the human king, Inshou. Less than a year ago, this very king had dared to blaspheme against Nuwa, and now he audaciously proclaimed his intentions to openly court her. What audacity it was to construct a palace within his own royal domain and invite Nuwa to bestow her divine form. Was this not tantamount to inviting her to reside within his palace? This was akin to elevating Nuwa to the status of his consort. Such an act could hardly be deemed a display of humility before the saints. Rather, it was a bold declaration of manhood. Inside the Yao Qi, elation surged forth. At long last, the awaited day had arrived. Chapter 71. Yu Qi persuades Hao Tian to seek Inshou. The ministers gathered in the Wang Palace of Chaoga erupted in fervent discussion. The martial officials, like Huang Feihu, who were somewhat oblivious to the nuances of ceremonial protocol, remained caught up in their excitement. They soon realized that the deity worshipped within this palace was none other than Nuwa. Truly, the king's wisdom was unparalleled. The king had indeed requested the goddess to bestow her divine form. Such audacity was commendable. Indeed, with Nuwa's divine embodiment safeguarding us, the Shang dynasty would surely prosper for generations to come. Conversely, the civil officials, including Shang Rong, began to tremble with trepidation, especially Shang Rong, who finally grasped why the statues of deities within the palace had remained empty until this day. It was because the king intended to invite Nuwa herself to grant her divine likeness. But could this truly be feasible? After all, this sacred palace of the human race was constructed within the royal residence. Moreover, this location is not situated in the main hall, but rather in the rear palace. Is the king, by this action, implying that he wishes to elevate the goddess Nuwa to the status of his consort? It appears that the king has outmaneuvered himself. Bai Gan, cautiously whispering to Shangrong, inquired, "Did you foresee such intentions when you were tasked with constructing this palace?" Shangrong, in a state of bewilderment, replied, "How could I have known? Had I been aware, I would have certainly intervened to prevent the king from proceeding." Bai Gan shook his head, expressing his disapproval. The king's actions represent a profound disrespect towards the goddess Nuwa. This is far worse than what transpired in the Nuwa palace. Shangrong, in a fit of frustration, stamped his feet. This act by the king contravenes the established rights and laws. It is a flagrant violation, beyond the royal nobles present. The realms of the primordial universe were in an uproar. Inshou's proclamation bore the weight of the human king's authority, resonating throughout the cosmos. Thus, the mighty beings within the universe could hear it, particularly Hao Tian and Yao Qi, as they are the very essence of heaven within creation. Consequently, Inshou's voice swiftly reached their consciousness. At this moment, apart from them, Kunlun Mountain, Golden Ao Island, 8 scenic palaces, Western Mount Shumi, the Eye of the Four Seas, the Northern Sea, the Blood Sea of the Underworld, and the Netherworld, as well as the scattered remnants of the witch and demon tribes. All these powers turned their attention to Chaoga. They are formidable beings, yet they possess an insatiable curiosity, especially since this matter pertains to Nuwa. Haha. On Western Mount Shumi, Zhuandi could not contain his laughter. Nuwa, today is indeed a remarkable day for you. The previous events at Inwa Palace went largely unnoticed by the masses. Yet this time, the human sovereign has audaciously proclaimed his humiliation of you to the heavens. I wonder how you will manage this predicament, regardless of how you choose to deal with the human sovereign. Allowing him to degrade you to such an extent has rendered you a laughingstock in the primordial world. Alas, the laughter of Qing Tue was so unrestrained that it involuntarily strained the muscles on his face, injured previously by Hua, causing him to wince in pain. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, neither exhibiting any divine radiance. His form seemed to merge seamlessly with the ethereal mists, resonating harmoniously with the surrounding cosmos. Inwa, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, how could you allow the human race to disgrace you to such a degree? This is a true affront to the dignity of our heavenly order. However, they merely remain as spectators in this unfolding drama. The one who suffers most is undoubtedly Inwa herself. In the Inwa Palace, Inwa's visage was shrouded in a somber gloom. She could never have anticipated that Insho would resort to such tactics, leaving her utterly bewildered. Was Insho truly foolish, or was this a deliberate act? It must be intentional, but what could be his motive? Is he attempting to signal me regarding my entrance into the palace? If that were the case, why not simply take his consort quietly, allowing me to sneak into the palace unobserved? Yet, his provocations before all have only drawn attention towards me, complicating my clandestine entry. Moreover, facing such open defiance, it would be impossible for me to truly bestow upon him my divine form, would it? Tell me, how shall I punish you now? At Zixiao Palace. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, only Hongjun, who had resolutely decided to disengage from the affairs of Haotian and the Yaoqi, devoted himself to the pursuit of harmony, severing ties with external matters. He would only perceive significant upheavals within the primordial realm. Yet, the current situation concerning Insho, though momentous, eluded his awareness. While Hongjun remained oblivious, the two individuals within the Zishu Palace, apart from Yuwa, were experiencing profound agitation. Outside, Haotian's face flushed crimson, as if struck. Look, Yaoqi's sister. This king of humans possesses immense audacity. Perhaps you are unaware that he previously desecrated our revered Niwa. Yet, he persists in his defiance. Mark my words, this time, Niwa will undoubtedly take action against him. He shall meet a grim fate. Inside, the Yaoqi maiden clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes gleaming with fervor. The anxiety that had previously marred her countenance melted away completely. Just moments ago, the weight of Hongjuan's pressure had momentarily stripped her of her sense of self, robbing her of the courage to confront destiny. However, within this world, there existed another soul who bravely resisted the prevailing order. He was unafraid of saints, unafraid of fate. Indeed, had I been in Insho's position, I would have acted without hesitation. I too must summon my courage. Precisely, I must resolutely execute the plan we devised earlier, no matter the circumstances. Sister Niwa shall not manifest her divine presence to bestow the lawless likeness. Then it falls upon me. Such an action may risk tarnishing the reputation of the heavenly court. Perhaps the Lord will annul the betrothal between Haotian and me. Although I am uncertain about how my master will punish me, I have no regrets. The rejuvenated Yaoqi suddenly opened the door. Haotian, still immersed in berating Yin, was momentarily startled. Yaoqi, junior sister? After a brief moment of astonishment, boundless joy followed, as Haotian's pupils gradually sparkled with light. Yaoqi had opened the door for him. Yaoqi wished to see him. To Haotian's astonishment, Yaoqi wore a gentle and sweet smile. Yaoqi smiled at me. How long has it been since Yaoqi smiled at me? Haotian felt as though a spring breeze caressed his face, transporting him back to the innocent days of childhood spent with Yaoqi. If only time could linger in those moments. Haotian even thought he would gladly remain a mere disciple in Zishu Palace for a lifetime, rather than assume the title of the so-called Heavenly Emperor. Junior sister Yaoqi. Haotian echoed, his voice quivering with emotion. Yaoqi squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, Haotian, since this king of men is so arrogant, why don't we go together and see how Lady Niwa will punish him? Haotian was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that Yaoqi intended to witness the king's folly alongside him. Previously, he had worried about Yaoqi's relationship with the king. But now it appeared that Yaoqi's approach to the king was indeed under Lady Niwa's guidance to conspire against him. Could it be that today's farce was deliberately orchestrated by Yaoqi and Niwa to punish the king? Although the king was protected by the fortune of the human race, to humiliate a sage before the vastness of the primordial world was a different matter entirely. The causality is indeed significant. Very well. The Purple Cloud Palace lies beyond the primordial chaos, undeniably distant from the mortal realm of Chaoga. My perception through divine consciousness is somewhat unclear. Yaoqi, let us descend together and witness the scene firsthand. Yaoqi secretly smiled to herself. It seems that Haotian has easily fallen into her trap. It is worth noting that her movements within the Purple Cloud Palace are not entirely free. Without Haotian to guide her, she might not have had the opportunity to seek out Insho. Chapter 72. Yaoqi, the mother of Niwa, will not bestow a physical manifestation, but I shall. With Haotian leading the way, Yaoqi navigated effortlessly to the mortal realm. Consequently, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, as depicted in numerous future cinematic works, found themselves in seclusion, standing above Chaoga on the clouds. Their gazes were fixed upon Insho below, who was proclaiming edicts to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Insho was brimming with pride, for he had sensed the divine consciousness observing this realm. Lo and behold, there are indeed many. My meticulous planning has finally borne fruit. Now, I merely await Daji's entrance into the palace. I hope that foolish Niwa comprehends my profound intentions. Little tiger girl? She has arrived as well? Suddenly, Insho paused, recognizing that familiar aura above the clouds. His eyes involuntarily darted upwards. Is that Hao Tian as well? Are they together? What a surprise. Has the trajectory finally returned to normal? What could their purpose be? A jolt of electricity surged through Insho's mind. Could it be that she has revealed my plan to Niwa? Does she wish to witness my jest? The cheeks of Insho recalled a sweet sensation, as memories of that kiss on the day of departure from the Jade Pool surged in his mind. No. She has bestowed upon me the essence of the Pan Tao. It does not seem to be mere pretense. Perhaps she is concerned about Niwa's intentions towards me? Little Hu Nyo, fret not, for Niwa cannot harm me. Hao Ian had initially been observing Insho, but he suddenly noticed that Yao Qi, for reasons unknown, had begun to laugh, a laugh so natural, so heartfelt. This was all due to the fact that Yao Qi could now once again hear Insho's innermost thoughts. It has been quite a while since I have heard your rambunctious thoughts. I find myself somewhat nostalgic. You do possess a conscience, thinking of me positively. Unbeknownst to you, Sister Niwa can also eavesdrop on your thoughts. Thus, she is unlikely to take lethal action against you. However, given the presence of so many, it would be remiss of her not to acknowledge you. You, indeed, have a penchant for courting danger. Therefore, it falls upon me to rescue you. Insho resolved to disregard Yao Qi's presence and hastened the ritual's proceedings. After all, it was merely a formality, a reminder to Niwa. He did not genuinely require her divine manifestation. He focused his energy and proclaimed with force, I, Insho, once more beseech the Holy Mother Niwa to grant her divine likeness to preside over the human academy and to safeguard our kind. Loneliness shall undoubtedly lead the human race towards prosperity. Insho reiterated once more. Initially, his plan was to have Niwa manifest her divine presence among them. However, upon further contemplation, he realized the improbability of such an occurrence. Thus, he settled for a more attainable wish, to request Niwa to bestow a divine statue, essentially a manifestation of her essence. This, in essence, was akin to inviting Niwa into the palace. As Insho concluded his speech, the sky over Chaoga fell into a profound silence. Even the civil and military officials remained utterly mute. Those who had initially supported Insho felt disheartened by the absence of any response from the goddess Niwa. His persistent supplications seemed to diminish the dignity of the king and, by extension, the great Shang. After all, this grand ceremony had attracted not only the officials and nobles but also a multitude of common folk. Had there been a miraculous sign akin to the phoenix's call in Chaoga, it might have been bearable. Yet, if Niwa offered no sign at all, the populace would inevitably perceive Insho as lacking virtue, rendering his efforts futile. This was not a mere plea for favorable weather. He was beseeching for the goddess' divine statue. The main deity's throne in the hall stood conspicuously empty. Should Niwa refuse to grant this request, it would signify a tangible absence. Meanwhile, the traditionalists such as Shang Rong harbored concerns that the celestial deities might be angered and deliver punishment upon Insho, perhaps even directing their ire towards them. The fear of attracting divine retribution loomed large. Who could predict the precision of such wrath? Thus, they preferred to sacrifice a modicum of pride rather than witness Niwa's actual manifestation. After all, any embarrassment would fall squarely upon Insho. Before long, Insho's second proclamation echoed once again throughout the heavens and the earth. Other factions within the vast expanse of the primordial realm swiftly ignited a second wave of fervent gossip. How dare he utter a second challenge? For countless years, they have traversed the primordial lands, and never have they encountered a sovereign so reckless. Not even the esteemed rulers among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors displayed such audacity. Within the palace of Niwa, even though Niwa herself managed to remain composed, her subordinates could no longer contain their fury. Qingwan burst into the chamber where Niwa resided, her face a mask of indignation. Your Majesty, please allow me to take action against that sovereign. All consequences shall rest solely upon me, and I shall ensure that your Majesty remains unscathed. Niwa furrowed her brow, her expression darkening considerably. Qingwan, please, calm yourself. Qingwan, unable to restrain herself any longer, exclaimed, Your Majesty, forgive me, but I can no longer endure this. This matter concerns your majesty's dignity and the reputation of our entire palace. With a heavy sigh, Niwa lamented, her temples nearly bursting with tension. In her heart, she cursed, "Insho, what do you truly desire? Knowing full well that I cannot bestow upon you a divine form, why do you persistently provoke me? Do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you?" Meanwhile, in the realm of Haotian, he was nearly beside himself with glee. This is utterly hilarious. Sister Yuchi, look, that sovereign is lost in a dream. He dares to call out again. Does he genuinely expect Lady Niwa to grant him a divine visage? Lady Niwa is likely pondering how to punish him at this very moment. What do you think? Sister Yuchi? The corners of Yaochi's lips gently curved upwards as she listened to Haotian's words, nodding slightly in agreement. You are right, senior brother Haotian. Slowly, Yaochi turned to gaze at Haotian, her eyes soft yet imbued with a sense of farewell. It was impossible for the goddess Niwa to bestow a divine form upon Insho. Indeed, Haotian exclaimed with delight. It seemed that the old master had truly brought him to find Sister Yaochi for a reason. Her attitude had undergone a complete transformation, aligning with his sentiments. He recalled that the celestial emperor had once mentioned that when a girl harbors affection for someone, she perceives everything they say as truth. It appeared that Sister Yaochi had genuinely developed feelings for him. At this moment, he resolved to be bolder in expressing his affection for her. Just as Haotian prepared to voice his sentiments to Yaochi, she gently uttered a phrase that struck him like a dagger. The goddess Niwa will not grant Insho a divine form, but I shall. With that, Yaochi rose and soared towards the lower realms, leaving Haotian unable to intervene. He felt as though he had turned to stone, rendered devoid of all sensation. The very sound of Yaochi's voice seemed but a mere illusion. His pupils dimmed, and the world around him faded into shades of gray. The only remaining color was the vibrant trail of Yaochi's ethereal light as she descended towards Insho in the royal palace, her posture resembling an embrace, welcoming her beloved into her arms. Chapter 73. Yaochi's intent to bestow a divine form, all of Hong Wang in shock. So much time has passed, and it seems that the goddess Niwa will not manifest her divine presence. Shall we conclude today's ceremonial rites here? The atmosphere has been awkward for quite a while, prompting Shang Rong to hastily approach Insho for counsel. He genuinely feared that Insho would continue to call upon Niwa. All right, that's a wrap. I was at a loss for how to conclude. Thank goodness for you, Shang Rong. Yin cleared his throat, feigning a somewhat dejected expression, saying, perhaps today. The goddess Niwa did not hear my call, yet I firmly believe that one day, my voice will reach her ears. The seat of the deity within our human race's sacred palace has always remained vacant for Niwa, until she bestows upon us her divine likeness. Let us conclude here for today. The ceremony has come to an end. Insho felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, relieved that this embarrassing performance had finally concluded. Below, the multitude of ministers and the citizens outside the palace exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been invited to witness a farce. After a lengthy pause, the ministers began to exit in an orderly fashion, while the citizens dispersed in disappointment. Insho began to skip joyfully down from the human race's sacred palace. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the heavens. Shang Rong, who had just managed to relax, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Then, the civil and military officials, as well as the citizens who had already started to leave, sensed a disturbance in their surroundings. They felt a radiant light emanating from behind them. As they turned back in a daze, their eyes gradually widened in astonishment. The clouds above the holy palace of the human race have mysteriously brightened. Before long, it seemed as though a figure had broken through the clouds, descending swiftly. This individual was enveloped in boundless sacred light, and in an instant, the sky above Chaoga transformed into a dazzling spectacle, adorned with radiant hues and auspicious colors. When this luminous being stood atop the holy palace, the ministers and citizens were astonished to realize that it was a woman. Her beauty transcended mere description. The lexicon of humanity lacked words adequate to convey her splendor. She was akin to a celestial maiden, a goddess. Soon, a single name emerged in the hearts of all, Niwa. Indeed, they had never laid eyes upon Niwa, nor did they know of the Yaochi. The mere appearance of the Yaochi led them to believe that Niwa had manifested her divine presence. Salutations to Lady Niwa. Salutations to Lady Niwa. Under the influence of Shang Rong, the crowd began to bow deeply. Shang Rong was the first to prostrate himself, driven by a fear of incurring the wrath of this Niwa. Meanwhile, the common folk were awestruck that Insho had truly summoned a divine being. Their reverence for Insho intensified further. In contrast to the officials and citizens of Chaoga, those powerful beings from the primordial era watching from afar were filled with a sense of perplexity. They pondered why the king of humanity would dare to desecrate Niwa. and why the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court would suddenly reveal her divine presence. Their curiosity flourished, and the spectacle of the day grew ever more intriguing and delightful. In the west, on Mount Shumi, Zhuan-Ti attempted to deduce the intentions of the Yaoqi, but remained baffled. Brother, what do you think is the reason for the sudden appearance of the Yaoqi? The connection remains unclear. The Jade Pool is associated with the Queen Mother of the West. Perhaps it is the Jade Pool that perceives the actions of the human king as a transgression against celestial authority and seeks to impose punishment on his behalf? Zhuan-Ti nodded in agreement, acknowledging his senior brother's reasoning. There exists another possibility. The relationship between the Jade Pool and Nuwa has always been amicable. In the face of the human king's provocation and humiliation, Nuwa might feel that her direct intervention would be inappropriate. Thus, she could have dispatched the Jade Pool to enact punishment on her behalf. Jian pondered this notion. What you propose is indeed a plausible scenario. In the Nuwa Palace, although Nuwa remains unaware of Zhuan-Ti and Jane's speculations, she is acutely aware of the situation. The Jade Pool was neither sent by her to punish Yin Shou, nor would the Jade Pool take the initiative to punish him. For from the previous interactions, it is evident that the Jade Pool has completely aligned herself with Yin Shou. Little Jade Pool, what are you truly attempting to accomplish? Nuwa's gaze flickered, and suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated her eyes. Could it be that you intend to? Nuwa believes she has unraveled the mystery. The Jade Pool likely seeks to tarnish her own reputation in order to compel Han Jun to annul her engagement with Hao Yin. Little Jade Pool, you are misguided. By pursuing this course of action, even I will be unable to protect you. Hao Yin is the only one, apart from Nuwa, who comprehends the Jade Pool's intentions. For she has just confided in him. Yet, he now finds himself in profound turmoil. Acutely aware of the Jade Pool's descent and paralyzed by the absence of courage to intervene. However, compared to the officials, the common folk, the powerful beings of the primordial world, Nuwa and Hao Yin, the one who seems most astonished at this moment is perhaps Yin Shou. Upon witnessing the stunned expressions of the officials gazing at the sky behind him, he turned to look as well, becoming utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Little tiger girl, what is happening? Please, don't come any closer. At this moment, Yaoqi stood gracefully on the clouds, exuding an aura of otherworldly detachment. Her countenance serene and dignified. After all, in the presence of mortals, she had to uphold her divine persona. However, upon hearing Yin Shou's thoughts once more, she found herself struggling to maintain composure. She attempted to divert her attention, surveying the throngs of people bowing before her, and gently parted her lips to speak. I am not the goddess Nuwa. The frequency of kneeling was so rapid that it nearly caused Shang Rong to crumple. His waist almost buckled under the strain. Not the goddess Nuwa. He gazed up at the divine figure in the sky, 1,000 questions flooding his mind. Meanwhile, the others who were bowing gradually halted their actions, their faces reflecting disbelief. They exchanged glances, seeking answers in one another's eyes, only to discover that those beside them were even more bewildered. I am not the goddess Nuwa. I am the Queen Mother of Yaoqi in the Heavenly Court. Yaoqi elaborated further. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet it resonated with a celestial authority that instilled reverence in the hearts of her listeners. After speaking, Yaoqi turned her gaze towards Yin Shou. Human King, your establishment of the sacred palace for humanity, driven by your unwavering dedication to the people, is indeed a great blessing. This imperial consort believes you have performed admirably. I am willing to bestow upon you a corporeal manifestation to preside over the sacred palace of humanity, ensuring the prosperity and favorable fortune of the great merchant clan. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the hearts of the common folk, the officials, and the formidable beings of the primordial realm resonated with echoes of thunder. Their souls were cleaved asunder, reminiscent of Panga splitting open the heavens and the earth. What is happening? Nuwa has not arrived. Instead, the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court has come. Moreover, she truly intends to bestow a corporeal manifestation upon Yin Shou. Simultaneously, a singular thought flickered in the minds of the 6 saints of heaven. Hao Tian has been outmaneuvered. Chapter 74. Yin Shou, the King of Humanity's deification. Like a vassal of the sovereign. Outmaneuvered. Hao Tian has undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. Ha ha ha. At the Golden Tortoise Island's Jade Pool Palace. The sword energy within the palace entwined to form colossal lightning dragons, soaring and roaring through the air. The roars of these sword dragons seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of that laughter. This boisterous laughter erupted from the palace, reverberating throughout the entire island. This raucous mirth drew forth Zhao Gongming and San Shao, who were immersed in their meditative breakthroughs. Brother, why is our master suddenly so joyous? Indeed, It feels as though our master has not laughed so heartily since returning from the Zishu Palace. Tong Tian was nearly doubled over with laughter. His divine consciousness, cast upon Chaoga, flitted between the Yaoqi and Hao Tian. Upon witnessing Hao Tian's expression, he could hardly contain his desire to raise his arms and cheer. Hao Tian, today is your day of reckoning. You sought to incite the master and others to compel my disciples to ascend the rankings. I observe your predicament. Can you withstand this tribulation? In Kunlun Mountain, at the Jade Void Palace, the atmosphere suddenly darkens. The ethereal essence of the Jade Void Palace grows heavy under the wrath of the primordial supreme being. Hao Tian, you have utterly disgraced the dignity of the heavenly Tao. You are unworthy of being the heavenly emperor. Although the primordial supreme being harbors no fondness for Hao Tian, he is even less inclined to tolerate any affront to the majesty of the heavenly Tao. In his eyes, Hao Tian is merely a tool for wielding the heavenly Tao, a subordinate under his command. Should Hao Tian be the heavenly emperor, then he himself would be the supreme sovereign. Thus, he feels profound disappointment in Hao Tian's conduct. Why do you remain dumbstruck? Do something to stop the Yaoqi. Meanwhile, in the west, at Mount Xiumi, the expressions of Zhuanti, filled with joy, and Jian, marked by sorrow, reveal their profound confusion. Brother, Zhuanti begins, do you think that last time at Yaoqi, when she displayed reluctance to marry Hao Tian, it could be because she actually harbors feelings for this king of humans? You make a valid point, younger brother. Jane replies. Yaoqi must understand the symbolic significance of granting her Dharma body to the palace. Although it does not truly mean becoming the consort of that king of humans, it is easily misconstrued. However, as Zhuanti notices Jian hesitating, he presses on. What are your thoughts, brother? Jian does not respond directly but closes his eyes, fingers weaving as he begins to deduce the matter. Before long, he opened his eyes, only to shake his head in disappointment. I am perplexed. How could the illustrious Queen Mother of the Yaoqi have any ties with a mere mortal king? I endeavored to divine the truth through the mysteries of heaven. Yet all I encountered was a shroud of confusion. Perhaps the Yaoqi sought to compel the Tao ancestor to annul her union with Hao Tian through such means? At this moment, in the palace of Niwa, the goddess had risen to her feet. She nervously clutched her garment, her gaze intensely directed towards the mortal realm of Chaoga. Yaoqi, what torment do you inflict upon yourself? At this juncture, Hao Tian, who had remained as still as a statue, finally regained his composure. His senses returned to normal, and a voice within his mind incessantly warned him, prevent Yaoqi. However, upon regaining control over his own body, he realized that it was too late. He had become the greatest jest of the primordial era. All his animosity was now directed towards the beneficiary of this calamity, Yin Shou. Yet, within this entire affair, the one who had truly benefited, Yin Shou, was enduring anguish that rivaled Hao Tian's own. What are you doing? I previously informed you of the plans of the human race's sacred palace, hoping you would relay the message to Niwa. How dare you come here uninvited? Did you plan this from the very start? Please, don't be like this. After you bestowed your true form, you won't just pop in and out of it to visit me, will you? You are truly witnessing NTR. Yin Shou's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He fixed an intense gaze upon Yaoqi, as though confronting a demon. The smile and sly glint in Yaoqi's eyes sent shivers down his spine. This is disastrous. I had initially intended to use this situation to alert the Niwa faction to send the nine-tailed fox into the palace. But now, if Yaoqi infiltrates, she could monitor my every move. Niwa and Yaoqi are essentially allies. Even if Niwa originally planned to dispatch the nine-tailed fox to seduce me, Yaoqi's presence might lead her to believe that it is unnecessary. How foolish of me. I should have kept this from Yaoqi. Yin Shou felt utterly ensnared by his own machinations. The notion of Niwa allowing the nine-tailed fox to possess Daji as a means to enchant him contrasted sharply with the idea of Yaoqi being granted divine form to surveil him within the palace. Such a life would be worlds apart. No, I absolutely cannot allow that little tigress to succeed. Yaoqi was momentarily taken aback by Yin Shou's thoughts. She had never anticipated such convoluted reasoning from him. At that moment, the citizens and ministers were in high spirits. Even Shang Rong began to admire Yin Shou. If the king offended Niwa yet garnered the favor of the Queen Mother, at least the divine beings could assist them in withstanding the celestial forces. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu and other military leaders, alongside the common folk, silently praised Yin Shou as nothing short of extraordinary. To receive the blessing of such a goddess is indeed a sign that under the leadership of the great king, the merchant will surely thrive and prosper. At this moment, regardless of who they were, everyone harbored the same thought. Great king, swiftly accept the divine form of the Yaoqi goddess. At last, after much anticipation, They witnessed Yin Shou take a deep breath and open his mouth. Yaoqi goddess, I am grateful for your kind offer. However, I must respectfully decline your divine form. The crowd was bewildered. The common folk and courtiers alike were taken aback. Even the formidable beings of the primordial realm were astonished. Nuwa, Tokdian, Yuanshi, Laozi, and the two saints of the West were all left in shock. The once despondent Hao Yin was equally perplexed, yet he felt a sense of relief. As long as the Yaoqi goddess was unable to bestow her divine form, his own shortcomings would not be so glaringly apparent. Yaoqi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, shimmering with clarity. She had envisioned this scene countless times before. But she never imagined that under such circumstances, Yin Shou would have any grounds to refuse her. What is this? Did you not beseech Sister Nuwa to bless your human race? Sister Nuwa is a goddess, and I am a goddess as well. If Sister Nuwa can offer protection, so too can I. Growing anxious, Yaoqi hurriedly inquired, Human King, what is the reason for this? I merely wish to express my appreciation for your unwavering dedication to your people and to extend my assistance in safeguarding the human race. While Nuwa is the Holy Mother of humanity, I am also the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court. As the Queen Mother, I too can protect your people. What is there to prevent me from doing so? If the goddess Nuwa were to arrive, she would take her rightful place as the supreme deity, while I would assume the position of the secondary deity. Upon hearing this from Yaoqi, Yin Shou felt a surge of anxiety. What on earth? Why are you so shameless? I have prepared everything for Nuwa. Why are you making a fuss? By the way, is there any reason to accept only Nuwa and not Yaoqi? I'm waiting online. This is urgent. Yin Shou's mind raced. Finally, it was a single statement from Yaoqi that illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, Nuwa is the Holy Mother of humanity, while Yaoqi is the Queen Mother of Heaven. Eureka! In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Yin Shou conceived a bold notion, and without further deliberation, blurted out, I cannot accept your divine manifestation. Yaoqi, nor can I accept your protection. For from the moment the holy palace of humanity was established, our great Shang will no longer worship deities, but will honor the heroic spirits and ancestors of humanity. Our great Shang shall not recognize you immortals as gods. Therefore, the holy palace of humanity can only enshrine the one true deity, the Holy Mother Nuwa. As for other divine positions, I shall bestow godhood upon those who make remarkable contributions to our people in the future. I am the king of humanity. I intend to confer divinity. The king of humanity conferring divinity is akin to bestowing titles to vassals. Chapter 75. The calculations of Hao Yin, Yuanshi, and Tongtian in the conferring of deities. The king of humanity conferring divinity, just like bestowing titles to vassals. Upon hearing these words, Yaoqi's mind momentarily fell into a void. Unconsciously, she repeated the phrase, her eyes shimmering like stars. The ever-cautious Yin Shou surprisingly uttered such a commanding statement. Believing that Yaoqi was genuinely inquiring about the meaning of Wang Fengshen, he straightened his posture and replied, Since the dawn of our human race, we have stood tall and self-reliant. The development and strength of our people do not require the so-called protection of you deities. In recent years, our Deshang has faced uneven floods and relentless turmoil. Have you gods ever lifted a finger to assist us? Ultimately, you are merely leeching off the divine reputation to benefit from our people's fortune. In truth, we humans do not stand below the gods. On the contrary, only those who sincerely contribute to our race deserve the title of deity. Hence, I established this sacred palace for humanity, intending to confer divinity upon our king. For countless generations to come, our descendants shall revere and worship only their own deities. Among the multitude of gods, only the creator of our kind, the Holy Mother Nuwa, is worthy of presiding over this sacred palace, to partake in the offerings and reverence of our people. Yin Shou's voice was resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. In his determination to create a position specifically for Nuwa, he was resolute. In his recollection, the ancient emperors indeed held the authority to confer divine positions over mountains, rivers, and the like. Although by the end of the Shang dynasty, the status of the king had diminished to that of a mere human king, rather than an emperor. However, his forceful actions are not without consequence, are they? After all, his aim is merely to drive away Yaoqi, making this divine position suitable for Nuwa. Yet, he remains oblivious to his own intentions. His recent declaration has stirred tumultuous waves throughout the entire primordial realm. The first to be utterly astonished is Shang Rong, whose mind feels as though it is on the verge of splitting apart. Today, he realizes he has been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the king. Initially, he believed the king to be merely capricious, seeking to toy with Nuwa. Yet, He now discerns that if he operates on the first level, the king resides on the fifth. While the king appears to act out of personal desire, he has, in fact, deceived everyone. The king intends to exploit the incident surrounding the human clan's sacred palace to enact a comprehensive reform of the Dashi's beliefs and rituals concerning deities. Such actions undoubtedly lay the groundwork for societal reform, for it is the nobility who hold the power to conduct sacrifices and possess the relevant priestly roles. The king is poised to take action against the aristocracy. "Oh, king, this is unthinkable. Your strides are far too ambitious." Shang Rong, a mere mortal, can only lament the reforms initiated by Yin Shou, while the prominent figures of the primordial realm feel as though they have been provoked with a slap to the face. After all, although the deification mentioned by Yin Shou does not refer to the same concept, the term itself is exceedingly sensitive at this juncture, especially for Hao Tian, who seeks to propel this calamity into a deification tribulation. In this moment, his eyes blaze with fury. A mere human king dares to deify. Only my heavenly court possesses the authority to confer divinity. Are you attempting to usurp the divine throne from me? The aura surrounding Hao Yin surged dramatically, his fists clenching, producing a thunderous sound. To him, Yin Shou appeared to be directly challenging his authority, provoking him. The calamity of the ages is an event that recurs periodically. However, transforming this particular calamity into a divine sealing tribulation was a course of action he undertook with the guidance and support of Hongjun. The specific methods and strategies had been the result of countless deliberations with the Venus star. He aimed to utilize this calamity to elevate the immortals of the Chan and Jas sects, thereby diminishing the two most formidable forces in the current primordial world. Simultaneously, he intended to use the cycles of mortal dynasties as the vessel for this calamity. By supporting a puppet regime willing to acknowledge the heavens as their sovereign, he sought to overthrow the last human royal authority of the Shang dynasty. This would ensure that the heavenly way perpetually suppressed the mortal realm. The boon bestowed upon him by Hongjun was that upon the successful completion of this endeavor, Hongjun would fully merge with the heavenly way, transforming into it. Consequently, he would become the true and singular representative of the heavenly way in the primordial world. Yet now, Yin Shou had the audacity to declare his intention to crown the human king. What if the human king succeeded in his divine ascendancy, seizing the authority of the heavenly way and bringing forth the mortal realm? How then could the heavenly way maintain its eternal suppression of humanity? In the present primordial world, the heavenly way flourished, while the earthly way, due to Hutu's embodiment of reincarnation, faced an almost insurmountable decline. Only the human way remained unmanifested. The heavenly way merely needed to utilize this divine sealing to subdue humanity and subsequently encroach upon the earthly way, compelling it into servitude. Thus, humanity would be subservient to the heavenly way, and the earthly way would be subordinate. The entirety of the primordial realm would be returned to the heavenly way. Therefore, Hao Tian could not permit the emergence of humanity to disrupt his plans. In the Yusu Palace, the entire edifice trembled under the wrath of the primordial supreme being. The burning lantern, the South Pole Immortal, and the 12 golden immortals found themselves unable to stand upright, crushed by the weight of their fear. The audacity of the human king is indeed staggering. Lacking even the status of the human emperor, how dare he aspire to ascend to divinity? Unbeknownst to the primordial supreme being, Hongjun and Hao Yin had cunningly included him in their divine scheming. However, in truth, he too had encompassed Hongjun and Hao Yin within his own designs. As the leader of the Chan teaching, the path he practiced was one of elucidating the celestial principles. Thus, he had always regarded himself as the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. With Hongjun's influence, it had become widely accepted that the heavenly court would eventually govern the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it would be untenable for him to continue as the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao under the guise of the Chan teaching leader after the divine sealing. His aspiration was to seize the authority of divine sealing during the calamity and to ensure that the disciples of the were publicly recognized, while his own disciples would remain unlisted and serve as sovereigns. Moreover, his disciples could assume roles as free immortals within the heavenly court, wielding significant power and overshadowing the court itself. Meanwhile, he could operate as the unseen puppeteer behind the heavenly court, maintaining control over the heavenly Tao, acting as its representative. For this reason, the primordial supreme being could accept Hongjun's complete unification with the heavenly Tao with indifference. Yet, he would not permit Hao Yin to ride upon his shoulders. Even more intolerable was the notion of someone disrupting the divine sealing. He could not abide the audacity of a mere human race daring to challenge the heavenly Tao. In the Bo Palace, the sword energy enveloping Tongtian surged like a colossal, thunderous dragon. The all-seeing eyes of Tong Tian held a glimmer of anticipation. He vividly recalled the scene from several Yuan meetings ago when the 6 saints of the Zixiao Palace convened to discuss and finalize the list of deities for the Fengshen Bang. His 2 elder brothers, along with the shameless duo from the West, had united to pressure him, a memory that remained fresh in his mind. Although, in the end, everyone had more or less affixed their names to the list, discerning minds understood that his sect, the Jiejiao, suffered the most during this calamity. The term deity may sound appealing, yet it pales in comparison to immortal. As the saying goes, those with deep roots ascend to the path of immortality, while the lesser become deities. A deity is merely a deceased individual or an immortal, stripped of their corporeal form, their soul ensnared by the Fengshen Bang, forever unable to advance in cultivation. Only an immortal embodies true freedom, existing unrestrained and boundless. Thus, Tong Tian has always harbored the hope that someone would emerge to alter the trajectory of this Fengshen calamity. However, his personal strength was insufficient to contend against Yuan Shi and the other saints, let alone Hong Jun. Consequently, he has endured in silence. Now, for the first time, he heard words of resistance against the Fengshen from another's lips. Tong Tian directed one strand of his consciousness toward Chaoga, while another focused on the Nuwa Palace. What will you do, human sovereign? He pondered. And how will you, Nuwa, respond? Chapter 76. The Saints vie for residence in the Human Sovereign Palace. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. No matter how hard she tried to remain calm, she could not quell the tumultuous shock within her heart. The audacity of Yin Shou was truly astounding. She realized that she was increasingly unable to comprehend this individual. From Yin Shou's previous heartfelt expressions, it is evident that he is aware of the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods. Yet now, he audaciously proposes his desire for a human king to be enshrined. Nuwa could never bestow her divine form into the palace, as it would tarnish her esteemed reputation. With Yin Shou's current actions, it becomes even more improbable. For in such circumstances, granting her divine essence would be tantamount to declaring an opposition to the heavenly Tao. Yin Shou, you must tread carefully. I sense that Yuan Shi can no longer contain himself. Just as Nuwa begins to pray for Yin Shou, the heavens and earth suddenly manifest extraordinary phenomena. The common folk and esteemed officials alike perceive an unidentifiable shift in the cosmos, feeling as though an immense force surges through their beings. In the eyes of powerful beings such as Nuwa, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, the sky reveals countless visible threads of fate, akin to shooting stars, converging towards Chaoga, towards the sacred palace of humanity, and ultimately towards Yin Shou himself. After Yin Shou proclaims his grand aspiration for the human king's enshrinement, the sacred palace of humanity transforms into a vessel for gathering the previously scattered fortunes of mankind. This implies that whoever ascends as the principal deity enshrined within that sacred palace shall bind the fate of the entire human race. In that instant, the mighty beings of the primordial world widened their eyes, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Subsequently, their gazes radiated with fervent desire. They coveted. They yearned for the fate of humanity, despite their general disdain for the human race. These primordial powers cannot deny that humanity stands as the protagonist in the current realm of the primordial heavens. Though the individuals of the human race may be frail, their numbers are vast, and they possess the ability to generate divine power through their faith. When these scattered forces converge upon a singular individual, the benefits to their cultivation are immense. Not to mention, the reason why Nuwa and Laozi, among the 6 saints of heaven's Tao, attained sainthood lies in humanity itself. Nuwa achieved her divine status through the merit of creating humanity, while Laozi did so through the establishment of human teachings. Originally filled with frustration, Hao Yan's gaze now sparkled with fervent light, nearly salivating at the prospect. In his initial plan, once the canonization concluded, the royal lineages of the human realm would erect their own temples, leading the entire human race in veneration and offerings to themselves. To bask in the grand fortune of humanity was rightfully Hao Yan's destiny. Meanwhile, within the intense gaze of Yuan Shi, Tian Zun lurked an undercurrent of ruthlessness. As a staunch supporter of the heavenly Tao, he perceived the immense advantages of human fortune, but firmly believed it must never coalesce to pose a threat to the Tao. In contrast, the eyes of Tong Tian Jiaozhu gleamed with a sharpness akin to sword energy. Over the years, he had sensed the fortunes of the Jie sect gradually diminishing, which he believed foretold the calamities his sect would face during the canonization tribulations. However, he suddenly realized that if he could bestow his upon the human sacred palace, Might he not replenish the fortunes of the Jie sect with the overwhelming luck of humanity? Moreover, as a man, his presence in the human sacred palace would not carry the same taboos associated with becoming a consort as Niuhua did. Tong Tian was suddenly taken aback. However, the only predicament at present was that the human king had not extended an invitation to him. He certainly could not, like Yao Qi, shamelessly present himself uninvited, could he? After all, he was a saint. What held the utmost significance for a saint? Reputation. Moreover, when Yao Qi made her approach, the human king had not yet declared his intent to confer divinity upon her. With this revelation, it seemed the path ahead had been completely obstructed. Well, after today's affair concludes, he would devise a means to seek an opportunity. Oh, it seemed that Jin Ling had a disciple holding a high official position in the Deshang dynasty. He would later inform Jin Ling to arrange for his disciple to pull some strings, so that the human king might erect a statue of him within the human race's sacred palace. In the west, at Mount Shumi, Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin exchanged glances that sparkled with ambition. Each perceived the other's covetousness, leading to an awkward moment. Nevertheless, Zhuan Ti was the first to regain composure. Brother, I believe the human race's sacred palace is fated to be connected with our western realm. Jie Yin wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, my younger brother speaks the truth. Our western lands are barren, and all beings suffer, with fortune being scant. Should we both gain entry to the human race's sacred palace and partake of their fortune, we could channel the vitality of the Eastern Deshang dynasty to nourish our own. This would also serve as a means of repaying the merits of the heavenly Tao. Zhuan Ti chuckled awkwardly. Brother, should we then not hinder the fall of the Shang dynasty? Jie Yin, too, recognized that he had perhaps allowed his immediate interests to cloud his judgment. Ahem. The demise of the Shang kingdom is indeed a manifestation of the celestial order. We must propel the Western resurgence if we are to hope to repay all our merits. Moreover, the sacred palace of humanity represents the entirety of humankind. What relevance does it have to the Shang kingdom? When the Shang kingdom falls, preserving the sacred palace of humanity should be a source of great satisfaction for us. Qing Ti was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. Indeed, my senior brother sees through it all. In the 8th Scenery Palace, the Taoist sage of Ta Qing, who had remained composed and undisturbed, finally stirred, slightly opening his misty eyes. Within his gaze lay the profound depths of the boundless universe, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. As the leader of the human teaching, although he had distanced himself from governance after establishing the doctrine, he had nonetheless garnered a significant portion of human merit to attain sanctity. However, the fortune of humanity remained of great benefit to him, as it constituted his very foundation. Since Niuhua created humankind, the fortune of humanity had predominantly been intertwined with Niuhua herself. It was only after these two tribulations that Niuhua retreated from the world, neglecting humanity. Now, the fortune had largely disentangled itself from Niuhua, severing ties by at least 80 to 90%. Suddenly, the sage realized that if his sacred image were to appear within the sacred palace of humanity, which is a nexus of human fortune, he could completely usurp Niuhua's position and seize the opportunities that rightfully belonged to her. If he had discerned this, how could Niuhua remain unaware? Originally hesitant to bestow her physical form upon the sacred palace, Niuhua now felt a surge of excitement. She suddenly recognized that this was indeed a divinely ordained opportunity for her. Niuhua vaguely recalled, during her time in the Niuhua Palace, she had once heard Yin Shou's inner thoughts regarding her severance of the human race's fate. However, she had not yet dispatched the nine-tailed fox to disrupt the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. At present, her connection with the human race's destiny still lingered at around 70 to 80%. If she could establish her dominion over the sacred palace of humanity, she could further bind their fate. Yet, the singular challenge confronting her was the undeniable sensation that those few those few saints were keenly observing the entrance to her Niuhua palace. Chapter 77. Ahead lies the Shang dynasty. Divine prohibition at this moment. Ta Qing Laozi, Tongtian Jiaozhu. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Zhuan Ti, and Jie Yin had all dispatched a fragment of their consciousness, directing their attention toward the Niuhua palace. Due to the vast distance, they were unable to discern the specific developments occurring here. Yet, if Niuhua were to descend to the mortal realm, they would be the first to know. Given that they all aspired to become the principal deity of the sacred palace of humanity, they were certainly unwilling to allow Niuhua to seize this opportunity first. After all, whether in name or in the current circumstance where Yin Shou implored Niuhua to bestow upon him her divine form, She was the one closest to binding the immense fate of the human race. Ta Ching Laozi once again gently closed his eyes, his countenance remarkably serene. Upon reflecting on Nuwa's actions throughout the ages, he seemed to have arrived at a reassuring conclusion. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the only one among them who did not desire to reside in the sacred palace of humanity. However, he vehemently opposed Nuwa's occupancy. Nuwa, you must understand that if you dare to reside in the sacred palace of the human race and support the deification of humanity, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire celestial authority. Weighing the significance of such an act, I trust you can discern its gravity. The two Western saints, upon noticing the prolonged silence from the palace of Nuwa, felt their anxious hearts finally ease. Brother, it appears that Nuwa lacks the courage to seize this wave of fortune. We in the West still have a chance, proclaimed the elated Qing Tue. A fleeting, subtle smile crossed Jijin's face as he replied, since the calamity of the witch and the demon, how much fortune and opportunity has Nuwa squandered? The demon race has been obliterated. The human race has been slaughtered. She could not even protect her own brother. Now, merely an opportunity to rebind the fate of humanity lies before her. Do you truly believe she would risk defying the heavenly order for it? Absolutely not. Nuwa is the only sage among the 6 saints devoid of a celestial lineage. She has no intention of contending for supremacy. She is nothing but a useless being. The master of the heavenly gate gazed contemplatively towards the palace of Nuwa, pondering deeply. Nuwa, will you seize this opportunity? At this moment, Nuwa was oblivious to the discussions of the other saints regarding her. Yet, she needed no ears to perceive their thoughts. What are you staring at me for? Nuwa's countenance was as dark as water, her eyes harboring an intense murderous intent. She recalled the words of Yin Shou, who had said that ever since the War of the Lich, she had been schemed against, and now she finally comprehended the true nature of her fellow disciples. During the great calamity of the Lich, the entire primordial world was thrown into chaos. Yet they, as the heavenly Tao saints who were supposed to uphold the order of the primordial realm, remained utterly uninvolved. Conversely, for Nuwa, the annihilation of the demon race had inflicted considerable losses. Furthermore, during the latter stages of the Lich War, when the demon race rampantly slaughtered the human race to forge the slaughtering which sword, the leader of the human teaching, Laozi, did not lend a hand either. Especially when her own brother, Fuxi, fell, where were these individuals? If it had not been for her close relationship with Hutu, allowing Fuxi to reincarnate as a member of the human race, she might have been left with no family at all. And now, that king of men invites me to bind with the fate of the human race, and only now do you begin to show concern for me. To reside in the sacred palace of the human race, do you think I lack the courage? Qingwan suddenly felt as though her very breath had become constricted. Nuwa's emotions cast a heavy pall over the entire Nuwa palace. When the demon race was extinguished, I was unable to save them. When the human race was massacred, I could not intervene. Even when my own brother was schemed against to his death, I was powerless. So you believe that Nuwa is indifferent to worldly affairs? That I am easily bullied? No. This time, I shall certainly fight back. I do not seek to prove how extraordinary I am. I merely wish to convey to others that what I have lost, I shall reclaim. Nuwa rose and stepped out of the palace. Above the sacred palace of the human race in Chaoga, in the eyes of Yao Che, the human sacred palace, a convergence of myriad threads of fortune, was reflected, leaving her in awe. Yet now, she found herself at a loss, for her desire to enter the palace was not to exploit Yin Shou's position. Yin Shou, too, was taken aback, realizing that his mere words had transformed the human sacred palace into a focal point of human destiny. After a long pause, he regained his composure and cleared his throat, saying, Your Highness Yao Che, as you can see, this sacred palace belongs exclusively to our kind. Except for the Lady Nuwa, we do not accept deities of other races. I kindly ask you to depart. Yao Che's gaze flickered, her thoughts unspoken. At that moment, a powerful pressure erupted from the horizon. A resounding voice, akin to a heavenly decree, echoed in the ears of all present. Bold human king, dare you to ascend to divinity. Your construction of this contravenes the heavenly order, and I shall surely destroy it. Yao Che's heart sank. It was Hao Yin. She turned abruptly, witnessing Hao Yin enveloped in golden radiance, commanding the imperial might as it swept across the mortal realm. His overwhelming presence rendered all other humans, save for Yin Shou, unable to stand upright. Shang Rong and the others were struck with terror, exclaiming, Who is this? With a thunderous roar, Hao Yin caused the gathered humans to drop to their knees. Human vermin, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Since you have come before me, why do you not kneel? What? It is truly the Heavenly Emperor. The hearts of the human assembly were shaken to their core. Under the weight of his imposing aura, they fell prostrate, unable to lift their heads. In this era, humanity had long been indoctrinated into superstitious worship of heaven and earth. With each sacrificial rite, they paid homage not only to their ancestors and the mysterious bird, but also to the heavens and the earth. Thus, the identity of the Heavenly Emperor Hao Yin is held in the highest esteem among them, even surpassing that of Nuwa. Brother Hao Yin, Yao Qi approached him, seeking to dissuade his course. Yet, at this moment, Hao Yin had grown exceptionally cold and ruthless, disregarding even Yao Qi's entreaties. Yao Qi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I am merely fulfilling the celestial decree. He solemnly drew the Hao Yin sword, pointing it toward Yin Shou's direction and proclaimed, Human sovereign Yin Shou, the authority to confer divinity lies solely within the celestial court. You, as a member of the human race, possess no right to bestow such honors. Your construction of this human sacred palace, intending to seize the power of divination, is an affront to heavenly majesty. As the Heavenly Emperor, I must obliterate this human sacred palace and punish you. Hao Yin's voice echoed powerfully, akin to a resounding bell, instilling dread among the human populace. Although some, like Huang Feihu and other members of the human race, expressed dissatisfaction with Hao Yin's resolute stance. Venerable figures such as Shang Rong led the charge in pleading for mercy. Heavenly Emperor, spare us. Heavenly Emperor, spare us. My lord, please dismantle this human sacred palace at once. Even Shang Rong, as the chancellor, displayed palpable fear, prompting the ordinary citizens to quickly join in the pleas for clemency. Faced with Hao Yin's coercion and the collective supplication of the human race, Yin Shou furrowed his brow, unwittingly igniting an indescribable fury within. Is this what it means to be a deity? Merely making an appearance compels all humans to kneel? In your eyes, do humans truly amount to nothing more than mere ants? Thus, after the conferment of divinity, the Zhou dynasty relinquished the rank of human sovereign, degrading itself to that of an emperor, solely to serve those deities who regard humanity as insignificant. Yin Shou could no longer endure this indignity. He no longer contemplated the unfolding drama. After all, as the king of man, Zhou Wang had never regarded himself as inferior before the celestial emperor. Yin Shou ceased to perform theatrics. Instead, he stood tall against the oppressive presence of Hao Yin. Suddenly, his hand shot out like a gleaming sword. His arm extended straight, fingers aligned, executing a gesture that halted the advance. This motion shielded all of humanity from the overwhelming force, keeping the divine might unleashed by Hao Yin at bay. 500 zhang above the skies of Chaoga, Huang Feihu and Shang Rong, among others, instantly felt their bodies lighten. They lifted their gaze, witnessing Yin Shou standing resolutely before them, blocking the golden radiance emitted by Hao Yin. His silhouette resembled a mighty mountain, exuding an imposing grandeur, sheltering all of humanity within the shadow of his presence. With one hand raised, he defended his kin, confronting Hao Yin directly. From whence do you hail, this so-called deity? Who granted you permission to enter the domain of Deshang? Beyond this point, the divine shall not tread. Depart at once. Chapter 78. Let the narrative collapse. I can bear it no longer. What? Hao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He strained to lift the corners of his mouth, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with a semblance of mirth. For he realized, to his astonishment, that he had felt a flicker of fear towards Yin Shou. He could hardly fathom that Yin Shou would dare to oppose him, let alone demand that he leave. Beyond this point, the divine shall not tread. The civil and military officials, along with countless citizens, were profoundly stunned by Yin Shou's declaration. In their hearts, they had never considered that as mere mortals they could bar deities from intruding upon their sanctuary. Even now, the thought felt too audacious to entertain. Yet, inexplicably, as they beheld Yin Shou's silhouette, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped them. Yao Qi's heart raced like a startled fawn. Yin Shou's recent proclamation made her feel as though he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Yin Shou, you have finally shed your reticence. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hao Tian regained his composure and authority. He forced a laugh, attempting to mock Yin Shou in a bid to reclaim the upper hand. The notion that the great Shang could bar divine beings was utterly ludicrous. How preposterous! The king of humanity, this realm, the heavens, and the mortal world, all belong to me. And you, a mere speck of a great Shang, presumed to challenge that? With a piercing glare, Yin Shou dispelled the intensified pressure Hao Tian had exerted. The oppressive aura was shattered like a fragile bubble. Curse it, I am indeed enraged. Is this Hao Tian out of his mind? What I speak of regarding the King of Humanity's ascension is not your version of divinity. Why is he targeting me so relentlessly? Moreover, daring to coerce my untrained citizens with his pressure? Then I shall confront you head-on. With a solemn expression, Yin Shou declared, Is this truly your domain? From this day forth, my great Shang shall declare its own deities. Henceforth, we shall be under the protection of our own divine guardians, no longer subject to your heavenly jurisdiction. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with brilliance as he thundered, Human King, you are utterly naive. What authority do you, a mere human king, possess to confer divinity? The gods are subjects of my heavenly court. Only my heavenly court holds the power to bestow divine status. Yin Shou held his head high, meeting Hao Tian's gaze with unwavering resolve. You inquire why I can grant divinity? Allow me to enlighten you. The gods whom the heavenly court can enshrine, I shall enshrine. Those whom the heavenly court cannot, I shall enshrine even more. The rights of humanity are sanctioned, and the hearts of the people are inclined. The human king's granting of divinity is akin to bestowing nobility. Do you comprehend this, you imbecile? Boom. Yin Shou's words resounded like thunder, striking deep into the hearts of all present. His declarations ignited a fervor even within the most timid souls, stirring their blood to a boil. Such dominance. It was overwhelmingly magnificent. The civil and military officials of the Great Shang suddenly felt an immense fortune. They were privileged to serve such a formidable king. This was a blessing that even the illustrious ancestors of the Great Shang had never known. In terms of sheer might, none of the 30 previous monarchs could rival our great king. The generals and soldiers yearned to draw their swords and charge towards the exalted heavenly emperor who gazed down upon them. They ached to unleash their fury upon the celestial realm. Even Shang Rong felt a surge of youthful passion that he had never experienced before. By the heavens, I am filled with a desire to fight. The blood of humanity surged, while Hao Tian seethed with rage. Human King, you shall pay dearly for the words you have uttered today. In an instant, Hao Tian raised his hand. A sword force capable of cleaving through the heavens surged towards Yin Shou, targeting the treasured Hao Yin sword. Yet, Yin Shou did not even lift a finger. With merely a focused gaze, the formidable sword intent shattered into a myriad of stardust just as it was about to reach his face. How could this be? Hao Yin trembled in terror, a profound chill creeping into his heart. His intention to attack Yin Shou was straightforward. He believed the Shang dynasty was destined for annihilation, and he harbored a deep disdain for Yin Shou. Thus, even though the human sacred palace was a nexus of immense fortune, he looked down upon this binding. He would rather obliterate the human sacred palace. Simultaneously, he did not mind inflicting serious injury upon Yin Shou. But now, his recent strike with the Hao Yin sword had been effortlessly nullified. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Hao Yin found solace in a reasoning. It is the fortune of humanity. He possesses the ability to command the fortune of the Great Shang. Now, aided by the human sacred palace, his capacity to harness that fortune has grown even more formidable. Just now, he must have invoked the fortune of humanity to counter my full-force strike. At this realization, Hao Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. With a mighty shout, he declared that the fortune of humanity is finite. The expenditure of wielding the Hao Yin sword, however, was minimal. If he could sever the fortune of the Great Shang this time, he would have achieved his objective. As for the karmic retribution, that could be offset later with the merits gained post-deification. King of humans, you have brought this upon yourself. Had it not been for your gathering of the human race's fortune, I would not find it so convenient to sever it all at once. Once more, Hao Yin raised the Hao Yin sword high. The might of this strike caused even the ethereal realms of Yao Qi to tremble with trepidation. From the tip of Hao Yin's sword, a brilliant and resplendent blade of light burst forth, as if celestial phantoms were manifesting in the vicinity. Hao Yin, stop! Yao Qi implored, not out of concern for Yin Shou's safety, but rather for the innocent lives of the human populace that may be caught in the crossfire. The wrath of Yin Shou would be incalculable, and there lay the peril of him losing his reason and striking down Hao Yin. While Yao Qi held no affection for Hao Yin, she certainly did not wish for his demise. Moreover, should Hao Yin perish, as the current sovereign of the heavenly court and the representative of the Tao, even the likes of Han Jun would undoubtedly sense his passing. If Hong Jun were to intervene at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yao Qi had no faith that anyone in this world could defeat Hong Jun. Even after several observations, she was convinced that Yin Shou possessed at least quasi-saint to saint-level power. Yet, she absolutely did not believe that Yin Shou could overcome Hong Jun. What to do? What should be done now? Yao Qi hastily urged caution, but her words only served to exacerbate Hao Yin's fury. He recalled how Yao Qi had thwarted him during their encounter at Zhuagaquan. This time, however, he would not relent. The sword's radiance swept forth, as if to annihilate the stars beyond the heavens, shaking the very void and causing the clouds in the sky to collapse. The approaching force of the sword was reflected in Yin Shou's eyes, his pupils constricted to mere pinpricks, as his fists clenched tightly. This time, he feared he might truly be unable to contain the unfolding drama. Should he vanquish Hao Yin, his cultivation would surely be revealed, inevitably drawing him into conflict with those celestial sages and even Hong Jun. Setting aside whether this primordial golden immortal at the 9th layer could triumph over Hong Jun in the vast wilderness, the system would undoubtedly grant him a chance to start anew. Yet, if he were to collapse, so be it. What was there to fear? Even in defeat, he would ensure Hao Yin received a sound thrashing, engaging in a vigorous battle with Hong Jun before beginning again. If there was to be war, let there be war. In stark contrast to Yin Shou's internal turmoil, the human populace below had already succumbed to despair, closing their eyes in resignation. The overwhelming celestial might was palpable, and although the king shielded them, their frail bodies seemed ill-equipped to withstand even the residual force. The piercing sword intent swept through like a scythe, instilling a bone-chilling dread within them. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The people felt themselves cocooned and safeguarded by this force, perceiving its immense strength, mightier than even the oppressive aura of the heavenly emperor. Yet, this power evoked a sensation akin to that of a mother's embrace, nurturing and comforting. At that moment, a voice, both authoritative and melodious, resonated from the horizon. Hao Yin, the holy palace of humanity, is the sanctuary of this court. Do you intend to destroy it? Chapter 79. The Battle of the Six Sages Nuwa. Hao Yin's pupils trembled, and his heart quaked with disbelief. How dare Nuwa appear in such a setting? She claimed this palace as her own? Was she truly prepared to oppose the heavenly Tao? Not only Hao Yin, but the other 5 sages, who had been fixated on the Nuwa palace with their divine senses even before Hao Yin, now found their emotions in turmoil, each responding differently to the shocking revelation. Nuwa, how dare you? Each of them felt their cheeks burn as though they had been struck. The once meek Nuwa, who had lost everything during the calamity of the Lich, now displayed unexpected resolve. What could have caused such a profound transformation in her character? Their composure faltered, and one by one, they departed from their sanctuaries. Lady Nuwa. Upon her appearance, Yao Qi gasped, and the human race below echoed her exclamation, realizing that the divine figure who had just manifested was indeed Nuwa. Moreover, from her recent utterances, it became evident that Nuwa endorsed the construction of the human sacred palace by the great king. Nuwa intended to reside within the human sacred palace. With even Lady Nuwa supporting the great king, what could a mere heavenly emperor possibly obstruct? The human race, instantly emboldened, rallied with renewed vigor. Shameless heavenly emperor, oppressing our race, why do you not depart at once? Shang Rong led the cacophony of denunciations. Soon, all the humans joined in the uproar. How could Hao Yin endure this? Now, even the ordinary humans he regarded as mere insects dared to point fingers and hurl insults at him. Where was his dignity as a heavenly emperor to be placed? Hao Yin's gaze turned fiercely towards Nuwa, his eyes ablaze with crimson. Lady Nuwa, do not be misled by the fortunes of the human race in this moment of confusion. Are you not aware that such actions openly support the deification of humanity, which is an affront to the heavenly Tao? Indeed, it is not only Hao Yin who wishes to express his grievances towards Enhua. Even Yin Shou finds himself compelled to voice his objections. What brings Enhua here? He exclaims, bewildered. How has she suddenly summoned such courage? This is unexpected. I intend to confront Hao Yin. Do not interfere. After a prolonged absence, upon hearing Yin Shou's sentiments, Enhua finds herself momentarily disoriented, her lips twitching with disbelief. She adopts a facade of authority and addresses Yin Shou, declaring, as the sovereign of humanity, your actions serve the interests of our people. I shall undoubtedly be your staunchest ally. Subsequently, her piercing gaze fixates on Hao Yin. Hao Yin, humanity is my creation. What grievance could there be in my protection of them? It is you, ensnared in your obstinacy. Who shall bear the consequences of my wrath? A fleeting moment of astonishment flickers in Enwa's beautiful eyes, and an overwhelming aura instantly envelopes Haoyan, subduing him. Though his rage simmers dangerously, he finds himself powerless. At that very instant, the entire Chaoga seems to be shrouded in a sacred domain, an atmosphere rife with indifference and ruthlessness, embodying the essence of law itself. This presence is akin to an enhanced version of Haoyan's own. Under this oppressive aura, all living beings are regarded as mere insects. A chilling glint sparkles in Enwa's eyes as she calls out, "Primordial Supreme Being." The crowd turns to witness a colossal figure, ethereal and ghostly, materializing above Chaoga. Emotionless and devoid of adornment, his form appears as if woven from clouds, seamlessly merging with the fabric of this realm. He exerts an overwhelming force upon all existence. Enwa, considering our shared lineage, you have chosen to destroy the sacred palace of humanity, severing the fate of the human sovereign. I can assure you of your survival. Humph. Both Nuwa and Insho scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, Haoyan appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, immediately bowing in welcome. Haoyan respectfully greets the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable held no regard for Haoyan, deeming him utterly inept in managing the situation. Yet, he refrained from humiliating Haoyan in front of the human race, as Haoyan represented the dignity of the Heavenly Tao. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable nodded slightly, casting a glance at Nuwa, but not even sparing a glance at Insho. In their eyes, Insho's existence was hardly worthy of mention. Insho snorted coldly. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable has arrived? You must be feeling that the dignity of the Heavenly Tao is beyond salvage, huh? Fear not. Soon you will find it even more irretrievable. Although Nuwa was the first sage to achieve enlightenment, her strength had waned considerably due to her severe injuries during the War of Gods and Demons and years of neglect. Presently, her power was no longer on par with the resurgent Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Insho, cease your pretense. Reveal your true strength. Let us join forces to thrash the Primordial One. Before Nuwa could unleash her fury, the once arrogant Primordial Heavenly Venerable and Haoyan suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Another familiar aura descended upon Chaoga, accompanied by a hearty laugh. A piercing sword energy shattered the oppressive aura of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Ha! Primordial, Haoyan. In my opinion, this decree of canonization is inevitable. Why not take this opportunity during the Human King's canonization to bring an end to this matter once and for all? A tornado-like sword energy, akin to a dragon, coalesced around Nuwa. As the sword aura gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, a sword-wielding Taoist with black eyebrows and hair, embodying the essence of a sword itself. It was the celestial master Tongtian. A palpable shock rippled through all present. Nuwa, who had initially felt a sense of pressure, now exhaled in relief and smiled, addressing him. Master Tongtian. The celestial master Tongtian nodded, casting a proud glance at the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The gleam in the Primordial Heavenly Venerable's eyes harbored a malicious intent. Tongtian, what do you mean by this? The celestial master Tongtian shrugged nonchalantly. Did you not understand? Call forth our disciples. Since we need to populate the list of deities, why not seize this splendid opportunity to resolve it all at once? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable's gaze turned fierce, his tone venomous and mocking. What? Do you believe that today's combat will not include your disciples from the Jie sect? The celestial master Tongtian retorted angrily. Shall we not find out through trial? With that, their jade scepters and Qingping swords were already summoned. Insho was rendered speechless. What the heck? I merely wish for a swift clash. Must it be this dramatic? Why is the celestial master Tongtian also here? Is this a meeting? Insho pondered briefly. With Nuwa and Tongtian, two saints, facing off against the Primordial and the Heavenly Venerable, one saint and one quasi-saint, the advantage lay with them. He might not even need to intervene. Yet, at that moment, streams of golden radiance descended beside the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable. Two bald Taoists in white robes materialized in their midst. The gathered humans were left in a state of bewilderment. Merely witnessing the dazzling effects accompanying the entrance of these esteemed figures left everyone utterly mesmerized. Who are these individuals? Juanti, Jieyin. The matter of the apocalypse has no relevance to you from the West. What business do you have meddling in this? The Supreme Leader of Heaven pointed his Qingping sword menacingly at Juanti and Jieyin, hurling accusations at them. In the Supreme Leader's mind, The only adversaries in this divine era were the primordial heavenly venerable and his chant sect. At this moment, he had never considered that the two saints from the west would intervene on behalf of the primordial. Zhuan and Jie exchanged an awkward smile before Zhuan cleared his throat and said, Ahem, primordial friend. We perceive a connection between this human sacred palace and our western realm. Might we inquire if, upon the completion of this affair, you would be willing to cede the human sacred palace to us? It seems that merchants have arrived. A sense of disdain arose in the hearts of the other three saints. Yet, the circumstances favored the adversaries, and it was inconceivable that Nuwa would agree to relinquish the human sacred palace. Consequently, the two saints from the west could never support Nuwa. The primordial heavenly venerable readily acquiesced to the two saints. Feel free, esteemed ones. The dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Nuwa and the supreme leader began to feel a twinge of anxiety. The foreheads of Shang Rong, Huang Feihu, and others glistened with beads of sweat, trickling down the contours of their faces. Now it was the two saints against the three saints, with the advantage lying with the foes. However, Inshou found himself speechless. It seemed that when these individuals calculated their combat prowess, they had completely overlooked his presence. He had merely wished to remind Nuwa to send the nine-tailed fox into the palace, and now it had escalated into a battle of the great saints. Tension mounted between the two factions, swords drawn and ready for conflict. The celestial master Tongtian was not the kind of person to be intimidated by sheer numbers. With a cold smirk, he scoffed, Nonsense. Yuanshi, Zhuan Jane, do you truly believe that your numbers frighten me? With that, Tongtian summoned 4 swords. The sword array of extermination, the extermination blade, the blade of immortal slaughter. The immortal trapping array radiated a red glow in every direction. The absolute immortal transformation was ineffably wondrous. The blood of the great Luo immortals stained their garments. The sword array of extermination. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was enveloped in a suffocating aura of slaughter. Even the revered Yuanshi Tianzuan and the two western saints felt their pupils constrict violently, cold light emanating from their eyes. Their spines were already drenched in sweat. One by one, they summoned the auspicious clouds of the heavens, the golden lotus of merit, and the 7 treasures marvelous tree to defend themselves. Even Nuwa unconsciously took a few steps back, distancing herself from the celestial master Tongtian. This sword array of extermination could only be breached by the 4 saints, and currently, they had only 3. How could they even hope to engage? However, just then, a feeble but authoritative voice resonated from the horizon. Tongtian, do not be reckless. Chapter 80. How many plot lines can be rewritten? The grand conclusion, Ian was left stunned. This is it. Even I have arrived. This is the direct conclusion to the investiture of the gods. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man with white brows and hair, gracefully descending upon a swirling Taiji diagram. The moment he entered the lethal radius of the sword array of extermination, a magnificent pagoda of heaven and earth materialized above his head. In no time, he landed beside Yuanshi Tianzuan, his stance unmistakably clear. The celestial master Tongtian's expression darkened. Laozi was his most revered elder brother, yet he never anticipated that Laozi would choose to aid Yuanshi Tianzuan. Elder brother. Why? Laozi's gaze flickered as he somewhat evaded the matter at hand. The path of yin and yang lies in balance. Tongtian Nuwa, it is time for you to cease your actions. The sword array of the extermination of immortals is said to be unbreakable by anyone but the 4 saints. Now that the 4 saints have arrived, although Nuwa still aids Tongtian, the outcome remains uncertain. After all, the final sword array of the investiture of the gods was indeed shattered by the 4 saints. Moreover, it must be noted that it did not inflict substantial harm upon them. Laozi, enough of the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. Nuwa, no longer willing to linger in discussion, immediately summoned her red tassel ball to strike. The audacity of Nuwa to launch a surprise attack. Yuanshi Tianzuan bellowed in protest, raising his jade talisman in response. Soon, within the sword array of the extermination of immortals, the 6 saints became entangled in a fierce clash. Hao Yan, upon witnessing this scene, nearly soiled his trousers in fright. Yet, even amidst such chaos, he quickly recalled his objective. Though uncertain whether the 4 saints could achieve victory, they had at least successfully detained Nuwa and Tongtian. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to assault Inshou. The Jade Pool, astonished by the battle among the 6 saints, was preoccupied and had yet to discern Hao Yan's intentions. At that moment, Hao Yian raised the Hao Yian Tower to shield himself and summoned the Hao Yian sword. Merging with the sword, he advanced directly towards Yin Shou. Amidst the overwhelming malevolence, the glimmer of the sword caught the attention of the jade pool, causing her heart to tremble, and she exclaimed, "Yin Shou, be cautious." However, before her warning could fully escape her lips, she witnessed Hao Yian's entire form being hurled backward, crashing into the sword array of the extermination of immortals, sending Yuan Shi Tianzuan flying and causing him to spout blood. The tremendous force even shattered the sword array itself. All present, including the 6 saints, gazed in astonishment at the source from which Hao Yian had been sent flying. There stood Yin Shou, his fist still raised, emanating wisps of azure smoke. Could it be that Yin Shou had struck Hao Yian with but a single blow? Had he truly dismantled the extermination sword array? This king of men is astonishingly powerful. With an air of impatience, Yin Shou remarked, "Have you lot finished your antics? Do you even regard me?" Yaoqi gasped, covering her crimson lips in disbelief. Nua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Goodness, Yin Shou, is this your true strength? I had no idea you were so formidable." The celestial master of heaven also displayed a glimmer of joy, exclaiming, "What a remarkable lad! But must you destroy my extermination array? I am on your side." In stark contrast, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the 2 Western saints exhibited visible distress, their bodies trembling. The mere impact of that one punch had already shattered Laozi's celestial, earthly, and yellow exquisite pagoda, while Yuan Shi's heavenly celebration clouds had dissipated. The 7 treasures' mysterious tree of Zuni and the golden lotus of Jiejin had withered. "Run! Flee swiftly! Summon disciples for cover!" they shouted, rushing back to the purple cloud palace to seek the Tao ancestor. Without exchanging words or warnings, they turned and fled, knowing that alerting others would only endanger themselves. Attempting to escape, Yin Shou's gaze sharpened as he charged forth. Several beams of light swiftly vanished into the horizon. Tong Tian and Nua exchanged a stunned glance, scarcely able to process the shock before they too pursued. Yaoqi, regaining her composure after a moment, joined the chase, declaring, "Count me in." Below, the human race erupted into an uproar. What a surprise! They were greatly inspired, realizing how formidable their king truly was. It dawned on them that mortals could indeed triumph over the divine. Huang Feihu felt invigorated, resolving to rally his troops to follow their king into the celestial realm. However, just as he turned, Shang Rong seized his sword, declaring, "Brothers, let us march upon the heavens." In the Zhixiao Palace, amidst the laws of the celestial order, numerous phantoms flickered above Hongjuan's true form. Suddenly, he was expelled by the heavenly Tao, beads of sweat dotting his brow. "How peculiar," he mused. "Why do I feel so unsettled today? Could it be that a momentous event has transpired in the primordial chaos, altering the trajectory of the heavenly Tao?" Before Hongjun could calculate further, the air was filled with cries of battle and pleas for help. What on earth? Am I hallucinating? The Zhixiao Palace, located beyond the 33 heavens within the chaos, should not resonate with such sounds. Yet, as he turned to glance at the palace entrance, he beheld Yuan Shi, Laozi, Junti, and Jian, disheveled and in a frenzy, sprinting towards him. "Tao ancestor, save us." This was no sight of saints. They resembled refugees. What has transpired? Could it be that Luo who has returned from the outer realms of demonic heavens? Hongjun was perplexed. Apart from Luo whose return, he could not fathom what force could instill such terror in several saints. As he narrowed his eyes and peered through the gaps, he caught sight of Yin Shou, wielding a blood-soaked cleaver, in hot pursuit. Is this the king of humans? As a pivotal piece in this calamity, Hongjun recognized Yin Shou upon meeting him. What is happening? The 4 saints are being pursued and attacked by a single king? Hongjuan's spirits were immediately lifted. He noticed that Yin Shou had also spotted him. His eyes ablaze with fury. "Hongjun, prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, Yin Shou jolted awake from a pitch-black void. He found himself sprawled on his opulent bed, still within the lavish confines of the Deshang Palace, reminiscent of the scene from his first day in this realm. Rubbing his temples, he pondered, has it restarted? Indeed, I have failed once more. But that is of no consequence. Previous trials were not conquered on the first attempt. This time, I shall diligently replay the narrative. Yin Shou sensed a slight weakness in his body. Attempting to prop himself up, he inadvertently brushed against something peculiar. This sensation, it felt so familiar. With his other hand, he reached out again and encountered the same object. Then he extended his hand further. Good heavens! Suddenly, it dawned on Yin Shou, his pupils dilating in shock as he violently threw off the covers. Beneath the blankets lay three exquisite figures, revealing themselves before his astonished gaze. Niwa, Yaoqi, Queen Jiang. In a flash, Insho recalled the events of the previous day. After storming the Zixiao Palace, uncertain of his ability to defeat Hong Jun, he had cast aside all reservations and taken a chance. To his astonishment, he had indeed triumphed. He had felled Hong Jun. At that time, he was merely a ninth-layer Saint of Chaos, severely injured. After the ordeal, he returned to the royal palace and engaged in intimate healing activities with the three women. No, it was actually a matter of recuperation. He discovered that during the healing process, he unexpectedly achieved complete restoration and ascended to the Great Tao. With his elevation to the Great Tao, he no longer needed to be under the control of the system. The narrative did not restart.